131-110. Memphis with the victory. When we come back, it's the State Farm postgame show on the 95.7 The Game Warriors Radio Network, presented by United Airlines.
Oh, baby. I'm going to be calm this morning. I'm going to be very, very calm because I'm in some rough waters right now. I'm in the deep air right now with Spadoni, Shasky, Lubman. I'll pop on the radio, and Shasky's already on the air. He's already on the air going crazy. And I get it. Look, man, I'm running out of superlatives trying to describe what the hell is going on with this basketball team. I am frustrated. I am embarrassed. At some point, I'm just like, you know what? Why do I care so much?
Because we love this.
Because they don't care. They didn't look like they cared to the end of the second quarter. So, there's a lot going on as we say good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. Everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to the usual suspects. You know who you are.
How does Kuminga get hurt in warm-ups?
I
couldn't believe that.
This week has just been, it's been a week to forget. A week to forget. For
a variety
of reasons. I mean,
I'm with you on that.
Kevin Durant gets hurt in this pregame routine, and it happens to Kuminga the next day.
It
happens to Kuminga the next day. Can
I ask a question?
Where do we even start with this basketball team right now?
Do they do that before every game?
Yes, they do their individual warm-ups.
And of all the times, of all the games that go on, and it happens right now?
Right now.
For that guy?
right now. For anybody. For that guy.
No, I'm talking about for Kuminga. Because I feel like Kuminga's coming into his own here in the last couple months.
He was.
And it's like, it looked bad. When I saw him walking, I was like, you got to be kidding me. We're getting hurt in pre-games?
And now he's in a walkie boot. And Milwaukee's on deck. And Phoenix is on deck. And the Clippers are on deck. And the Hawks are on deck. And then the Grizzlies are back on deck on a back-to-back. And we have no idea who's going to even play in that back-to-back.
So this is like going up against the 27 Yankees, huh?
I mean, where do you want to start? Where do you want to start?
This is where I want to start. This is where I want to start.
I'm going to let you start,
Yeah,
Sassy. Where do you want to start?
I'm just frustrated as a Warrior fan because, and I know everyone's like, one day you say this, the next day you say that is how frustrating this team is because it provides so much joy. We all agree. Like, this is one of our favorite teams of all time, right? In terms of this era of Warriors. They've provided so many highs, and they've earned all the benefits of the doubt. There's only a few games on the regular season schedule where it's like, okay, let's go. And it's TNT, Draymond drops one of the most platinum diss tracks of all time yesterday on Dylan Brooks, and I'm expecting the entire team ready to ride or die and smash on Memphis. I don't even care if you lose in a closer game than what I saw yesterday. They were down 20 within a blink of an eye. And then they battle back, and I'm like, all right, there we go. Here we go. We're going in. And then, boom, they hit him with a barrage. Tyus Jones looked like he was Isaiah Thomas. And then Jaren Jackson's getting whatever he wants. And Dylan Brooks is chirping at Curry. He's going full court. Like, it was so frustrating. And the way they lost at the end, I just was like, God, it was
Dylan Brooks sucks.
I know he does.
Dylan Brooks sucks.
But he has the upper hand.
And you know what? Talking to Monty Poole yesterday and going back and looking at that article, one teammate was quoted in that article. One teammate.
Well, he had all four of those guys around him during the TNT interview.
Yeah.
So I know because I was flipping back and forth, right? But they went right to him, and they had all of his four teammates.
Well, that's what they do at their.
But I think someone from TNT was like, because they cut to a close-up of them, and then they zoomed out and they were gone. So someone from TNT was like, get out of here. As in, like, Tyus Jones, what's the other guy? Tillman.
Tyus Jones should have been interviewed.
Well, he was awesome.
They interviewed Dylan Brooks, 6 of 15. He was 1 of 7 from 3. And he was chirping. Dylan Brooks sucks. All right, he stinks. He did nothing yesterday. And he's chirping. We're going to get all the trash talk. Dylan Brooks said, I'm a better player than Draymond after the game. I mean you had everything.
P, I agree with you on Dylan, but my problem is like when you lose a game like that, it's like now you're going to hear it from them. And that's God, I hate that team.
Well,
I do. I hate the Grizzlies.
There's a couple questions here. They're just annoying. They're their little brother. And we were arguing in the thread, not even really arguing. You guys all think it's a rivalry. Draymond Green, I'm going to side with Draymond Green on this one. Where he basically said, look, this ain't a rivalry. This was a basketball game. They've won nothing. They've won one series. They've got to beat us in the playoffs before this is a rivalry. To me, they're the little brothers.
Wait.
They're the little brothers.
Was Red Sox-Yankees a rivalry? Because the Red Sox didn't win for decades.
Yeah, but they're in the same division.
Oh, okay.
And they competed for division championships. And they met in the playoffs numerous times.
And the Red Sox never won.
Red Sox couldn't get past them in the playoffs. So, but they were rivals. Boston, New York, that's a natural rivalry. It's embedded. And it's embedded with Babe Ruth.
They won the championship, and minutes later at a podium, Klay Thompson was referencing Jaren Jackson Jr. Like to me, I get what you're saying.
To me, it's not a rivalry.
I think
they're little brothers.
I think
they're
Warriors
little brothers. They're little gnats.
I think
they're
the
little gnats. The Warriors are laughing at them. Like, you guys have done nothing.
Well, they haven't.
In 6 games last year.
Both are
You've
true.
done nothing.
Both are true. But to think that they're not under their skin, I think that's.
I don't think so. I think Curry's just laughing at him like, dude, you're a joke.
I don't know.
You continue to talk. Dylan Brooks is trash.
I think it's a rivalry.
Trash. Yeah, I don't 888-957-9570.
Was the Rockets a rivalry?
It got there.
See, I feel like that's where we're at here.
Well, they met 4 times in the playoffs.
Yeah, but it was so many different versions.
But James Harden was there.
I know, but Chris Paul.
Tony was there.
Like, I'm going to that Chris Paul. And because they had so much bad blood with Chris Paul over a decade, you threw him into the mix, and it felt way more elevated.
And it was. Now, if they meet the playoffs this year, and it's a bloodbath, now we got an official rivalry.
Okay.
Now, it's getting there.
I think it is.
It's getting there.
Fine.
It's getting there, and it's fair. I think a lot of fans think it's a rivalry.
Yeah, because I can't stand them.
I can't stand them either.
Dylan Brooks driving me nuts. And when Curry hit that and one and pointed at him, I was like, let's go. I thought they were going to make a run. I felt so dumb in that game.
Here's Dylan Brooks post-game after
I can't stand this guy.
After Jared Greenberg asked him about everything.
Told me before the game you were going to talk a lot. We saw you talking to a lot of different people tonight. What was the message that you had to Draymond?
That's what I do. I talk, and I told him, I told them that keep that mic. He's better at the mic than hooping. You know what I'm saying? So keep doing this podcast, keep blogging, keep doing this thing off the court. It's cute, it's fun for him.
It's cute, it's fun. And TNT playing into it. Tyus Jones had a double-double. Desmond Bane was really good.
Yeah, Bane did the little push off on, I forget on who, and then the boom, step back three.
Here's my problem. I'm watching him try to play defense.
Try is the key word there.
The simple breakdowns.
Oh, dude.
The simple breakdowns on pick and roll defense, blow-bys. Richie Miller called out Ty Jerome. Blew by. Just Olay defense. Jordan Poole is he's in the abyss somewhere. He's lost. Moody's in Santa Cruz. Who the hell knows when he's coming back? You go super small, and Steve Kerr gives us a comment after the game. Yeah, we got a little too cute there. And that's where it starts, to me.
Okay.
Steve Kerr. 23rd different starting lineup combination yesterday. So how the hell is this team going to gain traction and some chemistry and build some cohesion when you're starting every dude? And then
but everyone's
so small lineup.
I'm not trying to defend Kerr because I think Kerr's been not good. But on some level, can we acknowledge they've had a rotation of availability all year?
You know what?
What is the Wiggins? Yesterday's a game's God, we need Wiggins.
You need Wiggins. You need GP2. You need Kuminga.
Yes.
And who knows? But the starting lineup combination.
I'm with you on the lineups.
You're going Dante DiVincenzo. He had a horrific road trip.
I want to see him off the bench.
He was awful on his road trip. Let's just be honest.
Tired.
He was awful.
I was saying it the other day to you about minutes. He's played so many heavy minutes. The three-point shot isn't as good as it was just a couple weeks ago. I think he's got heavy legs. You're asking a lot from him.
Well, he was awful.
No, I agree.
Klay Thompson wasn't playing defense.
What's going on with him offensively? Why is he out of he was on fire for so long? Is it just he has to take a slight backseat to Curry? Am I being too simplistic?
I mean,
is he just having a rut?
Looking at DiVincenzo 3-point shots on this road trip, 3 of 16 on this road trip.
I know.
3 of 16 in the 3 games on this road trip. So 888-957-9570. This is going to be the audience show today. Anthony Slater will join us at 8 o'clock. It's all about the callers. It's all about Dub Nation. What the hell is going on with this basketball team? I heard you ask the question, what's been your biggest frustration of the season?
Pick your poison.
It's
what's yours?
I don't know. I don't know.
Where do you
start? It changes every day.
That's what I'm saying.
It changes every day.
That's what I'm saying.
And so, we got the panic meter. I'm like, everybody panic. I just don't know with this basketball team no more. They could win the championship. They could get to the conference finals. They could lose in the first round.
That's what I'm saying.
I just have no idea.
They could lose in the play-in. But today, I'm thinking here okay, they lose a couple of games. They got the Bucks coming up, and I'm looking at seeding. I'm like, dude, they're a couple of road games away from being in
the Lakers are coming.
That's what I'm saying. They're
the Lakers
danger
are coming.
Zone.
There's 4 teams tied in the loss column with 33 losses.
Am I over panicking? Because I feel like I'm losing my mind here. I legitimately feel like I'm in Gotham Asylum, and I am the Joker laughing here because I don't know what to make of anything.
Well, I don't know what to make of anything. I don't know what to make.
Did that analogy hold water or no?
Yeah, I don't know. Look,
Steve Kerr. That laugh.
Steve Kerr looked deflated.
Oh.
He looked terrible.
Did you see his look on his face? There was a play. Ty Jones came off of a little high pick and roll, and no one guarded Ty Jones. It was a red carpet to a layup.
Jordan Poole and DiVincenzo.
What was that?
So,
Bonte, what was that?
I don't look at plus minus too much. I don't. But now I see minus 33 next to somebody's name, I say, damn.
And he played 22 minutes with Curry.
And he scored 22. Got to the free throw line.
His feel for what's going on right now in the half court. So it's so bad. So I can't defend JP anymore. I just can't be. I love the guy.
I'm exasperated. I swear to God I am. Because, dude, all right, so there's just so much going on here. 7 straight first quarters.
Oh, they gave up 50.
They gave up 48 points yesterday. That's not easy to do. 50. They gave up 48 points in the first quarter. All right. So the last 7 first quarters, the point differential for the Golden State Warriors have been at minus 12. On average. On average.
So they have a 12-point hole.
On average, the last 7 first quarters, they have a 12-point hole. They're shooting 27% from 3.
What do you make of that?
This is their second 8-game 8-game road losing streak.
And
just think about it.
That's
won a
their
road game.
second 8-game.
Second 8-game road losing streak.
Is this 2002 when they won 19 games?
I mean, what else you want to know? What else you want to know? They haven't won a road game.
Here's what I want to know.
Since January 30th.
When is Wiggins coming back? Like, that's what I want to know. Well, there's so many things I want to know. Like, I'm seeing Clay and Steph be. I don't want to make too much of body language. I'm not here to do that. But I'm looking at the face of Steph and Clay on the bench late in that game last night. I'm thinking, what is going through their minds? Because PBJ played. That's the other thing. And I'm just going to start here. I swear to God, I don't care if PBJ misses his next 10,000 shots. I want him to play over Iggy the rest of the year. I don't want to see Iggy at all. I'm sorry. I don't care what he's done in the past. His fast hands. He can't hit the right side of a barn.
1 of 6 from 3.
We're done. I'm done. We're done. The experiment's over.
But
we're done. It's over.
Excuse me. He was 0 of 3 from 3. Iguodala. He was wide open.
No, he was 3 of 3. He hit backboard and no rim 3 times.
I want Iguodala.
I mean, that's almost impossible.
Well, Patrick Baldwin Jr., God bless his soul. Dunk it. Lay it up. Again.
Ty Jerome, too. Take a layup. Take the layup.
Look at the road trip. The balance of the offense. 45 of their 82 shots came from the three-point line. They're living and dying by the three-pointer. 45 of their 82 shots. Steve Kerr. Hey, Steve Kerr, talk to me. Talk to me. What about the small ball lineup? What made you go small?
We've gotten off to bad starts, 6, 7 straight games. So we were looking for a little daylight, early in the game. Memphis is a good defensive team. So we wanted to spread them out and hopefully get some good shots early. We didn't do that. We were impatient early and we took some really tough, quick shots. I didn't think we got organized well enough. So I think in hindsight, probably got a little too cute with that. But, we are where we are. We're searching a little bit on the road and took a gamble with that, and it didn't pay off.
Searching a little bit on the road. Dog, you're the Revenant. You're the very end Leonardo DiCaprio. You're malnourished. The bear attacked you. You've been wandering in the woods for weeks on end. I mean, like, what is he? What? We're a little lost on the road. Kerr? What?
All right, Tamir in Oakland. This is the callers. I'm at a loss of words today. I'm going to let everybody else speak. Because I'm soul searching my goddamn self.
They're the Donner Party at this point. They're eating each other. What are we talking about?
I'm soul searching.
We're a little lost on the road.
I'm soul searching.
A little lost is I missed a freeway exit. You know what I mean? We're 2 blocks away. Where is this place?
Listen.
The Warriors are in the middle of the Mojave Desert and didn't bring a canteen.
Dude,
what are we talking about?
They brought the canteen. That's the problem.
What, filled with Hennessy?
Exactly.
Partying from last year?
Tamir, what's happening?
I was day drinking.
What's happening, Tamir? Talk to me.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just think Joe said it before. This may not be their year, but I have an issue with Kerr. Like, I'm just not understanding. Like, if you watch last night's game, like they made a run or whatever, they come back in the closing of every quarter, he would go back to that small lineup and they would just get blown out, and then they're working back in to get back in the game. And Joe, I'm with you 100%. Iguodala just needs a coach on the sideline because it's not just him. It's you got how you said it, they're living by the three. Yesterday's game, there was multiple possessions. Curry would cut to the basket, break them down, and then kick to Looney, Draymond, Iguodala for a layup. They would just hold the ball, and then the Memphis defense would just suck back down to the three-point.
No one's guarding him, Tamir.
Nobody's guarding him. Brevin Knight was on the radio, I think, for
ex-Stanford player.
Yeah,
I like Brevin Knight.
He does Memphis Grizzlies broadcast. Been doing it for years. He's been doing it for over a decade.
Wow. Him and Arthur Lee and
Arthur Lee, Tim Young.
I was trying to think the big white guy, number 55.
Peter Sauer.
Look at you.
Peter Sauer, number 5.
Look at you flex that Cardinal muscle.
Yeah, Final 14 lost. No, they actually lost to the Sweet 16.
And then the Madsen.
They beat Wake Forest. The Madsen team went to the Final
Four.
Not
Madsen team. Okay, keep going. You're on fire.
But
Brevin Knight.
Yeah, Brevin Knight was basically saying on their broadcast, I don't care what you guys do. Leave Draymond Green open on the three-point line. Leave him open. You got too many guys where you can say that. All right, Iguodala. Hey, guys, leave Iguodala open.
Jaren Jackson was playing free safety. He was so far off of him. He was able, they did exactly what the Warriors have done to other players in the past. Then you call it the Tony Allen, and you're right.
Ryan in St. Louis. Ryan, what's happening?
What's going on? Good morning. Good morning. How y'all fellas doing?
I've had better Fridays.
I've had better weeks.
I feel you, man. Look, listen here. This is what I want to say. The two longest win streaks we had, unfortunately, Steph Curry and Wiggins was on the bench. There was something about the chemistry that was there. Even though they didn't always have great first quarters, they had some type of camaraderie, and they had a focus to also go inside out. It's similar to how the 49ers had to play with Jimmy Garoppolo. They knew they could not turn the ball over. They knew they had to have a good running game and hit the pass when we could. That's what I think we consistently did when Steph wasn't playing the game. There's something about when Steph plays, we feel like we have to jack up every three-pointer there is, and we turn the ball over too much in the regime. And it's finally catching up with us because we do not have the athleticism or the attention to details on defense to come back in these games or to be down so these big point margins.
Yep.
And we got to – what's up?
No, I was just going to say, no, you're on fire. Keep going.
Oh, yeah, and so we got to change that up, man. And Kerr, he's too ups and down, man. He fluctuates too much. His voice is numb. And I would say the same thing with Draymond and Steph. I'm going to put the blame on them two guys because since they've been back, we know our roles are terrible. But we seem to still be like, well, since we won last year or we the champions, and we walk around with this cocky attitude, but we don't have the same team. We don't have the young players with the same mentality, but then also we don't have the vets with the same mentality. You have to lead first by example, and that's taking accountability on the defense end. Make sure we have low turnovers. I bet you any type of money, if we average 14 or below turnovers, and we make sure that we take more field goal attempts in the paint than we do threes, we will probably have a winning road record over the next month and a half with the Golden State Warriors, man.
No doubt. Good call. Good call, Ryan. Thanks for calling out there in St. Louis. Alex in Atlanta, we'll get you on the other side. Where are you at with the Warriors? I mean, Dub Nation. That was embarrassing last night. The worst part about the game is they were down 5 going into the fourth quarter.
I know.
Down 5.
Well, am I a fool for thinking they had a chance?
I just didn't. After the second quarter, I just sat back and just watched and said, I'm not even going to tweet. I'm going to just lay low. I'm going to chill. I don't know what to think. They come back in the second quarter.
Did you DoorDash dinner?
No, I didn't DoorDash dinner. Brought in some dinner.
Nice.
I mean, the last 4 minutes of the second quarter. By that time, I was just done. I was shot. My energy, my emotions. I can't do it, man. I just can't do it.
It was so frustrating. And then after the Warrior game, you get the Kings, and I feel like I'm watching the young Warriors.
Oh, my God.
In terms of joy and pace of play. And
they were having so much fun.
Synergy.
And look,
it's kind of hard to watch.
Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte, last night, 650. Last night was the night Curry realized the magic was gone. You see it all the time in Heroes. At the end of the game, Steph sat on a bench with a towel over his head, and you could see it on his face. He knew. It was almost as if the magic transferred up I-80 to Sacramento. And you see them lighting the beam up. And you see Fox closing games. Somebody asked me yesterday, I had to stop by Molly Stone's. Hey, Bonte.
Bay Hill?
Bay Hill.
I love that Molly Stone's.
Bonte, who do you want to see in the first round? I looked back and said, what? I mean, teams are now lining up to play the Warriors in the first round. You don't think Sacramento wants to play the Warriors?
Everyone does.
You don't think the Denver Nuggets say, yeah, let them be the 8th seed?
Yeah.
You don't think the Suns are saying, we'll sit right here at the 4th spot?
I mean, but Monty, I'm still not convinced. Like, these playing games scare the death out of me. Like, I don't think they can win both. Like, everything's on the table. Bonte, if you told me they ran the table and they somehow got the 6th seed and they avoided it and they ended up winning it all right, I believe that. If you said they lost in the first round in 5-game series, I believe that. I believe anything. I don't know what to make of this team. They're an enigma. They're a lava lamp. One day they look great. The next day, I don't know. I'm losing my mind watching this team. And I love them, and I want them to keep winning.
This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. 888-957-9570. I'm exasperated. Shasky's angry. Spinotti's angry. Lubman he's lost in the sauce. He's pissed off. I don't know. I don't even know if I have the energy to be pissed off. I don't. Is it even worth the energy to be pissed off at this point?
Why do I want it more than them?
Well, no, I don't. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night through March 31st. Enjoy stunning views, refresh rooms, and free breakfast. Book now at thetides.com.
95.7 The Game's new.
he's taken the blame for himself at some points this year on that.
Alex, I want to let you continue. I mean, they had one young guy playing yesterday in Patrick Baldwin Jr., and not a lot. Like, really, all these guys need Kerr to quote-unquote motivate them? Isn't Memphis and all the smack talk back and forth, isn't that enough motivation to get up for themselves?
Well, you'd think that. I mean, I would want to believe that. But
yeah,
one of the reasons I bring motivation into this is they play so well at home, and I think what gets you motivated to play well at home is the fact that you have a crowd cheering for you.
Yeah.
When you go on the road, you have to find another motivational voice, and usually that falls on the head coach. But to just finish up for you guys, I really thought about this last night after the game. Steve Kerr looks like a guy who, based on his body language, based on how he's been carrying himself these last couple of months, it seems like this is his last year there. And I know he's got 1 year left on his contract, but the reason I say that is because it feels like the message that he's been so good at getting across to his rosters during his coaching tenure there just isn't resonating this year.
Yep.
And when your message isn't working anymore, you're starting to lose the locker room. And when you lose the locker room, you don't have a job as a head coach in any sport at any level.
That's very interesting, Alex. I want to get to that on the other side.
Yeah.
Whether or not he's lost the locker room. Let's take him to school real quick. We'll get to that on the other side. That's a really good point by Alex, because I'm with them. I'm not angry. I'm exasperated. I'm disappointed. They should need motivation. Play hard. But maybe, just maybe, they're just not that good.
Well,
maybe they're just not that good.
I think there's a combination of things happening here. I dramatically overrated the roster. You know what? Do Kerr's Corner and let's talk about this.
It's time for Taking Them to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Make connections that count at EVC. Steph Curry, he's been looking good since he's been back after missing 11 games.
Curry hustles to the rebound. Right in front of the Grizzly bench. Takes it across midcourt. Curry waiting. Left-hand dribble drive. Goes all the way and gets to the right side and scores!
Boy, he can find a little crease, can't he?
My goodness. He went by 3 defenders on the same play.
29 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 10 of 19 from the floor, 4 of 8. From the three-point line, I was taking up to school, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College. Make connections that count at EVC 888-957-9570. What's the most disappointing aspect of the season? Frustrating part? It is just a rivalry between the Memphis Grizzlies.
So, okay, heading into the year, I really thought this was going to be one of their deepest teams. I legitimately thought that.
I thought it was the most loaded roster.
And I was wrong. I was like way wrong. Okay, like none of the youngsters are even remotely close to taking any of the. They can't even take a crawl, let alone the step that we wanted them to.
One of the youngsters is dropping double doubles in Detroit.
Chuck didn't even know that, by the way, at halftime. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I watched halftime.
Yeah, and then Ernie's like, he got shipped to Detroit.
Right.
I'm like, of course, Chuck doesn't know that.
So the three young guys, Moody is in Santa Cruz.
Charles Barkley.
Wiseman is in Detroit, dropping double doubles. You hear what my Dwayne Casey said after the game?
No.
He said Wiseman has come to Detroit with a chip on his shoulder.
Good for him. I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for him. I admit it out loud. But I overrated the roster heading in. Now the Steve Kerr thing is fascinating to me because Steve's a great coach. I do think he's had a bad year, right? I don't think that the roster's been great, and I think he has not made the most of the roster he's been dealt with. Both are true. I don't think the roster's good. I don't think he's great. Here's something I was thinking about with Phil Jackson the other day, and I threw this out to everybody. Like, I think Phil is one of the greatest at like finding a way to connect with each individual guy and treat them different, but also get it to all work within the unity of the team. And he's not perfect. He's got mistakes on his resume. But there's something about his tenure. He was with the Bulls from 89 to 98. And at the end, he was exhausted.
Was it that long?
That's what it says right here. 89 to 98. That's what it says right here with the Chicago Bulls. All right? He was an assistant 87, 89. Then
Phil Jackson. My bad. That's Steve Kerr. My fault.
And that's right.
Phil Jackson. Yeah.
And then he takes some time away, right? Comes back and goes 99 to 2004 with the Lakers. Mm-hmm. Takes some time away, comes back 2005 to 2011. I do think there's something there to taking a step back and like you recalibrating, you allowing the team to breathe, and then you coming back to a different roster at a different point in time. I don't know. I do think there's something there.
I want to get to that on the other side about Steve Kerr, what Alex and Atlanta said, because the 1 year left on the deal. And I know Steve Kerr's been looking for an extension. It's been quiet. I don't think he's getting this extension.
I don't think he's earned it.
I don't think it's tough to say that.
I know. It sounds absurd.
But I want to get into that on the other side. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Starting Monday, 95.7 The Game's new lineup. The Morning Roast.
unbelievable. Memphis averages 11 made threes a night. They hit 8 in the first quarter, and many of them were open threes. I mean, guys not even close, and Golden State is they're just not ready to play, Jim, and I don't know what to tell you about. They haven't been ready to play in the first quarter of any of these games on the road.
Yeah, turnovers and some fouls, too. I think they shot 16 free throws in the first half. A lot of those came, in the second quarter. But the turnovers, just in a rush, trying too hard to make plays, and instead of just getting organized and trusting each other, trusting the offense.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph, I didn't want to get out of bed this morning, Steph Curry. I'm kind of like Draymond. I didn't want to get out of bed. I didn't want to do this show. Disappointed. I got to talk about this team. Through that first quarter, giving up 48 points, 8 threes. You heard Tim Roy. The Grizzlies average 11 threes per game. The Grizzlies made 9 threes against the LA Lakers Tuesday night. 9. Last night, 18-40. 45%. 50-93 from the floor. 53% shooting. All 5 starters scored in double figures, including Xavier Tillman with 10 and 8. Aldama came off the bench, hit 3 threes. John Chanchar hit a couple threes. He was wide open. Zaire Williams got in on the action. Luke Kennard, forgot he was on the Grizzlies. He hit a couple threes in that first quarter, and he looked good.
I've always liked Luke Kennard off the bench. That was a sneaky little acquisition.
Warriors haven't won a road game since January 30th.
What's today, March?
The day after the Niners got their asses kicked in Philadelphia. They haven't won a road game since.
Almost
8-game road losing streak. Wow. They've got 7 road wins on the season. You think I wanted to get out of bed on March? What's today? March what? March 10th? I didn't want to get out of bed on March 10th.
Bonte, how many road wins did the Niners have this year?
That's a great question.
I'm just asking out loud. I don't even know.
Let's count them. Seattle, the Rams, the Cardinals, Mexico City. That's 3. They beat the Raiders in Vegas. That's 4.
Yeah. They lost in Atlanta. They won in Carolina.
That's 5.
Okay.
Who did they play from the East?
I'm thinking about it.
They played them at home, Washington.
Yeah.
The North. Who did they play in the North? The Bears. They lost. So they have 5 road wins.
So right now,
they have 2 less road wins than the 49ers.
Wow. I don't even know.
Who's frustrated? Who's mad? I am just disappointed. I'm just disappointed. So these last 15 games, I'm done saying whether or not there's going to be a parade down Market Street. I'm done saying it's going to be hard to beat this team in a 7-game series. I'm done with all that. The panic meter is broken. And I'm not even going to panic anymore. I'm going to just shove it into storage. We're going to take it game by game. They're 34-33. What else do you want me to say?
Well, here's the thing. I don't even want to look at the game coming up because it's
Milwaukee. You know what Milwaukee has done?
I mean, they're on fire.
All they've done is win 19 of their last 20 games.
Yeah, 19.
And then Monday you get the Phoenix Suns. And then Wednesday you go back down to L.A. to play the Clippers. And then next Friday you're in Atlanta and you got to deal with the Hawks, Quinn Snyder, Trae Young, Magic City, Lemon Pepper Lou Wings. You know that's going to be a problem. And then you go back to Memphis next Saturday.
You think we'll be up for that one?
I don't even know when they're going to win again. I have no idea when they're going to win again.
So how many games left on the schedule?
15.
Do you see 7 wins on there? Because right now there are 2 games above 500, right?
Yep, 1 game.
1 game. Okay, 1 game.
There were 4 games up on 5, and then they just lost 3 straight.
Okay, so
another winless road trip.
So if they win 7, they would end up being exactly 500.
They would be, if they win 7, yes. They would be 41-41.
Okay, I want you to be just
so
hypothetically.
All right, hold on.
Are there 7 wins on this schedule?
Let's look at it. Milwaukee.
No.
Phoenix.
Well, who knows? You know, maybe Milwaukee, like you said last night on the thing. What'd you say?
Right. They won last year on a Saturday night against Milwaukee.
No, but you were talking about Giannis maybe taking a.
PTO.
Yeah.
Please take a PTO.
I love the way you put that. PTO.
I think I was in my bag last night.
You were. Your professionalism was incredible last night.
God.
I wanted to hug you. You needed a hug through the TV.
Phoenix on Monday. They haven't beat the Suns all year. Devin Booker hasn't forgotten what Klay Thompson said. 4 rings. Clippers in L.A. Wednesday night. Atlanta, Memphis, at Houston. That's a win. Should be. Did play the Dallas Mavericks on a Wednesday, ESPN. In Dallas. Then you come back home, you play Philadelphia. They're hot. You play Minnesota. Then you play New Orleans. You got San Antonio. Then you're at Denver. Then you play OKC. You got to end the season in Sacramento and Portland. I don't know if there's 7 wins. Honestly, don't.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I mean, look, I know everyone's going to be like, oh, you guys are all over the place. Like, dude, watch the team. One day they look amazing.
The team is all over the place.
That's what I'm saying. Like
the Golden State Warriors this season, sorry to cut you off, Shasky, they're all over the place.
That's my point.
How the hell am I supposed to be level-headed?
But that's my point. Like, as I'm monitoring them on a daily basis, it's extreme highs and lows. I mean, they're the global warming team. Like, that's literally who they are. So I'm looking at it this way. Listen to what I'm saying. Do not jump to conclusions. Hear me out. Steph Curry is amazing. He's unbelievable. We all agree. He's one of the greatest players ever. All right? The way he plays is so unique. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not blaming him for anything. I'm just saying, I'm looking at this and I'm saying there's got to be an adjustment on some end. The Warriors cannot run all their offense through Steph Curry all the time. He just can't carry the load like that anymore. He's been hurt multiple times this season, and you could say, Joe, it's an outlier. No, if you look at the game logs, he's trending toward a 55 to 65 a game year player now, and he's older. I expect that. So you need to lighten his load during the regular season. In the playoffs, can things change? Absolutely. You cannot cater the entire roster to just what Steph Curry does. He needs to meet a little. I'm not saying that you can't keep playing that way. A little. Klay cannot go through these stretches where something's beat.
Klay was awful in the first half.
I agree, but he's not been good since Curry came back.
No, he's been solid. He's been okay. He was good at OKC.
It feels like your turn, my turn. I feel a lot of your turn. And maybe
Steph Curry.
Jordan Poole. I know what I'm saying.
Tell Michael Jordan, hey, scale it back.
No, not scale it back. Not scale it back.
You're going to tell Kobe Bryant that?
No, I'm saying there needs to be some offensive adjustments where you're running the stuff that he does well, but you've also got to run other things to get these other guys playing well.
To me, the offense isn't the problem.
Well, yes, defense is absolutely.
How about you stay in front of your guy? You gave him 48 points in the first quarter.
But Bonzi,
and that leads me to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's got a year left on the deal. I've been all over this. I think he's a great coach. This year, he's not been great. I don't even know if he's been good. I'm seeing Wiseman grab a double-double in Detroit. Plus 10 or whatever he was yesterday. He's happy. He's got a chip on his shoulder. Moses Moody has lost all his confidence. Kuminga's in and out the lineup. Steve Kerr has not been good this year. And I wonder if his message has fallen on deaf ears.
I think it's that, and I also think that they're predictable offense. Like right now, Bonte, when I see Kevon Looney and Draymond Green off ball, what do I think they're going to do? Do I think they're going to cut to the basket, or do I think they're going to set a screen so that Curry can come off a screen? Like, I'm just asking.
That's what they do.
But that's
what they do. Who would you rather have shooting, though?
No. That's my point. They've catered everything, and I'm not saying you don't cater the majority of things to Steph Curry. What I'm saying is there's got to be a slight adjustment in roster assembly and style of play.
I think you just go back to the starting lineup.
What do you mean?
Go back to Curry, Klay. Once Wiggins comes back, if he comes back,
where is
Looney and Draymond, and you go with that 5, and you run your offense.
Yes, I'm with you. And DiVincenzo, go back to the bench, and not because I don't love DiVincenzo, because he needs to go back to the bench, and Poole back to the bench.
Yeah, well,
Poole's been a huge disappointment. There's no other way around it.
We're gonna have a conversation in the all season about Jordan Poole.
That's yes.
I don't know, Shasky. I again, the word I'm using today. I am disappointed. They weren't even trying on defense. It's just simple blow-bys.
Who's that on?
It's on Kerr. It's on Kenny Atkinson.
Why do we keep going to the coach when it's a veteran-laden team?
Well, you know what? It's on the players.
Yeah, okay.
Let's put it on the players.
Because I hear you on style of play, rotations. I don't love them, but we do this thing in sports. We go right to the coach. What about the guys? Yesterday, only PBJ and Ty Jerome were the only 2 guys that don't have experience.
Well. Here's why some of it's on the coach.
Okay.
You try out that lineup out there, you put yourself in the hole.
No, the four guard lineup was, but that's people wanted to pick up, Pat Beverly. I'm like, what are we going to play an all guard lineup?
Yeah, Let's go to our boy SFA drummer in Houston. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, Shacky, and what's going on, Bronte?
What's up, baby?
I think it's still hope. Like, how I just imagine it, man, it's like we got one more shot, and it's going to be like end game. We in the end game right now.
Right.
And, like, when Wiggins and GPT show back up, it's going to be like, on your left. And I think they're going to really just ride it out and finish it strong, and then we got to break it up because it's just not it.
Right, yeah.
Not it no more.
Yeah, you know what? Good calls, SF Bay drummer. It just may not be it no more. And again, how can you not go back to training camp? And everything has been off-kilter since. Those are the facts.
What do you say when someone says, like, stop bringing that up? Because I hear that a lot from others, and I'm like, no, I think it's part of it's in the gumbo pot, right?
There's NBA players who tell you that when something like that happens, it's going to linger.
Yeah.
Jalen Rose told us that at the beginning of the season. You just don't get over something like that. And whatever chemistry issues, you get off to the slow start, the youngsters were blamed. Remember that? They got off to a 3-7 start. And Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga were blamed for that. Oh, Steve Kerr's got to play the youngsters. This is Uncle Joe Lacob's fault. Joe Lacob, it's his fault, blah, 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 blah. I mean, everything, doesn't it feel like that? The vibes has always been off this year.
It's been very weird. There's no other way around it. Very, very, very weird. And it feels like at every single chance that the Warriors feel like they're going to get their footing, they take 3 steps back. I mean, like, Kuminga getting hurt in warmups yesterday was a microcosm of the entire season. We didn't even get to the game, and he got hurt in warmups or whatever that is. I don't know. Was that what they call it?
Individual work.
Yeah.
So every player before the game, they put it on the whiteboard.
Yeah.
Say the game starts at 4:30 or 7 o'clock. Kuminga 4:30, 15-minute warm-up.
Gotcha.
Poole 4:45, Looney 4:45.
So they have designated
times.
Gotcha. And then I'm assuming there's designated personnel that work with that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Bruce Frazier works with Stephen Curry.
Gotcha.
Works with Klay Thompson. Who works with Jordan Poole? Oh, Michael Thompson. Klay Thompson's brother.
Okay.
Who works with Looney? Hilton Armstrong, one of the bigs.
Oh, yeah. Remember him? Yeah, Hilton Armstrong. Wow.
From UConn. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's a name I hadn't heard in so long.
He's on the staff. So
yeah, Hilton Armstrong. Wow.
Just a freak injury.
But like, and then you guys had great video of it, and you're replaying it before the games got to start, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me, because I'm folding laundry and I'm running around, and the rain is just coming down nonstop. Speaking of which, B, I know the people out there are going to say, Joe, the drought, the this, the that, the that.
Oh, the rain's driving me crazy.
The rain is making me more depressed. I think I'm more frustrated with the Warriors because of the rain situation, because I can't even go outside at all. I'm so done with the rain. It's rained for like 3 months straight.
No doubt. But
God, Kuminga gets hurt before the game even starts. How?
That segment was sponsored by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Jonathan and Hayward. Jonathan, what's happening?
Hey, guys. So I've been trying to think about, as this free fall has been going on, what I can relate it to. And I'm immediately thinking, where have I seen this before? And it's the 2007 Miami Heat after they won their first championship. Warriors, of course, won their ring night game, but of course, the Heat lost by 42. Dwayne Wade got hurt
to the Bulls,
right? Year, and they were just never the same. Yeah, to the Bulls.
Yep.
You could talk to Darrell Wright definitely about it, Bonte. But yeah, it just has that same feeling. The lack of desire, the sense of urgency is just not there, and I've seen that throughout this. And I'm thinking about, I'm going to see you one last time. I've got my last game coming up with the Sixers on the 24th. Even if I lose that game, I'm going to have a winning season. The only game I lost was the Heat game. I'm 4-1. So even my record makes no sense compared to the actual season this team has had.
Can we take you on the road?
Yeah, seriously. I think I would do better other than in Miami. I do a lot better with this team.
Yeah.
It makes absolutely no sense, and I'm dumbfounded. Miami's having the same struggles. It's like they both had such great years last year, and now they're dangling in front of the play-in tournament.
Yeah. You know what? I heard a caller earlier reference, I think it was Alex in Atlanta. He compared Jordan Poole to D'Angelo Russell. Now I can't unsee it.
Right. I mean, Jordan Poole?
I can't unsee that.
I mean, he looked shook yesterday in the first half.
Ponte, what was he trying to do with the dribbling? I'm like, I've been a big defender of the guy.
But he was also hesitating from the three-point line.
Horrible.
Look, he hasn't shot the three well at all. He was shook. He's borderline unplayable.
Speak on it.
And they just gave him $120+ million.
You want to talk about an asset that's depreciating? I mean, and then what is going on? Like the Wiggins thing. I have never felt like a team has missed a player. Like even when Steph's out, it's like, all right, it's bad. It's been bad, but they've somehow weathered the storm. The Wiggins thing. Like, it's so evident how much athleticism and defense they lack when he's not on the floor.
Yeah, it's weird.
And it ruins their second lineup because he'll come in with Poole at times, and they'll play together. And, like, I don't even know. I don't even know, B.
It's just another weird quirk into a weird season. Again, I don't even have, after last night, I just don't even have the energy.
Is this the only way it can go down for people to shed one of the core guys? Like if Draymond, let's say they had a great year this year and Draymond wants to leave, I think there'd be a lot of people not ready to do that.
If you're in championship contention,
yes.
If you're going to a championship, yes, absolutely.
Because like to me, the way this season is trending feels like, all right, now the majority of the fans could say, we do need a little bit of a reset here.
I don't know what else to say over these next 15 games. Just got to see it. The talking. We'll get to Draymond Green.
Did you hear Kevin Harlan? Was it Kevin Harlan? Who was doing the TNT broadcast?
Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller.
When he said, they're talking about his podcast. Right. When Dylan Brooks and Draymond got together, I said, that was one of the great lines of all time.
You know what? Dylan Brooks is a scrub. He's trash, dude. He sucks.
He hit the 1-3.
He hit 1-3. It was bouncing up and down.
Oh, my God.
He's 1-7.
I can't stand him.
And TNT decides to interview that guy. And
he says, when you're done with the mic, why don't you give it to Draymond? That's what he said at the end of the interview.
Well, you see what he said after the game.
Oh, at the podium?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Well,
I was watching your show with the podium.
Well, I didn't see it either. But basically said this. Was asked if this was satisfying. He goes, no, not yet. We want to see them in the playoffs.
Oh, my God.
Dylan Brooks. You don't want to see the Warriors in the playoffs.
I hate this team. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Like I know people. You could say it's not a rivalry. I hate the Memphis Grizzlies.
No surprise, but Dylan Brooks has plenty to say about Draymond Green. Basically said, "Yeah, I just know I'm a better player than him."
Oh, give me a break.
I just know I'm a better player than him. Then there's another one. Hold on.
I know. He really said, "I know." That's a quote. That's a real quote.
He also said this. He said it was a low blow for Draymond Green to try to put his Grizzlies teammates against him when he made his podcast comments. I ain't out there getting into physical altercations with my teammates.
Wow.
That's from DeMichael Cole.
Wow.
The Memphis commercial.
You don't hate this team now? This ain't a rivalry? To me, it is.
They're a little brother.
I get that part of it, but you could still say they're a rival.
A little brave.
The Dodgers were the big brother to the Giants' little brother forever. I still saw them as a rival.
Memphis is nobody. It's a rivalry with Dylan Brooks.
I don't know. Jaren Jackson, he bugs me too. Ja big time bugs me. I don't like their coach. Like there's a lot.
The Grizzlies are the little brother.
Tyus Jones killed them.
They've won one series.
The
Warriors had 4 banners.
I'm not comparing resumes.
In the last 8 years.
Bonte, I'm not comparing resumes.
They got smoked with home court advantage last year.
I'm not comparing resumes. I'm saying if you don't think that they are a thorn in the side of the Warriors, then you're tripping. The way Steph Curry pointed at him, that felt extra.
Because he needs to shut up.
Well, I know.
Dylan Brooks needs to shut up.
And that's why I hate them.
Anthony Napa, what's happening? What's up? What's up, Anthony?
Hey, good morning, fellas. First of all, happy Friday, even though it sucks. So I had a couple of points I want to get straight to them. So Alex in Atlanta raised a really good point when he was talking about Steve Kerr and his voice just not having the same, just not, hitting the same. And I kind of want to remind people, coaches have a shelf life.
Yep.
Like, even the best ones, they have a shelf life, and at some point, like good things come to an end. And I'm not speaking about our dynasty because we can kind of already see that happening, but just in general, like, do people have a false sense of like security or hope when it comes to like coaches and like they're just going to be here forever? But even if you look at someone like Kyle Shanahan, if he doesn't win the big one eventually, he's going to have to go too, despite his playoff success. At some point, you gotta win it all. So when you think about coaches in general, at some point they have a shelf life. The other thing I kind of wanted to point out was that we are just not athletic enough to deal with these younger teams.
Nope.
And that honestly just comes with age. And I couldn't help but notice that interior defense and scoring is almost non-existent. And I really pointing the finger at Steve Kerr because I know it was a collective kind of like decision to get rid of James Wiseman, but like we got Looney, and I love Looney, but he gets the ball under the hoop and he passes it out instead of going straight up to get the easy two and maybe get into the foul line. I know that that's not really his game, but that was why we kind of brought that. I thought that's why we had someone like James Wiseman to give us that athleticism that we were lacking with Looney. So I don't want to cry over spilled milk because Wise is gone. And like you say, Joe and you, Bonte, I wish him the best. But Steve Kerr and honestly this organization, they failed the youngsters this season.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
I knew we were in trouble when I was like, these JaMychal Green minutes are helping them big time.
And he hit
big threes.
Big shots.
And then he gets the weakest technical I've ever seen in my life. What was that? And then Dylan Brooks comes over after the technical and he's giving it to him like, you're allowing Dylan Brooks? Like, I hate Memphis. I know. I cannot stand the Memphis Grizzlies.
More of your phone calls coming up. 888-957-9570. Is this a rivalry? This is a rivalry. And again, I'm going to do this today because it's doom and gloom. You know I love to use that phrase. It's doom and gloom. It's raining. I'm sick. I didn't want to get out of bed this morning to talk about this damn basketball team. I don't even want to work tomorrow night. I'm tired. I am tired.
JMG was the savior of last night's game for a minute.
Tired. I'm exhausted.
That's where we're at.
Same thing we keep talking about with this damn basketball team. It's the same damn thing. Anybody out there got some faith in this team? That's what I want to know. Anybody believe in this team? We'll be back on the roast.
Day-Day!
95.7 The Game's new lineup.
You have to, like, one team has to win, and then another team has to win. Like, that's what creates a rivalry. Not because one team gets up for you and talk like they can beat you and then not. That doesn't create a rivalry. Rivalries are created by you win, I win. And clearly, we won 4 times, and I think their organization has 0 championships. So I can't consider that a rivalry.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond Green, is it a rivalry? Is it not? Brina on Twitter. Totally agree with Butcher Boy, Bonte. Memphis is now a rival. When the smack talk has gone both ways, it's now on and popping until it's not.
Yeah, I don't think
There's more of a rivalry between Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks.
Oh, that is absolute. But I also Klay Thompson, they won the championship, and Klay is referencing tweets from Jaren Jackson, like going out of his way. So
wait, last night?
No, he did it after when they won the championship. To me, like, and I don't think
because Jaren Jackson tweeted straight the numbers.
Yes. But, like, to me, okay, and you could view it different. I believe rivalries are forged in the playoffs. That's number one. Number two, I don't think you have to be quote-unquote equals when it comes to resume or record head-to-head.
I hear you.
Like, right, like Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns are rivals with other people in that AFC North, and they never win anything.
Right.
They never win anything. But, like, I use the Red Sox and Yankees as an example, and your point on divisions makes a difference.
Yeah, I think the Ravens.
But the NBA doesn't have divisions.
Yeah, the Ravens, the Steelers, and the Bengals. I think they just kind of looked down at the Browns.
No, I know, but
like, you're the Browns.
For sure, but why does Pittsburgh always lose in Cleveland to them? You know what I mean? Like their record.
Always.
Well, that was like their one win of the year for many years. Like they would actually play really tough against Pittsburgh. So I don't know. Like the Red Sox and Yankees. Red Sox never beat them ever. Like ever. And then finally,
and the Yankees looked at them as little brothers. Like, yeah, we're just going to continue to dominate you.
Yeah, but that was still a rivalry. Right. That was still a huge rivalry. The Dodgers had all the World Series championships.
I wonder if the Yankee fans looked down at. I mean, yes, it's a rivalry. I'm not disagreeing with that. But in terms of like, yeah, these guys, we got them.
There's always going to be someone with the upper hand. It's never going to be an equal match. And that's kind of where I'm going with this. Like
don't you think the Cleveland Cavaliers, that was a rivalry, right?
With LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers, yes, absolutely.
Absolutely bitter rivals.
And the Warriors got the best of that by far.
Houston, rivalry.
Yeah. Especially because of Harden, right, too. And I think the NBA...
And Daryl Morey, don't forget about him.
No doubt. And 100% correct. And I think the NBA, unique to the other sports... Not only do you hate the team, you hate singular players. And I feel like Dylan Brooks is the singular player which represents the entire Memphis Grizzlies organization. And we have a rivalry with him, and hence I hate all of them.
I just think the Grizzlies are their little brothers. They've done nothing. They want it to be a rivalry. The Grizzlies want it to be a rivalry. They've been hyping this thing up. And the OG Warriors are like, dude, come on, man. Like, you haven't seen us. Like,
well, that's true. Come on. But one day the little brother grows up and knocks out the older brother.
Is that this year?
And that's a wake-up call.
But the Warriors have beat them twice this year already.
No
They're
doubt.
2-1 against the Grizzlies.
Last year they were 3-1 in the regular season.
The Grizzlies
were 3-1. Right. Okay, so like, and I know regular season doesn't mean anything, and blah 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 blah. But these are different chapters of the rivalry. Like, I do think it's a rivalry. I absolutely do. Because like, hey, B,
I'm not going to disagree with that.
If you're a Warrior fan and you didn't get hyped up after Draymond drops a double platinum diss track on Dylan Brooks, like, I'm sorry, I was really looking forward to that game.
It was funny. But let me ask you this, because yesterday wasn't appropriate. And I haven't listened to the entire podcast. Did Draymond Green address him walking off the floor at the end of the first half with Jordan Poole? Did he address that? Because you know what yesterday did? You know what that hit him up did? Is it covered up the fact that he quit on the play.
Wow, that's a good point.
And we all drunk the Kool-Aid.
I didn't even think
We all drunk the Kool-Aid. Now, I wasn't going to bring it up yesterday.
No, that
wasn't appropriate.
You know what, B?
Wasn't appropriate.
I hadn't even considered that.
So I don't know if he addressed it on the podcast. But he basically, he ethered Dylan Brooks, and it was cool. That was fine.
Yeah, but Dylan got the last laugh yesterday. For yesterday's battle.
And they'll see him again next Saturday.
Oh, God, I can't wait. Like, and here's the thing. Like, if I saw a Grizzly fan walking down the street, I don't think I'd be like, get all up in their grill. But, like, when I watch that team on my television, I hate them. I want them to lose every game.
Oh, well, they will lose.
And maybe that's me being petty. I don't know.
Well, they will lose. That's the thing. They will lose.
I did the same thing when I watched the Rockets and the Clippers before the Rockets. When I hated Lob City, I couldn't stand Chris Paul. And you know what?
Right.
The Warriors at the time were the little brothers.
They were the little brothers.
They lost in the playoffs to the Clippers. And I hated the Clippers.
They were the little brothers. Right now, the Grizzlies are the little brothers. They are. They could be the 2 seed. They could be the top seed. The Warriors are in their domes. They are.
I hate losing the way they did yesterday. Just put up a better fight.
Like Brooks was talking that talk.
Oh, God, I can't. But he
was 6-15.
I know.
He was 1-7.
But they won.
He wasn't good.
And then he's guarding.
You know why they won?
He's guarding Curry full court. I was like, I wanted someone to just set the big screen
Curry cooked him. Curry, he can't guard Curry. All right. The reason why the Warriors lost, Tyus Jones. 22 points, 11 assists.
He was incredible. He looked like
Desmond
Isaiah
Bane.
Thomas, Monte. He got into the lane with the floater.
Yeah.
He was sick.
Desmond Bane, 21.6 assists. Jerry Jackson Jr., played a control basketball game. 9 rebounds, 21 points. That's why they lost.
Yeah, and he was out of foul trouble. When the Warriors beat them, they get him in foul trouble.
Dillon Brooks a joke.
And then who were these other 2 randos hitting threes?
Chanchar and Aldama.
I was like, what?
Pushed around. Here's what Draymond Green, he was asked if he thinks Brooks was extra motivated tonight.
I don't know. You have to ask him. I'm not sure what motivates him. I know playing against us motivates him, so that's where he was extra motivated, but played the way he plays, I think. Unless you saw something special that I didn't. Yeah, me either.
Is it a rivalry, Draymond Green?
Draymond, obviously, this, I guess, called a rivalry now, has obviously been heated on both.
It's not called a rivalry.
What's that now?
This a rivalry?
You want to call it that or no?
I mean, if you want to call it that, but I would disagree.
All right, well, where you want to call it, I guess, like.
It's a basketball game.
No worries.
Ask if they were fired up.
The guy's so scared asking the question.
No, it's expected. Team's been getting up for us for years. It's what happens when you win a lot. So they'll keep getting up in a major way for us.
On Dillon Brooks, whether or not he gets baited.
He thought he would bait me like he gets baited. I get technical fouls when I want to get a technical foul. I don't get baited into technical fouls. So I think that's probably the difference in between me and him. If I do that to him, it'd be a double tech because he'd respond. But it's not a double tech because I didn't respond. So one of us are baitable, one of us aren't. And that's just kind of how it goes.
And the last one.
This guy, he doesn't even believe the words coming out of his mouth.
He believes it.
I can control myself. I get texts when I want them.
One thing I know about Draymond Green, he believes it. He believes it.
Yeah, that's called
he believes what he's
delusion.
saying. Yeah, well, you know what? I love Day-Day, and he's got a little delusion.
I do love Day-Day, but he's delusional.
All right, here's the other quote.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
Bonte, I'm sorry. You could feel different. After that game and the last 48 hours, his press conference demeanor was driving me crazy. I couldn't believe the level of dismissive that he was. I'm not saying you got to sit here and praise the other team. I'm not saying any of those things. Read the room. Like, Draymond, you went out of your way on your pod to destroy this guy.
Well, because Dillon Brooks tried to destroy him in an ESPN article. Let's be real.
Both are true.
Dillon Brooks opened his can to whoop ass.
But when they win the way they did, you got to kind of wear it a little. And you got to, I'm not saying you got to be humble, but I'm saying you cannot come in here and the next day be like, March games don't matter.
Draymond just responded. They wrote an ESPN feature on Dillon Brooks. Must be slow times at ESPN.com if you're doing feature stories on Dillon Brooks. All right? So you're doing feature stories on Dillon Brooks, and Dillon Brooks goes out of his way to talk about the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors aren't thinking about the Memphis Grizzlies.
No, they are.
Hell, I think they are. No, I think, you know what? They are thinking about them. You know why? They're doing, okay, we could be 41-41 if we are the 7th seed.
They're
or
not
the 8th
that
seed.
diabolical.
They want to play
They're not
Memphis.
pinky in the brain.
They would cherish playing Memphis. That's basically a first-round bye for the Warriors. Out of all the matchups, Denver, the Clippers, Phoenix, Sacramento, I bet you there's about 5 teams lined up to play the Memphis Grizzlies.
How many people in the country, if we took non-Warrior, non-Grizzly fans, if we took the temperature of everyone, do you think people were happy Dillon Brooks did that to Draymond Green yesterday? Or do you think people are like, these two deserve each other?
I mean, Dillon Brooks got punked.
How did he get punked?
He allowed Draymond Green to put his hand in his face.
What are you talking
about? And the ball in the elbow. Draymond's elbow was all in his grill.
Let's play the play. Let's play the play.
It was all in his grill. Look at the picture.
I thought Dre looked ridiculous. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous.
He didn't do anything.
For Bane and now another steal. Brooks by Green puts it up and in. Oh, they're talking. They're discussing the podcast. Green won't have any of it, and Brooks wants to try to light the fire. A 17-4 Memphis Grizzly run.
I mean, Brooks went out like a sucker. He had Draymond's hand was all in his face.
You interpret it that way.
Look at the photo. By the way, we have a poll question up on the Morning Roast right now. Are the Warriors and Grizzlies rivals? Let us know. Right now, there's, as of 18 minutes ago, 79% say no, they aren't rivals.
I thought Brooks won. Maybe I'm tripping. Like,
look at the point.
I thought he won. I don't know.
Look at the photos. All right, I'm gonna go look at Worldwide Rob right now. I'm looking at the photo. I'm gonna look at the photo. Draymond Green has the ball in his hand in Dylan Brooks' face.
I think the two of them were absurd.
I mean, like, look,
I just was like, this is absurd. It turned into WWE. But, like, they won the game, B. Like, they won the game going away.
But Draymond put his arm, elbow, all in Dylan Brooks' face. Like, yo, you ain't going to bait me, and I'm going to get personal. And I'm going to put all my... Dude, if I did that to you on a basketball court... If I did that to you on a basketball court, you would swing on me.
Well, if I was Draymond in that situation, I thought he was going to swing on. I thought he was going to swing. Have to. And I don't want to condone violence.
Dylan Brooks should have swung on Draymond Green.
See, I
Draymond
thought
Green's elbow was all in Dylan Brooks' grill.
I didn't interpret it that way. I mean, I interpreted he got the layup he nails the layup in Draymond's face and was just giving him the business. And at that point, again, people can disagree with me. I was ready to give Draymond the pass, like, just get the technique right. Just get it right now. Right now on that guy, in this situation, in this game, just get it. I'll allow it. I'm okay with it. It would have been a signature way to get that 16 tech. He does suck.
The podcast.
Dylan Brooks is soft.
I didn't think Green punked anyone. I thought the two of them were just being ridiculous.
Let's go to Shay Lafayette. Shay, what's happening? Shay. All right, not ready to go. Coach Vallejo. Coach, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing? We're all suffering here, and I think what anyone says this morning is not wrong. But this Warriors collapse after a championship is sort of like the Rams collapse after the Super Bowl. Now, I think that once you give somebody a rope, they think they're a cowboy, so you know who I'm talking about. But I'm more interested in Clay the last couple of games, Bonte. He has not hustled. He doesn't look happy. He's not enjoying the game out there. And I don't know what's going on with him. But the Warriors, for some reason, they are not hustling out there. And
Coach,
it's just disappointing.
Coach, I'm going to give you a chance right now. Go ahead, lay it on Jordan Poole.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Go ahead, lay it on Jordan Poole.
And Coach, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I repressed you. I want you to go full.
It's 7:30 and 40 seconds. I'll give you a full damn minute to get off on Jordan Poole. You got a minute, Coach.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you. Old saying, you give a player rope, he thinks he's a cowboy sometimes. So now Jordan thinks he's the cowboy. The Warriors gave him the keys to the car. Every advertisement before the beginning of the season, Jordan Poole, Splash Cousin, pool party. You know, they did all that. Shooting contest in Japan with Steph and Clay to see who's the best three-point shooter. You think Steph and Clay called that out? No, that was Jordan Poole. It looks like to me, Clay does not like playing with Jordan Poole. Every team, every player gets to don't get to play through their mistakes. Jordan Poole could lead the league in turnovers and still get to play. So that's my rant. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Coach, the way you accepted the award on the front end, I want to thank everybody. This is my time to shine. You killed it.
It's pretty good. He was ready to go.
Look at
he was ready to go. He brought up Japan in the shooting contest.
I'm not ready for this team.
You know how long ago that was, Japan?
Yeah, that's like one of those, preseason hype stories that we get coming out of training camp. Like all the time, there's always like, Dante DiVincenzo's been working on his left hand finishing around the rim. Look at how much better he is. Ooh, the Rogers brothers, they work out together. Like for the Giants, that Poole shooting one, it feels like 6 lifetimes ago.
Right.
You know why this team's made me so neurotic? I'm not ready for it to be over. I'm just not. I'm not ready for it to be over. And maybe last year was false hope, or maybe it was the end of the parade.
No, it wasn't false hope. You got a championship.
No, I know, but I'm saying thinking that it would sustain for longer.
For 3 to 5 years.
I knew the end was coming at some point, but I don't even know if the end is right now. If you told me they won it all, I'd be like, you know what? Going how this year's going, sure. But if you told me they completely missed out on the playoffs and they're not even in the playing game, I might believe you right now. Like, that's how the wild swings of the pendulum. And I don't think that's me. I think that's everyone.
It's everybody, including me.
I don't want this to end. But boy, does it feel like it's thudding to an end.
This season, you might as well call me Guru and Shasky. Because I've been flip-flopping all over the place.
Bye, sell.
Everything.
Jim Cramer?
Jim Cramer roll up the sleeves.
Timeline.
Roll up the sleeves. I mean, seriously. Bad money. Defensively, they're not going to get better unless they get Wiggins, GP2, and Kuminga. All right?
Kuminga looks like he might be out multiple weeks. I could not believe he got hurt in warm-ups.
At the point of attack defense, they're not getting into guys. Guys are going right by them. They're over-helping. How many times are you going to leave a strong side corner wide open?
Every time.
I mean, Char and Aldama. What's my guy's name?
I don't even know who
Aldama. Santi Aldama. Santi.
They were killing us.
15 points yesterday.
And they got a tech on JMG at the free throw line. How? How do you get a tech at the free throw line? For just like, little hand fighting.
So defensively, when you don't have paint resistance, you don't have any rim protection, your guards are getting blown by, you're a lot older, and then you're chucking up threes left and right. You fell back into the habit of being an unbalanced offense. You're not going to win big-time basketball games. But at the same time, I know in a series, if this team makes adjustments, maybe they can find. Maybe it's wishful thinking. I don't even know anymore, Shasky. I don't know.
Bonte, you can convince me of anything because they've been they're Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Or is it Dr. Hyde?
Jekyll and Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
I got the doctor.
Okay. Listen to the pregame show. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Spadoni. You're me. Like, they're all over the place. They're horrific one night. They look like world beaters the next. Was the 5-game win streak just fake? Was it a mirage? Was it false hope? Was it bad opponents? Because there was no Steph and there was no Iggy.
I mean, you played the Clippers. Portland stinks. Minnesota's a playing team. Houston stinks. New Orleans is free falling like Tom Petty.
Bonte.
I mean, come on.
We're bringing that back next week, by the way. Extended hours. We need to have more promos.
Content.
Yeah, we're bringing that back.
I don't even know. Thank God today ain't 4 hours. Thank God 9 o'clock's going to come. We out the door.
I'm exhausted mentally. I'm mentally fried. I have a hard time getting out of the bed in March, like Draymond.
Hold on.
I mean, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alex in Oakland. It's unbelievable. What the hell?
When I heard that.
Do you want to do shameless shout-outs today?
No.
10 minutes?
When I heard that, I was like.
Do it? You don't want to shout nobody out?
We have not earned the right to shout out. After yesterday, Memphis is all up on us.
Hello?
Yo.
Alex,
what you got?
This rivalry started a few years ago in Jawhead.
Thank you.
When they the year that the Warriors went to the playoffs in the tournament, they beat the Grizzlies the last game of the season. When Jaw walked off that court, he looked like he was about to cry. I told my homeboy, I said, he got it in for the Warriors. He intends on never losing another game to the Warriors. And they beat them in the playoff tournament. That's when this became a rivalry in Jaw's head. So is it a rivalry?
Good call.
Yes.
Thank you.
In Jaw's head.
Good call.
We've seen Jaw's been delusional. In Jaw's head.
It's not a rivalry for Draymond? You don't think it's a rivalry for Draymond?
You heard Draymond Green. Hold on.
Draymond, obviously, this, I guess, called a rivalry now has obviously been heated on both.
It's not called a rivalry.
What's that now?
This a rivalry?
You want to call it that or not?
I mean, if you want to call it that, but I would disagree.
All right. Well, whatever you want to call it, I guess it's
a basketball game.
No worries.
So,
Fonte.
It's not who's that reporter?
His nose is growing like Pinocchio. What are you talking? It's not a rivalry.
It's not a rivalry.
You did a 20-minute diss track on a guy the day before.
Yeah, because he was quoted at ESPN saying Draymond. He called out Draymond Green. So,
with Jay-Z, timeout. With Jay-Z, if it wasn't a rivalry.
Look, Jay-Z's done a wrong. But I'm going to defend my guy here. And I traded Draymond Green.
You don't think
it's
a rivalry for him?
No, hell no.
Really?
Hell no.
You don't make a diss track unless that person bugs you.
He made a diss track because Dylan Brooks went on ESPN.com with this feature story and went out of his way. Think about what Dylan Brooks has done.
If G Leaguer X did something, he wouldn't say anything.
Let me finish. Klay Thompson last year. No, this year. What did Dylan Brooks say before the Christmas game when the Warriors were reeling?
I don't even remember.
Dylan Brooks said, "Oh, I ain't worried about Steph. I got Klay. Klay been doing too much talking."
Okay, that's right.
So he called out Klay. Klay's just minding his business. Klay cooks his ass up on Christmas Day. Fillets him. Medium well done, whatever you want. He fillets Dylan Brooks and then grabbed his cojones right in his face.
Yeah, that felt personal.
All right? Because Dylan Brooks was chirping. So Big Brother had to put Little Brother in his place. ESPN.com last Friday. This big old feature story comes out where only one of his teammates were quoted because his teammates really don't like him. Draymond Green was right about that. Dylan Brooks went out of his way to cut out Draymond Green. He did. So Draymond Green responded. Like Jay-Z, when he did the whole takeover, he ripped Nas.
Yeah, because Nas
was minding his business.
They felt like, real quick, Nas and him, like Jay-Z's talked about, he doesn't rap down. He doesn't go down to people he feels are lesser than him. So if you're some random dude doing mixtapes, he's not going to respond. You get half a bar. But if you're Nas, I will give you a whole song.
So then Nas retaliated. Draymond Green retaliated. And he ethered him.
He did.
And so now everybody wants to give Dylan Brooks a victory lap? He was 0 for 6 from 3. And then he hits 1-3 and he's dancing around the court like he's Reggie Miller or something. Dylan Brooks is a fraud.
I agree.
He's a joke. Nobody's worried about him.
I agree, but I also think
the Warriors, and you know what? The Warriors bet not be worried about them.
No.
Because they can't play defense and they may be in the play-in tournament. They need to look at their own selves and say, hey, can we play defense at the point of attack? I don't think they can.
You really don't think that these guys don't like this guy?
Oh, they don't like him. They think it's a joke.
Isn't that part of a rivalry?
No.
If someone's irrelevant.
This guy's a joke. That's what it is. This guy's a joke.
Okay. Because it feels like their whole team
don't like him,
wants to crush us. They feel, and
of course. The Warriors are the champs.
Yeah.
You heard Draymond Green said. They've done a lot of winning. A lot of winning.
It's 408. Dylan Brooks got in their heads yesterday. You cannot deny that. Do you believe in that? Do you think that's correct?
No. What I think was correct was the Grizzlies scored 48 points in the first quarter. That's what got to their heads. 7 straight games, Warriors, on average, are down by 12 after the first quarter. On average. That's what's getting into their heads. They can't guard anybody. They can't. Klay regressed defensively. Jordan Poole. I mean, God damn. Could he guard you right now?
No. Well, I mean, yes, he can. But, look, nothing is worse than hearing a radio host talk about what they can do to a professional player. No. Jordan Poole wouldn't even allow me to catch the ball. He would deny me. I wouldn't even be able to go anywhere on the court. I'm just trying to be realistic.
Hyperbolic. All right.
I know. I'm trying to be realistic. No, but Jordan Poole.
All right.
Bonte, Jordan Poole can't guard anything right now.
He's a traffic cone.
Yes.
All right.
I just think that I really do think that the Grizzlies are really upsetting the Warriors. And yes, all these things may be true. They're lower than them. The Warriors' resume is undeniable. It is solidified. But if you don't think they're under their skin, I don't know what to say. And Dylan Brooks is a clown. And that's the frustrating part about the whole thing.
Again, here's why Draymond Green doesn't call it a rivalry.
You have to, one team has to win, and then another team has to win. That's what creates a rivalry. Not because one team gets up for you and talk like they can beat you and then not. That doesn't create a rivalry. Rivalries are created by you win, I win. And clearly, we won 4 times, and I think their organization has 0 championships. So I can't consider that a rivalry.
The Warriors are just a bad basketball team right now. They are. They are. They give up back-to-back 40 burgers to OKC and Memphis.
Well, yesterday it was almost 50.
64% from the floor.
That first quarter, I sat down and I was like, all right, here we go. Grizzlies, Warriors.
It was 21-8 before the first time out.
And I was like, what happened?
Warriors didn't even lead in that game.
Then they
went wire to wire.
Did they cut it to 4 or 6?
But the Warriors never led in this basketball game.
No, I'm saying they cut it to 4 or 6. What was it?
4.
4. They cut it to 4. And I started to believe again. And boy, was I wrong.
It's just a mediocre basketball team. Are the Grizzlies a rival? They're a joke. They're a joke.
I don't know what to say.
That team's a joke.
I can't stand them.
Dan.
I'm with Los D on YouTube. I need a sandwich from Roxy's to feel better.
Gambino's run. Who's getting it?
Yeah, Gambino.
Dan and San Leandro. What's happening?
Yeah.
Hey, you guys. I appreciate the pickup. Vontae, first of all, I got to apologize to you. Several weeks ago, I gave you a bleep you because I was pissed off at some of the things you were saying, but you didn't deserve that.
What was I saying?
Sorry about that.
What was I saying, Dan?
Accepted.
I think it was because you repeated something like 4 or 5 times in a row, and I was like, shut the bleep up.
You know what? I probably should have.
Hey, you know what?
I say things 3 to 4 times. I should probably. Yeah.
It's okay. What comes around goes around. We're good.
It's all good.
Anyway, we get emotional, and I'm emotional today because I feel like this team needs us to be like 100% behind them. And when I was talking to your gentleman who picked up, I'm sorry I don't know his name,
producer.
He just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to. I don't know. He just wanted to make sure I should get on. I want everybody to just like when you're what does fan mean? It means fanatic, and if you're fanatical about a team, then you're with them through. And look at the Warriors. We got lots of fans, fanatics who follow them through the worst times in the world. And I just feel like right now we're not, even after all they've given us, we're not giving them the fan part, like the 12th man or the 6th man or whatever you want to call it. We got to be that. As fans, we got to be that. I mean, and I know people show up to Chase Center, and I know that a lot of people stick with it, but it feels like people are falling off. And God, this team has given us so much. Let's just get behind it and push them and be, one of the inspirational forces behind whatever happens this season. Thanks, you guys, for the time. I appreciate it.
All right, Dan. Got a little emotional. It's all good. He apologized. I didn't even remember. So there's a lot of callers or listeners out there who wants me to shut the bleep up. Go look at Steve Berman's article. Apparently, they're telling me to shut the bleep up.
Monte, help me.
All right. Brett settles it. Hi. No shout-outs today. Shasky doesn't want to do it.
What's going on, boys?
Somebody. What's up, Brett?
I'm going to keep it 100. Aaliyah?
What up?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it 100. When Draymond, to me, it's like if you're the king and you're responding to the peasants, it kind of brings down your throne a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And Dylan hasn't done a damn thing. Nothing. Why are we even talking about it? Why are you even trying to talk about March and games in March? What I'd be talking about is how a week ago, every Warriors fan was sitting high and mighty about, here we go. We got Curry coming back.
Sure
was.
Was.
Go to L.A.
Sure was.
And you lose to a LeBron-less, Antonio Russell-less Lakers team. And then you go to OKC and make Josh Giddey look like Magic Johnson. And then you go to Memphis and let them put a 50-burner basically on you in the first quarter. They're not just bad. They're trash. Trash on the road. I mean, let's put the rat on the table. And it's not just JP. It's everybody.
Everybody.
And they have no athleticism.
Everybody.
None.
I mean, I just don't understand. On the eye test, the Warriors aren't checking any boxes.
Totally. They're not playing together. Like I'm not trying to identify Steph Curry and I'm not saying he's the reason. All I'm saying is that Clay was humming. They were going well.
They were.
And Clay felt like he was carrying the offense, but the way that they were playing, the floor game felt more balanced than what I'm seeing right now. I'm not blaming Curry. There's an adjustment that needs to be made when he's back in there, and there'll be another adjustment if and when Wiggins comes back. I get all that. They've got to find a way, and maybe it's just a streak right now where he's a little off, and maybe it would have happened whether Curry returned or not. It feels to me like Clay's not in the rhythm, and he feels disjointed from the offense. And I'm sitting myself. And again, I need more Klay Thompson in my life.
You know what?
That's where we're at.
Klay Thompson, and I can't believe you're there.
But
you know what?
He was playing great.
Not yesterday.
No.
Yesterday,
I agree.
2 of 6 from the field in the first quarter.
He feels like a solo act. Doesn't it feel like a solo act? It's not within the offense.
Clay's not in rhythm right now.
Yes, that's my point.
And maybe it has to do with all these different lineups. Got DiVincenzo starting next to Clay and Steph. First time all season he started next to Clay and Steph. All right, 23 different starting lineup combinations on the season.
It's because everyone's been out.
including last night. I saw that lineup during the pregame show, and, had to be a professional.
So what would you have done? Because Kuminga got hurt in pregame.
I would have just started Looney.
Okay.
Xavier Tillman
Okay.
and Jaren Jackson Jr. Were starting for the Memphis Grizzlies. I would have started Looney last night. I had to get some size in there. Screen setting. Now, think about it. When you go to this 4-guard lineup, who's going to set hard screens for guys to get open? You have Draymond Green, and that's it. Clay wants to come off the ball, come off multiple screens.
Mm-hmm.
DiVincenzo's a solid screener, but he's small.
Yeah.
Through the pool.
And they're
He's
small
okay.
on defense, even though he's a good defender, individually,
and
they're small.
And you got Dylan Brooks, Desmond Bane, physical guys.
Yes.
Very physical. Tyus Jones is a tough little customer. All right? Xavier Tillman he's physical. So you go to the small ball lineup, and I knew. I didn't want to say anything. I said, damn it, this ain't going to work. When we posted it to the 4 starting lineups, and I said, why is he going so small? Why? And this whole thing about, the Warriors always go small. That's their best lineup. When Kevin Durant was here, when Andre Iguodala was in his prime, when Harrison Barnes was here, when Livingston was playing, that was not a small ball lineup.
No, they were long.
Long and athletic.
Yes, it was such a misnomer.
Size matters.
It does matter. And right now, I have none.
Well, and they can't stop the small point guards.
No.
Tyus Jones got any spot he wanted on. He looked like Isaiah Thomas last night.
I mean, the lane was partying like the Red Sea.
Bro, but his little floater, was that floater not money?
Oh, it was money all day.
And then if they did stop him after he dribble drive penetrated, what did he do? Kicked it back out, and they got anything they wanted.
Wide open threes.
Wide open.
Wide open three. Here, I want to play this Tim Roy call right here on another poor first quarter start.
Unbelievable. Memphis averages 11 made threes a night. They hit 8 in the first quarter, and many of them were open threes. I mean, guys not even close, and Golden State they're just not ready to play, Jim, and I don't know what to tell you about. They haven't been ready to play in the first quarter of any of these games on the road.
We went from the Hamptons 5 to the Hamptons Inn.
That's pretty good. You've been working on that one. Who'd you steal that from? You stole that from somebody.
I got stuff in the holster.
You stole that from
Come on,
somebody.
I had to make you smile.
That was good. All right, dude, I'll buy Draymond Green.
We went from Hampton to Hayward.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
Well, when I watch a performance like last night, I had a hard time getting up out my bed trying to do a show. I think I needed a pep talk from Edda today.
Have they won in March?
Yeah, they have.
Okay.
They're 2-3 so far this month.
They're 2-3. I just want to make sure.
The wins are at home, though, so it's easier to get out of bed at home.
I mean, geez Louise. I mean, honestly, B, let me ask you this.
I got out of bed this morning.
I don't want to pick on Ty Jerome and Iggy,
but I went back into bed. I said, I wanted to call in sick. Just lie and say I'm sick. I wanted to lie.
A tree fell on my car.
I have a flat tire.
I shouldn't even joke about that because trees might fall. Apologies.
Don't throw no shade at Hayward either.
Oh, I wasn't trying to.
Stack?
Yeah, don't be throwing shade at
I got my boy
Shout
Kyle
out
lives in
from
Hayward.
the Stack. Shasky
My
knows
boy
that.
Kyle.
Just line up for
Hey, the homie.
Don't do that. Mr. D. Mr. D, what's happening? You're in the roast.
Mr. D.
Yeah, listen. I listen to you guys every morning. This is my first time calling in. This is Mr. D, and I just want to let Joe Shasky know Mr. C from RBL Posse was my nephew.
No way.
So that'll give me a little credit.
No way.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I was just listening to a lesson to be learned yesterday.
Never shout out.
Yeah. I was just listening to a lesson to be learned yesterday. It's one of my favorite albums of all time. And there's a bluebird on my shoulder. Can I kill it?
Bounce to this.
Let's go.
Yeah, there's a lesson to be learned.
Let's go.
So, listen, I got a different take, though. I know we're just getting off the football season. And football season, the home field advantage is huge. But in the NBA, home court advantage, I think, is overrated. Because if you're not the home team, if you don't have the advantage, all you got to do is go on the road and get a split, and you got the advantage. So I think we just need to breathe. The Warriors are not a good team right now. I'll concede that. They're not a good team right now. But that doesn't mean that they get in the series, they can't make adjustments and win.
Agreed.
So I just wanted to put that out there.
Agreed.
You're right.
Call
You're
back
right.
again.
Yeah, all right, Mr. D.
Mr. D, I like that.
Couple news and notes in the NFL. Brock Purdy set for UCL surgery today.
Can this Friday get any better?
He's set for UCL surgery today. Also, the Chronicle has a story up covering Jimmy Garoppolo, the most memorable moments. Chronicle.
Look at your face. Why are you mad at that? You know it's going to get clicks.
You ever do that for Colin Kaepernick?
Well, I mean, come on.
You ever do that for Jeff Garcia?
Nope. Thanks, 40 Water. Didn't see that coming.
The Chronicle, we're really good covering Jimmy Garoppolo, the most memorable moments.
Yep. What's your most memorable Jimmy G? I heard the Raiders are linked to him now.
Dude,
Raider fans, I just want to kind of apologize. Right. If you go from Derek Carr to Jimmy Garoppolo,
oh my God.
I'm sorry. Like, honestly, I apologize.
I actually don't hate it if it's like for the right price. No. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Oh my gosh,
he will. I will guarantee you. I guarantee you, he will look better in Josh McDaniel's system than he ever did with Kyle Shanahan.
For what, 7, 8 games?
Yeah, that won't be hurt. But then Anthony Richardson will take over by then.
Good luck throwing a fade route to Devontae Adams.
Oh my
God. Back shoulder throw.
Oh my God.
Would you rather have seriously, you guys? Jarrett Stidham or Jimmy Garoppolo? Which one did you roll with?
Jarrett Stidham.
Not even close, right?
Jimmy Garoppolo can't make that back shoulder throw. That's all Devontae Adams. He eats off that.
I love Devontae. He's so sick.
So my buddy Joe.
No one looks better
next season too.
No one looks better in a uniform with the helmet on than Devontae.
With the dress
His
coming out
whole
the visor.
look is so sick.
My buddy Joe at NBC Sports Bay Area. He's a diehard Raider fan like you, Spinoni. I was like, man, what's up? Quarterbacks. Because I just don't want Jimmy Garoppolo. He goes, I don't want to pay Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, he was about to have a heart attack, dude. By the way,
I would be more afraid, not to cut you off. I don't want Mac Jones. Please, for the love of God, do not trade for him. That's Mac even worse.
Jones is a Raider.
Where's the Shasky drop? I don't want Mac Jones.
No, my favorite.
Shasky, did you watch the film?
I was just going to say, I need that today.
Did you watch the film, Shasky?
Do you think the Warriors are going to watch the film from yesterday?
Oh, my God. They need to.
Stop, rewind, and pause at that moment when Dylan Brooks and Draymond. That was a time and day. Oh my God, that was when we were at our lowest. You want to talk about going through a losing streak?
Josh,
that was a 19-win season,
dude. I got to shout out my guy from NBC. I'm not going to touch it. So when I do I got to do 2 shout-outs real quick.
Yeah, give it to me.
Uncle Ray Matthews, man. He meant a lot to me. Trying not to get choked up here, but he passed away.
I'm sorry.
And he got me into management at UPS. He really saw something in me. He said, man, you got potential to be a leader, man. Like, be something. Like, step your game up.
Yeah.
He got me into the corporation, taught me the business game, taught me the corporate world. So I got news late last night that he passed away. So I'm going to shout out Uncle Ray. Rest in peace, my man. And then my guy, Josh Prado. Josh Prado over there at NBC.
Yeah.
Works the camera. He's a little Filipino guy from the Excelsior.
Oh,
doesn't say with the 7-tail high, though.
Okay.
I had no idea. He doesn't say more than 5 words.
Okay.
This is his second year working the camera. He's in the studio. He's running around hustling. Goes, Bonte, man, you and Shasky are pretty crazy in the morning. And I go, you listen to the roast? He goes, listen to all 3 hours. The Odyssey app. I had no idea. So then he knows. He goes, so you guys got another hour, huh? He goes, damn, I got to listen to 4 hours now. Man. And he's a big Kings fan. He goes, looks like you guys got a lot to talk about. That's how he talks. So I want to shout out Josh Prado. That's my guy.
Hey.
You never know who's listening.
The Irish and the Filipino have been holding down the Excelsior for many moons.
No doubt.
Other races as well, but my Filipino brothers are out there. Let me tell you.
No doubt.
It's my wife's side of the family.
Let's get to the injury report. Josh is feeling himself, though. He's a big-time Kings fan. He's got the white chocolate, authentic jersey. He's like, yeah, we're lighting the beam, but we got a tough
LTB,
game.
man.
It's like, tough game against the Knicks tonight.
Yeah, there are a lot of Homer Simpson memes coming out now. Warrior fans going into the bushes, coming out as Kings fans.
A lot of them.
We'll just keep that between us.
Yeah. All right, Dubs fans is hoping to see Kevin Durant play at Chase Center, but he's not. He's got a mild sprain. He's going to be reevaluated in 3 weeks. KD, not at Chase Center. It's unbelievable. What a week. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Curse, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping kitchen workers get their lives back for over 40 years. It's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Anthony Slater, he's coming up to talk more about the Dubs.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Friday. It's wet. Drive safely. Good morning to everybody out there. Graveyard shift workers, teachers, students, cops, firefighters, parents. High school state championships this weekend. Shout out to all the participants, especially in Northern California. Archbishop Mitty, girls basketball team, Oakland Tech, girls basketball team, Oakland High, boys basketball team. We got San Domenico, got Half Moon Bay. Probably missing a couple there, but
Jordan Lee from St. Mary's, she scored 47 points in the NorCal D1 championship game.
Damn.
She's part of the JC Kids Select program.
Wow.
She's got scholarships all over the place. I forget exactly where she's going, but I wanted to give her a shout out. 47?
47, that's a lot.
47?
That's crazy. That is crazy. Damn. 47.
I know.
Sheesh. Could have used her last night. Could she play defense?
I'm sure because she's standing in front of her opponent more than Jordan Poole.
Or Klay Thompson. Or Ty Jerome.
The play where they ran a high pick and roll and no one dropped to stay with Ty Jones.
Yeah. It was awful.
I don't even know what happened.
I wonder if Anthony Slater was there at FedEx Forum. Our 95.7 The Game Insider.
Wait, before you go, because now we got food delivered. Thank God. I needed some food.
Yeah.
Right when the game ends, I see a Slater tweet, and you know Slater was ready to pivot. Kings and whoever that with the Knicks are playing, and he sent a tweet out the second the game was over, and I said, like me, he's ready to change the channel.
Slater ain't no dummy. He's about to be covering all those key playoff games. Will he cover a Warrior playoff game? I have no idea. Anthony Slater, what's happening, my man?
What's up, Slates?
Where do you think I was last night? I was at Kings Knicks.
Oh, boy.
I like those gray jerseys that they had.
It's not bad. How was the environment up there at Go to One?
It was great last night. They had the rally towels, and the funniest part, it's hilarious. I've gone to now 2 TNT Kings games this year. It's like their first 2 TNT games since 2018. Like that, they hype the crowd, like show the national audience what we're all about. They're just like, hyping that they're on TNT, which is funny because then you go to a Warriors game and like you have to tell people that the game's on TNT.
Oh my God! Did you see Kenny Caraway from ESPN 1320? Was he trying to hype the fans up?
No, and I hope he doesn't mind me revealing it. But everybody's watching Warriors Grizzlies pregame in the media room, and he was going after Draymond Green a little bit pregame. I think Kings fans are feeling themselves. Let me tell you.
Well, Kenny has never been a Draymond Green fan, and that's outside of the Bay Area bubble. Hell, in the Bay Area bubble, there's not a lot of Draymond Green fans. But what you think of that? Let's start there with your Draymond Green, Dylan Brooks dust up. What's your take on that, Slates?
I think that it was well timed by Draymond to hype the game, right? We haven't had many regular season games, and I'm not obviously Warriors fans were pumped to watch the game regardless yesterday, but I think there was a little bit more national appeal to that game because Draymond, dragged a personal feud into it, and it was on TNT, and he gets a check from TNT also, I don't mind it. I did expect probably a better performance from the Warriors coming off of that. But it did seem to hype Dylan Brooks, and he still had a bad shooting night. What did he finish, like 5 of 14, something like that?
6 of 15, 1 of 7 from 3.
That ain't too bad for Dylan Brooks, right? That's probably an above-average night for him. But he made some defensive plays, and I thought it fueled Memphis, which, I guess in retrospect you can be like, you didn't want to do that. But I don't mind it, really. I mean, to me it's just off-court histrionics and probably adds some juice to a game, like I said, a regular season game that doesn't usually have it, but they didn't really back it up on the court.
Well, yeah, that's kind of my biggest takeaway. And look, it's not the end of the season, all right? And it feels like the sky's falling with every loss because of how jumbled all of the standings are. They're like, whatever, a couple games out of being in the 10th spot, which would put them in the playing game. It would be horrible. But like that game, it's like one of 7 or 8 all year that I expect them to get up for, given all the smack talk and everything that's going on, given that who's out, who's available. I can't believe the performance I saw yesterday. And why should I even be surprised? But, like, honestly, Anthony Slater, like, what? How can I take this team serious? I feel like they don't even take the regular season serious.
Well, so remember, I'm on with you guys last week, and I thought a parade was coming again. But, they go on that 5-0 homestand.
Guilty.
And a lot of that was like really locked in defensive game planning, number one, but also execution, focus. They did the boxing one on Lillard and had that huge second half. They They sagged off Westbrook, and everyone did their assignments well. On that homestand, I believe they had like a 99 defensive rating. It was, you felt like they were flipping the switch, turning the corner from a coaching perspective defensively and from a team perspective, and then boom, they're getting Steph back. And, Steph has turned himself, at least last season, into a very competent defensive player, typically a pretty focused one. So you thought a good road trip was coming, and then defensively it wasn't. I mean, look at these first quarters, 33, 40, and 48 points for the three teams on the road trip in the first quarter. They're down 10. Like, you could just set your watch to like 5 minutes into the game. They're down 10 every game. It's weird. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I was laughing with your producer coming in that, next they're going to beat the Bucks and Suns because it's at home. And if I come on next Tuesday, you guys are going to be like, I think they've solved it. Here they come again. So, I mean, it's what they are this year.
Slater, you know us too well, man. I was feeling it, man. I was drinking the Kool-Aid, and last night happened. I swear to God, I'll admit to Shasky, I tried to beat Slater to the tweet. This is the 7th straight game in which the Warriors had fallen behind by 10-plus points in the first half. I tried to beat Slater to the tweet. He had it in the draft, ready to roll, because we all knew what was happening. First quarter, they're down by an average of 12 points in the last 7 games. I just don't get the slow starts. But also, I don't get what's going on with Jordan Poole right now. Can you explain that one, Anthony Slater? Because he's not playing defense. He's unsure of himself on offense, indecisive. Jordan Poole's lost right now.
Well, quickly on the start yesterday, Kerr criticized himself for it, but the starting lineup choice is odd, right? 3 guards,
so odd.
Thompson at power forward, Draymond at center. They're like posting up Xavier Tillman against DiVincenzo in the first quarter, and I mean that has a lot to do. I just think with yesterday specifically. As far as Poole goes, yeah, I mean it's been a rocky season for him. I mean, we're talking about a high volume, high difficulty 3-point shooter who's below 33% now, I think, from 3, which means that's a considered a kind of a low level 3-point shooter on a high volume. That's not good. He's up there in the top 10 in turnovers per game. Like that's just what the numbers say. The eye test is it's even more ambitious with the 3-point attempts, 3-point jacks at times than it should be. It is sloppier turn. I mean, how about some of those turnovers? The late first half ones, not just him, by the way. Even the one that everyone remembers, this Draymond, Dylan Brooks little scuffle or whatever you want to call it under the hoop. Remember the play that led to that? They just like rolled the ball to Dylan Brooks, basically. Poole is a big part of just the sloppy turnovers. Look, I think it goes back to preseason, right? I mean, it's a topic that gets reminded about plenty, usually when they're on losing streaks, but this season got thrown off its axis in that preseason practice, and I would consider Poole's season getting thrown off its axis, one of the reasons.
You think that lingers? You think that's lingering, Anthony?
I just think it set a weird tone. I think that it really like threw off their prep time. You talk to people behind the scenes, and it's like their preseason was the Japan trip, and then that dropped in like their second practice after they were back, and then that turned into like a behind the scenes saga when the tape leaked and there was like investigations going on, and then they got to game 1 of the regular season, and it was like they felt like they were 2 weeks behind the rest of the league, and then they go 3-7 to start. They end up having a bench Wiseman, and I think the season just gets completely derailed there and turns into what it has. So I just think, logistically that hurt a lot of things. And then, the other stuff's intangible, right? I mean, they don't talk about it. I'd say we talk about it more than they talk about it to this day. But yeah, I mean, it probably has a lingering effect, right? Wouldn't we all think?
Yeah, I think so. And just seeing Curry and Clay on the bench as they zoomed in on them, it's just nothing sat right. Their demeanor, the vibe, the feel, I don't know. The whole thing's odd to me. I want to ask you about Curry for a second. He comes back. Obviously, it coincides with the losses. Better opponents. They're trying to work him in. It also coincides with Klay Thompson not looking as good. He was carrying this team. No one's going to sit here and say Curry makes them worse. That's not what I'm going at. I'm not saying that he's not great. He is great. In terms of how they structure this team, not just for this year, but moving forward, can he be the dude to carry them throughout the regular season? like he has in years past? It feels like that's got to evolve slightly.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's where the pool discussion they paid him what they paid him for 123, which doesn't start till next year, but it's a statement when you give him that contract that he needs to pick up the slack not only when Steph's off the court, but when Steph's out of the lineup. And they survived really well without Steph. We're 14-12, I believe, is the number, including 36 in their last 19 without Steph.
So then why is it so clunky when he comes back?
Yeah. It's not really him.
No, I'm not saying it's him.
Yeah.
But it's
I know what you're saying. It's we're almost trying to solve
exactly
what it is. I mean, it's mostly the defense. It's no Andrew Wiggins. Really, no good Andrew Wiggins since December at this point.
Right.
And he's second, third best player you would consider. The early in the season it was the bench, right? Remember how big a problem the bench was?
Right.
Yep.
Month and a half. That's again not that big of an issue. A lot of these bench guys play really well, when Steph's not there. So to your question, I think Steph is still one of the 5-10 most influential players. I mean, you kind of you somewhat have to build an offense around him, but in a lot of ways you got to build it around Draymond. And Draymond's odd skill set at this time.
Can we stop on Draymond for a second? There's so much made of the coach and the lineups and the rosters and the this and the that. What about how he handles someone like Draymond Green on a daily basis? Like, it feels to me like there's no checks and balances when it comes to Draymond Green and anything. Like, for example, the other day with that situation with him and Jordan Poole, and it's like, he can't be doing that. Like, there's a reverberation amongst the roster, whether it's young guys, old guys, like however anyone wants to slice this up. Like, I do feel like they let Draymond get away with anything that he wants, and there's no repercussions. And I feel like that has really affected this core of the team.
Well, what's your answer to that? Like, he lights him up on the sidelines, he benches him. I mean, he benched him in the finals, and Draymond talked about like, if that went one way instead of the other, he had lost that game.
Yeah, but he was bad in the like. There was a moment where it was like they're better with him off the floor. Like, I know that he doesn't want to admit that, Draymond, but like it's all about the coach maximizing the roster. And right now they're not doing it. So I'm just looking at how you're dealing with people and I guess the domino effect of that. And I just think something's got to change.
Well, look, Steve Kerr's trying to guide this Titanic ship to its dock without it crashing, and I just think smart calculation by him is like, don't blow it up during the regular season. If you just start, Draymond is sitting on a contract season right now. I mean, stuff has felt, very tenuous. I mean, go back to the preseason when they, had him step away from the team, and Kerr gave the press conference, called it the biggest crisis. And a lot of people were opinionating that the end of Draymond not only might be at the end of the season, but might be then, right? There was some thought, like, does he even come back? Steve Kerr has opted, this franchise has opted to try to, steer this to the end of this season, try to give this, and I think properly give this 4-time championship core one final ride in the playoffs. They have never been beaten since they started this run by a West team in the playoffs. So allow them to run that out. And part of that is like, let Draymond be Draymond. I mean, he had Steve in a subtle way yesterday was kind of asked about Draymond doing the Dylan Brooks, back session that upped the energy level of the game, and he was like, look, I mean, like, it's just, you have to let people be people, and if you want the good of Draymond, you have to live with that side of Draymond. And he's at 15 technicals. Steve's like, I don't even worry about him getting 16. It's kind of just, he's always gone up to the edge and not gone over the edge on technicals. He might go over the edge. I don't know. I mean, like, I guess I'd ask you, Chesky, like, what do you think? What should Steve do?
I mean, I think this
don't you think they're too far down the rabbit hole with Draymond Green?
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
At this point, what are you going to do?
Well, but Bonte, you got to take back control of your organization because now it's the law of diminishing returns. It's so far beyond the point of return that it's affected Moody, Kuminga, clearly Wiseman, all these other guys. These guys are playing on eggshells. Everyone is. And I just throw my hands up and say, at what point are we going to allow this one guy to basically wreck the confidence of everyone else on my roster that I need?
That's not fair to Draymond Green. That's not fair.
I think there's a big part of it.
I don't think that's fair to blame Draymond Green, wrecking the confidence of the youngsters, Anthony. I'm not with that. I don't subscribe to that.
I think if we go back to last season, like, they reform into the number one defense in the league, and certainly even that bled over into the playoffs because of like his standard defensively and what he brings. So, there's the good and bad of that. But he, especially when they're winning, demands a level of excellence and brains on the court from his teammates that, it can grate at times people, particularly, in moments of losing and in stretches of losing that can do it. But, when they're winning, when they go on extended winning streaks, even, during that last homestand when they're playing absurd defense, a lot of that's him too. And again, the standards that he demands. So, again, it's the good and the bad. And, when you talk about a reckoning and when does it over the line, that's an offseason decision. Right. That's an offseason decision for Draymond Green, who has a player option and may decide personally, hey, it's the time to leave, or the organization, may decide that. But for now, for the rest of this season, I think it's proper for them to ride it out because, it's deserved. I think this court deserves to ride it out.
I'm kind of with you there. Real quick before we let you go, Andrew Wiggins. Anything on Wiggs? They've been so tight-lipped on the situation. What is it now? 11 games he's missed later, or has it got to 12?
It's 3 weeks. I'm kind of counting it in
weeks,
in days, because he missed the All-Star break too, right?
Yeah.
He was coming back after the All-Star break, but I believe every Tuesday is a week. So, gosh, I get my days mixed up. So it's Friday now. We're sitting at like almost 3.5 weeks at this point.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we just don't know anything.
And we don't know anything, right, Slater? I mean, you don't even know anything. I mean, nobody knows anything about Andrew Wiggins. After these losses pile up and lost like that last night, do you hear anything from the organization where they're maybe getting a little antsy about the Andrew Wiggins situation?
Yeah, again, I reach out to people, pretty periodically on it, and is there even a timeline? It is obviously a family thing. They're being very protective of it. Wiggins himself has always been and remains a very private person. So it's clearly of his wishes that none of this is in the public. And they just continue to, I'd say there still remains confidence, like you will see him at some point this season. But anytime I ask, and when I ask timetable, I'm not saying, hey, when's Andrew Wiggins playing again? It's like, when is Andrew Wiggins maybe going to be back in the facility? Because my assumption is he hasn't touched a basketball court in 3.5 weeks either. So it's like, he's going to need some time to get in the facility, do some Rick Celebrini workouts, and eventually probably several days before he gets cleared to actually get back in a game. So I'm just wondering when he's back in San Francisco in the facility. And I'm just still being told, like, no clarity. We don't know. There's, we'll see.
We'll see. GP2, how far away is he?
Yeah, he didn't go on the road trip. I didn't see Rick Celebrini either, which signals to me that, they're cranking up some of his workouts, staying in the facility, which I would say is a good sign in some ways. But I believe he was originally ruled out through March 13th, if I have that right. So he's still got a handful more games before you'll even get, one of those press releases that might say, hey, he's being reintegrated into the contact practices. So not any time in the near future.
All right, Slater. There's a text here from...
Thanks, Anthony.
There's a text here on the Xfinity Mobile text line from the 510. No, it's not from the 510. It's basically saying the Warriors are so bad, Slater is now covering the Kings. It's not Kings right now. Yeah, 510. Warriors so bad, Anthony is now a Kings beat reporter. And now Kenny Caraway's loving it. Now you're going on his show all the time. Go figure.
Well, let me just tell you this. When I was covering the Thunder and Kevin Durant went to the Warriors, I saw the writing on the wall. I was like, I should probably go cover the team that might, rattle off some titles. It's typically good to be around the most important stuff going around the NBA. Well, I mean, if this season and as you peer into the future, you start to wonder, how the league is shifting. And right now there's a 2 seed in Northern California, and there's a 500 team battling for jostling for play-in positioning. So, yeah, I mean, I went to in some ways, the bigger game last night.
Wow.
That hurts my soul.
I'll see you tomorrow at Chase Center, Anthony. Good stuff.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. 95.7 The Game Insider, Anthony Slater here on the roast. I think it's totally unfair to blame Draymond.
No, I'm not blaming Draymond.
That's on Steve Kerr. That's on Steve Kerr. Not playing these guys. It's not playing them with everybody.
It's not blaming Draymond. I'm asking questions out loud.
I know. I hear you.
I want answers.
Draymond is actually on the court Damn, he's been pretty damn good this year.
But there's
it's been one
more-
of his better seasons.
When you run a business at any level, there's more than just your production.
Charles Schwab.
What?
Here comes Charles Schwab.
Well, you're in a tiny little bubble, and everyone's got to get along together, right? It's a traveling circus, and like one person's personality can alienate. And I'm not just saying I'm not. This sounds like I'm blaming.
They just
Draymond.
won 5 games in a row.
Monte, like there are certain people that are combustible individuals, right? And this happens in companies, and this happens in small circles. And for all the great someone brings to the table, sometimes the bad can outweigh some of the great. And sometimes businesses and teams and families make a decision to move off of something. I'm not saying he's the one. I'm not saying he's the one. But to say that it's been a straight line and he's been awesome all year, that is ignoring some of the other things that are going on.
No doubt.
That's all. And I'm just asking the question.
It's been part of the problem, but it starts from the top. But Draymond Green, this year, he's shooting the 3 as well as he has.
He's better than Jordan Poole.
Yeah, exactly. That shouldn't be happening. There you go.
I agree.
There you go.
I
right
agree.
there.
But if I look at Jordan Poole,
32.7% from the 3-point line. He hasn't shot that well from 3 since 2013-14, Jasky.
I don't think he's been as good as a defender, which is his hallmark. That's his calling card. And I don't think his assist-to-turnover ratio is as good as it's been in years past.
Well, it's tough to defend, too, when everybody's getting blown by and the defense is collapsing.
100% agree.
When you can't guard at the point of attack,
I agree with
then
you.
your back end gets weaker. Then your back end has to collapse. And all of a sudden, you got quarter 3. How many times?
But Bonte, he doesn't guard on the perimeter like he used to.
You
That's
heard,
all. I mean, he's older.
You heard
He's
Tim
older.
Roy. Grizzlies average 11 made threes per game. They had 8 in the first quarter. What did I just say the other day? Bully always asks me every single game, how many threes per game that team makes? OKC, wow, they make about 12 and a half threes per game. They made 13 in the first half alone.
It's not. I'm not. You're making it out.
No,
like,
I'm not making it out like
I
that.
know.
I'm just saying it's the entire team.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, like, Draymond Green, you can say whatever you want to say about him.
But then I look at Jordan Poole's production, Bonte, and I say to myself, like, look, it's a lot, primarily on Jordan.
Right.
But if you don't think Draymond had some effect on what's going on, that would feel foolish. That's all I'm saying.
We never bring this up when they win. I get it. We never bring this up when they win. And I get it. It lingers, and there's something to do with it. I believe that it lingers, and it's lingering. But damn it, have some pride to play some defense.
Both are true. Both can coexist.
We're going to take some calls. Brian and Gene, you're coming up. 888-957-9570. Sky's falling with the Golden State Warriors. Anybody out there got any confidence in them? I'm exhausted. Last night was exhausting. That's what's coming up in the game. Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy.
Replace.
102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys Bonte and Shasky right here on 95.7 The Game.
Pretty funny, man. I was looking at YouTube chat during the Slater interview. They were timing how quickly I could eat that burrito. We were starving, dog. Killed that burrito. I would have killed it in 5 minutes.
Can I ask a question? We get this a lot. Stop whining and count your blessings. We just celebrated a Warrior championship when most thought the dynasty was over. From the 415. We get that a lot. Like, people are like, you're ungrateful. The job. This is what the job is. And then it was hot takes. No. Literally, the job is to give you my opinions on where the team's at right now. What they did yesterday, what they might do tonight, and what they should do moving forward. Right. That's literally my job. Right. And to entertain you and make you think a little. You're going to agree with some of it. You're going to hate some of it. Hopefully, I evoke some emotion. If you're not emotional about the teams, well, then you're probably not going to love me talking to you about these teams, because I care about these teams and I want them to win. I'm suggesting different things. I'm saying, look, this team's been so inconsistent. Last year was amazing. They give me so much joy, more joy than I ever thought the Golden State Warriors would ever give me.
Right.
I have a emotional, spiritual connection to Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. And there are times, like my brother, I want to love him and hug him and hold him forever. And there are other times I want to punch my brother in the face. Because when you love hard, you fight harder. And there are times when I'm watching this team where I'm like, what is going on? And I don't want it to be over. I want them to be sustainable.
It's not over yet. There's 15 games left.
I know.
There's 15 games left. Let's see what happens. I mean, see, at least you get texts like that.
But is love a straight line?
No, it's not. I get texts like this. This is what I deal with.
Oh, yeah, give it to me.
447 Xfinity Mobile text line. This is my world. I want to smoke with Bonte and Bozo Brooks on site at Chase Center.
What?
I get a text like that on Instagram, Twitter every day. People want to smoke with me. Why? I have no idea.
And then they see, they're like, you're way taller than I thought.
Oh, well, a lot of people, oh, wow, I didn't know you were 6'4". Some guy, I remember back in the day.
They think I'm 5'5" next to you. It's ridiculous. At
story.
Least give me my full 5'9" and a half.
True story. True story. When I used to work with Papa, some guy was like, if I ever see you at the Coliseum, you better have your head on the swivel. I'm going to knock you out.
Whoa.
He told me that on Twitter.
Like Donald Penn walking out of the Coliseum.
So happened to go to an A's game.
Okay.
The same guy asked me to take a selfie. It's like, oh, man, you're really tall in person. So, I mean, people are going to bump their gubs. You can't really worry about it.
No, but I think at the end of the day, this
honestly, what do you want us to say? You want to say, hey, man, they got 4 championship banners. The hell with the season? No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, we're invested. You invest money. You invest time. You invest emotion into this basketball team.
That's what I'm saying.
Same thing with football.
I totally agree.
I've had to decompress from football. I'm not ready to talk about the new league here. Brock Purdy's got surgery today with the UCL. What the hell's going to happen there?
I don't even want to think about his surgery right now.
I did a hit in Chicago yesterday about Mike McGlinchey. What are we getting in Mike McGlinchey?
I would have canceled that hit.
Oh, I said, no, I went on there in Chicago. I said, well, you guys going to pay him $16 million? Be my guest.
No, you didn't.
I asked him, I said, what's the rookie name at the defense? Oh, Dominic Roger. Oh, he's stuck. Well, I said, he only had 1 second. I said, it came against Mike McGlinchey. That's what you're getting. Right? So, listen, man. Radio Bonte, TV Bonte at the end of the day. So, I just want to have fun.
So I think this is one of the most interesting texts I've heard. And this goes back to when you're a family. And David Sampson used to run the Marlins. Bonte, I know he's a complicated individual.
He's a clown.
But he says a lot of truths. And he said, teams that truly despise each other even more on the road. And from the 650, I believe one of the reasons the Warriors suck so much on the road is that they actually have to spend time together traveling.
Wow.
What do you think of that?
There's something there. I said it last night on Warriors Live on the postgame show. I asked D. Wright, I said, what do you do? If you can't win on the road, do you need a players-only meeting? Do you need team dinners? Because they did have a players-only meeting earlier in the season. Remember that? However, it was focused on Klay Thompson and the shot discernment, and him chucking up threes. We need to have an intervention with this team. Obviously, something's not right on the road. 7 road wins. It's March 10th. A defending champion with 7 road wins.
I'm willing to say I don't think they're going to get double digits.
No, I don't think so.
Well, regular season. If they can get into the playoffs, who knows?
I don't think so. So So maybe there is something there. I don't know, but let's go to the lines. I said at the start of the show, today's about the callers. It's about Dub Nation. I'm exhausted.
How do you look so bad? You can lose. You can't lose that way to that team after what happened yesterday.
So here's another text. That's what I get. Again, I don't mean to bring this into the studio, but look, because you, Bonte, you're a fraud. You're more inconsistent with the Dubs. You don't have a genuine conviction in your bones. You go with the flow. Also a self-righteous, big, fat bully. So why are you surprised folks dislike you?
Whoa.
I get that every day. I don't care. I see you.
You know what? Can I say it?
What?
You're my bro.
No,
I give you hugs all the time. I love you.
Listen, man. Listen, I'm just using that text as an example. People get overly emotional about this stuff.
Yes.
We do too.
Yes.
But people get emotional, man.
Well, and so, like, one of these things I was thinking about with Draymond Green, like, I know. Like, people think that, like, it's all or nothing. Like, you think he sucks, and therefore all 4 championships would never have happened, or would have happened no matter what. Who was like, no. He's amazing, all right? Barry Bonds, one of the greatest players ever. Also a jerk. You know what I mean? There's a reason a bunch of people didn't want to sign up to play with him. There's a reason the media has kept him out of the Hall of Fame. Massive jerk. My jerk, love him, and I'll apologize for a lot of his behavior, but there's others where I like, you know what? I mean, this is why he is who he is, right? He's very complicated. And I look at the Draymond Green thing, and like people are like, well, Kobe treated people this way. Kobe brought it every single night. Now, I'm sure you could point to a couple points in the schedule where he didn't have great games or whatever. Right. Draymond's literally said to you out loud, there are games he does not try hard.
He doesn't get up for.
And then I thought this would be one of those games he would be able to rally the troops as a leader to get everyone up for this game against this team because of the history.
Here you go.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
I get why that bothers people. I get it. I totally get it. You don't want to hear that from one of your leaders. You don't want to hear that from one of your Hall of Famers. You probably wouldn't hear that from a guy like Stephen Curry. You wouldn't hear that from LeBron James. You wouldn't hear that from Michael Jordan. You wouldn't give that. You wouldn't hear that from Kobe.
Well, it felt like
you wouldn't hear that from leaders. Like I don't like. It's funny, but you don't want to hear that coming off a loss.
That's what I'm saying. And it was really hard for me to sit there and watch him at the podium. I'm like, dude, well, and here's the thing. He was the heartbeat. He was the soul of the team for so many years. Like, he's playing great. But I feel there's a disconnect between him being the current heartbeat and the soul of the team. I don't know if that exists anymore. No doubt. Just doesn't feel like it.
All right,
even though he's playing good.
Let's go to the lines here. Let's go to the U. Let's go to our boy J-Dub. Let's start there. Jordan, what's happening, man? Good morning.
What's going on, fellas? How you doing? Bonte, good to see you the other day. Shasky, how you doing?
What up?
So, yeah, 3 quick things for me. I think first and foremost, again, y'all said this thing, Bonte, you asked a question about confidence. Shasky said you make people think, or that's your job is to make people think. And I think the thing for me is the reason why people have confidence in this team is because there's expectations still. Everybody has expectations for the Warriors that they're going to turn it around, they're going to make things happen. No matter how bleak it looks, how bad it looks, that's the thing, right? Like, otherwise, we just say, you know what, it is what it is, not a good year, yada, yada. But no, everyone still has expectations.
Right.
The second point that I have is, why did we go back to the small lineup these last 2 games?
Yeah.
Didn't we do that earlier in the year? And Steve said, like, no, we're not going to do this again because it did not work, but we're still doing it now.
Yep. You know what?
I don't understand it.
I don't understand it either because this small ball lineup really hasn't worked since Game 3 of the Denver Nuggets series in the first round last year.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
Because you're super small. Everybody says, oh, the Warriors go small. We want to go small. Let's go small. With Kevin Durant, you weren't small. Kevin Durant wasn't small. Iguodala's not small. Livingston's not small. Draymond's not small. Clay is actually 6'7". And then you have Steph Curry out there. It's not a small ball lineup.
No.
It's pretty long and athletic.
No.
This lineup right here with Poole and Curry, and then you got this version of Klay Thompson and Dante DiVincenzo, Xavier Tillman. Slater made a great point. Just posted up DDV, barbecue chicken. That's tough ass for Dante DiVincenzo to guard it big.
And he's been playing heavy minutes for a really long time. Like, a really long time. And the small ball thing, they were so long. Like, that's the misnomer on small ball before, the prior versions. They were so long. Like, Iggy was so long and so athletic. And that's the big thing with me when, like, people are like, well, he can come back in the IQ. It wasn't just Iggy's IQ. He could be able to dribble into the middle of the court and facilitate the offense. The guy I'm watching now is a stationary player. He can't hit the right side of a barn from three-point land anymore, and teams are sagging off of him. Defensively, he just doesn't have the lateral quickness. Hands are still fast. He can't stay with these guys, and he can't jump like he used to. Iggy was one of the most athletic players. At the time he was acquired, he was still one of the more athletic players in the league. Right.
No doubt.
That's no longer the part. No. Losing Kuminga at the beginning of the game last night, not having Wiggins, they have zero athleticism.
And Wiggins' thing is
zero.
Wiggins not even San Francisco.
Can I ask you one quick question?
It's just not even. They need Wiggins. They need Kuminga. Kuminga slips yesterday. Kuminga's been in and out of the lineup. It's a problem.
This is weird for me to bring this up, but we're talking about leadership, the team. Ty Jerome went to the podium before anyone yesterday. Who picks Ty Jerome to go to the podium?
Well, guys take a long time to take showers. Guys, some superstars will just take their time. Some guys get treatment. Some guys, it all depends on who's available.
Okay, I didn't know. That's what I'm asking. It just felt odd to me that he would be the one talking first.
Well, Draymond talked yesterday, but a lot of guys do things differently. Like Kawhi Leonard gets treatment for an hour after the game.
So Ty Jerome dresses, comes out, and they're like, they just grab him.
Like, hey, Ty, let's go. You had a solid game. Cool. Now, some guys would just be like, I'm good today.
Because I kind of wanted to hear from somebody else.
Who did you want to hear?
I wanted to hear from...
We heard from Draymond.
I want to hear from Clay or Curry or Looney even. I needed Looney's wisdom. I know, just me, psychologically as a fan. I know most people don't care.
I just need to win.
Well, that's obvious.
I need it for my psyche. The hell. Brian and Palo Alto, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Hey,
I mean,
BPA.
I can't recall a time in the last 10 years where the soil felt this unstable around the Warriors, right?
Good point.
Like, I don't know where, I mean, is this, you start thinking about, like, is this it? Is this it for Steph here, right? Because the state of the organization is so bad right now that, is Steph going to be like, okay, if you can't put a contending team around me, like, is this where I want to end my career, right? Like, he has to be thinking that somewhere in the back of his mind. Because, I mean, there's been no commitment from the front office this year to help this team at all. I mean, Lamb, who you could convert today if you wanted to, he's playing in the G League, and he was the primary justification for us doing nothing on the buyout market.
Brian, why did he not? I'm with you. They needed him last night.
Can't do better than Anthony Lamb, they said.
Whoa, hold on. Let's pause for a second. Who was Anthony Lamb defending last night?
No, but now that you have Kuminga out, this is more of like the roster that they've constructed. But they're screwed.
Anthony Lamb is not changing the trajectory of that basketball game.
No. But I think it's just optionality.
It's about the dudes, okay? Let's just go ahead and finish, Brian, because I got something here. I'm sick of this.
I hear you.
I'm sick of this with all this little...
But these are all the little
ahead,
things
Brian,
that are adding up.
Finish, Brian. Brian, go ahead. You there? Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, Patrick Baldwin Jr. Let's stop.
But they've all played more than Jermichael Green.
This is about the guys. This is about Steph Curry. This is about Draymond Green, and they showed up last night. Klay Thompson didn't show up.
Jordan Poole didn't
show up.
Did not.
Wiggins is not even in this state. I don't know where the hell Wiggins is at. GP2's at the facility. This season has been about the dudes. We look at all these losses. The 3-7 start. The end of basketball games. The slow starts. This is about the guys, man. I'm so sick of us. Oh, man, with Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome, they're two-way guys.
No, but the sad part is the reality is...
Two-way guys.
They're important right now. They're important. Everyone's out. They are.
If they're important, this season's cooked. This season's done. If we're counting on Anthony Lamb, you need Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. The season's over.
Fonte, I needed Jermichael Green last night. I was going more Jermichael Green.
Jermichael Green. The season's over.
I agree with you.
It's over. It's over. Then what are we talking about here then?
That's what we're talking about.
Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb?
It's the sad
Patrick
end.
Baldwin Jr.?
The sad
it's
end
about
of
the
the
dude,
embers burning out.
It's about Jordan Poole, who everybody wanted to start and trade Clay away for.
I was wrong.
And this guy was a minus 33 yesterday.
I know.
It's about the guys.
You're right.
I'm sick of this.
You're right.
Oh, my God.
But
Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb,
But didn't they earn
God.
the right? But time out. Didn't they earn the right to at least roll it back this year? Well, you can't have it both ways.
No doubt.
Okay.
No doubt.
But now we've seen it rolled back out, and we all agree it's time for a change.
But I'm sick of that. I'm sick of us blaming the youngsters. It's about the guys, and it's about Steve Kerr. Do a better job coaching.
And I don't think anyone's asking for Anthony Lamb on this, but I think what we're saying is the situation's so
Lamb's
dire.
not helping last night.
I know, but the situation's so dire. We're literally arguing about 14th and 15th minutes.
Bringing up Anthony Lamb?
No, because we can't talk about Andrew Wiggins.
Anthony Lamb is a traffic cone as well.
I agree, but it's because we literally can't talk about Wiggins. There's no. What are we going to say?
Dude, Anthony Lamb or Ty Jerome are green lights. When offensive players see them in front of them, they're like, oh, go time.
You're right.
Green is go to the cup.
But right now, I can't. Anthony Lamb is more impactful on the court than Andre Iguodala. Be realistic.
No, I'm not disputing that at all.
Okay. But that's where we're at. Like, that to me is the dire reality.
We've glossed over everything all season long. I'm fed up now. I'm officially fed up. I was exhausted earlier. I'm fed up now. The 3-7 start. We all blame the youngsters. Orlando. Who was playing in the last 5 minutes of that basketball game?
It was the big boys.
Miami. Who's played in the last 5 minutes of that basketball game?
The big boys.
Boston. Who's played in the last 5 minutes of that basketball game?
The big six.
Detroit. Who's played in that basketball game?
Yeah, that was the big six.
I could go on and on and on and on. The dudes have failed us this year. Now, they earned equity. They'll run it back. But they have failed us this year. Not the youngsters.
I'm with you.
But the youngsters, Kerr did a disservice to them. So I'm looking at the dudes, and I'm looking at Kerr.
I would say this, man.
Sick of the
I want to see Patrick Baldwin Jr. get more run. I know he missed every shot he took yesterday. Do not do what you've done with Moody and Wiseman with him. He's got more to his game. I want to see more of Patrick Baldwin Jr. I want to see none of Iggy. It's over. We're on the last stop on the train. I need to see. I want to see what the 19-year-old has, not the 38-year-old. I'm just being real.
So I'm a little frustrated here because Fast Five, Spadoni. Fast Five. Let's go. I mean,
hello.
I'm watching James Wiseman drop double-doubles in Detroit. Kerr would play him. DMPs.
And the guy,
G League.
it sounds like the big guys didn't want to play with him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? So it's not just Kerr. Like,
so
I know.
Now,
I think the big guys also, like,
if they're going to win a championship anyway. They're going to win a championship anyway. It's going to be on the dudes, the core. And they have to figure it out. But also, long-term, prize project of James Wiseman is now dropping double-doubles. Moody's shot. God. You have to keep Kuminga. He's a player, man.
But if you're Kuminga, why would you want to stay here?
You think Kuminga's happy?
He's probably watching James Wiseman's face going, wow, look how happy he is.
Do you think Kuminga and Poole are happy when Iguodala's the first guy checked in off the bench?
No.
Do you think Kuminga's happy when he plays 13 minutes against the LA Lakers and Iguodala plays more than him?
When I see Iggy out there, I get reminded of like the Saturday morning OC run at 6 a.m. with all the old timers.
Iguodala. Steve Kerr failed Wiseman. He failed Moody, and he damn near failed Kuminga. And right now, they're failing on Jordan Poole.
And the youngsters themselves didn't earn it and didn't play well enough in their limited opportunities. Both are true.
Gene, Oakland, what's happening? Fast five, 30 seconds or less.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. 2 points. First of all, I do believe there is a rivalry between us and Memphis. To have a rivalry, you just have to have a desire to beat another team more than you want to beat other teams. Joe, you gave a good example of the Red Sox and Yankees. I mean, I grew up with that.
Thank you.
The Red Sox couldn't hold their jock straps for most of the years I watched them and followed them. But it all went back to the Babe Ruth situation. You know, we were the Yankees up until 1918. We gave away Ruth in 20, and then they dominated, and that bitterness has lingered to the present day. Now, turning to the team, hey, you guys are doing your jobs. I don't begrudge you. Criticize them. You have to. They need to be criticized. There's a lot of dysfunction on this team. I mean, how can you be one of the best teams at home and one of the worst teams on the road unless there's a real disconnect?
It's weird. All right, let's go to Robert, San Jose. Robert, what's happening?
What's up, Robert?
Thanks for taking my call. I'll put this season on Poole and on Steve Kerr. I think Steve Kerr has done an awful job with the kids since they've been here, and Jordan Poole plays zero defense. A quick question for you. If Wiggins and Gary Payton were completely healthy and playing, how much time do you think Jordan Poole would get in the fourth quarter?
Wow.
Not much.
That's a great question.
Not much. Charlie, New York City. Charlie, what's happening?
That's a great question.
Hey, guys, what's up? I just wanted to say that I think we're seeing the beginning of the end. Sometimes the ending is gradual, and then sometimes it's a precipitous fall, and I think that's what we're witnessing with this team. The great Steeler head coach Chuck Noll once said that his biggest mistake he made back in the 70s with those great Steeler teams was he held on to the veterans too long.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, the Bill Walsh theory was always, I would rather get rid of you a year early than a year late.
Get ahead of it.
Get ahead
of it.
I mean,
but who's you giving away off a championship season?
That's what I'm saying.
Are you really going to trade away Draymond?
No.
If you're going to trade away Draymond, you're going to do it after the punch.
Well, I'll tell you, the Niner fans didn't even want to move off of Jimmy after a Super Bowl loss.
I didn't.
No, I'm not blaming people.
Right,
I'm just saying, like, you feel so close. So, like, yeah, you won the championship. You roll it back.
Quincy, Oakland, what's happening?
Yeah, hey guys, big fan of the show.
Thank you. Really appreciate
I just feel like you can't take away from the gravity that punch had on the family dynamic of this team. And when I look at the lack of joy in this team dynamic, the lack of, Jordan Poole, I'm not seeing the life in him and the fun. And I think between that punch this year, starting off the season, but knocking them off balance. And then I think it was the prior year when he started his podcast criticizing the back office and the Durant situation. I think it sort of sealed his fate, barring a championship win this year.
Thanks, man. And last but not least, our boy, Deli Boy.
Deli Boy.
What's happening?
What's happening, guys? Hey, just for this season, my opinion, I think this is an accumulation of the last couple of years. Steve Kerr not developing the young players enough. And also in the beginning of this year, when we had those woes and we couldn't win on the road, we didn't make a move. We sat pat and we didn't do anything. We didn't bring fresh blood, a new person in to try to change things. We didn't give the young players enough time to kind of develop with each other. And now we're seeing the effects of it. Is this core that we have is just, they're tired and old. And the tires are coming off the truck, and it is what it is. And I think we all saw this coming, and now we're seeing it right at the deadline, and we're paying the price for it.
Yep.
I don't necessarily blame Steve Kerr too much, but I do think he has a hand in this. Is not giving the young guys enough time. He is too loyal to that core, and that core is not going to be able to take it. And also Bob Myers for not seeing this early enough to make the move.
Deli, you love Draymond Green more than anyone I know. Draymond versus Dylan Brooks last night. Was that WWE or what?
He's off the line.
Oh.
Right,
My brother loves Draymond Green more than anyone.
That was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Willard and Dibbs at some point will be in here for the changeover as we... you like that? Like that? That was my calling card to get you in here.
We here. We here.
The bat signal?
The bat signal.
Guys,
you're there, and we're here.
Jesus. I'm like we've talked about this. The NBA regular season.
By the way, I like that a lot. That was great.
The NBA regular season.
At some point. I'm in there because Sam Lubman always tells me, you can go in now. I'm like, Sam?
Oh, what, like he's a doctor's office?
Like he's my boss.
Oh, it is very like...
So your Uncle June going into the room with Tony Soprano so we can talk business.
It's so like a doctor's office.
References are so great.
It is like a doctor's office.
Yeah.
It's exact. I've never even thought of that.
We're ready to take you now.
Yeah, he comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he puts this coat on, like a little lab coat. He's like, the gentleman will see you.
Yes,
now.
exactly.
Like, what?
Guys, I'm just there's only
what's up?
so many games that I really, really, really look forward to in the NBA regular season. This was one of them, and I'm like, gotta be in front of the TV. It's pouring. I got laundry going. Boom, boom. I got Bonte on, and then I see the Kuminga thing. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Hurts himself in pregame? Like, wow.
Which is the new cool thing to do in the NBA.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Pregame is dangerous.
Then they go down
more pregame.
20 points in the first quarter. And I'm like, this team, I've aged 15 years watching this.
It's not even being down. I mean, being down by 20 is horrid.
And then Dylan Brooks.
No, but 48? Like, that's laughable. It's laughable. I don't even care if you have 47. That's laughable basketball. 48 points at the end of the first quarter? What are you doing?
I don't know what to say.
I saw that, and you know, the 4:30 start is wonky for someone who's, you know, 3 kids. Like, I'm driving here and driving there, like we're getting people, we're picking people up.
Windshields like this.
Yeah, so I'm like, all right, but it just hit a certain way because I'm like, oh, well, all right, now, like, I was going to be annoyed by I have to go pick you up because I was like you, Joe. I want to make popcorn and watch this game. And then I'm like, and then they score 48 points in the first quarter. I'm like, all right, I'll come pick you up. I'm like, this is stupid. I'm just going to turn Tim on.
Yeah.
And we'll go run errands. 48 points. And then, of course, by the time I get in the car and you get to a stoplight and look at the phone, they're down by 4.
And you're like,
I'm like,
there's a chance.
And then they're down by 18 again. I'm like, you morons.
Thank you.
Like, gosh. Oh, it's ridiculous. This season is just absurd.
Insane. It's been
insane. And last night was a microcosm of the whole year where it's like, you're terrible. Wait, you're back. You're terrible. You're back. And turns out you are a disappointment. And why on the road? I mean, what, 7-27 on the road now?
Let me float this one, actually. I was listening. David Sampson was talking about how your road record, can teammates on the road who don't like each other get along? Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. But like 9 times out of 10, when you're all together on the road and you can't stand each other's guts, it will manifest in a lot of losses on the road. Or you just might stink. Like the team might just not be good. Someone said, do you think the fact that they have to travel together on the road and they're together even more only kind of exasperates the divide between this team?
Well, I think that when you have, you know, we talk a lot about chemistry in sports, and I think it's hard for us on the outside sometimes to quantify what that means. Like, how does it manifest itself in the standings? And so sometimes I break it down more to forget the standings, but it's certain things. And I think the road and defense are 2 of those things. That's where you need to be on the same page. Offensively in the NBA, when you have talent like this team does, you're going to score points. You don't need to all, like, you know, it doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to look like a weave. But on defense, you need to you hear people talk about we need to trust one another. I need to know that you're going to be there so that I can be here. We need to be working together as one unit. And I think also, yes, that does show up when you travel together. Like, how many people will you have over for dinner, but you'd never go on a trip with them?
Oh, my God.
Right?
Trust
me, never go on a trip
way.
with them. Yeah.
Yes.
So, like, when you look at a team that splits are this insane. We're the best offensive team in the league. We can't stop anyone. We're the best home team in the league. We can't win a road game. I don't know what else would you point to? What else would you point to?
I don't know.
They're old.
I'm just going to let these 15 games play out. I'm out of answers. We let OKC drop 40 on you. And then Memphis drops 48.
Yeah.
And again, Mully always tells me all year, since I started working with him, how many threes does that team make per game? And I've been tracking this stuff the last 3 weeks, and it feels like every team, they'll come in averaging 11 threes a game, and they hit 18.
And they crush it by
17.
halftime.
Yeah, by halftime.
They're past the number by halftime.
Season high with 3-point makes in the first half. And I'm just like, like Steve Kerr. Yeah, we got a little cute with the lineup. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that was
four-guard lineup?
That was weird.
The biggest misnomer about the Hamptons 5 lineup and the Def lineup, the Warriors are going small. They're actually not small.
No.
Kevin Durant's 7 foot.
Exactly.
Sean Livingston was 6'9".
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
With
a 7'2" wingspan.
Right.
Draymond Green's out there. So you're not really playing small. So now you're playing small, and you got a traffic cone on defense in Jordan Poole. Klay Thompson's not the same defender. DiVincenzo hasn't started with the Splash Brothers all year. You need to pop him into the lineup, and you go 0-3 on the road. I just
felt like desperation a little bit.
It
And, when you talk about the first quarter scoring differential, we mentioned it yesterday, the last 3 games before last night, they were a -10 over the last 3. And then you go out and you lose by 20 in the first quarter. And you're right, Mark. It's one thing to give up 48. Maybe you're down 48-43, and what a wild quarter it was.
Right.
We've never seen it. You're down 48-28, and it's basically night-night.
100%.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people, oh, man, Draymond Green this, Draymond Green that. Draymond Green actually played a pretty damn good basketball game. See other guys. I mean,
yeah, and
Klay
before
Thompson.
we get into the Draymond Green, Dylan Brooks thing, because you guys were going back and forth on who got punked, I do want to shout out Ernie Chavez. He paid $2 for the comment.
Oh, what'd he say?
It's the last changeover. No more Bonte v. Willie.
Yeah.
So
Not
if you
just
guys
me.
want to get into it one last time for the people,
I don't have anything.
for the culture, I know it's on Fridays. You tend to be, and I know the panic meter is.
I think Farhan's doing a great job.
Oh,
I don't know.
I do.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, no.
He's the guy who hates Farhan.
Try harder,
Talk
Mark.
to
Try
Shasky
harder.
about Farhan.
Let's see.
I got actually a couple of phone calls this week about it's a long story, but let's put it this way. There are a lot of people rooting for his demise.
I really think the Warriors made a mistake not benching Klay Thompson back in December.
Bonte, your thoughts?
Are you coming to me?
No, he's coming to Bonte.
Honestly, that was clearly that was a mistake that is leading to this now.
Yeah, that won't get me angry. I will just laugh because it's just like, wow, what an idiotic take.
I just think Jimmy
Talk about
Garoppolo
Bonte's suit last night.
Garoppolo's a top 10 QB.
Yeah.
The
Like
data
the Bill Russell pin.
I liked it. Yeah.
Number 6 right there. Shout out
all
Bill
he
Russell.
does is win. Garoppolo. How can you not say
He's
he's
the
top
J-Rock.
10?
The
I was
J-Rock
QB.
NFL.
Garoppolo fan at one point.
I
Again, he's saying all these things to make me mad. It's actually him who doesn't believe that stuff.
He's trying to get Ernie Chavez's $2 worth. Here's one, Mark, you can come at him with.
Okay.
And Dylan Brooks punked Draymond Green last
that's a
night.
lie.
Big time.
I don't know if it was a punking. They both look ridiculous.
You know what?
It was WWE.
Can I ask a Dylan Brooks
How did
question?
he punk Draymond?
No. Aiming at Mark. Ernie Chavez wants to fight.
All right.
But I'm actually going to come with a Dylan Brooks take that I think Bonte's going to like.
You love
That's
him.
about
I
it.
hate this.
Well, okay.
They punked each other, by the way.
That's what I'm saying.
It's so stupid.
Right, so fine. So
Either
that,
fight or go
yeah,
away.
Yeah. All of it.
Anthony Mason is somewhere
You're-
going, let's get it. Let's get this
Charles
on.
Oakley's rolling over in his
Marvin Gaye.
Wow. Yeah.
Let's get it on.
Your histrionics are ridiculous, but here's what I don't get. Like Dylan Brooks, is there anyone in sports who is a bigger name than he should be than Dylan Brooks?
That's a good question.
He's terrible.
He is awful.
He's an awful player who just he's a classic NHL goon.
Yeah.
We were like
Pat Bev's in that same category.
I guess, but he's an elite defensive player. I get, Dylan, I understand the whole idea of an instigator out there.
Deshaun Stevenson
When
type.
he
Is that what you're going
shoots
at?
a 3, I'm like, dude, you're Lonzo Ball.
Oh, yeah,
ugly.
I love when he shoots.
Like, exactly. I mean, the first 3 he pulls up last night.
That was incredible.
And all he drew was backboard. I'm like, oh
and
my God.
he let his arm hang like he was like that dude.
You're so bad.
It's great.
You're so bad. And then he swaggers off, does a post-game interview with the Memphis Grizzlies sideline guy as if he
No, that
led
was
them.
Jerry Greenberg, TNT.
Led them. Hey, great job leading. He was 1 for 7 from 3. Why are you talking? And I know why you're talking to this guy, because they talk. I get it, but dude.
Better shooter than Iguodala.
Oh, that guy.
Better
so
shooter
Michael
than
Cole,
Jordan
the
Poole.
That's all
Memphis
I'm gonna
commercial
say.
kill. Dylan Brooks had the ball on offense. Klay Thompson yelled from the scorer's table, "Shoot it!" When Brooks missed, Klay said, "We go live with Brooks shooting all day long." He was 6 to 15.
Yeah.
He sucks.
But
he's terrible.
And I love the trash talk, but Warriors, you got run out of the building.
Yep.
And that's where the whole Dylan Brooks, Draymond Green thing, and you mentioned it, Bonte. Draymond had the ball in his face, and Brooks is like,
all in his grill.
Brooks is like, basically waiting for him to do something to get that 16th tech and all the rest of it, and nothing happened. But bottom line, by the time you got to the 5-minute mark, Draymond was sitting, Klay was sitting, Steph was sitting, Steve Kerr was waving the white flag. Memphis won the battle last night in terms of how that
Still
all
down
went.
2-1 in the season series.
Correct. For sure.
You're right,
For sure.
you're right.
But they won a battle of a bigger war. But here's the
Did they win in the playoffs last year?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
That's why, to me, it's not a rivalry. They're the little brothers.
Well,
they wanted to be a rivalry. The little brothers tried to shoot at Clay. Clay said, okay,
Do you know what,
I'll see
though?
you on Christmas Day.
Can I push back on the rivalry thing?
It's about
Rivalries.
time you two fight. Let's go. One last time.
I've had it with that take.
That's my Mark Willen right there.
Like with
Well, you still get to fight with Steiny.
That's not as fun. That's not as fun. But like, so with
Don't put words in my mouth.
Were the Red Sox and Yankees a rivalry when the Red Sox never won?
That's what I said.
Like, I actually, when Draymond says that, right? A rivalry is
Dodgers beat the Giants for years.
A rivalry is not about it needs to be even in the
Totally
standings.
agree.
A rivalry is about what gets the fan bases ticked off.
Yes.
And it's about history, too.
What feels different when you play them?
Yeah.
A Memphis Grizzlies game feels different than when you play OKC.
Exactly.
On a soft Tuesday?
Right. I mean, let's be honest. I know a lot of you get upset when they lose to the Lakers. What game gets the hair on your neck up more? Lakers last week or Grizzlies last night?
Grizzlies.
There's no question.
Yeah.
So how are you going to
I don't know.
How are you going to
The
say
LeBron factor,
know.
the LeBron not playing, I think does change it a little.
but it's still the Lakers.
I'm with you,
Bonte.
Bonte. Don't let
They're
him off
pretty
the hook
close.
like that, Bonte.
Can I give you an unpopular
The
opinion?
Grizzlies have done nothing. The Lakers have 17 batters, and they mocked us for years.
I think Garoppolo should start next year. Go ahead, Joe.
So Bonte disagrees with me.
I would love Garoppolo back.
Bonte disagrees with me, and I want to hear your guys' thoughts. I'm dead serious when I say this. Yesterday was the day for him to get that 16 tech with Dylan Brooks. When he's in your face right there, I would have said, you know what, Dre? All good. All good. I would have looked the other way.
Really?
Yeah, just a push, something.
But
Get
you're going
off
to
me.
suspend him for the Giannis game?
Yeah, no chance.
There's a
in that game
Giannis
anyway.
game. Well,
No, but it's national
are
TV.
They? They're
Yeah.
at home. They'll
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
win by 30.
I mean,
you know the way this
Giannis
team
might not
operates.
play.
The
Right.
second you come, this is the same yo-yo we've been on all year. As soon as we feel like this,
Yeah.
and we're ready to scream
That's
for
true.
3-hour radio shows, what do? They uncork a 4-game win streak.
But a part of me wanted to see him just shove him back. And, I'm
like-
not advocating violence, but
You kind of are.
I
but-
know I
Watch
am,
it.
and I feel like a horrible human. but I'm like, Draymond, do it for all of us.
don't do
you
it.
know?
I mean, watch.
And
You're
it's
right.
sports
What-
violence. It's
That's
not
what I'm
real
saying. Like,
violence.
we're talking
I'm
about,
here
like, you
for
know,
it.
What
the
if
hold
you-
me back guys.
What if
Thank you.
Giannis and KD don't play on this homestand? What's the show sound like Tuesday morning? Warriors rip off 2 straight against the Bucks and Suns. They're
What?
back in the 5 seed, and we're in here going, you know what? If they're healthy at the end of the month,
You know
I
already
think they
admitted-
can win it all.
I've already admitted I'm all over the place because his team is all over the
Absolutely.
place. So therefore, my opinion will change. I turned into Guru and Shasky on this.
I heard that
specific
earlier,
team.
yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
There's not. I don't
this
care.
team has
I don't
not
care.
allowed us to have an opinion.
As we
today.
all know, stocks go up and down.
This team
you.
has not allowed us to have an opinion that makes sense because they don't make sense.
They don't. They don't.
7-26 versus 27-7.
Right.
What is
mean,
that?
The
Listen to
Niners
this.
have 2 less road wins.
How about this?
How?
How about this? They haven't won a road game since January 30th.
Yeah.
They've had 2 8-game road losing streaks. 2 8-game road losing streaks.
Maybe of all the things, 2 8-game road. Like that's insane.
I think this was the second winless road trip. They had an 0-5 road trip.
Yeah. Early in the year.
Early
Yeah.
in the year,
0-3. They've had a 1-5. I don't know. I don't know what to say, Dibs.
And I think
don't know.
I'm looking forward to asking Steve Kerr that very question when we get a chance to interview him. It'll be my first time interviewing Steve Kerr, and I think it'll be next week when we shift to afternoon drive. And that's going to be my question. Why do you think that this team has been so disparate in home record and road record? Because it makes no sense.
Well, they'll be coming off of a 38-point win over the Clippers in L.A. the night before, next Wednesday.
I doubt that.
I do too.
But they'll be coming off a home beatdown of Milwaukee.
Maybe.
Right? But I'm wondering what his thoughts are in terms of the road-home difference. Because I know defense, exactly, whatever. Defense at home, defense on the road. They were great at home. They played great defense. And then you go to OKC and you give up $137. And last night you give up 48 in the first. It makes no sense.
I think we want to get a lot into Jordan Poole today, and would love your guys' thoughts on some of those things. But
what a difference a year makes.
Right?
A bag makes.
I want to throw something.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I feel like I totally misread
Priest.
that one. I mean, Jordan was one of my favorite players on the team.
Was?
Yes, because of the excitement when he had the yo-yo going, the crossover, whatever, the carry, excuse me, the lack of being able to carry.
We call it the
has completely crushed him in the half court. He can't dribble.
There's also this, and I hate this label. I'm now triggered by this label, and the Warriors are this. I don't want to hear anymore, especially from players at the podium. You don't want to play us in the playoffs. It's like they've become that team, and the Lakers have done this for 2 years, and I laughed at them for 2 years. The same way I've laughed at them again this year, because that's literally all you're like. That feels like such false hope. Oh, I know it hasn't gone well, but you don't want to play us in the playoffs. Sure you do. Sure you do. Because you're going to have home court advantage against us, and we can't win a road game, which means the series is already over. Like, I don't want the Warriors to be that team. You should be a good team, not you don't want to face us because something weird could happen, and we've got talent and DNA. So, yuck. I don't like that label. You don't want to play us
even though
in the
they've
playoffs.
won a road game in 27 straight playoff series. Yeah.
I wake up, it's raining.
Stat may continue because they may not make the playoffs.
Yeah, This is my favorite quote because I felt like this morning.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
I had a hard time getting out of my bed this morning. Said, I got to talk about this game and this team right now. Can I just have a 3-day weekend?
Anybody can win in March.
Should have pulled a dibs and just called in for a stretch 3.
Easy. It was a Wednesday. It was a stretch 1.
Right,
Your boy had the run.
It was a split 5.
It was halftime.
You didn't want me in here.
He took a long halftime.
By the way, in this post-COVID era, the ethos of a workplace is if you don't feel well, you stay home.
Yeah.
So you're welcome.
It's like going to an airport. You see
You're
something,
welcome.
you say something.
Yeah,
some guys just play through it.
Tibbs is over
Yeah.
here. Tibbs is over here with a stomach
like to have their
bug.
flu
So
game.
I played
Could be
through
COVID.
it, and I'm blowing whatever stomach bug I had all in the room, and next thing you know, all three you're inflicted.
That's
So
bad.
you're welcome.
Guys, the rain, I
took
know
a
that
bullet
the
for the
rain
team.
people are going to come out like, oh, global warming, oh, we need a drought. I am so sick of the rain. It has made me angrier.
gosh.
I now understand what it's like being an East Coaster.
It is depressing.
When you're stuck at
tough.
home,
It's
I
tough.
now understand it. I have become more miserable
Dude,
and more angry.
I feel like a Seahawks fan because we live in Seattle.
It's rained for 3 months.
This is Seattle.
Well, yeah.
I'm sick of it.
Dubs are getting their ass kicked on the road.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy's about to have surgery on his UCL.
Today.
Don't
Today.
Zach
Surgery
Wilson
day.
and Trey Lance are throwing the football together.
If they delay it one more
the
day.
Giants are going to stink. This is depressing. Oh, yeah, of course you would say that. Of course you would say
Get
that.
it,
finally
Bonte.
got
One
it.
last time.
I
Let's
finally
go.
got it.
No, I actually think the
Bet
Giants are going to be...
the over 80 and a half win total
No, I
this
would too.
year.
Did you
Book
see-
it?
Did you see Tommy Pham?
I'm actually going to take the win total over. I think they will win over.
They're going to win 87.
They should
They're going to
win
win
more than
87.
they lose.
Did you
This
see
is the
Tommy
guy you need
Pham?
to worry about.
No, they're going to win 87. But
What's
9
Tommy
teams in
Pham
baseball
doing?
aren't trying. And primarily in the
Tommy
National League.
Pham, what he was with
Tommy
Jock
Pham said
Peterson?
every single time he sees Jock, he's slapping him.
When did he say that?
I swear to God, it's on a
Wait, Tommy
podcast.
Pham
It's all
on
over
a
the
team
internet.
Can we get that audio?
Yeah, I swear to
Who
God.
does he play for this year?
I don't even know.
Is he on a
He's
team?
on like 13
So
different
maybe
teams.
he's just going to get season tickets.
Gaylord
we gotta check
Perry
his
is
schedule.
surprised by the amount of teams he's on. Terry Mulholland thinks he's
Yeah.
on too many teams.
Where's
Ish
Yeah.
Smith is like blushing right now.
Oh, he's playing for the Mets.
I'm telling you,
He's on the Mets.
he said every single time I see him, I'm going to slap him.
No way he didn't say that.
It was all over my timeline.
He
Garrett.
slapped the soul out the
Yeah,
Giants last season. You better binge Jock during the Mets series.
Tommy Pham.
He can't go to New York City. Jock Peterson can't go to New York.
So when Carlos Correa fell through, they're like, Tommy Pham.
Don't even. Their roster
Pivot.
is unreal.
Yeah.
What
John
did Five
Peterson.
Fingers say to the face? Slap.
Jock Peterson just kissed New York goodbye. Well, actually, he got the Yankees series to start.
True.
Why are you doing that to me?
Tommy Pham might get on the subway and go out to Yankee Stadium just to
Or the
slap
Mets
him.
at the
If
open the
Stanton
season.
takes one, I'm going to say this if Stanton takes one swing in that series, I'm going to lose my
By
mind.
the way, the
Judge.
New York Mets is the second homestand for the Giants.
Is it?
Yeah.
It goes Yankees,
The
Mets?
Giants, no, the homestand. The Giants go Royals, Dodgers.
Oh, of course, Royals, traditional, AL matchup,
I mean, it's just dripping with tradition.
Bobby Witt Jr. And you know who plays for the Royals?
No, I don't.
Matt Duffy, leading all
Does
of
he really?
baseball in hits right now.
Oh, standing O. opening
no
day.
such thing as leading baseball in hits in March.
There is.
I mean,
there's not.
And Jordan
I
Walker.
can't get out of bed in March.
The second, thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
The second homestand, which I think is it April. Is
April
it
20th through the 23rd,
20th through the
4-game
23rd.
set.
The Mets are here.
Wow.
4-game set.
4 games. He's going to get slapped 4 times.
It's a lot of slapping.
Jock, it's time to buck up, baby.
Are you kidding me? Who's got his back on the real?
Yeah,
Jock goes out onto the field.
Well,
who's behind him in this
That is
hypothetical?
former Met Michael Conforto will be there
He'll hurt
to
his shoulder.
well, sure.
I mean, come on. What are we
Somebody
doing?
needs to step up for Jock, though.
Who?
Because, like, last year,
Joey
Cincinnati-
Bart doesn't even know he's on the team.
No, but so
Might
what?
not be.
But that's what I was saying last year. He gets slapped in the outfield. Nobody came to his defense.
Yeah.
You let your teammate just get slapped? Like a dip
I
slap
don't
you
know,
right
did
now.
anybody-
I'd come with the people's elbow on Dippy.
Did anybody even
If
see
he
it?
slapped you, Shasta.
I didn't even know if
Sorry,
anybody
Dippy.
saw
No,
it.
it's my teammate.
Let's try
It's
this.
my quarterback.
Let's see. Let's put this to the test.
Let's not. And so no, but like seriously,
No, you're in the history of violence. I want no party.
Change over ends with a
I don't
bang.
need this. After everything that's gone down this week, I think
Watch
the
it,
last
man.
thing we need is HR involved.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, geez, Louise. Then you want to talk reply alls? They'll be all over them. I mean, we're respectfully.
There's still people still sympathizing
Dan.
over that fat cat Matt Duffy used to have.
Oh,
that fat cat he used to
I
have.
think that
ugly cat.
I think that cat passed
Yeah,
away.
it did. But people
yeah.
are, oh my God, the cat. No, looks a
Man.
skeeter.
Dude, the
That drove
cat.
me crazy.
All
Yeah.
9 lives.
I worked
gone.
at that station when that was happening. Oh, the cat.
Well, this year it's the Rogers brothers.
ball.
I'm like, I get it. They're brothers. They're identical twins. One's righty and one's a lefty. You both better have great seasons because I swear to God, I can't hear any more about it. It's like when Jared Hayne was a returner, the Australian returner for the Niners.
But if they have great seasons, you're going to hear more about it.
Yeah, but that's fine. Like I'll talk about it then. But if they don't, and I'm still hearing about it, I'm going to lose my mind.
And you guys did this a couple weeks back or months back, and I'm trying to tie up all the loose ends. But you talked about the baddest twins in sports.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't mention the Pouncey twins.
Oh, good call.
I would put because you talked about the Morris brothers.
They're the
I don't think I was
scariest.
here for that day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We were talking about twins. Yeah, you were.
I thought,
we were talking about the Morrises versus the Jokic's.
I mean, you talk about
Oh,
me
yeah,
missing a
that's
day.
right.
You were
Yeah.
in Europe for 3 weeks. I mean, you talk about me
the
missing
McGuires,
Yeah, the
are they
Pouncey
somewhere
twins are
there?
about that life.
a day. Dude,
The Canseco's.
I want no part of the
They're on the
Pouncey.
yacht boat bumping Antonio Brown song, singing it word for us. Like, yeah, you know what
Bro,
I'm
you had to
saying.
have Jesus in the middle of that huddle because if you look at that Florida huddle, oh boy.
Twins I would
Wow.
want to hang with the Collinses and the
Collins.
Lopezes.
Good call.
I mean,
Good call. You can get a
guys.
great
Yeah.
beach volleyball game with the
Let's
Lopezes.
go to a movie,
Yeah,
Seriously.
absolutely.
And the Collinses, let's hang out.
Yeah, I
Who's
like
the
that.
guest today? What guest?
We are still working on something large, but it's not confirmed.
It's big.
It's not confirmed. So
He throws a heavy ball.
So it could end up being small, but it's
Yeah.
also like we'll let the audience know.
Holy mackerel.
I think we'd love to. I don't want to make this sound like something's passing away or whatever, but there are a lot of listeners. Your day goes a certain way. You're in the car at a certain time, so we would love to hear from a lot of our 9 to noon listeners because coming up on Monday we'll be 2 to 6, and so we'd like to hear from a lot of people who are in the 9 to noon family, and obviously hope that you come with us to 2 to 6 if it fits with your schedule. But give us a buzz today.
Nice.
And then this is going to be a rough day for Jordan Poole.
Yeah, I mean,
Yesterday was
he's
a
earned
really
it.
rough day.
He's
Yeah.
earned it.
It was
Well,
minus 33.
And I think part of that, part of the conversation for
Minus
me
33.
is why did you sign him when you signed him? Because you didn't have to. You really didn't have
because it locks you in to be able to trade him because you're so over the cap. The 3 players, Draymond, Steph, and Clay, get you to the salary cap. So if he goes off in free agency, you have to match whatever someone else had. So you're still in the same situation here, essentially. But to retain and get something back for him because you're so over the cap, you only have so many slots. Locking him in gives you the most flexibility.
But couldn't you have done that after this year? In similar fashion?
The number could be even more. Now you have to take even more back because the money has to match up. Let's say someone gives him $38 million. Now, for you to trade him away in a sign-and-trade situation, you would have to absorb $38 million back in return. The number isn't that bad when you look around trying to wiggle moves.
I think that's a very fair point. I also, though, wonder if that's what they were sort of predicting at the beginning of the year. You don't sign the guy thinking, let's do this so that we can trade him.
I don't think anyone does.
But I
I
also
agree with
think
that.
that's really where the Warriors have ended up. If you look at last year and this year, there's no way you could have predicted that both seasons would look the way they did.
Right.
And I think that has led to what I would call understandable mistakes. There's no way they thought they were winning it all last year.
Yes.
And there's no way they thought they'd be 500 one game over on March 10th this year. And people would have gotten punched and all of the things that have happened. So I'm with you. I wanted, Monte, I know you did too. I wanted them at the time to just let it ride. Let's watch Jordan Poole play one more year.
Yeah.
I get why they didn't. It's kind of understandable to me. They've been asked to predict things that you couldn't predict.
Yeah. Well, the other part of this is that, and this is going really deep in the weeds, because they're negotiating right now about television rights. If they sell to all these different teams and they get, you're going to see like you saw 5 years ago when you get the kid, what's the Tyler Johnson or whatever his name was, getting $55 million. There's going to be an explosion on the cap. So guys like Jordan Poole can take advantage of this explosion on the cap. Locking him in at a controllable number now gives you better wiggle room as a team to be able to get something back of importance. Let's say they negotiate with Apple Plus and this and that. I mean, you could see a LeBron James contract, a guy like him getting $80 million a year, and the Steph $50 million doesn't hit you as hard because the salary cap is now 200 and not 110 or whatever it is, 112 I think it is right now. I know this is really deep in the weeds on the money, but like
no,
I've
you're
been
right,
listening
but
on all this.
When you give him that bag and everything that happens after the fact, I think that it's all interconnected because the player that Jordan Poole is and he has shown himself to be is not necessarily cohesive with the way that the veterans want to play. And you've seen the frustration boil over in many different ways. He doesn't play great defense. He's closer to D'Angelo Russell than he is
Which is wild.
I mean, the way he plays, he's a great player on a team that's not very good. Can he be a number 3 or a number 4 on a championship team? I don't know if he can.
So I threw this out there this morning on social. What do you guys think of this? I wonder if what we're watching is some sort of a Russell Westbrook type career that is simply in the early stages. I started thinking because
Russell's a 10-time All-Star.
No, I understand
and he
that.
can rebound.
But
Russell's
I
really
think,
good for a long time.
I know. But when we look at it from the view we have now, looking back on his career, I don't mean that Jordan Poole is as talented as Russ was 5 years ago. What I mean, though, is Russell Westbrook, in the end, will feel like unrealized or wasted talent. Because hear me out on this.
Get him.
Listen to Russ's career.
You got 3 minutes.
Here's the characteristics that stand out to me about Russ, other than the obvious, right? Yeah, he won an MVP. He's very, very talented. I get it. Jordan Poole is very, very talented.
He didn't evolve, is what you're saying.
He's had trouble with big name teammates.
Okay.
Gelling, correct? Okay.
It's Russ and Jordan
Just
Poole.
Either one of them. These characteristics are all going to play. He's had trouble gelling with big name teammates. He is a poor decision maker on the court. He is a poor decision maker. Awareness on the court, questionable. Correct? Very, very good at driving the basketball. Like wildly talented, but out of control at times. Right? A three-point shooter, volume three-point shooter that from a percentage standpoint, it doesn't really work. And then here's the big swing, which is in the end, I look at Russ and go, dude, you're wildly talented, but you don't play winning basketball. And I wonder.
See, I would go more Monte Ellis.
Okay,
with a jumper.
Throw it whatever name you want. My concern is that what Poole really has done this year is he has not learned how to play this winning basketball brand that the Warriors.
Last year.
Did he?
He did
Because
last
we
year.
got to the playoffs and he became.
No, he was
a
right against Memphis early.
Right.
In the finals, they didn't play him.
But in the finals, he had a big spurt in Game 5.
Game 5.
In Game 6, he had a big spurt in Game 6.
Inconsistent, though. He also had moments where he couldn't play him.
First 3 games against Denver, it was Mr. Money time. First couple games at Convention, Shasky, he was good against Memphis. And we all forget, that's his first ever postseason.
No doubt. It doesn't mean that you won't have good moments.
Do we expect him to be dynamic?
Russ had great moments through his career.
How many of the young guys, and this is actually a better question because we were talking about this, how many of the young guys play defense and play team brand basketball?
Right.
With like Luka, I'm the one, everyone stretch out, play my way. Trae Young, play my, and I think Trae's so.
And it doesn't work.
I know it doesn't. But that's a byproduct of all these young guys.
Getting traded to Houston and forming that was a bad trade. We all knew that wasn't going to work. Harden's a different type of player. He did gel with KD. They had a long run together.
It should have beat the Warriors.
It didn't gel enough to where KD wanted to stay with him.
No. Yeah, but he was in Oklahoma. He spent like 9 years.
He's like the reason KD left.
Injuries derailed him from possibly winning the championship.
Guys, I know we're up against it. thank you so much for all these changeovers, and enjoy Steiny and Guru. I can't wait to hear it.
It's no.
Hey, good luck. Honestly, good luck in the afternoons, man.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna miss you guys.
From a real
real
genuine place, I'm really gonna miss this. I really am.
No
I
doubt.
really am, man. I appreciate you guys.
We'll be watching. We'll be listening. Willard and Dips coming up next for the last time from 9 to 12.
See ya.
Hi, Little Bob.
quick about Dibs that I'm sure not.
.7 The Game breaking news.
I mean, is there any better way to start off what will be the final 9 to noon edition of Willard and Dibs as we get ready to move to 2 to 6 in the afternoon on Monday than to say this? We got breaking news out of Arizona, United States of America. Brock Purdy has undergone successful repair of the UCL surgery. Therefore, it is not a reconstruction. It is not Tommy John. The surgery is done, and the timeline is set. He is expected to throw in 3 months. He is expected to practice in 6. Therefore, week 1 remains on the table at a minimum. That's the 49er quarterback situation as of today.
That's exciting. Breaking news. And that means the surgery, it's 10:30 now. That means he probably got in there early.
Yeah, he did one of those, show up at 5:45 in the morning, get a gown.
Yeah.
Have somebody there with you.
No doubt.
Right?
Make
Wheel
sure you had
him
a
in.
ride home. Yeah, probably had to arrive at about 6:45
Get
for
those
the pre-op.
slippers on. Yeah, right? When the parking lot is empty and nobody else is even there.
Yeah,
So
under the knife by 8. And, it's probably a pretty garden variety quick surgery
Probably.
if you're going to just repair it. So good for you, Brock. Congratulations, and get better soon.
that's right. And please sign these forms for the anesthesia and drive home safely. Please do not drive yourself. We would like you to protect that arm. But we got some Warrior stuff to get to. And as we've mentioned, and we know many of you know, some changes around here at 95.7 The Game. And so we will be moving to 2 to 6 in the afternoon on Monday, which means this will be the last time that you hear us from 9 to noon. Really going to miss Bonte and Joe in that changeover for sure. And any of those of you out there who, your day works this sort of way where, between 9 and noon or in the mornings is maybe the only time you listen. Like, first of all, we'd really like to sit down and talk to you and figure out how we can get earbuds in you so that you're listening to 95.7 The Game from beginning to end. Odyssey app if you want to go to a Warrior game. But outside of that, if this is, the way that you move and 2 to 6, you're off doing other things or what have you, would really love to hear from you today and say thank you. Just say thank you to our 9 to noon audience for everything that has happened over the last year and a half. It's been fantastic. We cannot appreciate it more. And as we said, we invite you to join us in the afternoons next week.
We look forward to 2 to 6, and you had me thinking about some of our dear friends like Brian in Palo Alto, who has been such a great caller. I don't know what his afternoon plans are. Jonathan, we know, is a mail carrier, and we're here and he's
by then,
there.
right?
Maybe, of course.
Better, Dib.
Robin, you hear from time to time, but we're going to take calls in the afternoon, so we look forward to many of our favorites joining us then as well.
Like, what if you're an elbow surgeon, for example?
Yeah.
I bet by the time you're 2 to 6 in the afternoon, you're somewhere with a snifter. The day's over.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing surgery. Have you ever had surgery when they're like, we've got you set for 4:30 in the afternoon on a Wednesday?
All my surgeries have been in the morning.
First thing in the morning.
Most of them, yeah.
Get your butt in there before the sun, get a gown.
Yeah.
And get your anesthesia, and we'll meet you over there
Speaking
in that
of
back room.
surgeons, I can happily report that our surgeons will be coming with us. Dr. Brian Feely, Dr. Narav Pandya, cleared to play, will follow us, Willard and Dibs, to the afternoon.
Beautiful.
At a time and day to be determined.
Yep, absolutely. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We'd love to take your calls. And again, we're definitely going to dive into the Warriors, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, Dylan Brooks, and the rest in what was just a putrid road trip. There is no way to spin that. But because of the breaking news, let's spend a couple of minutes on this. I wonder how y'all think this news affects free agency, which opens next week. If you are the 49ers, now that we know that Brock Purdy was a UCL repair and not a reconstruction, how does that affect the way you would approach the quarterback room in free agency? For me, there's a couple of quick answers. Yes, you still need someone. I do want someone who's accomplished. I want somebody who knows the system or whatever, someone that Kyle Shanahan feels can really fit, but I do not want a big name. That's actually the number one thing I'd say. And I know that sounds weird, but there's still going to be some of you who want them to call Tom Brady. There are others who are going to think that this Baker Mayfield idea is good. I would like that 49er QB3 to be someone that the collected media, the Matts, the Barrows, the Mayokos, the Jennifer Lee Chans, and the rest, I would like them to not be champing at the bit to go interview QB3. So no Brady, no Mayfield.
No.
Give me names that sound like Sudfeld as far as this situation. I would like the quarterback room to be led by Brock Purdy and Trey Lance for at least the next 2 to 3 years.
And Chase Daniel. Give me Chase Daniel.
That's fine. Yes.
Just give me Chase Daniel immediately, a guy who has played for 8 different teams. I guess if you count the Redskins, the former Redskins, now the Commanders, when he played on the practice squad in 2009, that would be 8 teams. Chase Daniel is a professional clipboard holder. He's been a guy who can come in and be stopgap, and he's also a guy who could be the next Brian Greasy in waiting, somebody who could go into your quarterback room
as
the quarterback coach. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm looking for that kind of guy. I'm looking for somebody to be the next member of the organization going forward, a guy who can be a quarterback if you need him, and God forbid you actually need a third quarterback again, which last year you needed 4. So I'm not saying that you won't need 3 this year. You probably will need 2, and you've got 2. And if Chase Daniel's your 3, you feel good about him coming in, probably better than you felt about Josh Johnson coming in.
And my hopes for this are A, that Brock Purdy is ready to go by week 1, but that if he's not, at a minimum, my gosh, with all of the investment that they have put into Trey Lance, I would hope that the organization feels good about putting him out there if all you're asking for is 2, 3, 4 weeks. Like, right? This is still Trey Lance. This is still the number 3 pick in the draft. By the way, we've done some digging this week on that whole S2 cognition thing that we've been talking about and how it's a new data point, something that measures the things that you would not be able to measure in the past. We can look at your height, your weight, your leaping ability, your speed, how far can you throw the ball,
your bench press,
your accuracy.
that,
we can do all that. What we've not been able to know in the past is how do you process information? How do you view the field? How do you move through all of the progressions? And that's what this does. And we do know that, for instance, Mahomes and Burrow and Allen scored off the charts, and so did Purdy. And maybe because he came out of the 7th round and has played so well, this is going to change the way people look at it. Like they're going to up that data point. There's also this, we haven't talked a lot about it this week. Trey Lance scored really, really well also.
Exactly.
Not quite Purdy, but really, really well. So I'm not done with Trey Lance by any stretch. I'm out on any trade talk. I want that guy to at minimum be QB2 this year. And if they need someone for the first month of the season, that's your guy.
And he's QB1 right now.
Yeah.
It's March 10th, and Brock Purdy right now is probably in recovery, still coming to after the anesthesia. And it's going to be, as Doc Pandia told us earlier and Cleared to Play, I think it was yesterday, we had a special Thursday edition. He talked about the immediate days following the surgery. He's going to be in an elbow brace that restricts his movement for the most part, and Brock Purdy's going to have to slowly work his elbow back from a flexibility standpoint between now and June when he's able to throw again. So from now to June 10th, 3 months from now, when Brock Purdy is actually able to start maybe grabbing a football and throwing it again, Trey Lance is QB1.
Yep.
So between now and then, Trey Lance has a great opportunity to continue to grow and show the organization that he's ready to be QB1 if Brock Purdy's not ready for September.
Yeah, so that's the situation there, and how that affects what the 49ers do is going to be real interesting, right from the jump next week when free agency starts, with all the quarterback stories that are out there, from Lamar Jackson to Aaron Rodgers and more, even Jimmy Garoppolo. Mike McGlinchey said the other day he expects free agency to be over fast for him. Like, he's expecting to be one of those guys that's like within the first hour. Like NBA does this the best, where it's like midnight, the free agency period opens, And like a minute later, it's like, this guy's got a 5-year, $112 million deal. And it's like, you weren't allowed to talk to him until midnight, and you signed him at 12:02. So they're talking now.
And you
obviously.
saw the Colton McKivitz news,
Yes,
right? They
yes.
signed McKivitz to a 2-year extension, so McKivitz will be the right tackle. You don't sign McKivitz to an extension if you're going to have him still be on the bench. So that basically signals to everyone that Mike McGlinchey will be going elsewhere.
Oh, but yes, he's going elsewhere, but they're going to bolster the offensive tackle group for sure.
Maybe in the draft.
Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to do it, but I think this is going to be an incredible week. So don't miss a minute as our new lineup starts, and we jump right into NFL free agency next week. Okay, now, with that as the backdrop, okay, the game is one thing. The Draymond Green, Dylan Brooks sideshow is another thing.
That was pretty fun.
It was fun, but it's only chapter 4. They're going to do this every time. This is now a thing. Like, would it even shock you if Draymond texts Dylan after the game? Like, good job, dude. Like, seriously. Like
That would shock me because they're not there yet. He doesn't look at Dylan Brooks as an equal.
I'm joking.
No, but you could see him texting LeBron like, hey, LeBron, buddy, pal, because they're on the same level. Dylan Brooks is like 4 levels below Draymond in his mind.
I agree with you, but something caught my attention that Slates said earlier this morning with Bonte and Joe, and it's this. Don't forget that Draymond Green gets a check from TNT too, not just the Warriors. So always think about this when you're dealing with major celebrity. It's kind of like Kanye West. When he rips the president, he does it when there's a new album out. He doesn't do it just because it's genuine.
Right.
Okay? We fall into this trap over and over where it's like, oh my God, Draymond Green hates Dylan Brooks. Maybe, or maybe he's playing a role and being an entertainer and being a promotional tool. And why did
you call Draymond a tool?
I am. Why did he wait and have the podcast come out the night before the TNT broadcast, the doubleheader? So I don't think this stuff is as genuine as we all take it, but that's a sideshow, and we'll get to that. Here's what really hit me in the face watching this game last night. Jordan Poole is lost. He's completely lost. The starting lineup was misguided for sure. And the first thing I'm thinking when I watch this, Jordan Poole does not blend with Steph Curry. And if you don't blend well with Steph Curry, that means you don't blend well in a Warrior uniform. You're not going anywhere for a long time. That is that man, mama. There goes that man.
Nice.
He's still going to be that man for at least a couple more years. And if you can't play well alongside Steph Curry, in my opinion, I don't know if you can play here. So that was point one. I mean, I'm not big in plus-minus stats, but did you see Steph Curry's versus Jordan Poole's last night?
It was a 35-point difference, Mark.
Correct. Jordan Poole was minus 33. Steph was plus 2.
We love plus-minus when it suits our narrative.
Well,
and I heard you say this on Wednesday when I was out, and you're absolutely right.
Totally.
So for today in this conversation, yes, Jordan Poole was a minus 33.
Okay, fine.
That's accurate.
Then let's just go eye test. He not playing well.
Klay Thompson's not playing well either.
Well, but he in recent weeks has. He has had huge
but
games.
To the point of this
He's had huge
conversation,
months.
right now the fit, and we can look at that starting lineup last night with DiVincenzo, Poole, Curry, and Thompson. That was an awkward starting lineup, and it didn't really go well in the early minutes of that game. Nobody felt comfortable.
I'm worried that Jordan Poole, I used the Russell Westbrook comp, and I knew that some of you would be like, well, Russell Westbrook's great. Well, not in my opinion. Now,
he was great at this point in his career. Absolutely, he was fantastic.
He was a fantastic numbers NBA player.
Well, they were an NBA finalist when he was early in his career.
They were, and I'm going to give the nod to Kevin Durant. He was not the 1. He was the 2 on that team.
And Jordan Poole is the 5 on this team.
Well, and he effectively, in my opinion, was the key reason that his 1 left. Because
the 3 left.
Because he lacks awareness of what's the right thing to do at the right time on a basketball court. # Jordan Poole. That's how I define this right now. If you'd rather use D'Angelo Russell, if you'd rather go back in time and use Steve Francis.
I think Monte Ellis is a great comp.
Monte Ellis, John Wall. You pick whoever the hell you want. Bradley Beal. Look at those damn numbers. He's an all-star. He's not going to win, Bubkas. He's not going to win. So finding somebody who has the ability in the NBA to score 25 a night is great, but it also needs to click. It needs to work. It needs to be productive towards something that matters. It needs to fit in a team concept, and it needs to win. And my concern right now is that Jordan Poole, talented as he is going to be the next name on that line of players that can put up 20-something a night whenever you want, and they will never, ever dance in June.
Well, then he'll be Monte Ellis because he's going to be here, it looks like, unless they decide that they're done with Jordan Poole and they want to trade him, but it looks like he'll be here after Draymond Green and after Klay Thompson, and whether or not he can then play with Steph Curry. If he slides into the Klay Thompson role, maybe Jordan Poole becomes a different player. Jordan Poole has already gone from being, oh my God, why did you draft him, to this guy's legit, we got to give him a bag. So he's already made a lot of steps in terms of his own progress. But right now, and last night was a great example of the fit. And the fit right now with Klay, Steph, and Jordan Poole on the court together, it doesn't fit very well.
Nope.
And Klay Thompson last night looked a little bit lost as well. He's not in rhythm. He's not playing the way he was playing when Steph Curry was out. And you add Jordan Poole into the mix, now you've got three guys who all want to shoot the ball. Jordan Poole wants to take the ball and get his own. Steph Curry's working off of Draymond Green. Klay Thompson's just trying to run around and get to his spot and get the ball. But when Jordan Poole is in there, I agree with you. He is the one piece that kind of prevents everything from being so cohesive.
And let's also not forget what happens next. When they all start, then they all sit, and that bench unit, oh my God. You're going to go out there and play heavy minutes with Ty
Played
Jerome.
better than the starters last night.
Ty Jerome, JaMychal Green, Andre Iguodala's out there clanking things. That second
Plus
unit.
4 last night.
That second
Best
unit.
on the team.
They had no scoring. The second unit, I'm watching this group play, and it's like JaMychal Green had a minute where he's like, I can shoot threes. Bang. Sure, you can hit it. I'm not saying that no one out there, Ty Jerome hit some threes. But like, you're watching that group, and if they're not going to defend, and Ty Jerome literally had a moment where Reggie Miller took him to task defensively, it was maybe the worst Ole moment of the whole year, where I think it was Bane who just walked right by him for an easy layup at a time where the Warriors were trying to grab some momentum there in the second half, one of their runs. It was awful. And so if you're not going to be good on defense and the other team is going to get some things going, you have to be able to counteract that. You have to have some scorers. And that second unit, when Jordan Poole starts with Steph and Klay, has nobody who you can say, you go get us a bucket.
Right.
So it's interesting because Jordan Poole as a starter has better numbers, but Jordan Poole as a bench player, to me, looks more like Jordan Poole when he has the ball. When he's out there with Steph and Klay, it's like, do I go?
Well, he doesn't
No.
know what to do.
Do I stop?
Exactly.
No. Go? No.
He knows he's the third option,
Right.
and Jordan Poole doesn't operate being the third option. Klay Thompson can operate as a third option because he knows if he cuts and gets to his spot and he gets the ball, he can catch and shoot, and he can get buckets. Jordan Poole is not a catch-and-shoot player. He's not that way at all. Steph Curry can catch and shoot. He can create on his own. He can do a number of different things. Right now, Jordan Poole is, give me the ball and let me create and do what I need to do to get me a bucket. And that doesn't fit when you've got an offense that's predicated on ball movement and player movement.
888-957-9570. Are you still in or are you out on the idea of Jordan Poole being a key cog for the future of this team? You brought up the contract. I mean, let's go back in time. I don't blame the Warriors for this. Here's my read. It's just my read. This is not a report. But if you go back in time, the Warriors as a franchise, and we all bought this. There's not a one of you that didn't agree with this at the time. You thought, and I thought, they're coming off a title, so they're good now. And they're going to be good in the future too, because Wiseman, Poole, Kuminga, and Moody. And sort of dip Wiggins into that water too.
And Looney, yeah.
Sure.
Still young.
So you've got all these 26 and younger players, and you're thinking, hey, we're going to do now and we're going to do then. I bet to a degree there was some pushback from at least one or two of the older guys. Wait a minute. Don't put all your financial resources into the young guys. Put your financial resources into us. We still got it, Bob.
Give us a veteran.
We just won a ring. Give us a veteran. Draymond, I'd like the max. What does the organization do? On back-to-back days, pow, pow.
Wow, two-piece.
They go 9-figure deals for two of their young players. The message to the older guys is, you still got it, but you're going to incorporate these guys because we're still going to be here as a franchise once you're gone.
And you're counting Wiggins in that. I mean, Wiggins is, I think, a little bit different because
he's a veteran.
And he took less than what he was going to be able to command. I mean, if you look at his contract, he goes from 33.6 this year to 24.3 next year. And it graduates up to a point where he won't make, at the end of this contract, what he's making now. So that is a completely different deal. What they did with Jordan Poole is exactly, I think, what you're talking about. And what they said, particularly to Draymond, Steph, and Clay, yes, we're still all in on you three. We love you. Sorry, Draymond, you're not getting the max. Clay, we're going to have to wait and see. We paid you $80 million to rehab, so we don't feel like we owe you anything. Steph, you're a made man. You're here as long as you want to be here, but Jordan Poole's our future. We're giving him the bag.
Right.
And I don't think they needed to do that.
And they played 10 games and went 3-7, and I feel like at that point, someone from the veteran group went, guys,
a hell no.
We can't do it with these pups. And then you know the story. Then comes November, December, January, and February, and that whole visual, Poole, Wiseman, Kuminga,
two
and Moody,
timelines.
That boat sank. Wiseman gone, Moody G League, Kuminga hurt, and Poole literally the focus of everyone's angst. I mean,
and the fact that they paid Poole anchors this whole discussion in reality in terms of the future, because now Jordan Poole is going to be a Golden State Warrior unless he's not.
Unless they trade him.
Right.
I mean, Shasky had a very good point this morning, which is
in terms of his tradability. If you sign him early,
does create it creates more flexibility and definition, right? If you send him out there as a restricted free agent, if we let it ride like we wanted him to do, and he goes out and he takes the next step, and is this year's regular season even better than last year?
Yeah.
And he's scoring 24 a night, and he is your dude. If that happens, now maybe you've priced yourself out. If they had known it was going to go the other way, where I literally think Jordan Poole's value right now is less than it was this time last year, if they had known that, yeah, they wouldn't have signed that deal.
And I wonder if his value's less, or is it just less because of who he's playing with? If you're a team out there looking for a young, explosive combo guard who can get you 22 a night, I think his value is still high. I think his value with this team has gone down.
Draymond Green's 3-point percentage is higher than Jordan Poole's. So if we're talking about
I love stats.
A scoring guard.
That's a fact. Yeah. And you know I love facts, Mark.
If you're looking for a scoring guard who's explosive, do I want a guy who's going to shoot 8 threes a night and make 2 of them? It's not my guy.
Both higher than Westbrook, by the way.
Exactly. Well,
to bring it back to your
there you
Westbrook's
go.
at 29.5%.
So let's get into this. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we'll also tell you coming up next how you can get yourself into Chase Center for a Warrior game. Don't worry, they're going to win all the home games, so it's fine. You want to go watch one of them? We'll tell you how next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Starting Monday, 90.
no Jordan Poole.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
All right. Boy, I wonder if Jordan's rethinking helping us out with our show based on the takes right now. Look, he's an exciting player. I've had fun watching Jordan Poole, and I will forever respect somebody who goes from late in the first round to sort of like brushed aside, goes to the G League. Every report we've heard and things that we know. Jordan Poole's one of the hardest workers on this team. So nothing I'm saying today is out of disrespect to Jordan Poole and how he's built himself.
Yeah.
However, do I think that Jordan Poole, and this is not a blame or fault, is he at the center? Is he the epicenter of the divide on this team?
Is he at the epicenter of the divide?
My answer is yes.
My answer is no.
Why?
Because he's a young player. Now, if he is at the epicenter of the divide, I don't think that it's his fault that he's at the epicenter of the divide.
I agree.
I think that the divide comes from... So, is he at the epicenter of the divide? Maybe. And I think I will allow that. Well, in terms of... And I'm having a hard time with it, Mark, because if he's at the epicenter, then by proxy... it feels like it's his fault. And I don't think that it's his fault.
No,
so
it's
I'm going to agree with you that he is at the epicenter,
but I'm
going to say it's not his fault.
Right.
He got paid $128 million in the offseason. And before that, Draymond Green openly asked for a max contract extension. And I don't know if the organization laughed at Draymond Green, but they didn't entertain his thoughts in terms of what he wanted. And I'm sure that frustrated Draymond Green. So Jordan Poole gets a bag. Jordan Poole gets popped in the face in a practice in preseason. And whatever carryover effect from that, we will never know. But what we do know is this. The way Jordan Poole plays basketball doesn't necessarily jibe with the way Steph, Clay, and Draymond want him to play basketball.
Yeah.
And Jordan Poole has become a very good NBA player. He's developed his game in a very fast way. He's become a, quote, real one. But he hasn't really developed in the way that this team wants him to develop in terms of ball movement, player movement, and all the rest of it. So is he at the epicenter of the divide? Yes, he is. But it's not his fault. And I also will say it's not his fault that this team is one game above 500. I blame Steph, Clay, and Dre long before I blame Jordan Poole.
That's interesting. This is literally one of those situations where, and I know we love to do this, we're almost forced to do it, to decide who's to blame.
That's what we do as humans.
I know, but I'm not sure blame is the right word when it comes to this. We've talked a lot about Lamar Jackson and the Ravens the last 2 weeks. Who do you blame? I don't blame really anyone. I can actually sit in a room with either one of them and go, yep, totally get your point.
Yeah.
Like, the Browns are stupid. I get it.
That's a tougher one for
me. And
me.
Lamar's like, but Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson are getting paid this, and so I should get paid that. And I'm like, yep, you're right, too. And
yeah.
So I totally understand why you guys...
I see that.
Right, so with the Warriors, it's sort of like what I said during the changeover. These are understandable mistakes because there's no way that you could have predicted two things. You could not predict they were going to win it all last year. You thought the core was done winning titles. You did. And guess what? Almost everybody else did too, if we're really going to be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, you believed
I thought it was within the realm of possibility.
Right.
Sure.
I didn't think it was. And, and maybe this year is the year where I'm proven right because I've said all year this year that I don't believe that they're a real championship contender. And, coming off of last night and coming off of a soft Tuesday in OKC, it's looking more and more like I might be right. I don't want to be right. I'm a diehard Warrior fan. This is the one team that I love more than any other team in the Bay Area. When I look at who's to blame, and unfortunately, when a season goes the way this season's going, and you have all this championship pedigree, when I look at the reasons why you're not winning games, I don't look at the fourth-year guy who's only making $3.7 million. I look at the top first.
And that's fair. What I'm saying is, if I go to each individual in the room and say, if I were them, how would I have done it differently? if I were Steph, Clay, and Dre, I'd have totally done what they did. Why wouldn't you? They're like, yo, I got 2, 3, 4 years left in this career. We're elite. We're a dynasty. We just won it again. Go get us some pieces that matter for the rest of our careers. Why would those three care what the Warriors look like in 8 years? Why
they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
Why am I going to ask
that.
them to care? Okay, so if that's their take, I get it. Now, if I'm Jordan Poole, why the hell what would I do differently? I'm young, I'm upcoming, I'm dynamic, I'm trying to get the money. I get it. Now, is he a little bit chirpy and cocky with his teammates? Maybe. Is that rare in the NBA? No.
It's not rare on that team.
Exactly. So,
and Draymond Green actually applauded that earlier in the year.
Jordan is totally allowed to have confidence in himself and want to get the bag and scream money time and build your career, young fella. Nothing wrong with that. Now, if I'm the front office, this is the one that I think gets people. What would you have them do? They do, in my opinion, they look flippy-floppy. But I get it. Because at the beginning of the year, they wanted to both super serve the big three and preserve the future.
And they tried to do that. They brought in Dante DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green.
They did. And gave 2 young players. I know Wiggins is a little bit of a hybrid, but they gave 2 young players big contract extensions. They entered James Wiseman into the lineup.
Right.
They did all of these things that were to preserve the future. And the problem with the whole thing is they came out and stunk. And so, therefore, the big three ended up with more voice in the room, in my opinion, because they're like, hey, guys, we can't win with these pups. They don't know what they're doing yet, and we don't have time to wait. And then the organization flippy-floppied, and they agreed. However,
see, I don't know if that's a flippy-floppy. I think it's a pivot, not a panic, because you realize that Wiseman's not the sauce, and you got something for him, allegedly, if GP2 can ever play.
Yeah.
So I think that they went into it, like you're saying, with one mindset of, and they never have said the phrase 2 timelines. That was a media and fan creation, but the overarching feeling.
They lived it, though.
They absolutely lived it. And, Wiseman wasn't the guy. You got something for him, theoretically. And Kuminga, turns out he is a piece. Now, should you have played him more earlier or not? That, I don't know we can ever determine if he would have been better had he played more earlier. It turns out he's a good, solid piece. We don't know how long he'll be out. Moses Moody's the one that has me scratching my head.
Totally.
Because last year, 8 months ago, it felt like he was on the come, and now he's in Santa Cruz.
He done just lost his. Yeah, he lost his. He lost his mojo.
Yeah, one last time.
He lost his mojo. There you go. For the people.
For the people in the back.
It's like
I'm gonna miss that.
That is that. I see, Moses Moody is the Austin Powers of this team, man. He done lost his mojo, and I don't. He got
mojo.
Yeah, he's got to go find it. I don't know where it is. I don't think it's in Santa Cruz either. By the way, did you see Anthony Lamb's night last night in Santa Cruz?
No, he played again, huh? Did he go off?
You would know. It was the opposite. It was dreadful.
Oh, no.
0 for 6 from 3. I think he had like 6 points in almost 30 minutes. He was awful. I don't know if that matters or not. The pivot, as you put it, hasn't worked. That's the thing. If you're going to pivot, and for instance, the big pivot was, okay, fine, let's turn the number 2 pick in the draft into a damaged Gary Payton II. That was your pivot. And then you don't even get to play him. So whatever they've tried to do to cobble together a bench in the wake of these young guys not being good enough hasn't worked. And that's why they're 34 and 33. And so I don't know necessarily who's to use the word blame for that. I find it all an understandable version of this story. But the reason I use the epicenter of the divide on Jordan Poole, again, he didn't take that role. He just sort of is that. He's the best of the young core, and he's the one who got paid, and he's the one who plays an important role on this team. Therefore, he's the one who speaks for the young group, and he does it loudly and brashly, and therefore the big three know that they need to play with him. but we've watched repeatedly how sometimes that drives them up the wall. So he is the epicenter of the divide. He's the guy getting people to throw mouthpieces.
And he does take on some of the blame, and I don't think that you can look at this year so far, one game above 500, and use any word other than blame, because this team should be better than this. You should be better than this on the road with Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins when he plays, Looney, Poole, the rest of it. You should be better than this on the road, and you should be better than this in general. In a Western Conference that is replete with mediocrity, you should not be one of them. So when you look at it, I do think it's fair to assign blame. And I do think that Steve Kerr, and he would shoulder a lot of the blame as the coach, because for whatever reason, he has not gotten this team interested in playing defense.
Yeah.
And it's beyond Jordan Poole and offensively and the dysfunctionality of this team offensively. Last night, Mark, you gave up 48 points in the first quarter to a Memphis team that didn't have Ja Morant, its best scorer by far. Steven Adams, a big man who should have been giving you trouble. If you look at the guys who beat you last night, and I was listening to Bonte and Joe this morning, and every time Bonte does this, it makes me think about the fact that the Warriors have made stars out of guys that I've never heard of.
Oh my gosh,
this year.
repeatedly.
Last night it was Conchar and that guy whose name it starts with an A.
Yeah, the name that starts with an A. I can't tell you. Almost.
I got to Google it. Thank you.
Almost
Aldama.
Sure.
Conchar
By the
and
way,
Aldama.
every time that happened, like the TNT broadcast, because it's loud, and if you're in the other room, you're cooking some food or whatever, I kept thinking that they were saying Obama. I'm like, wait a minute. Did he get reelected? What? Wait, what happened? Like, they're like, for 3, Obama! And I'm like, wait, what's his name? But we've done that
Santi Aldama.
We've done this every game this year, it feels like. And sure, it's not every game, but almost every game. You might as well call it's a league pass night.
Totally.
And what that means is, if you don't know, for me at least, what league pass means is not what it means for you. It's not like, I got league pass and I watch all the games. It's, let's get to know this dude you've never heard of, because tonight, he rocking 27 points.
Against the Warriors.
You're like, what?
Yeah. And that's where, in last night, it was Conchar and Aldama.
Yeah.
And I know they didn't, quote, lead the way, but...
He had 15 points off the bench, this Obama guy.
Thank you.
He had 15.
Thank you.
He had more than Dylan Brooks.
Thank you, Obama. Thank you, Aldama. It's tremendous. Next time we get Lo Neal on, we gotta have him do his Obama.
I know it's a good one.
It's not very good.
It's not very
hilarious.
good.
He just the way he does it. He does the forward increments.
It's a cadence.
It's about a cadence.
It's absolutely.
And it's the way he does it, though. He thinks that it's a 5 out of 5. But it's really a 2. And I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Phenomenon who knew.
Thank you.
Every time Aldama put one in, I read his lips. He was like, yes, we can. And he would run down to the other end of the course.
Thank you. 48 points in the first, bro.
That's the stupidest thing. Like, I mean, what?
You said that this morning. What's stupid?
What point total do you just start laughing? To me, 33 is where you get annoyed. 38 is where you get angry.
40 is offensive.
42
is offensive.
Is offensive. 48 is, I'm like rolling on, like ROFL. I'm rolling on the floor laughing. That's just dumb. 48 points in a quarter. I don't know if they could score that even if you just sat and watched.
Right. And I mentioned it in the changeover. The last 3 games, they were a -10 in the first quarter. And then you go out and you give up 20. So now they're a -15 over the last 3 games in first quarter point differential. They're 20th on the year in the association in first quarter scoring.
The Warriors need some change we can believe in. And I would like
You're on fire.
I would like you to win 2 tickets to the Warriors game. I can believe in that. The Warriors and Spurs, March 31st. Another gentle reminder that all you have to do to win, literally, you don't need to fill out any forms or anything. You just need to listen on the app. That's it. Just download the Odyssey app, listen on 957thegame.com. And it's not just listening. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. 1 free entry for every hour that you listen. Every hour that you listen, another chance to win up to 8 entries per day. Download the Odyssey app, listen to all of our shows on the Odyssey app or 95.7 The Game, and end up at Chase Center where the Warriors win. Let's go to Richard in Vallejo on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Richard, what are you doing?
I'm listening to you guys, and I'm wondering why there's not a lot of focus on Steve Kerr.
Okay, let's talk about him.
This whole season, they've played what? How many different starting lineups?
28.
Yep.
Close to that.
I might have made that up, Richard.
Yeah, a lot. Richard, a lot.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know what that is. First of all, would you suggest that Steve don't tinker when it's not working? Plus, injuries are a part of that as well. But go ahead.
No, I don't suggest that. But the lineup last night, a college team would have beat the Warriors.
I agree that last night's lineup was bad. Yes.
Really bad. And then to make it worse, when he subs in, he puts in Ty Jerome, and it got worse. Didn't get it. Looney deserves to start every game if he wants to. Plus, you got Jaren Jackson in the middle of the Memphis lineup, and you've got nobody that can stop him with the exception of Draymond. I just didn't get it last night at all.
I agree, Richard, that
Don't
it was...
you get it?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. I think last night's lineup was ill-conceived.
Yes.
I agree.
Badly managed.
I agree. However, is there an overarching point there? Is this team where it is because of Steve Kerr?
No, but
I don't agree with that.
I think you can look at certain things with Steve Kerr, and you can rightly say that he's not had a great year. And, starting lineup last night, I think, was a dud. Although when he went for his first sub, they were down 11. He takes Jordan Poole out, and by the end of the quarter, you're down 20. So it wasn't like, hey, bench, come in and save the day. The one thing that I would ding Steve Kerr on, and I'm going to ask him this next week when we interview him for the first time, it's the defense. Why has the defense gone from being elite to being beyond mediocre? It's a bad defense. Motivationally, why is this defense not as interested in playing defense?
How many questions do you think you get? Because that's not the question you said you wanted to ask an hour ago. You said you wanted to ask him what happens when they go on the road.
And I've got follow-ups too, Mark.
Oh, you do?
And luckily we get them weekly. Those interviews, they can be longer.
Yeah, I
than,
think we're allowed to hang out for a little while, right?
Yeah, it's such garden variety in and out, where you talk block me and I get my one question. And by the way, I did get 2 that's a good questions in yesterday's wide-reaching meeting with the boss.
I think actually one of them was a great question.
Yeah.
However, when he followed up with that's a good question, he was talking about the same question that he was referring to as the great. So you only get
credit.
one. Yeah, you don't get to double up. It doesn't work that way. Doug in Salt Lake City on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Doug, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm hanging out at the airport, listening to you guys, heading back to the Bay Area in about an hour.
Nice.
And
safe flight.
So I listen to you guys whenever I can, even though sometimes you give me a hard time. I like what you said earlier about the pivot and the dynasty, and I think that they started out right. And where they lost their way was that a dynasty doesn't mean you got to win every year. A dynasty. How many teams have won 3 in a row? Kobe and Shaq and Jordan in the modern era. That's it. If we had stuck with the young guys, developed them, and won 3 out of 4, this is the year we don't win. Now they messed everything up.
Well,
I don't know what they're going to do.
So, Doug, you have a completely fair point that I don't think has a realistic answer. So, here's what I would say to that. You and I and you, Dibs, and so many people listening, we're coming at this from the angle of Warriors fans. Therefore, we are going to be Warriors fans when Steph Curry's no longer playing. So we care about that Warriors team. I don't think he does. So what's the answer to that question? You're saying, hey, in a dynasty, you need to give up some years in order to develop the young guys. What do you think Steph, Clay, and Dre would say if you walked into them, 35th birthday coming up here in just a moment, you walked into them and said, so this might not be our year because we want to develop these young guys, but then, maybe when you're 36, we might be able to
try again.
Give it another go.
Yeah.
Steph's going to punch you in your face.
Well, that's too soon,
Right?
quite frankly.
Sorry.
No, but you're right.
They're going to reject that idea. There is pressure on the organization from those three guys now.
But they do
us
understand
right now.
Those guys also understand that the organization has a duty to make this product relevant going forward. So that's where this two timelines ideology exists. So how do you thread that needle? Well, you thread the needle by hoping that Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, and Poole can be good enough to still maximize this championship window. And you mentioned it, Mark. Last year was a championship that kind of was born out of nowhere.
Totally.
It was the lotus growing in the mud because you weren't necessarily supposed to win that championship, but you did.
Yep.
So now the veteran core is thinking, all right, we got 4, let's get 5. Let's bring back a couple of more really good veteran pieces like Otto Porter Jr. was and like GP2 was, and let's, quote, run it back. And the team is like, yeah, we'll do that, but also here's some young guys, enjoy them, and when it doesn't work early, that's when things started to break apart.
I'm almost thinking, and this is a little tongue-in-cheek, but I'm thinking back to the parade, and the players are up on the buses, and the execs are in, like, those convertible cars. And you almost
we're
wonder.
At a folding table.
We're at a folding table.
On Drum Street.
But we got like 18 pairs of Zennies, so it's going well. We're having a great day.
Yeah.
We're picking confetti out of our hair. Sorry, our hoodies. My bad.
Man, that felt personal.
But anyway, the players are up on the buses, and there's nothing more satisfying than that. They've got all the receipts. You've still got confetti in your bag.
Yep.
They've got all the receipts. They've essentially crossed the only bridge that was left to cross. It was twofold. Can you still do it? Is the dynasty over? Answer's no. Steph, can you be finals MVP? Answer's yes. So on that day, in that moment, they're on top of the bus, literally and figuratively. They've got all the power. And you wonder if the Bob Myers and the Kirk Lacombs of the world are cruising around in convertibles going, this is fun, but oh, crap.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Because now what are we going to tell these three guys?
Exactly.
That's what I don't think that that's what was actually going on in their head, but that's real. That's real. You can't tell those three guys nothing anymore. And that's why James Wiseman plays for the Pistons.
Yeah. Good little game last night, by the way.
Yeah,
double. And
yeah,
I don't know exactly who this is who blows up my Twitter with James Wiseman. Like,
oh, do you get stats every night?
Yeah, when Wiseman has a good game, this guy, and he hits me with like 7 tweets that's exactly the same. And I'm afraid you're going to have to get blocked during the break because I can't do it. I can't do it. Yes, I saw Wiseman.
Can't win with him.
He had a great game. And Detroit is still winless, by the way, with James Wiseman. And I'm happy for James.
Yeah.
He's showing that he's a real NBA player. And someday.
Sometimes.
No, he's a real NBA player.
He's a player. I don't know if he's a great player.
I didn't say that. He is an NBA player. He's a guy who can play at this level and do things at this level that will keep him employed at this level.
I didn't question that. Did you question that? I think he'd have a roster spot. He can play.
Right, but he's showing that he can at least be a player. Now, can he be a double-double machine for a playoff team or a championship team? That's yet to be determined.
888-957-9570, that's the number. We got to get a little further into Draymond and Dylan Brooks and some of the sound that came from the game from those two afterward. We'll get to that coming up next. I think we're going to pop in and say hi to Larry Krueger in Arizona here in about a half hour as well. But we'll keep taking your calls on this on the final 9 to noon edition of Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game's new. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
One last time. For those of you on YouTube, I apologize because you can't hear, but it's Phil Collins being played right now. It's a Phil Collins Friday.
And for those of you who can hear Phil, maybe you could explain why this is a moment for you.
It's a moment because Joe Spadoni, who's probably 28 years old, and I love the young people. You know that.
30 in a few months. Thank you.
Whatever.
Oh, wow.
It's not about you, Joe. This is about me.
You know, you're not allowed to be a Memphis Grizzly here in a couple of months there, Joe. Yeah, can't be 30. Go ahead.
I told him a long time ago when I got to know Joe, and he was our radio engineer on my show, I said, dude, you need to lose the Phil Collins Friday. I mean, the audience doesn't want to hear Phil Collins on a Friday. Yeah, I mean,
why not?
Because I love the young people. Let's skew younger.
Do they want to hear it on a Tuesday? Like, what's wrong with Friday?
They don't want to hear it at all. And I love Phil Collins.
Wait a minute. We got a
I slept out for Genesis tickets.
Hold on
in
a
87.
second. I think we do a pretty good job of covering the bases here. There are plenty of people listening who want to hear Phil Collins. And then there are plenty who don't, and we serve them as well. Right?
Yes.
I want this station to be something that can play Drake and Phil Collins. All right?
I'll allow it.
Okay.
But the reason why he's playing it is to get under my skin. And that is
it was,
what I have issue
I
with.
thought it was to salute you and to say, via con Dios.
More like, so long, sucker.
I think you're sleeping on the younger demographic, Dibs. Don't forget, Tarzan came out when I was about 5 or 6 back in the late 90s, and that soundtrack, oh my God.
Hey,
all-timer by Phil Collins. Academy Award.
Certain things stand the test of time. Do you want to know? Here, great example, and yes, get the drip drop ready. Here, dude. Whoop. Whoop.
Well, one time I played golf with Phil Collins.
So one time I played golf with Brian Baumgartner. Actually, I've played with him more than once. Like 3 times I played golf with Brian Baumgartner. You know him as Kevin from The Office.
I know him from our show when you and I booked him.
Big Green Bay Packer fan. Yes, I appreciated that you called him.
Yeah, no problem.
So anyway, part of the work that I do with the classes that I teach, some of the content that Brian and I used to do on the golf course, we had a little show, takeoff on Jerry Seinfeld's thing that ran on Golf Digest called Celebrities and Golf Carts. And Brian was one of the very first episodes. And so that's how I got to know him. And we show that show in the classes. And one thing, the reason I show it every quarter, every semester, is one thing I've noticed is when you're still 18, 19, 20 years old right now, you also love The Office.
Yeah.
My son is 16, loves The Office. So I don't know if Phil Collins is a great comp here, but there are plenty of things that you and I feel like, well, that was ours 10, 15 years ago. And teenagers today are like, yep, that's mine too. So again, I don't know if Phil is that, but just because it was around back when, you had more hair than you have right now.
With the hair.
Look, it's our...
Are you going to take these personal shots to afternoon drive with you?
Oh, by the way, and Ernie Chavez, again, we got to shout him out because he put another couple of bucks in the hopper to pay for a YouTube comment.
And the kitty.
He said, Phil Collins Friday for those that observe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Yeah.
And
so
it's funny you mentioned The Office.
Maybe Phil stands the test of time.
Maybe. The reason why it always rankles me is because I had asked Spadone early on, this had to be 4 years ago when I started middays with Steiny Guru and Dibs. That's probably 3 years ago. I had asked him nicely to knock it off. So now every now and again, he will sprinkle it in because he actually pivoted. Don't panic. He pivoted to 50 Cent Fridays. And I was like, you know what? I'm feeling that a little bit more. So we rode that for a long time. And now every so often, he will Phil Collins me, and I turn around to see him, and he's got that Spadoni smug grin on.
Well, I want everyone to know, we got to bring, exactly. He left during this entire conversation. I don't know if that was a message.
He just had enough.
Spadoni got up and walked out of the room. He just left.
That was a total hokey doke. I turn around, and it's Lubman's cheesy grin.
Gone.
The old switcheroo. Totally. The old banana in the tailpipe.
Gosh. Leave it to radio hosts to be on a date with someone and you're still talking. They're not even there anymore.
Totally.
They went to the bathroom 3 minutes ago. So anyway, yeah, like there's little idiosyncrasies here with our lineup change that is taking place on Monday. For those of you who don't know, Bonte and Shasky will be on from 6 to 10. Steiny and Guru will be on from 10 to 2. And Dibs, you and I are going to be on moving into afternoon drive from 2 to 6. And so there are little things behind the scenes that means. And one of them is, for instance, that we're going to see a hell of a lot less of Joe Spadone.
Right.
Unless we want to come into work really, really early.
Yeah.
Which sometimes I will do, because I told Bonte and Joe once a month, which probably actually means once every 2 months, once a month, I'm going to come in and mess with them. Just a day where I got nothing going on.
Yeah.
I come in at 10 a.m., and I'm just going to walk in here, and I'm going to turn the mic on. I'm not going to ask if it's okay. I'm just going to do it, and we'll see what happens. I'll probably get yelled at, but that's what we're going to try.
No, I like that.
Or maybe we won't.
No,
I don't know.
I actually am going to try and do the same thing. Occasionally, like once every couple months, our sister station, Alice, Sarah and Vinny, will have me in studio, and I'd like to think that they'll still do that. So, they're a top-rated station, so it's always good for the brand.
Sarah and Vinny,
so when they want to have me on, I'll still come in, and in those days, I will pop in because I love the changeover.
Yeah, and we probably, I don't know if it should be a payday sometime when we do this, but I sort of feel like I'm going to get maybe skinnier with this move. I'm never going to have another donut. We have been the donut people at this station. I don't know if you can do that when your show starts at 2 in the afternoon. Is that weird? So maybe we're going to have to still come in and see our friends in the morning and bring sugar with us.
Yes, or we can pivot. And again, I'm borrowing from Shasky at the Pivot Don't Panic a lot this show, but I think pizza. I think we're going to have to turn into the pizza show.
Oh, gosh.
Because I love the two things that
remember, I still got a 9-year-old at home. Pizza is a constant performer.
Right.
It's just everywhere.
It's one of the 4 major food groups when you've got a 9-year-old.
It's the food group. The kid thinks, and Google it, he thinks pizza's a vegetable, and I'd like you to disprove him. You can't. Google it. This is a thing. If you Google, is pizza a vegetable, you will get all kinds of wiki debate, all kinds of things will come up. We've had this conversation. It's filled with tomatoes and spices, and is pizza a vegetable? I mean, I don't know if it's a reptile. I don't know what else you would call it, but you can have what I think is a reasonable conversation as to whether or not pizza is a vegetable. And if it is, well, I could sit down with a pizza and decide that I've covered all the food groups, depending on what I put on it.
Yeah, it's from NPR. It depends on the sauce.
Who got the sauce?
Right, the sauce. I guess if you go tomato sauce, isn't a tomato a fruit? I guess.
Well, that's the other thing. There's these
we're going down a rabbit hole.
I know, tomato's a vegetable. I know it's a fruit, but it's a vegetable. Do you know what I mean? They're I don't know what even the definition is. Does something have seeds? Does it not? If a tomato is a fruit because it has seed, what is that?
Then what's a pumpkin?
Right.
Is a pumpkin a fruit?
I think it's a reptile. Anyway,
Thank you.
I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know.
It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Speaking of not compromising, that's not anything that Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks are going to do anytime soon. Let's throw a little bit of this at you, Dylan Brooks, after the game.
Told me before the game you were going to talk a lot. We saw you talking to a lot of different people tonight. What was the message that you had to Draymond?
That's what I do. I talk, and I told him, I told them that keep that mic. He's better at the mic than hooping. You know what I'm saying? So keep doing this podcast, keep blogging, keep doing this thing off the court. It's cute, it's fun for him.
Yeah, and then he said as he walked off, it'll help me play better. And I was thinking, well, yeah, it needs to. This was a weird vibe. They won. They won by 21. So you get to have the sideline interview. But Dylan Brooks doing a victory lap like, I won that round, you played awful. Dylan Brooks was terrible last night.
He was fine. They won the game.
Yeah, they won.
He wasn't that bad. He should stop shooting threes.
Thank you. He was 1 of 7 from 3.
But he was 6 of 15, I think, from the floor.
Right. So that means he was 5 of 8 from inside 3. And that's fine. It's fine. It's not. So maybe that was an overstatement of that word. But he didn't do anything special. Obama outscored him off of the bench.
Thank you, Obama.
Do you know what I mean? That was not a game. And I get why TNT did it, and it's sort of my point about this back and forth. It doesn't feel that organic. It feels a little contrived to me. It's getting to the point where it feels a little forced. and I think TNT is helping. Draymond Green is an employee. Like, why do you have Dylan Brooks be the guy that you talk to after the game? He wasn't one of the top 3 best players on the floor for the Grizzlies last night. But that's because of this feud, if you want to even call it that.
It's a feud. I think it's absolutely a feud. When one player comes out and the other player takes time out of his highly rated podcast to call him names, it makes it a feud. And when the players come together on the floor and they stand cheek to cheek and they're not doing a tango and they're basically, if neither one of them had as many texts as they each do, that thing might have escalated. It might have been an escalation sensation.
Maybe.
But Dylan Brooks has 16 texts, which means he's already been suspended for a game. Draymond's got 15, which means the next tech he gets, he's suspended for a game. So if these two were both sitting on 4 or 5 techs, that might have escalated into a little bit more of a battle. But I do think it's a feud, and I also do think it's a rivalry.
I agree with the rivalry thing. We'll get to that in a minute because Draymond Green was asked all kinds of things after the game. This is, I thought, an embarrassing game. I thought a huge game that the Warriors needed, and they totally whiffed. Yet all the questions after the game, predictably, were about Dylan Brooks. So here's Draymond on the face-to-face that the two got into.
He thought he would bait me like he gets baited. I get technical fouls when I want to get a technical foul. I don't get baited into technical fouls. And so I think that's probably the difference in between me and him. If I do that to him, it'd be a double tech because he'd respond. But it's not a double tech because I didn't respond, So one of us are baitable, one of us aren't. And that's just kind of how it goes.
I get technicals when I want to get technicals.
He's just an absolute genius. He's right.
Is he? Because some of the technicals, if you look through the career, have come at very, very bad times.
Well, and you're right. And maybe it's not totally accurate because there are times where he gets technicals where he seems to lose it. He had the 2-tech game in Charlotte where they lost the game because of it, and he's been ejected in spots. Yeah. But like last year in Memphis when he got ejected from that ball game, that felt like that was a time where he wanted to get ejected. Draymond Green at times is like a Major League Baseball manager, an old school manager, where your team's down 9-1 in the 6th inning and the manager's just damn sick of it. So he goes out there and kicks dirt on the ump. Right. Throw me out, ump, please. I want to get in the clubhouse and drink a brewski.
You think that stuff happens? I do. Like
no
more
doubt.
than we realize. Where because
not anymore so much.
There have been movies though where even in basketball, like you go over to the hey, I need you to throw me out right now.
Totally.
It was a consideration.
Well, what would get you to throw me out? Well, you need to call me a bleepity bleep. All right, bleepity bleep. Hey, you're out of here. Hey, what? How dare you throw me out of here? Totally. Kick, scream, run out. I mean, I think that stuff happens. All right, Draymond is asked, was Dylan Brooks extra motivated?
I don't know. You have to ask him. I'm not sure what motivates him. I know playing against us motivates him, so that's where he was extra motivated, but played the way he plays, I think. Unless you saw something special that I didn't. Yeah, me either.
Here's the one that's going to get everybody, and this is just what's so tough. Because what Warrior fans don't want now, you don't want the dynasty to become the thing that the guys are hanging on to 1 year too long. In other words, when things look bad, I don't think fans want to be told, yeah, but we're the best because we've been the best. So that means we're still the best in the absence of any motivation that we're the best. I don't think that rings very well, and that, to me, is what this sounded like.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
Well, you just said on the shop in October, and you just said on your podcast less than 48 hours ago that this was a big game. So you can't do this, right? Like you go to break up with someone and they're like, no, I'm going to break up with you first. You can't tell me you care. And then when it doesn't go well, go, I didn't really care. That's what that sounded like. And you're going to play the March game as if to say, we're the Warriors. I mean, he sort of did to the Grizzlies what I've been doing to the Sacramento Kings. I mean, March wins are adorable.
Totally.
They're adorable.
It's offensive.
So cute that you're over here caring about March because we have championship DNA, so we don't worry about March. Well, you worried about it 2 days ago to the point where you dedicated an entire podcast to this game.
Right. You called him idiot.
I don't know.
You called him clown.
I don't know.
You called him champ, and then you corrected it into clown. And if you look at the regular season history between these two teams, since Dylan Brooks became a Grizzly, the Warriors are up 11-9 in the regular season. So that means games in October all the way through March and maybe even a game in April. And I know that it matters more what happens in May, April and May, and the playoff record is Warriors 4, Grizzlies 2. And ultimately, that's the only thing that matters. That and 4 championships versus 0 championships. But to your point, at some point, as Draymond Green, and you even saw Dylan Brooks getting into Steph Curry a little bit last night, and you saw Clay earlier this year with Devin Booker of Phoenix talking about, I got 4 rings, I got 4 rings.
Right. Gosh,
Which,
this is a great point.
That's always a great counterpoint in trash talk, but at some point when your run is over, those championships don't matter in the moment.
This is a great point because you cannot continually tell us that you don't care when your behavior is showing the opposite. You're flashing. The 4 rings thing, I feel like, has come up in 10 games this year where you've either heard guys or read lips or seen the 4 fingers go up. To me, it kind of feels sad, to be honest with you. It's not that it's not true, but the Warriors' resume speaks for itself. You don't need to walk around telling everybody about it. That does not feel good. That these 3 guys, and Steph hasn't done it, but these 3 guys, seemingly every time there's a young up-and-coming player scoring his 38th point in the third quarter, but 4 rings. Sure, yeah, we know that already. What's that got to do with now? Honestly, what's it got to do with now?
Nothing. It's got absolutely nothing. Until you get to the playoffs and you get into a series and then the championship pedigree, I think it does matter. So if it's Warriors and Grizzlies, if it's Warriors and Kings, if it's Warriors and Suns in the first round of the playoffs, the fact that the Warriors have been through playoff series, they've won playoff series, they've won playoff road games, those things matter then. But if you get into a spot where you get eliminated or you're down 3-1 against Memphis or you're down 3-1 against, God forbid, Sacramento, at that point, we got 4 rings. It doesn't matter for a hill of beans.
By the way, just because the Sacramento Kings just came up
to 2.
I'm driving in today. The Kings are a very good team. Although Mike Brown was fascinating last night. Did you see Mike Brown after the game? They won. They beat the Knicks.
Yeah.
And he in the press conference afterwards, he's like, I hated every part about that game.
Wow.
Right. Which I think is Mike getting them ready for the playoffs. I think Mike is like, okay, Kings. Okay, baby Kings. You got to calm down. Like we're excited. Things are going really well. But if you're going to pat yourself on the back for outscoring people 130 to 125 in March, like that's not the goal here. The goal is to be a really good playoff team. And so he wagged his finger at the team all night last night after the game. He goes, I'm glad we won, but I did not like anything about the way we played. So I think there's a mental thing too with Mike Brown with his young team, and it's smart. But I'm driving
Coach of the year, Mike Brown?
Short list, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heck of a candidate.
Yeah. I mean,
he's definitely doing the thing that usually wins you Coach of the Year, which is you're not necessarily you did the best job. Your team is the team that
the
is
biggest surprise.
The biggest gap between what you are and what we thought you were. Although Draymond Green said in October, he goes, I think the Kings are going to get better. He said that on the shop.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm driving in today, and Slates is on with Bonte. Slates.
You got to do it right. Thank you.
Slates is on with Bonte and Joe. And he's at the Kings game last night because Slates covers the Kings too. Since the Kings game last night, they're on national TV. They're the second half of the doubleheader on TNT. And he starts talking about what it's like inside Golden One Center for a TNT broadcast. And Dibs, sorry, not sorry, his point is exactly what I've been saying as to why, over the last week, the very effective and good Sacramento Kings, to me, are also adorable. Listen to this.
It was great last night. They had the rally towels, and the funniest part, it's hilarious. I've gone to now 2 TNT Kings games this year. It's like their first 2 TNT games since 2018. Like that, they hype the crowd, like show the national audience what we're all about. They're just like, hyping that they're on TNT, which is funny because then you go to a Warriors game and like you have to tell people that the game's on TNT.
Adorable. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not ripping De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, you are.
You
hate Sabonis.
The Sacramento Kings feel like a minor league baseball team where they're like, okay, everybody,
we're going live in 20 seconds. Let's make some noise. But that's the evolution of any fan base.
Let's let the rest of the world know that we're here.
That's what any fan base does when you haven't been there before.
That's fun. And I find that adorable.
He's right. They haven't had national TV games since 2018, and they are the featured game against the team from the Mecca.
What did I liken it to the other day? It's just like your baby being born. It's adorable.
My baby's adorable.
Exactly.
The Kings are a threat. My baby's no threat.
Your baby's a threat.
She's a threat to rock a diaper. This morning, I should have taken a picture and shown you what I'm dealing with.
You tell me.
Good God.
A couple months ago when you got 37 minutes of sleep a night, you tell me she wasn't a threat.
Oh, she's was a nightmare. She was a freaking nightmare.
The Kings are fantastic.
Yeah.
I find the story adorable. I find the human reaction to what the Kings are doing to be very, very cute. It is.
Mike Brown is going to be Coach of the Year.
He should be.
And he will be Coach of the Year for a second time. He won it back in 2009, with the Cleveland Cavaliers. They went 66-16.
See, and that year it was because the perception was, well, let's see, you've got one good player, and you won almost all your games. But it's different when you have prime LeBron James.
James.
It's different when you got prime LeBron. Okay, Willard and Dibbs, so glad you're with us. Off we go into the final hour of our midday experience. Again, if you're just joining us, we're moving to 2 to 6 in the afternoon on Monday. So this is your last chance, especially if you're a midday listener. It's your last chance to kick us around. 888-957-9570. We will take your calls. It's all sponsored by AC Transit. And we're also going to hip-hop out to Arizona, live on the scene at Giants Spring Training. But we'll talk everything. Brock Purdy, Warriors, and Giants with our buddy Larry Krueger coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus,
Stompin' Spadone just singing along. So that's a little
1987, I slept out for tickets to go see Genesis. Back when you had to
Really?
Yeah, because we wanted to be there first thing in the morning when the Ticketmaster window opened. So I had my sleeping bag in San Rafael at that shopping center in the canal, right there by the Burger King.
Yeah.
There used to be a record store there.
Record store. Remember record stores?
Dude,
the only time I used to I've never waited at the record store.
Dude, there's so many old references in that little sentence right there.
It's just unbelievable.
Slept out for tickets, Genesis record store.
I never slept at the record store for tickets.
Oh my God.
I did go to midnight sales at like 9:30 because I'm like, I'm going to be first.
Yeah.
So there used to be this outlet in San Luis Obispo where I went to college. It was called Boo Boo Records. And they would give something special only to the person who was first. So I'd go to midnight sales and I'm like, watch this. I'm going to be first. But it was so ridiculous. Like I'd get there at 9:30 and the second person would show up at like 11:40. And so they'd open the door and I'd get the gift and they'd be like, how long you been here? And I'd been like, since 9:30. They're like, oh, you're weird. It wasn't like, yeah, high five. It was like, oh, dude.
And what was the gift at Boo Boo Records? I'm afraid to ask.
Well, like for instance, one of them, and we're going to go Larry Krueger here in just a second. One of them was for, as you might guess, it was a Pearl Jam Vitalogy, and we're there to buy the CDs, and they gave me like the vinyl and a poster.
That's
something
cool.
like that. Yeah, I thought it was cool. Never played it. I don't know how the hell to play vinyl.
Yeah.
You got to really go back on the young people there. Young people like Larry Krueger.
He knows what a record is.
Oh, he does. Did you ever do midnight sales, Larry? Or are you just like you were studying tape of Iowa State's offensive line?
What's going on, fellas?
What's cooking?
You're talking about singles. Remember that thing you used to have to put in the record player to play the singles?
Yeah.
You know?
The insert. When you wanted to play a 45, you had to put the insert in there.
Make that circular, like, little attachment. Yeah.
You need a little cylinder to throw in your record player to make sure you could listen to the singles. And there was B-side, so then you got what's on the B-side.
And many of us never found out unless it was like the Beatles talking backward or something like that. But, Larry, you're in Arizona, man. What are you doing? What are you doing down there?
Oh, man, I'm at Salt River Fields. They just opened the doors. Giants fans and Rockies fans crowding in. It's actually the first time I've ever been to this facility that's shared by the Diamondbacks and Rockies. The Rockies have their facility in right field. Diamondbacks have their big facility in left field. But, the Giants took BP on the field in Scottsdale, and then they got on a bus and came over here to Salt River, and we're about 45 minutes from, we just put roughly an hour. They're gonna start it at 1:10 Mountain Time.
Nice.
So looking forward to this one today. And guys, March weather in Arizona is just freaking glorious, right? I mean, it's absolutely perfect. I mean, it's like 85 degrees, perfectly sunny, no humidity, light breeze. I mean, it's just ideal. So looking forward to watching the Giants play. They won yesterday 5-2. Kapler held court in the dugout this morning. Isn't ready to announce yet who his opening day starter is, but I think we all know it's Logan Webb. But that's going to come out in the next day or two, I would imagine. And the Giants are just inching closer towards opening day and, playing some guys in different spots, taking a look at different guys and playing out the spring, and we'll see if they can get a win today.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And, for those of us who maybe aren't locked in on every pitch of spring training, not me, of course, Larry, I wouldn't miss a minute of it, but what's the big overarching headline that you would deliver to Giants fans who are just ramping up here as we get near mid-March?
Well, it's a great question, Dibs. I would say Conforto looks like he's primed to have a big year. I mean, he went deep yesterday in Scottsdale. He's putting a charge into the ball. Interestingly, too, enough is that Cap let him off and kind of talked about it today. Said that, he could, same way he used Jock Peterson in the leadoff hole at certain times last year, he feels like Conforto could hit leadoff for them at times this year. So, he I think has been the overwhelming offensive force. I mean, he's really locked in, and obviously he missed all of last year, guys. So he's out to prove that, he's got a career.
Larry Krueger with us live in Arizona. We're going to get to everything, by the way, Larry. Brock Purdy, Warriors, would love some of your takes on that. But Give me a sense of the young guys who could pop. Are there any roster surprises? Is Casey Schmidt going to be on the team? Stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, Casey Schmidt hit a bolt of lightning out to right center yesterday, and they got caught. But they love him, and I mean, and to watch him just take ground balls at third base. I mean, he's. I'm not saying that he's better than Matt Williams, if you want to go a little old school Giants fans, but man, he's right there. I mean, he's kind of Matt Chapman-esque at third. He's got soft hands, and just a really natural line drive stroke. Now, I think I don't think there's anything that he can do to go north with the club, but he's definitely been the guy that everybody is like, wow, look at Casey Schmidt. I mean, he is the Giant, position player prospect that's, absolutely ticketed to a long-term career at Third and King. The big interesting kind of story, I think, here as far as young players is what's going to happen with Joey Bart. Joey Bart, I thought, was a lock to make this roster, but just talking to Kapler and listening to some of the dialogue around the team, they've got Blake Sable, who's a Rule 5 guy, who they like offensively, and then now with the Kapler is expecting there to be a lot more stolen base attempts. So I asked him, are you more apt to go with a catch and throw kind of guy? They really like Austin Wynns. They've got Roberto Perez in this camp. They're really deep at catcher, and I would not be shocked at all if Joey Bart, who I kind of assumed was going to be the number one guy, isn't the number one guy behind the dish. So that's still got to play itself out. He still looks pretty good. I mean, he's got a lot of talent, a lot of bat speed, but I don't think it's like a guarantee by any stretch that Joey Bart is their number one catcher, or that even Joey Bart is on the opening day roster. I don't think that is even a given, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about it, although Farhan and company didn't draft Joey Bart, so you can understand them looking to move off of him. Is Jock Peterson really going to play first base for this team?
He is, Gibbs, because they're going to be hurting offensively for as much punch as they can, and there'll be times where they'll look to put Peterson at first to just try to get that bat in the lineup. And I think it's probably going to be more like a first 5 innings type thing. I'd be shocked if you saw Jock playing a lot of first base late in games. But, I could see him starting a number of games at first base. Lamont Wade's going to play over there. Wilmer Flores is going to play over there. They'd like to keep VR to third base to start the year. He's still looking for his first knock. But yeah, I mean, I think Jock Peterson's bat is so valuable that, man, they're gonna try to force feed him some ABs at first base.
Larry, Brock Purdy, successful surgery, UCL. It's a repair, not a reconstruction. The timeline begins, and the hope is that he is fully practicing 6 months from today. What do you think? What does this do to the 49ers' plan in free agency at the quarterback position?
That's a great question. I think that, if Purdy had been if he was going to need the more extensive surgery and he was going to be out until Thanksgiving or Christmas, I think that other quarterback has to be, I'm not saying it has to be Baker Mayfield, but it has to be an Andy Dalton or Baker Mayfield or Marcus Mariota or somebody like that. Now, if you have Brock and you feel reasonably comfortable about him starting the year, I think you have more flexibility now, Mark. I think if they want to spend more money on the rest of their roster and not, I don't want to say waste, but spend, $3 to $8 million on that third quarterback, now they could go into the draft theoretically and go get a draftable player and go young at the position and go spend their money elsewhere.
And that's going to be tough to do in terms of the timing of free agency. Another position they're going to look at is right tackle. Looks like McKivitz has got signed to a 2-year deal, which means McGlinchey will go elsewhere. I know that they want to maybe bolster that spot in the draft, but where else, Larry, heading into the draft, do you think the 49ers are going to need to upgrade?
Well, defensive tackle and offensive tackle at right tackle, obviously. McGlinchey's gone, guys. I mean, he's going to sign within minutes of the free agent period beginning. The Bears have $94 million in cap room, and they have a desired need there at right tackle. So he's right tackle on offense, defensive tackle on defense. And then if Jimmy Ward is not coming back, I think you're going to need to have a significant player in your secondary, whether it be Jesse Bates. There's been some speculation that they might go big on Jesse Bates, that's going to be a high-priced item. If you ask me, my guess is that they're going to attack free agency this year very similarly to the way they attacked it last year. There'll be one headliner expenditure on either, an offensive tackle, a defensive back, and then I think you'll see them fill in with 3 or 4 kind of lesser guys.
Yeah, it's almost become their plan, right? Like free agency, let other people take yours and get a bunch of comp picks. They went from 4 picks to 11 picks yesterday.
Well, thank God for the comp picks. But the Niners have figured out the formula, and there is a formula for getting these compensatory selections, and they figured it out. And they had the most compensatory selections, and it's really made them. It made them a viable contender in the Christian McCaffrey trade sweepstakes because they didn't fear giving away draft capital because they knew they had all these compensatory picks coming their way. But if you go down and look at the Niner roster, you could probably say they have about 10 to 12 needs, of offensive tackle, defensive tackle, another quarterback, possibly another tight end. If you go all the way through the roster, they may need a kicker. They have about 10 or 12 needs, and they got about that many picks. So, they theoretically could do the entire offseason. Could be the draft, and they could really sit out free agency. But I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to target at least one guy, maybe 2, and then do the rest of the rebuild through the draft.
Put me in, Coach. Enjoy the game today and enjoy the sunshine. That was actually the moment of this conversation where I got jealous.
Yeah, big time.
Yes. Oh, man, it is nice here. It is really nice.
All right. Stop rubbing it in.
Come on down here. I mean, it's warm. Oh, it's beautiful. There's no puddles on the freeway. There's no icy rain. I mean, it's nice.
Come on down. You sound like you're selling cars in Arizona now this weekend. Yeah,
totally.
But all right, buddy.
Tell him Larry sent you.
Yeah, good to talk to you, man. Enjoy the game and tell Gabe I said hi.
Yes, I will.
All right. Thank you very much.
My brother.
There he goes.
Larry Krueger.
Larry Krueger.
Our final guest in the midday portion of Willard and Dibs.
You never know.
Oh, we might squeeze one more in there.
I don't know what's going to happen. I do know that Fox in Oakland is our next guest.
Love him.
While we're talking 49ers with Larry, I think Fox wants to jump in on that too. Hey, Fox, what are you doing?
Hey, gents. Good morning. Spadoni, the Phil Collins segues are great on multiple levels. Good stuff. Willard and Dibs, before I touch on my Purdy and Trey Lance comment, as well as Jordan Poole, I've loved your guys' partnership since it started, and I just wanted to say thanks to you guys, Joe and Kyle included, for helping make my mornings a little bit easier to navigate, and I'll try my best to follow you guys into at least a portion of the 2 to 6 o'clock hour.
Please do, and thank you so much. Yeah, means the world, and we know that everybody's got a different sort of vibe and way of moving around through the day and when you listen and whatnot, but we invite each and every one of you to join us from 2 to 6 starting on Monday. Go ahead, though, Fox.
Yeah, I love you guys. Thanks. So regarding the QB situation with the Niners, I suspect that Shanahan and the organization will already be looking to do this, but I say let Purdy and Lance compete for the starting spot during preseason. I think that'll help identify the best candidate for the starting position. And regarding your question earlier, Mark, with regards to bringing in potentially a veteran, I like the Phillip Rivers option. If that's something the 49ers can look into, I think that would be great.
That's interesting, Fox.
Gears,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No.
No,
not to cut you off.
Last point regarding Poole. I'm just done. I'm done with Poole. I think the perfect example for me was last night when he just dribbled the ball out of bounds. Like, how many times does he do that? And you commented earlier, Willard, that he's kind of at the epicenter of a lot of this. I 100% agree. I'm just done with Poole. I think the Warriors in the offseason can just move away from him and hopefully get some good picks for him. That's about it, gentlemen. Love you guys. I'm going to try and follow you into the afternoon.
Thanks
for
Fox.
everything. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Fox. Appreciate the comments so much.
That's an interesting expression, done with Poole, because you can't be done with Poole unless...
Well, he wants them to trade him.
Right. And he said trade him for picks. You would have to trade him for a veteran.
No, you're not going to trade him for picks. Listen, this offseason is going to be fascinating.
Well, and you've got a number of gigantic dominoes. Domino number 1, not Draymond Green. It's Bob Myers.
Well,
and how does the Bob Myers contract, I don't even know what word to use. It's not a controversy. It's not a standoff. It's kind of a curiosity. It's a contract curiosity. And how does all of this connect to Bob Myers and his future?
Those two things might be, which one's the first domino? They might be together. They might be side by side. I definitely think if Bob does not come back, that makes it more likely that Draymond Green would opt out. I don't know necessarily the order of things. I don't know. I don't know who's made. I mean, these guys may have already made their decision for all I know.
Let's say, let's play hypotheticals because that's what we do in sports talk radio. Sure. Hypothetically, Bob Myers has said, "I'm done. I've run my course. I'm out." You talk about Jordan Poole. I'm out. Let's just say hypothetically, Bob Myers is like, I'm done being the GM for now, the president of basketball ops of this team. And Draymond, who is a big-time Bob Myers fan, can Bob Myers get some blanking credit, was his quote from one of the various parades. So Draymond's like, Bob's out, I'm out. And so as a result of all that, the team's like, well, Draymond's out, we're bringing back Jordan Poole. Jordan, you're a part of the future. So you lose Bob, you lose Draymond, you're keeping Jordan Poole. Maybe, hypothetically, Bob Myers is like, I just want all the money I can get. I really want to come back. And Draymond's like, if Bob's back, I'm opting in. And at that point, all the veterans are like, Bob, I know you want to come back. We can't play with Jordan Poole.
I mean, maybe.
So maybe at that point, Jordan Poole's on the move.
It could play that way. I wonder. And I don't know that Bob Myers is the factor. I think it's a factor with Draymond Green. I think it's a factor with all of the guys and how they would feel about the future of the organization. The scenario you paint is very much a possible one. However, I think a bigger point is this. Like, just because even if you want to trade Jordan Poole doesn't mean you can. How many trade demands, trade efforts have we heard about in the NBA just this year that then don't happen? I mean, the early part of the year before the season started, KD was gone. You trade me. Okay, we're going to trade you. And then we didn't trade you.
Right.
And then they suddenly traded you when no one saw it coming. So I don't know what that means. And if you keep watching exasperated veteran Warriors with Jordan Poole, maybe that's a bigger factor.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
Maybe it's not Bob related at all.
I don't know that it's this far down the road, but does Draymond Green, like, I'm not playing with Jordan Poole.
Right.
I don't think it's that far down the road. But, again,
when
you watch him Tuesday night, I don't want to undersell this. Do you know what it takes, a championship professional? Do you know what it takes to get him to a point where he just walks off the floor in the middle of a play?
You're talking about the most competitive athlete maybe that we've ever seen.
So, and we're acting like, oh, that's a new incident. No, it's not. In other words, he's been at the end of his rope 150 times, and that was the 151st to get him to act like that. And Curry to throw hands up and huck the mouthpiece. Clay throwing hands and saying, on that preseason road trip, boy, it's good to humble Jordan Poole. The punch, all of these things. Do these guys want to move forward with Jordan Poole? The best answer I can give you is I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't think that anybody knows outside of that building. And so when you think about the future, Draymond Green has got the opportunity to opt in or opt out. And maybe behind the scenes, there's a sense of, look, if Jordan Poole wants to be here, Jordan Poole is signed. I'm Draymond Green. I don't want to play with Jordan Poole anymore. It's him or me. And I'm not saying that he said that, but that might be an overarching reality of the future of this team, the him or me vibe. And if you're Steph Curry, you know it's him and me because Steph Curry is signed for 3 more years.
Right.
Jordan Poole and Wiggins are both signed for 4 more years. So you get to a point where, let's say it is him or me, and Draymond's like, it's him or me. And the team says, well, it's him. You're not him. It's him, and we're signing him. So Draymond's thinking, okay, I'm opting out. And Steph is thinking, I would rather play with Draymond Green than I would Jordan Poole. So what does this do to the overall vibe of the team? And I can't help but think about this in terms of Bob Myers. We've got 6 more weeks. We have 4 more weeks of the regular season. This Warrior thing could be over in 4 or 5 weeks.
Could be.
And then what?
I just, the Bob Myers thing, you and I were talking about this earlier. I got like this Sean McVay vibe about the whole Bob Myers thing, which is this, especially with the rumor yesterday that came out that the Rams are shopping Matt Stafford like they're going into a rebuild. You and I and Mike Silver had conversations about this for weeks, and people didn't believe it, but the Rams are shopping Jalen Ramsey. They're shopping Matt Stafford. There's a reason. They went all in to win a ring. They got it, and now it's time to pay the piper with no draft picks and a bunch of inflated contracts. We watch this in sports all the time. And so with all the rumors 2 years in a row of Sean McVay maybe going to broadcasting, I'll admit it, I was shocked when the word came out that McVay is staying. The reason being is I'm like, does this guy want to hang out for what feels like it's going to be a rebuild? Well, I guess the answer is yes. Same question for Bob Myers, right? It's the same vibe. Either guy could point anywhere they want to in the league and be like, I want to do that. I want to do TV. I want to be an exec. I want to go to this conference. I want to go to that team. You can do whatever you want. Young, good-looking guys, McVay, Myers, right? And so if this is going to be that, if this is going to be rebuild, if Draymond's going to opt out and you've now given away half of your young core that was supposed to be the next big thing, there's going to be, on some level, a rebuilding of this. Does Bob Myers want to be a part of that? I don't know.
And does Steve Kerr long-term want to be a part of that as well?
Especially if Bob says no, I would think probably not.
And in terms of like how many of these dominoes fall to where they decide that they don't want to give it one last shot. And I do think that how this year ends weighs into everyone's decision in some way. And the way it feels right now with the dysfunctionality that we're seeing on the court, it doesn't feel like let's run it back one more time is in the minds of Draymond Green, certainly. And Draymond has the opportunity to opt in. If he's not going to get an extension with the Warriors, which it doesn't seem like that he's going to, then if he wants to give it one last shot, he has to exercise his player option, play next year for $27 million and change, and give it one last go. Klay Thompson has one more year under contract. We don't know what kind of extension they're going to offer him in the offseason, if any. Bob Myers, his contract is coming up. Steve Kerr, we don't know the details on his deal, but the reports are that I think he only has one more year after this year.
Yeah, I don't know.
According to sources, and I don't even know if you can find out exactly when his contract is up, but the offseason, I think, will be a lot different if the year ends in April, May, or June.
Contract, Steve Kerr, contract. Yeah, no, you try to look at it and you start, you get stuff from his playing career and all kinds of ways. So not sure.
Well, and you get he signed a multi-year extension a few years back, whatever that means. Interestingly, you mentioned Sean McVay. He's making $14 million a year through 2026. So, and I think that his TV deal was less than that.
That's weird. I mean, I thought Amazon was handing out, you know what I mean?
I think they offered him 10.
Okay.
Is what I think the number was.
I mean, $10 million to sit there once a week versus $14 million to coach a rebuild. I'd have taken the 10, wouldn't you?
Well, that depends on, you're still young enough to where, if you enjoy what you do, you're still young enough to do it, and you're in LA, and honestly, you don't have that much pressure. You've already won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. We will take more of your phone calls and let you hear from Draymond Green once again. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game's new lineup debuts on Monday.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru. 12-3 on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Guys, what do you got? Dibbs, Willard, what do you got? 49ers, Giants, Warriors.
I'll tell you what we got. And they may hate this, but I don't care. I'm going on the air with this. We're doing a changeover at 2 o'clock, whether you like it or not.
Hello.
Oh, my God.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
Try to lock the door. There's no lock on the door.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
Like,
we're coming in.
Our listeners, you want to change over at 2 o'clock? Willard Dibbs, Steiny Guru? 2 o'clock? Like, Steiny, I know the door's open. I know he can hear. We're not going to keep you until 2:30.
I'm not doing 5 hours.
Just stay until you got to go, but we're doing a changeover. So, if that means that we got to come railroad your show at 1:45, fine.
We'll do it.
We will.
Yeah, no doubt.
We're doing a changeover.
And much like...
Because it's the right thing to do.
Yes.
And a tasty way to do it.
And I love the changeover, and the audience loves the changeover. And I'm going to let the listeners in on a little secret about our changeover, because we have a nonverbal cue that we maybe need to leave earlier than 12:25, and it's the laptop. And we talked about this off the air with Steiny and Goo, because Mark has his laptop. For those of you on YouTube, you can see it. And there it is. When the laptop closes, that's a nonverbal cue to Steiny and Guru that Mark is ready to go.
Got to go.
And we've got to go. So, Steiny, maybe we can have the closing of the famous graph paper notebook.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the guy hasn't graduated to computers yet. He's running around with a legal pad.
Yeah. So we'll figure out a nonverbal cue, because there'll be days where Steiny's got a tea time.
That's fine. Yeah,
like you're free to go.
The same way that we always do it.
But we're coming in.
I know. But
150
shows are 4 hours, and people are like, It's just no, you don't. You're not that. No, nobody's. Come on. We'll take your 10 minutes. You take our 10 minutes. You go home. Everything's going to be fine.
It's going to be great.
Right.
And I actually was talking to my lovely wife, Supper, about, hey, new time slot, 2 o'clock.
That's the end of supper between the two of you.
Yeah, actually, there'll be no more supper. We actually talked about that.
Yeah.
But
what's the other word for lunch? Is there a second word for lunch?
I don't
we
think
should change her name to that.
Yeah.
You guys can have lunch together.
We're going to do some brunches, actually. We already talked about that.
Go. Change supper's name to brunch.
And I floated the idea yesterday. I'm like, hey, this actually frees me up for some midweek morning golf. I didn't go over very well, Mark. Didn't go over great.
Dibs.
Because I'm like, hey, dude, shows it too.
You're like Draymond. Watch this. You and Draymond did the same thing yesterday.
I can't help myself.
Just think it. Don't say it.
Help it.
I know I'm going to play more golf now, too. Don't go tell the people that have been waiting on our time, that have been so good to us. You know who I'm talking to out there, who have been running around like mad people, handling our stuff because of our sideways schedules.
She's plucky.
Don't go tell them that you're going to go play golf every morning.
Not every morning. I just floated out the possibility.
You like Draymond.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March.
Yeah.
Anybody can win in March. Mm-hmm. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
Don't say it. Just think it.
Anybody can play golf when their show starts at 2. I mean, I could be at the Presidio by 7:15. I could tee off at 7:15. I could be done 11:30.
That Mill Valley night.
I'd grab lunch.
That Mill Valley night gonna get worn out.
I mean, my buddy Baltimore Joe is a starter at Presidio. Baltimore Joe and I, we'll get out there in the morning.
Get out there.
And my buddy Kalana has a Buki.
Yep.
I played a lot of golf with Buki. Buki and I get out to Presidio and play a quick 18. I'll have time to shower up, get a lunch, and be in here in plenty of time.
Now I don't like the way we sound. Like everybody out there listening who works like 9 to 5ers. Now we sound like jerks.
All right, let me try again. Mark, I'll be in here at 10 grinding on the content.
Totally. I do have a plan. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here at 9:45 every morning, filling out a legal pad.
Graph paper.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, if we're going to have this conversation, I do want to take a moment to first of all thank our 9 to noon audience, and again let you know that we're moving 2 to 6 in the afternoons on Mondays. This is an opportunity we look forward to, but also in full understanding of what has taken place here at the station, and a salute to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto, and wishing them nothing but friendship and brethren and best of luck. And so we humbly move into afternoon drive and also do the only thing we can do, which is be excited about the opportunity and hope for each and every one of you out there that listens to us here 9 to noon, you listen to us there. And for those of you who listen in 2 to 6 and you're not real hot on this decision, because I know people don't like change, give us a shot. Give us a shot. We're going to do what we do. We're going to do it to the best of our ability. We're going to talk Bay Area sports. We're going to have a good time. And if this idea doesn't sound great to you, give us a shot and let's see if we can win you over.
And I appreciate you saying that and saying what you said about Damon and Ray, two guys who I've known. I've known Damon since, heck, I started about
1,000 years,
damn near 20 years ago, and I've known Ray for almost as long. So it's not, without a lot of sadness and a heavy heart for all of us who've known these guys that we are moving in the direction that we're moving. And I know that those guys are both going to land on their feet and do just fine in the aftermath of this. And I'm a guy who knows what this is like. Tomorrow will be the 9-year candiversary from when I got shown the door by this very station. And coincidentally, by the way, that's when Damon Bruce got hired on that same time. So it's the nature of this business. We wish them nothing but the best. And I am looking forward to a new time slot and doing it with you.
By the way, real quick, this is a complete aside. I can't tell you how many people have reached out and been, man, your business is crazy. It's really not that different than any business. It's just public.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And I know it's weird to you when something is there one day and it's gone the next, and it sounds like everybody's all hush-hush about it and everything. And it's just the nature. It's the nature of it. But, I know people in private corporations that if you get called in on a Friday and it's like we're making a move, there's a security guard waiting outside.
Yeah.
They turn in your badge, walk to the car, and it's no different. It's just that we don't know about that, and you know about this. So it's not as nefarious, I think, as it sounds. Yes, it's cutthroat. Yes, the whole world economically is going through stuff over the last 3 years. We get it. And so here we are.
Right. And it's not that secretive in terms of we don't want to say Damon's name, but you mentioned this before off air. Respectfully, we wanted to wait for Damon Bruce to have his own say. And if you follow him on Twitter, you know that he's put out a video explaining where he's going and what he's doing. So now that his statement, quote unquote, has been made public, I think that we are, free to speak on it a little bit more freely.
We jump into 2 to 6 with both feet.
Yes.
We're excited about it. We cannot wait for Monday, and we will respectfully do the best damn job we can in afternoon drive. So here we go. Let's go to Bill in Danville here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bill, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm just waiting for the sun to shine.
Well, that'll be another 3 weeks.
It's a perfect segue because you guys are talking about the Warriors and organizations, and I have been thinking a lot about the Draymond Green situation. And just a quick backdrop, I grew up at the Coliseum, so I followed the Warriors since the mid-'60s. I am a huge fan and very impressed with what Lacob has done with the organization. In fact, I saw my first game at Chase against the Pelicans and was just blown away. And I think he's made a lot of the right decisions, both in terms of personnel, right, with Monte and Mark Jackson, and hiring, Bob, and hiring and getting Andre on the team in the championship run. But I really think he whiffed it with Draymond. And as you guys know, in organizations, there is a code of conduct. Period.
Wait, Bill, he whiffed it with
in terms
Draymond
of the punishment.
What decision?
That's what Bill's
You're
saying.
saying the lack of punishment on the punch?
Yeah.
But he should have dealt with this, either traded him or whatever back in training camp.
Interesting. Bill, thanks so much.
I like the take, Bill.
Let's get into that coming up next, because I wonder, sure, Joe Lacob, I'm sure, was consulted on this. In the end, do you want Joe Lacob to be the decision maker when it comes to a situation like that? Let's get into that coming up next.
And also, great news for Jordan Poole.
There is good news for Jordan
how about
Poole.
that?
That's a tease. People, it's sponsored by Bay Street Emeryville. Follow Bay Street Emeryville on Instagram for contest details to win VIP access to their Bay Break Dining Terrace grand opening event Saturday, March 25th. Food, fun, local heroes, community support. Instagram at Bay Street Emeryville. Your calls next. Plus, Steiny and JD jump in here as well on Willard and Dibs.
Starting Monday, 95.7 The Game's new.
I mean,
hey, middays. Gotta miss you middays.
Yeah, goodbye to donuts.
Gonna miss you donuts.
Goodbye to hectic mornings.
Yeah, I won't miss those. Morning commute.
Goodbye to
see you later.
Goodbye to pre-cooked dinners for the kids.
Yeah. Goodbye to getting off at 12:20 on a Friday.
Goodbye to not getting to talk to Steve Kerr. I know it's a little bit of a double negative, but
that was crazy. And goodbye to Bonte and Joe and a changeover that has set the world aflame. And I give you full credit for bringing the changeover with you when you came in the building. No, it was your idea. You deserve the credit. Don't go humble on me now, Captain Humility. You brought it in. It's been a huge hit with the listeners. Thank you. And I'm going to miss the morning roast changeover. We used to do 2 changeovers. Now we'll have just the one with Steiny and Goo at 1:50 in the afternoon.
Yeah, but not just goodbye, all kinds of hellos. Like I really am. I know how this works, and some of you move around at different times of the day. And so I'm sure there are a lot of you who have not heard our show before. And I bet that's uncomfortable if you're a faithful 95.7 The Game listener. We know that radio is very habitual. And so this is going to be a little bit of a habit change. But again, we invite you to come with us. We invite you to give us a shot. Willard and Dibs starting on Monday, 2 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Who wants to be our last caller? I mean, we're just going to take more calls on Monday, but who wants to be our last 9 to noon caller?
That's exciting.
Before Steiny and JD get in here.
Before you go to the phones,
yes, sir.
I do want to deliver on my tease. It's called the tease, people.
It is.
Good news for Jordan Poole. The technical foul that he received against Oklahoma City, which some people think was chicken salad. It was a little bit of a chicken scratch tech where he bounced past the ball into the referee's shins. That tech has been rescinded upon league review.
Let's go.
Good news for Jordan.
How many does he have this year?
I think he's down to 7 now.
Oh, so in other words, this is a nothing burger. Good news for him, but it's not like he was closing in on a suspension or something like that.
No, but I believe every tech comes with it a fine.
Do you get fined?
Yes.
Do you really?
I think it's $1,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh.
I got to confirm that. But if you look at the technical foul leaders in the association, the list is littered with Golden State Warriors.
Oh, yeah. No, they'll talk.
No, Steph has gotten more techs than ever. Jordan Poole loves to complain.
Draymond's right on the cusp.
Second in the league.
Yep.
Even Jonathan Kuminga's gotten his fair share.
Yeah, yep. So, interesting. Well, that's good news for Jordan Poole. All right, let's hear it. You can fire away with anything you want. Redwood Dave with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Redwood Dave, what are you doing?
I'm rearranging my schedule next week so I can start listening at 2.
That's what I'm talking about,
That's
man.
a good answer.
That's what I'm talking. You know what? That's funny, Dave. I'm rearranging my schedule too as we speak. Go right ahead, my friend.
All right. As I stated earlier in the year, that it should be a competition between Purdy and Trey, but unfortunately he got hurt. So Trey's going to get all the reps to, hopefully remain in that starting position, but I don't foresee that. They need to get Matt Ryan in there as a backup and draft a young quarterback to take that position after the following year. But what was I most disappointed in the year that last game was the play calling by Kyle. I expected to see more open back sets, rolling out the running back to take advantage of the linebackers and then go for the long play on play action down the field. He has to do a better job of protecting the quarterback, especially when our line is not so great and we face a monster defense. That's it.
Interesting. I have a hard time, and I know you're talking about the beginning, but how can we come down Kyle Shanahan's road for play calling in the Eagles game? He literally got a drive with his quarterback. And then after that, your whole playbook gets thrown into the air and blown around in the wind.
Well, when Josh Johnson came in, they scored a touchdown. So you got to give him credit for that play calling.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey broke one, but yeah.
No, he did.
Yeah.
But that was a great play call. And what Josh Johnson was starting to do while unbelievably uncomfortable in the spot, I think that Kyle Shanahan's play calling was going to work in terms of trying to keep you in that football game. The problem was, even if Josh Johnson doesn't get hurt, Philadelphia was gashing your defense, so you were going to have to throw with your 4-string quarterback.
Let's go to Marvin in San Francisco here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Marvin, what are you doing?
Hey, first of all, congratulations, guys, for getting into the afternoon rush hour and so forth. I'm really happy for you. You guys do a great job, and it's been fun listening to you. Most of my car travel is in the morning, so that's why I was able to catch you guys. But I'm going to make sure that I'm on the line listening to you guys this afternoon or in the afternoons now.
Thank you, sir.
I have two things to say. First of all, a little bit on Kuminga's ankle. Look at the film of him getting hurt. A long time ago, I'd say a few years ago, I was at a Warrior event over at the headquarters, and Jim Barnett was talking about how the toes on these new shoes grip like you put a spike in the ground. And when I watched Kuminga's thing, all he did was take a step, but that foot, the toe rolled a tiny bit, and it just rolled his ankle. These new shoes have to actually be made less traction because they are what are causing these injuries in the lower extremities. I was a manager of a basketball team in the 60s, and we used to have players explode their shoes. I mean, there's that much force that players are putting in, and a player would come over and he'd have his shoe would literally be exploded around his foot. And so there's those kinds of forces, but what they've now done is make it so that can't happen, so all the force travels up the leg. My last comment is, I think that when you see a team making the same bonehead mistakes in Game 62 that they were in Game 5, it's the coaching. There's no excuse for what Klay Thompson did, letting Dylan Brooks come in and steal the ball while he's walking over there to get the ball going out of bounds, and Brooks goes in for a thing. Draymond, after complaining about Poole not getting the ball, he starts cutting to the basket. Poole throws a pass. Draymond stops, and the ball goes out of bounds all the way on the other end of the court. And that's only two. Draymond missed 5 cripples last night around the basket.
Marvin, I think you have some interesting points.
Thank you, Marvin. And we don't really use that expression. I think we go with bunnies now.
What did he use?
He said he missed 5 cripples.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah. Well, he coached Steiny. He coached in the 60s. So back in the 60s,
I've never even heard that one.
My brain, it's like
they were shortened to crips.
My brain rejected that at such a level that I didn't even catch that. So yeah,
I don't think it's quite dumpable, but now they're called bunnies.
I do hear in the
I like peeper. You missed the peeper.
I heard
creepers.
I heard in the bunny community that they're really ticked off about this crap. So you better
seriously,
you better be careful.
Thank you.
Nice.
JD comes with an Easter take. It's an early 4 from JD with an Easter reset. That's great.
Hi, Steiny and JD. How we doing?
We're doing fine.
Man, by Monday, your show's going to be half over by now.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Actually, almost halfway over, but
That's true.
I know you'll be staying until a little after 2 o'clock. So, anyway, how you guys doing? What's going on?
Most of the time. Most of the time.
I say by Monday, this time I might be just getting in the shower to get ready to head to change.
Exactly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that Monday game doesn't have quite the same thrill that it otherwise would. That's the Phoenix game, right? On Monday?
Correct. Yeah.
Kevin
Milwaukee
Durant
over the weekend.
Forever cursed from playing in
I'm
front of
telling you,
fans.
it's never happening. He's not going to play at Chase Center. The Warriors will not play the Suns in the playoffs. Book it.
Has he never played at Chase Center?
Not in front of fans.
He played in one game during the pandemic in February of 2021.
So that's what he thinks of you, Warriors fans. He's willing to break his ankle to not let you see him.
Can we just take 10 seconds to reflect on just how weird that was with all the cardboard cutouts in sports during the pandemic?
And then the videos of
fans, right? Yeah.
You could look like you were on Zoom, and they would have people.
Yeah.
3 years ago tomorrow, by the way, that everything shut down.
Is that what it was, March 11th?
March 11th.
Because I know 9 years ago tomorrow is it's my Candiversary, and Whitey always hates when I point that out because that was the day where we got let go.
You celebrate weird stuff.
Well,
you do.
And I only mention it because Whitey hates when I mention it, and so the fact that he hates it means I love it.
Those cutouts. Shout out to the great Alex Dickerson, who, if you remember,
former Giant,
right?
Look at you
all the time. I love that you. I mean, he was here like 10 seconds ago. We're like a former Giant.
That's right.
Yeah, Alex Dickerson.
Him and I shared a nickname over he had a nickname that I used to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And we chant it sometimes when the show ends.
Some people just call me that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like what?
Not knowing what your name is.
What a bleep. Yeah.
Thinking your name's John Smith, and they call you that anyway.
He used to pick up the foul balls
it's great.
and huck the baseball as hard as possible at certain cardboard cutouts. He would try to explode the cutouts when balls were fouled away in the pandemic season.
Well, now I know, didn't the Associated Press writer Janie McCauley do something where she gave the fans the balls that they would have theoretically caught?
I don't know about this.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
JD?
Yeah, if they got dented, she tried to find
Right,
people.
she went out and
find them.
No,
Yeah.
she did.
She
would
also
find
collected them and
Yeah.
gave them to people just as a gesture of, hey, here's a foul ball from a baseball game.
It
Just being nice.
It was weird. As somebody who it was late last year that I caught my first ever foul ball at a baseball game.
Well,
but
it was
I
an A's game, but go ahead.
No, Giants game, and I don't even remember who hit it. I think the Rockies were in town, but anyway, some guy who plays for the Rockies hit it. But I also during the pandemic season, I went to a couple of games when you could get in, and it's a very different experience to get a foul ball in one of those games. You could just literally start walking, take a couple innings to get there, and then go pick up the ball that's sitting down the left field line. Yeah, it's a very different experience.
Okay.
Not as fun.
No,
not as fun. That'd be my motto for the pandemic. Not as fun.
Yeah. It's not bad.
Yeah. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
You know what? I'll throw this one at you.
Okay.
Right off the bat, and 'cause I feel like you guys up your guys' alley. So I got a buddy, Harry. That's what I call him. We text back and forth and email, and he's starting to get a little bit of a different take on this Wiggins thing. And it's 10 games now where Wiggins hasn't been here, and it's a personal family matter. He said, a lot of people, teammates and coaches and the fans, they invest a lot in this team. And do they deserve to know everything that's going on? Maybe not. But Wiggins is asking for our support, but we don't even know what we're supporting, if
Just
you know what I
him.
mean. Right, just him. But it's getting to the point where, people are going to make, whatever it is, people may make a judgment about whether whatever's happening is worth 10 games or not worth 10 games or whatever it ends up. And I don't know, it was a different kind of perspective. All he's got to do is, I got a kid at home that's really not doing well. Okay, now we know, that's it. We don't need to know it. Now we can respect that privacy a little bit.
It's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
It's a
tough one, and
But see, to me, that judgment you're talking about, you're absolutely right. That judgment is precisely why, if you're a private person, you don't tell everybody, because then if you do, I got a sick kid at home. Well, how many people are going to be like, well, that's not worth 10 games. That's worth 2 games. Right, I don't want that judgment, and everybody's cut different. Some people are an open book, and some people are totally uncomfortable in front of public speaking and all of that. And I get what you're saying, and yes, sports are different. You're making a ton of money to perform for the public, and we care about your job and all those things that are different than the regular person, but. Oof. That's tough. Without knowing what's going on, I think it's tough to get to a place of judgment.
But in a vacuum, I think what Steiny's saying, and Harry, whoever, and I have a feeling I know this Harry who emailed you, but in a vacuum, what is a fan's right to know why somebody is missing on their favorite team?
I think none. Right. That's me. What do you say, Jimmy?
No, to me, you assume the worst and the most amount of respect if you're a fan. That's kind of the way I look at it, is assume it is the one thing, if there is one thing, that would be worth missing 10 games or more for, or 3 weeks or more.
Well, but here's another thing.
Just be respectful, whatever that is.
The problem is there are a lot of fans that nothing. Nothing is worth missing 10 games when you make $30 million a year. A lot of people would think that.
Yeah, and I think there's something to that. I kind of agree with you. I think it might be. I think it's more of a personal issue than a family issue at this point. I'll tell you why. It's because whatever's happening, let's say it is family related, it's something that is making Andrew Wiggins say, I don't even want to play right now. I don't even want to play, and that's serious.
Right?
That's serious. And again, without knowing his situation. Again, but sometimes look, just get away from here for a couple days. Go play a couple games. Get it off your mind. Come back or fly, or whatever it is. But so that's the one thing that I'm worried about it a little longer term now, because there's something that's making Andrew Wiggins say, I don't want to play. I don't want to play basketball.
And it's a month Tuesday.
Right.
And it's hard to imagine what that thing could be. But, gosh, even if it's something that on the surface, this is, again, why you don't tell people, I think. Let's say on the surface it is whatever, somebody's sick.
Okay.
Somebody's in the family. And what if that has led to some sort of a mental health crisis for Andrew?
Exactly.
Well, now you can't explain that to people.
Right.
Sometimes you can't even explain that to yourself.
Right.
Right. And so.
But and just to use a completely different example, I want to make sure everybody knows it's just a different one. Chris Mullin went into rehab as a rookie. And once everybody knew, I think it was a rookie. But when he went, I'm sure he asked for privacy, but we all knew he went to rehab. Well, he did get support at that point,
right.
And he's remained.
It changed his life.
He's gotten support for the rest of his life in a way, and there's an understanding that now we have about Mullen, a hardship he kind of overcame, a demon maybe, and it's closer to Mullen now. That's part of his story and why he's. Again, different strokes for different folks, but...
Well, think about Ja Morant right now. Ja Morant is on a leave. He's not suspended, and he's on a leave, and we think we know the whole story. We don't really know the whole story. There's been rumors that he's in rehab and whatnot. We do know this. He's not with the team because he needs to work on himself.
Right.
So because we know about that, we know how we feel about that. Either you think he's a knucklehead and he's blowing it, or you think, good for you, Ja, you need to go get help, and I'm happy for you. The fact that we don't know about Andrew Wiggins, and I've been saying, JD, that if it's a sick goldfish and he missed a month because his pet goldfish is sick, we're going to think differently than if one of his kids or one of his family members is gravely ill. And because we don't know what it is, we don't really know how to feel about it.
Yeah, to me, though, you can't judge until you know. And
You're
I know
right.
that's
You're
hard
right.
for everybody. I mean, especially as this team takes L's continuously, and you think, hey, if he was out there, maybe they'd be in a better place as a team.
It's funny you said that, because I looked at the numbers, and this is why me as a fan, I'm not that concerned by it. 19 and 18 with, 15 and 15 without. So if he plays, they're inconsistent.
That's the way they are with everybody this year.
So they're a little better when Wiggins plays than they are when Curry plays now. Because they're one under 500 when Curry plays now.
Right, and I think, to me, that's the greater point of all of this is, even if Wiggins had played in all 67, are you any better or any worse? I don't think so. This team has been exactly what they've been no matter who's played.
Yes, although if they were 2 games better right now,
They're the 3 seed.
We'd think completely differently about this team.
Yeah,
we'd be thinking they got they got a legitimate shot to win a title.
Did those 3 extra wins come at home or on the road?
Yeah,
seriously.
Exactly. Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, if
What
they'd
if
gone,
they had just beaten Detroit and Charlotte back in November? 2 games nobody
Sure.
would even remember right now.
Or if they had gone 2-1 this week.
Yeah, or 1-2 this week.
Yeah,
I mean,
it would have just
Did
taken
Detroit
one.
win both of those games against the Warriors?
Yes.
Detroit swept them, yes.
So did Orlando.
Detroit's won
As did
15.
Orlando.
Detroit's lost 10 in a row. And James Wiseman looking good, people. They've lost 10 straight. They have 15 wins, and 2 of them are against the Warriors.
Former Warrior
My
Sadiq
God.
Bey with the the game winner at Chase
Right.
back
Remember that?
whenever that was in
Yeah.
January.
Buzzer beater.
First week of January.
I had the first and last Sadiq Bey takes when he was on the Warriors, because when the trade got announced,
Yeah.
I immediately was like, I like the fit. And
The
then
whole
90
tenure was good in your show.
90 seconds later, he's gone. And I
was.
immediately ripped the
It's a
fit.
very effective raid for
What an era.
for Sadiq. Yeah, that's the thing. And I didn't want to be Debbie Downer last week when they had won 5 in a row, but I remember coming in here and going, there's 2 things left. There's 2 things left before we start making parade route plans, and that is A, stop falling behind at the start of every game, because that is not a repeatable act, and show us that you can do it on the road. Exactly. So that we right back to the start.
By tomorrow morning, the Warriors could be back in the play-in. If Minnesota beats Brooklyn, Minnesota jumps the Dubs.
They're only in the 6 by the tiebreaker over 2 other teams.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, by the time, if they lose to Milwaukee, which I don't think they will because it's a home game, and if they lose to Phoenix, which I don't think they will because it's a home game, but if they happen to lose both of those, they could find themselves down in the 10 seed in a hurry.
Do we have a number? Is Giannis playing?
I believe so.
Is he playing? Do we have a number on that game
Milwaukee's
yet?
playing well, too. They've been playing
they
well.
won-
They're Milwaukee.
So.
They're
18
fantastic.
of 19,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
19 to 20.
I don't,
19
dude,
to
the
19.
numbers usually come out after the day's play.
I got a couple of March 11th numbers, but not that game.
Yeah.
I do have the Kings are +3 at Phoenix.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
0-2 against Phoenix.
What do you think
Durant.
that number will be? Warriors at home against a team that's won 18 of 19.
I think it's Bucks 2.5, 3.
Yep. Yep.
Interesting. Yeah.
Unless Giannis is not playing.
Yeah.
Then it changes big time. Yeah. So.
Yeah. All right.
How often have the Warriors? Wow.
Well,
No, go ahead. What's your question?
No, just how often have the Warriors been in this position where you think, all right, it's in a bad way, and like they just keep going back to this. Now it's Milwaukee and Phoenix. It's they're back home, but it's Milwaukee and Phoenix, and it's like which one is going to blink first? They're good fortune at home now that they're playing 2 really good teams, or are they going to start winning on the road, which they haven't done? Like they keep going to this well of going home, no matter who they play, is going to matter. Well, what happens when you lose the next 2?
Well, that would be different because so far it's been when you think they're bad, they're good, and when you think they're good, they're bad.
And then you're going on the road for the next 5, and you're under 500.
Oof.
That's the dangerous game they're playing. Here.
There it is. There it is. All right.
I'll reopen it.
Steiny and JD are coming up next to our 9 to noon audience. Thank you so much, and we will talk to you at 2:00 on Monday.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, no Daryl the Guru Johnson today. He's taking care of some things. JD in for Guru. And just to give you a little behind the scenes here, one of the reasons that we only went 10, 12 minutes on the changeover because we have a guest at 12:30, and he's a good one, Kevin Harlan. Kevin Harlan, he was on the call last night for TNT for the Warriors game against the Grizzlies, and he's joining us in 15 minutes. Kevin Harlan.
Awesome.
Kevin Harlan, he's one of the best, obviously. Warriors get beat 131-110 to Memphis. They give up 48 in the first quarter, and to me, JD, that game last night was
it was ugly.
It was ugly, but it was a game where every time the Warriors, they didn't make any runs in that game. They were all pseudo runs. They all got to a certain number, and then I always say, well, it's now at that point where but it never got past that point.
Yeah, every time it looked like they had action, they showed you immediately they had no action.
Exactly.
And we're down 12 again or 18 or whatever it wound up being. But look, we've talked about the first quarters, and you give up. I mean, this was the worst first quarter maybe the whole season for the Warriors after they had just had 2 horrendous first quarters against the Lakers and against Oklahoma City. You give up 40 to OKC, and you're thinking, well, that's about as bad as it can get. Oh, no. You give up 48 to Memphis, who came into the game without a couple of starters themselves and looking like they were in complete shambles. And I think the most alarming thing, and there are a lot of alarming things off of last night and off of these last 3. I think the most alarming aspect of last night's game for the Warriors is the fact that everybody on the planet knows they wanted that game last night. They wanted that game last night. They hate the Grizzlies. Dylan Brooks is popping off. They feel like they got a little something on the Grizzlies based on the playoff success that they had last year and knocking them out. And they wanted to go into Memphis last night and put it on the Grizzlies when the Grizzlies were just as down or maybe more than the Warriors have been, and they couldn't do it. They gave up 48 in the first freaking quarter against them, and that to me shows you that either this team's just not that good, or they're reaching for something that they just don't have. One or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March.
Well, you got to win in March, Draymond.
I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March.
Yeah. Well, you got to win in
March, me.
Yeah. To be able to win in May, you got to win in March. A little more than you have to this point.
I'm kind of with you. I was thinking about some things last night, and this team's got some issues to me, almost literally from top to bottom, from the owner to the 15th man, from Joe Lacob to Anthony Lamb. They really do. I mean, you start at the very tip top. You got Joe Lacob and Bob Myers, who, I'll say it, they're not on the same page. Because if they were on the same page, Bob Myers would have a contract for next year. Then you go all the way down to the last man on the bench, Anthony Lamb. I mean, they could have used him last night.
At 35 for Santa Cruz, right?
And they could have used him. And would he have been the difference in the game? Probably not. But the reality is you played a game shorthanded. And Kuminga gets hurt, and now you're down another man. They're not playing defense, JD. They seem very disconnected. They give in. They give in, I think, pretty early. I feel like they start games with the right intentions, but just kind of the minute things start to snowball, they realize, you know what, we're not good. I think the big three doesn't think they're good enough anymore.
They get
Maybe
demoralized.
They
get demoralized.
They do.
They come out, they take the same shots and attempt to make the same plays that they've tried to make throughout this championship run, and if a couple of them don't go the way that they're used to them going, they kind of tap out for a few minutes and then regather to try and make another run, or they just get hot from three and the game gets a little bit closer, but it's sort of a faux comfort, a fake comfort once the game does get closer, and then they go right back to turnovers, horrible shots, terrible defense at the point of attack, no rim protection. I'm going to say it, Steiny. Yeah. Last night, and you've known me for a long time. We've done a lot of shows together. I've used this term a lot. I don't think I've ever used it with the Warriors. They were gutless last night. That was a gutless performance last night in Memphis. And here's the other thing. They've got the big three right now. They've got Steph, Clay, and Draymond. And we can talk about Wiggins and Poole. That's a good point. Lamb. Steph, Clay, and Draymond, all three together, these last three games for the first time in a month, and they lose all three. And not only do they lose all three, Steiny, but they're non-competitive, I think, in all three. What is going on there? The big three, and Joe Lacob said this, the big three plus another guy, but that's going to determine how good or great this team can be. And they've had nothing. Steph's been pretty good, I think, but Clay, here's the other. Clay's been awful the last three games. Remember when it was, hey, Clay's never been better? Clay's been awful the last three games. But that was a gutless effort. That was Dallas going through the motions, losing at home to Charlotte, giving up 130. That was the Clippers messing around, up 15, and they lose. That was the low-level NBA these last three games, especially last night, that, well, thankfully for the Warriors, it still exists, because if it didn't, they'd be 11th in the West right now, and it'd be night-night, and it would have been night-night a long time ago.
Yeah, I hear you. And the one thing, now we have Kevin Harlan coming up. He called the game on TNT. We're going to have him in 10 minutes, so we're in a little different spot with the calls. But the one thing that I'm very aware of is, I'm skeptical of this particular Warrior team. And there are a lot of Warrior fans that I think continue to think that this thing's going to turn around. And who am I to say you're wrong? But I'm wondering, how many true believers do you think are really out there? It's easy to say, oh, you guys didn't think they were going to win it last year. Look what happened last year. You guys didn't think they were going to win it last year, and they won it. So when you guys were wrong, you're right. We're wrong. Everybody was wrong last year. Me most of all, if you want to say it that way. But are there really people out there that would bet on the Warriors to win it all right now? To bet on them to win it all? Because I don't think there are. I think there are a lot of fans out there that are hoping and that have put a lot of faith in the past, and rightfully so, and have looked at this team like championship players. But I don't think there's anybody out there that looks at where they are right now and says, you can pick any team in the NBA, and their first choice is the Golden State Warriors. Come on now. I don't think so.
I've given them the benefit of the doubt a lot this year. Hey, they're hanging in. The standings say they're in it. If they can win 5 in a row, they've got action. Then they win 5 in a row at home, which they've been able to do for the most part all year. You're getting Steph Curry back as you go on the road, but it's March. It's go time. They've said it. They, again, quadrupled down on the fact that they've turned a corner and feel like something's going to be different. And then those are the 3 games we see this week on the road. That's the first quarter you see against a team that is so beneath you and you hate so much that you refuse to even consider them a rival when you know they would love nothing more than to smoke your ass for 50 and a quarter and blow you out even shorthanded because they can't beat anybody else. Like, how many teams have beaten the Warriors lately that can't beat anybody else? Like, when you start running through like Portland hadn't won a game in a month. Portland beats the Warriors before the All-Star break. Like, all these teams on the road that were Oklahoma City. Right. Oklahoma City, like, borderline quit like 2 weeks ago. They started resting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they put up 140 against the Warriors. Like, this is not the Lakers without LeBron all of a sudden losing at home to Minnesota and look like they were in a bad way. Warriors come in, they're ready to roll. They got 2 wins against the Warriors without LeBron this year and 3 in the last 27 days. This is not, like, I've given them the benefit of the doubt, Steiny, a lot. I'm to the point where I think I'm fed up giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, well, and
show me April 9th where you are and what your matchup is, and come find me then. And yes, all these games still matter. I'm not saying they don't. If they don't win now, they're done.
I mean, honestly, JD, this season is more we believe than trying to repeat. Seriously, what's the difference between?
I don't know if I'm going to go that far.
2007, they were probably around 500 right now, or getting there. So they needed to put a great 21 games before the postseason.
But then they end up 42 and 40.
42 and 40. They were
they were like 8 under.
They were
under.
25 and 30. They were 26 and 35.
Okay,
26 and 35,
under.
and they went 16 and 5, and then they beat the Mavericks. So they're 34 and 33. So maybe they can go 10 and 5 and knock off a higher seeded team.
Tell me how they're going to do that when they're playing 2 of the best teams in the NBA, albeit without Durant Monday, which does change the calculus on Phoenix. And then you're going back on the road for 5 after that against varying degrees of competition. But you're playing Atlanta. You're playing the Clippers down there. You're playing Dallas at the back end of that in a couple of weeks. Like that. You're playing Memphis again in a couple of weeks. I mean, tell me how they're going to go on that kind of run when they don't have the home games to get on that kind of run, at least right now.
Well, I can't answer that because I think it's going to be very difficult. I don't think they're going to do it. But this road trip to me, JD, and you kind of put it right, is they're great at home and they're terrible on the road. But what are they going to do? Start winning on the road or losing at home? Because that's really going to that would dramatically change things. And I got to tell you, I was thinking about this. This team looks so disjointed right now. They look like they're just a sliver from it almost coming apart, that I actually think they may get blown out the next 2 games. Believe it or not. Like, I think it's possible the Bucks could come in here and just kind of demoralize them. I really do.
How do you get Curry back and look more disconnected? How do you get Curry back and look like you like each other less? Because that's also going on right now. Like, they are again, and it's kind of gone back and forth this year, but they again look like a team that doesn't like playing together, which has been really problematic and alarming this season.
Well, without saying it's somebody's fault or not, I mean, the one thing is, when you're playing with if Steph Curry's one of the greatest players of all time, and he is, playing with Steph Curry and without Steph Curry then becomes a dramatically different thing. You take the best player in the league off your team, you're going to have to play way different than when that best player is on your team. So I think there might be something to that he's so important that it's hard to just say, oh, this is how we play with him, this is how we play without him.
And I'm not blaming Curry at all.
Of course not.
At all. But here is what I'm saying. I think you could make the case that this Warriors team this season has been built better than teams they've had in the past at being able to play without Curry. Hey, this team's got players to where when Curry's out, they can survive. But they're not well built for Curry when he's there. And whether that's, Klay Thompson's shots are just coming in different ways that take you out of rhythm, and Draymond's not doing this, and Wiggins isn't around, and Poole, he stinks right now. And I've given him a lot of benefit of the doubt. But he goes back to the bench, and all of a sudden it's Olay defense and terrible shots and the turnover. Like, he can't fit his game into the box when the Warriors have everybody available, and that's a big problem. DiVincenzo hadn't been the same since Curry come back. Kuminga hadn't been the same since Curry come back, and now is hurt again. Whew.
Yeah, there's a litany, unfortunately. And we're going to talk about it on the other side with Kevin Harlan, TNT play-by-play man. He was on the call last night in Memphis. That's what's coming up. Don't go anywhere. Kevin Harlan on the other side, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back, Matt Steinmetz and John Dickinson, and pleased to bring on Kevin Harlan. He was on the call last night for TNT. I got it. I've always wanted to pick the mind of a genius. Now, did you have that running around your head somewhere before the game that if these two get into it, that's clever, or are you a spur-of-the-moment genius?
Oh, well, I'm not a genius, but I am spur of the moment. And there could have been a lot of weird stuff that I may have said along the way. I have always kind of believed that you don't plant things in your head. You know, storylines, clearly, because we had read about Draymond's comments in the podcasts on Brooks. They addressed it pregame with the horde of media. And so, I mean, it was in there, but that did not cross my mind until it happened. And it was kind of odd because we talked to Steve about it in our pregame meeting, Steve Kerr, and asked him about a volatile, emotional, passionate player like Brooks going up against a passionate, emotional guy like Draymond. And he said that, you know, we've talked, and usually Draymond is very buttoned down, and I expect nothing less of that from him tonight. And sure enough, as I went back and watched, we didn't have a very good view of it from where we were courtside, but it was Brooks doing all the kind of antagonizing, and Green kind of was trying to turn to the side, get out of the way, and not engage. And I think a four-time champion can feel that way. Oh, he's as decorated as any guy in the league right now, and probably just felt, listen, until this guy does anything beyond the second round, he and I have nothing to talk about.
Right,
so,
right.
And he's right. So anyway, no, I did not have that stashed away. I'm not that smart, number one, and I don't even know if it was that good a comment, but
no, it was
funny.
You got to chuckle out here, absolutely.
Okay,
let me ask you this, Kevin. And you know, one of the things we out here, we've seen every Warrior game, and sometimes, you know, when you see them all the time, you have a chance. You have a little tunnel vision. But for someone like you who probably checks in with them periodically, you might have a better view. What did you see last night from that team, the Golden State Warriors, that looks different than the team you've probably watched for the last 8-10 years?
Well, Jonathan didn't play, Kuminga didn't play, and twisted the ankle. I'm not sure exactly what the prognosis is, but it happened in pregame, and I'm not sure if it's a 2-week thing or what it's going to be. Clearly, he is a factor and a guy that they include. I don't know, a couple things. Number one, I think as close as the West is from number 2 on, a little hot run of 4 or 5 wins in a row, as we saw the Dubs do at home with that 5-game winning streak, can get you back in the top 4, which is what everybody's aiming for, and certainly the top 6, but avoiding, like the plague, 7 through 10, because those are the play-in numbers, and no one wants to have extra games, practices, travel, and everything else that comes with it. So, being one of the top 6 is goal number 1, and being in the top 4 would be the dream. And I don't see why there's any reason that a defending champion with the basic core still there can't be there. Now, listen, we don't know what Gary Payton is going to bring when he comes back from the injury, but I think he's closer than further away, is my impression. And his defense was vital against the Celtics last year in the finals. He makes them different defensively. And, of course, in the broader picture, we know that some of the young kids have not panned out the way they wanted, whether it was the center, it was the high pick, or the player out of Arkansas, Moses Moody. I mean, it just, Wiseman and Moody were 2 guys I think they really thought, you know what, they're going to just absorb everything we have here. And the issue is you've got Moody, who played 1 year of college basketball, and Wiseman, who only played 3 games of college basketball and was injured a lot as he was getting into the NBA. And I know it's tired to hear that, but that is such the truth with these young players. So Moody is chomping at the G League level and getting valuable minutes. Still a part of the franchise, clearly. And Wiseman's going to hope to kind of rebuild himself a little bit, maybe with a little bit less pressure on him than he was having at Golden State. Not that it was exerted on him, but, when you're drafted that high and with a defending champion or with a team of championship caliber players and Hall of Famers like they've got, it begins to maybe creep in on you a little bit. Hey, why aren't you answering? Why aren't you stepping in line, following what we're doing? And he probably tried. It just he just needs time. These are young kids. So when the NBA says with the players they're going to lower the drafting age to 18, I go, you've got to be kidding me. These kids can hardly maneuver where they are right now at 19 and 20, let alone at 18. And now you're going to put them in at 18 and take veterans' positions to keep a young 18-year-old kid. What it really looks like to me is they want to build that G League even more, and they're going to do it. Kids are going to leave. If the NIL money isn't there, they're going to go and put themselves for the draft or become an undrafted kid and go to the G League and try to hook on that way. Anyway, I'm getting off target, but the point is that did you see how explosive they were last night when they needed to be? That was a big game for Memphis too. They're struggling. This Morant thing is a huge black cloud over the team, and they needed that almost worse than, I know it was the 8th consecutive loss on the road, but they almost needed that worse than the Warriors did, I thought, last night.
Yeah, and Kevin, it's interesting because how stunning is it in a way that you see it in short spurts still, and even saw it in short spurts last night from the Warriors, what they can be when they're on their game, but they're still disconnected and the defense is bad, and it's especially bad on the road, and then there's almost a veteran versus young player disconnect on play. Like, they have it, but when they call for it, they can't always get to it. Like, how stunning has that been to watch as you've kind of evaluated this team this year?
Well, if they weren't as old as they were and hadn't done as much as they had done and, weren't destined for Springfield one day, I'd say, uh-oh. But I guess I don't say that. I mean, listen, this regular season is too long. They're just trying to stay above water, keep their health, and fine-tunes the thing they need to fine-tune. I mean, clearly it's frustrating. Losing 8 on the road does not bode well if you aren't one of the top 4 teams and have road games more than home. And, in the first round of the playoffs, that is not good. But this is a team that when they were on last night and into it, so to speak, not that they weren't or not that they weren't trying. I don't mean to imply that at all. I just think that, we've still got another 14, whatever it is, games to go. And this team is just kind of not laying in the weeds. I just think right now that I think they're saving their best for last, quite frankly. And it was disappointing to see that last night, but that Memphis team was all in, man. I mean, they had to prove to themselves after some embarrassing time, and they've lost 2 starters, including the kind of the figurehead of their team in Morant and their best bench guy. And there was some real question of, they don't have the depth. They don't have the wherewithal. They don't have the pedigree and the resume to say, yep, we'll survive this. The Warriors do. But I agree. It's pretty hard to watch at times. At other times, it's so beautiful, you just can't believe how beautiful it is. And there were segments of the game last night where the passing was crisp and the shots were on and the screens were laid and the cutting was there and all the things that this team is about. But I'm telling you, I mentally, for guys in their 30s who have done as much as they've done, I think this is just a real grind, and which is it points right at the length of the season, which is too long. And see a game like last night, if it's in football or if it's in a season where there's a limited number of games, you begin to think, oh my God, the fall's falling down and the sky's falling down on us. But in the NBA, you got another game. You have a chance to win at home against Milwaukee, and then you can play another game on Monday and get a win there against another good team. And so, it's just like, all right, what's up next? What's up next? How many more games? What's the calendar say? Is the clock ticking any faster? And just to finish in the top 6, I think for all these teams, Denver aside, but for 2 through 7 and 8, I mean, finishing in the top 6 is right now the only thing I think they want to do. Home and road, even though the Warriors' road record is just hard to look at. I'm not sure that has as much bearing anymore. Yeah, you don't have to travel, and yeah, you're in your own bed, and yeah, I get all that, but I don't know, a team like this with those Hall of Famers and what they've got, what they've been through, I think they just say, let's tighten the screws. We're ready to go and buckle up because it's coming up.
Kevin Harlan joining us on 95.7 The Game. You heard him last night. Warriors at Memphis. He works for TNT. If the Warriors don't get it done, let me just ask you to put on a little future prediction here. Do you think it's because their big three aren't good enough anymore, or will it be because they didn't have enough help?
You know, there was a lot of hope that the two kids we were talking about before, Wiseman and Moody, were really gonna make a nice jump here and fall right in line and be that nice transitional group along with Jordan Poole of like the next wave. And these guys on paper coming in to that situation had all the credentials you'd want, to join a team like you've already got. And the fact that Moody has been probably slower than anticipated, and Wiseman clearly was whatever the issue was there, it was not taking hold. And to trade a guy drafted that high this quickly after he's become a pro is a pretty telling thing. So that to me becomes the only thing that doesn't really compute. Is that I think most general managers would have bought into what they were doing. All right, Poole is there, established. He's a couple years ahead. Wiseman makes sense, and Moody, has got incredible promise, and comes from a good conference, and was the freshman of the year in that good conference. And you think, yeah, okay, they got the guys who are in late 20s, about 30, 31 at the time. You bring these guys in, and then you see that it hasn't happened quite yet. And they got lucky too. With Peyton, Bielitsa. There was Otto Porter Jr. Like they got some nice performances last year. Clearly, you don't win a championship unless everybody's got their fingerprints on it, and all those kids did, and Peyton in particular. I think Peyton comes back, quite frankly. I don't want to put too much on him because the core injury, the abdomen thing, and the muscles that aren't responding or just need a little bit more work. When all that solidifies and that situation comes to fruition and he's healthy to go out there, and if he's anything like he was defensively, I think that's going to be a big shot in the arm for the team. I mean, just it may come at the perfect time, like a week or 10 days away from the end of the regular season with 4 or 5 games to play. It might be the perfect entree for him to join, get back up to speed, get his basketball legs under him, and then provide the one thing that I think everybody agrees that they need right now is just a little bit more on defense. And then that leads to their transition game, and the rest is history. They pass, they move, they cut, they do all those things. They shoot as well as anybody out there when they're on their game. And I just think they're the team I would not want to play. Not just the defending champions, but they have guys that can just kill you. And they showed it at times last night, even though the score didn't reflect that.
Yeah, Kevin, it's going to be interesting as we head down the stretch. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and we love your work out here.
You're nice to say that. Thanks. Always fun to be out with you guys. Take care.
All right, Kevin Harlan, TNT. He was on the call last night and talking about the Warriors. All right.
Giving him the benefit of the doubt.
You have to. Well, you don't have to, but, for example, I would never say the Warriors have zero chance.
No doubt.
I'd say they got a 4% chance. But I'd never say zero. You have to allow for that. But you know what? Here's what I think's going on, and I don't know that it's an overview. It's not. So the Golden State Warriors play the Toronto Raptors, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they get beaten 6 games, and in the process, they lose Durant, they lose Klay Thompson, and the next year they go 5-50. And 15-50, and they lose Durant. Klay gets hurt again. They make the play-in game, but they don't even make the playoffs. Okay, so it's 2 years since they were in the finals, 3 years since they won it. So they come out last year, and there is absolutely, positively, no doubt that they had something to prove. They thought they were written off too soon, and they went out. And they won 53 games, and they ran the table in the playoffs, and along the way they had some good fortune, but they deserved all they got, and they won a title that nobody expected. Dude, it was their crowning achievement. It's their crowning achievement. That one last year. You can't. They don't have their championship edge right now. They don't have it. They don't have the motivation they had a year ago, and you can't just snap your fingers and say, all right, well, let's start playing hard from this point on. The reason they played as hard as they played last year was because they hadn't won it in 3 years, and they hadn't been a factor in the last 2 years. One of the reasons they can't get it going this year is because they won it last year. And that was so gratifying that it's hard to get back to the level of the proving they want to do. They did last year. Even if they win it this year, they will not have proved as much as they proved last year.
And in many ways, you look at last year, and they proved that they were good enough to themselves by February. Like, they came out, and then, because of the injuries, knew they had enough hay in the barn, so to speak, to coast, basically because they had injuries. They entered this season needing, however you want to put it, to coast. And they thought that the young players were going to be able to
help them do that.
And from the jump, it wasn't there.
Right.
We've talked a lot about that. Harlan hinted at a couple, one, they still have it, I think was one takeaway in his mind, that the Warriors still have it, and they show it in these smaller stretches. Although I think showing it in the smaller stretches, how many games
could be proof they can't do it.
How many times? And I even hit you with this a couple of times last night as we were watching the game, knowing we were doing the show together today. How many times Warriors cut it to 6? Warriors cut it to 4? How many times over the last decade, when the Warriors do that, do they oh, wow, they're going to win the game? Memphis is in a bad way.
I'd say 9 out of 10.
It's less and less this year for sure.
No doubt.
This year, they almost never win.
I'm saying 9 out of 10 in the past.
Right. But so in those times where they've shown that they have it still, that Harlan's referring to, a lot of the time that ends up turning into a win where, oh my God, at the end of the night, it's like, wow, they gave up 48 in the first quarter. That was brutal, but they won by 6. And Clay went off in the fourth quarter. And you know what, Draymond, that was cute. Brooks, Brooks trying to get in Draymond's face, and Draymond got the last laugh because he stoned somebody at the rim in the final 2 minutes before Curry hit the dagger, and they walked out of there laughing at Memphis again. Poor Memphis. They stink. They're never going to win it because they're not champions. And that becomes the storyline. To me, the inability for any of these games on the road where they've made their little mini runs to turn into a win shows you that maybe they don't quite have it.
Exactly.
Like they used to.
Well, it's kind of everything you can argue on their behalf, you can argue against in a way, if you know what I mean. Their championship pedigree, you want to call it that? Somebody else might say they're getting old. You know what I mean?
If you want to coast and make your run, that's fine. But you can't coast and make your run and then still get beat by 20. Sorry. That doesn't compute. And then say you're fine afterwards.
Right.
Which they've done all year. And all right, Draymond is being Draymond when he does that. But, bro, last night's not the night to be like, we're fine, it's March. Sorry, it's not.
You know who the Warriors are like right now? They're like me. They're like me saying, you know what? I'm going to lose about 15. I'm going to lose some weight. I'm gonna.
Sure.
And then a week goes by.
And sometimes you do it.
And a week goes by, and I'm about to say, you know what? This week I'm going to get it going. No, I'm going to get it going. And then we go to the high horse, and then I eat a pizza by myself, and I wake up Monday, and I'm still, you know what?
Hey, JD, bring me that cinnamon coffee cake roll.
JD, bring me the coffee cake. Bring me the coffee cake. And they just keep putting it off, and pretty soon they're going to. But here's what I want to do. I alluded to it before. Who out there is really still believing that this Warrior team is going to win it all? Because I know a lot of Warrior fans are hoping. I know a lot of Warrior fans would love to see it. But every time we kind of count out the Warriors, there's always a solid segment of fans that That chastises. You thought they were going to win it last year? You didn't think they were going to win it last year? Do you really think that the Warriors are going to somehow pull this off? They're 34-33. They have the worst road record in the league. But they're going to run the table and win it all? I want you to tell me why you think that still. 888-957-9570 if you really believe it. If you really, really believe it. You know, the Kuminga thing is, you know.
They could have used him last night.
Yes, they could have.
They could have used Anthony Lamb last night, believe it or not.
Yes, they could have. Yes, they could have. Now we'll see about, I guess he was in a walking boot after the game in terms of Jonathan Kuminga. But I just think that, they're just not as hungry. They're not hungry anymore.
Well, Harlan also hinted at the fact that they're not bringing it as consistently as they need to. But I also think there are times where they've looked to try and flip the switch and they haven't been able to, in particular on the road. Last night, they want that game. And last night they give up a freaking dunk on the first play of the game. And 48 in the first quarter. And this goes beyond not wanting it for me. It's because I think at this point they do want it. They did want the Laker game and they scored 18 in the first quarter. They did want the OKC game. I think maybe they thought they could win that game not playing a lot of defense, and they got bit in the rear end by it. They wanted to shut Memphis up and put Memphis further down the path that they've been on here for the last couple of months, and then they give up 48 in the first quarter. They got Steph back, and they're 0-3.
Well,
this was
right.
Survive until Steph comes back, and then it's going to turn on the road for about the fifth different time this year.
Right.
And every time that's happened, they haven't turned the corner. But this is
that actually is a good point.
At some point, this is who you are.
Well, and you know what? If you really want to be kind of harsh about it, last year or any year in the past, if you're a Warrior fan and one of your guys got hurt, you know what? Wait till Draymond comes back. Okay, fair. Wait till Curry comes back last year. Wait till Curry comes back. Okay, you're right. Wait till Clay comes back from his 2-year injury. Wait till Clay comes back. You're right. They want it. Wait till Wiggins comes back? No. That ain't it.
Well,
that ain't it.
But
I'm sorry.
But at the same time, if Wiggins doesn't come back, they're done.
They are done.
And I'm starting to think if Peyton doesn't come back, they're done.
I hear you, but I guess what I'm saying is,
as far as winning a title,
it's almost an indictment of the big three if you're saying wait till Wiggins comes back, because those three never had to wait for anybody to get going before.
It has to be an indictment of the big three. It has to be. They're back together and they can't win.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. I'm taking calls from Warrior fans who think they can get this on track still. I want to know why you think that, and I'm open-minded because I'm not going to write them off altogether. I might get close, but I'm not writing them off altogether. But why do you think this is actually going to turn around? By the way, do you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win, up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app right now. Tickets courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for tickets now. 888-957-9570 to jump into the conversation.
Well, if they weren't as old as they were and hadn't done as much as they had done and, weren't destined for Springfield one day, I'd say, uh-oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz with John Dickinson today, JD today. Guru, I'll be back Monday. He's taking care of some things. That was Kevin Harlan. He was on the call last night for TNT.
Bingo.
Warriors at Memphis. What's that?
If they weren't headed to Springfield, it would be uh-oh. Well, maybe it's uh-oh anyway.
Well, but they are headed to Springfield. And that's the one thing. As a guy who tries to measure his words a little bit, notice I didn't say zero chance.
Uh-oh.
I don't think they're going to win it, but you can't close it completely. But to me, it's all but closed.
But he said it, and we've all kind of danced around it, and I know we got a lot of people on the phone lines that we're coming to real quick. But he put it right out there into the universe. We're giving them a benefit of the doubt that nobody else would get. Like, no, if they were any other team, it would be they are cooked, they are done,
True.
They stink, they're old, it's over.
Right.
We're not doing it because of them. But, I mean, it hits you in a bunch of different ways. And for me, it's been all these different times where it's been go time. Steph's coming, it's go time. This is the corner turn. It's go time. Momentum. And then every single time, it's like, this is what, the 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, however many times it's been go time that they haven't hit. I'm finally like, all right, show me April 9th where you'll
know this. You'll know this. And for everybody that wants to compare this year to last year, they were 45-22 last year at this point after 67
and
games.
Coasting.
JD, let me ask you this, because you may know this off the top of your head. What was the Warriors' best stretch this year of, let's say, 12 or more games?
10-4.
Okay, so 10-4.
I think is still the best one. Going back to, it was right after they were 3-7. So they went 10-4.
They have not played solid basketball for more than a month at a time.
Yeah.
Essentially is the way you can put it.
Basically.
So.
Yeah, one of those games they punted on in New Orleans. It was one of the games where they rested all the young guys. So if you want to
you'd like to have those two or three back now,
you want to say
probably.
10-3, maybe you could, if you want to throw one out, 10-3, but yeah, 10-3, 10-4.
All right, let's start with Chris in San Leandro says the Warriors can still win it all. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
What's good, Steiny and JD? So we highlighted all season the punch, the injuries, the absences. So if this team right now, it's uh-oh, and it's such a bad team, then what are the Clippers? Then what is the Mavs? If from 5 through 12, all these teams have pretty much the same record, then what are these other teams then? With all the things that we went through, then what are these other teams?
Well, and what? Let me, and I'm gonna let you finish too, Chris. But that's the thing. We've always looked at the Warriors as championship, a notch above these teams. Like I get you. If what are the Clippers? But we've always put the Warriors above all those teams.
I get that, but then I also agree with what Kevin Harlan said and what JD said. If GP2 comes back and it looks like they're not going to shut him down, and if Andrew does come back, I think they do have a shot at it because do you really think the Kings are going to beat this team in a 7-game series? Because I don't. I'm not afraid of anyone in the West. It's just the East that's pretty scary. It's the Bucks and the Celtics. Thank you.
All right, Chris. Listen, I'm not. Why do I give him a sliver of a chance? Because I actually do see, I think it's within the realm of possibility that if Gary Payton II, believe it or not, comes back and is the player he was last year, which I think is going to be hard, to tell you the truth, because he hasn't played hardly at all this year, but he actually, to me, is the kind of player who can set a defensive tone that will be more important than just his individual defense. Well, I give them that possibility.
He might allow Jordan Poole to actually be able to be effective without getting destroyed defensively. So, you might be able to, put Peyton out there with Jordan Poole, and Jordan Poole can actually play better.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, guess what? Gary Payton II's playing. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga doesn't have to play as much in a playoff series. Maybe Anthony Lamb doesn't have to play at all in a playoff series because you're just a little bit deeper.
Right. And so that's, I absolutely allow for that possibility. And then you throw Wiggins in there. The bottom line is this. If you get a functional Wiggins and Payton back, those are two defensive players. Now that's 40% of your five-man lineup. So you are changing the makeup of your team from right now, and you're putting in a couple guys who have experience from last year. So, but again, we're at the point where everything has to go right. Now they can't have anybody nicked up for any stretch of time. They Kuminga not going to play for 2 weeks if that's the case. That now hurts them a little bit.
That to me wouldn't matter if Wiggins was playing and Payton was playing.
Correct.
Though.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
But it matters now for sure, and I think we even saw it last night.
Let's go to Eric. Eric's in the city. Hey, Eric, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly, just to answer your question about why they might still win. Just the West is so terrible that they might have a puncher's chance against the East. But I wanted to ask a bigger existential question, and that is, has the past month kind of confirmed that Draymond shouldn't be back with the team next year? Because, I don't think he has mentally ever gotten over the fact that Poole got money and he didn't. And I think that his actions have really tanked the team from the punch to showing up everybody at Oklahoma City to the ridiculousness of getting into another argument with Dylan Brooks. It's just like, grow up, man, play basketball, and earn your money. I don't know. I just don't know if he should be on the team next year. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Eric. Well, I guess it might be his decision.
Yeah.
He can, if he doesn't want to be on the team, he doesn't have to be on the team. Obviously, I think with everybody, there's a point where you get tired of it.
Sure.
I think, are guys tired of Draymond Green? Probably. How could you not be?
How are you going to be better without him, though?
Well, that's a great question. I don't think they can win it without Draymond.
And you may say, well, they aren't winning now, and and Steph, Clay, and Draymond are all together, and they're not winning now. And I think that is the reality check for those three. And I think you hinted at this in the last segment, is that it is those three, but it's those three and Wiggins, and it's those three and Looney, and it's those three and Poole playing at a certain level that he's not playing at now, and maybe even Payton. So it always kind of goes back to 2 years ago in the summer when all we did nonstop, incessantly, was talk about how the Warriors need to get a star, 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 need to get a star. They didn't go get a star. They ended up solidifying their role players 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that actually was good enough to unlock the ability for the championship core three to be able to be effective enough to carry him over the top with all of the things that they do well, and led far and away by Steph, especially in the playoffs. But the rest of this team isn't good enough now to where the big three can't carry him. They just, that is the realization that I'm having through this week. The big three can't just go win a big road game anymore. Not even a single one.
No. When they had Durant, I always felt like all they needed was 1.5 players to play well. Mm-hmm. When they had Durant.
Yeah, and a lot of times that would happen. Clay was 3 for 15 tonight, but Durant had 40 on 65% shooting.
Now I feel like they need those three guys have to be 2.5.
Yeah.
They need good games out of two of them and a pretty good game out of a third.
And then Wiggins and Poole to be solid.
Yeah.
And big plays from others and all of that. It all has to be there. That's the telling part.
Right.
It all has to be there. Otherwise, this team's got no shot. If it all is there, we still don't know. I am with those that look at the other teams in the West and go, well, the Clippers are this and Dallas is that, and I get it, but there's also something to be said for, Okay, well then why are the Warriors not 10 games over 500 then if the West is so bad? Why are they caught in that glut? I did the math the last couple of days because it just interested me as far as just the difference between last year even and this year. And basically, Memphis and the Kings are tied for second right now. That record would have been the 7th seed. Like, basically, Memphis and the Kings are playing at the level that the Timberwolves played at last year, who wound up being the 7 seed. But this year, it's the 2 seed. Well, if that's the level for the if you only had to play compared to last year at a 7 seed level to be a 2 seed, then why the hell are the Warriors not the 2 or the 3 seed right now? Like, why are they not at least the 4 seed right now?
Right.
Like, that's telling to the Warriors. Now, you can say, well, if these teams aren't as good and the Warriors aren't as good, when push comes to shove, the Warriors will still have the edge because the Warriors always had the edge. But I don't necessarily – maybe head-to-head you can look at it that way, but this team should be better than they are. Bottom line.
The other thing is – every other year in the postseason that the Warriors have been there, how many times have they played a series where you say, that team has no shot? Like, all but one series a year, you're basically like, well, they're not going to beat the Warriors. So you're going to go from basically knowing you win 2 or 3 series every playoffs, because you're going to play Portland, who never can beat you,
true.
or the Pelicans, who never can beat you.
I was running through it.
Now you're going to have. Now I don't care who you play. That team's going to be able to beat you. The next team, and the next team. Doesn't mean they will, but they're going to have to run the table, playing teams that all can beat them.
Well, and even as you go through it, that if you give the Warriors the benefit of the doubt and think they can beat any of these teams that they play, can they do it 4 times?
Exactly.
Like, that's the thing, because it's not like, even if you believe they can, Sacramento's not this, or Dallas is not that, or the Clippers are the same as the Warriors. Like, even if that's true, you still, like, that's one round.
Right, exactly.
Like, that's what, like, yeah, sure. Can they beat the Kings if they play them and they're whole? Yeah, of course they can. Okay, well, who's next? Phoenix or Denver? Okay, can they beat Memphis? Are you going to beat Phoenix or Denver and Memphis and then still beat Milwaukee and Boston?
I know. It's going to be
good luck.
Yeah.
Like, good luck.
Steve's in San Mateo. Hey, Steve. What do you got?
How are you doing?
Doing well.
Great show.
Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I hear all that, and I agree. Even when they're all healthy, you're looking at all the teams got a big center that can block shots and stop penetration, so that when you have the perimeter defense, if you have guys back there knowing they can block shots, they can defend harder, and they don't have to let them come in, right? So you look at all the games we played. Earlier the year, we have a full squad in Boston. We were up 6 points before the last couple of minutes, and Boston drove the lane twice, kicked it out for 3 for Hartford, I think. No, we lost that game. Nobody's afraid of Warriors in terms of driving into the lane. L.A. with Anthony Davis beat Memphis a few days ago. Anthony was blocking shots of Jaren Jackson. So I don't understand the management that we can pick up. We used to do that, pick up Bogut, end of the season for insurance sake.
Right.
Why can't the management team do something? They get paid $10 million a year. What do they do? They say, I love, Lamb. I love Anthony. Well, that's not going to cut it. They're midgets compared to guys like Dwight Howard or anybody. Dwight Howard, by the way, is playing basketball in Taiwan. He should be in good shape.
All right, Steve, thanks for the call. That's where I got to get you. I should have gotten him after the M word.
Little people.
Yes.
You know what I'm sick of?
Give it to me.
You want to go ahead? You want to finish thought?
No, go ahead.
I jumped in on you there.
That's fine.
I'm sick of when the Warriors lose. They don't have a big man. I've got a short list here. They don't have a big man.
Okay.
I'll just do it in the normal voice.
All right.
They don't have a big man. Jordan Poole. Warriors like Jordan Poole. My God, Jordan Poole. Just terrible. Jordan Poole defense. Jordan Poole getting paid. Jordan Poole. Oh, the two-way guys. I'm so sick of Lamb. Well, Lamb hasn't been here the last 2 games. Ty Jerome, what a joke. And I'm sick of hearing about how it's Kerr. Kerr's got to do this. Kerr's got to do that. Kerr's got to make adjustments. Kerr's got to polish this. I won't use that word. But, like, it's every time the Warriors lose, it's the same thing. They don't have a big man. Jordan Poole stinks. The two-way guys stink. Steve Kerr, what does he ever do?
The two-way guys don't stink.
I'm sick of that. Those things.
The two-way guys are better than your young players. Oh, what do you give me for this? Oh, what do you give? Oh. Now,
come up with something new.
I don't know what he's going to turn into. Right. I don't know what he's going to turn into.
It's Boch.
But so far, what I've seen out of PBJ,
yeah,
you know who he reminds me of? And I know people might.
Oh God! Don't say what you
what
you told me.
So far,
don't say this. Don't do this.
Why?
You know where he's going. Evan knows.
No, he doesn't know.
I think Evan knows.
Do you know Evan?
I want you to say it so I can confirm, but I have an idea.
Right now, he plays like Mike Dunleavy Jr.
We need to end the show now.
PBJ. Because he's not making enough shots. Just
play the end. Like.
By the way, I'll tell you right now, if
Dunleavy,
Mike Dunleavy was the third.
That's a trigger for about 25% of Warriors.
Why did you do that?
If Patrick Baldwin Jr. turns into Mike Dunleavy Jr., it'll be a great pick. He'll be a great pick.
888-957-9570.
You think I'm wrong? Disagree with me. If Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Why would you do that
turns into Mike Dunleavy Jr.,
Why would you do that
it will have been a great pick.
Disagree
with me.
I can't.
You can't disagree with me.
Why would you do that? We were having a
What am I
great
doing?
show.
What am I doing?
Like Warrior fans have enough to worry about. Why would you go to the Mike Dunleavy Jr. card? Like that. Like why would you go to a guy? And look, I don't
because it crossed my mind yesterday, and I'm doing a radio show today.
I don't even care that Mike Dunleavy Jr. isn't really as bad as he was made out to be. Like I don't even care about that. Like why?
Because he reminded me of Mike Dunleavy Jr. last night.
Why would you go to a player in the history of all the Warriors suck, going back to the early 2000s and before and after, and compare somebody that's actually played pretty well when he's played to somebody who is considered to be one of the biggest joke busts,
not to me,
fraud, terrible picks in history.
You know what? If you're a fan that thinks that about Dunleavy, you're not worth talking to or trying to inform. People might be disappointed in Mike Dunleavy, but the guy played 14 years in the league. The guy's not a bust. You can't be a bust if you have a career. And you know what? Here's the other thing. He's going to be the GM.
And I'm not even. Well, yeah. And I'm not even saying he's a bust. I'm saying that sometimes perception is reality. And it's like, why would you even bring that up today?
I'll tell you why. Because perception's not always reality. And you know what? Here's one thing. You know what? Dunleavy Jr. is still hated by real Warrior fans. No, he's not. He's hated by fake Warrior fans. Mike Dunleavy Jr. is hated by fake Warrior fans. Not real Warrior fans. Here's the other thing. Where a lot of Warrior fans... You know what? I can't believe I'm doing this. I had no idea this was coming up today.
Well, you brought it up.
Here's one that the real or some Warrior fans got totally wrong. Totally wrong. Oh, Troy Murphy. Was a fan favorite. Troy Murphy, everybody liked because he was gritty. But they didn't like Dunleavy because he was soft. Hit the pike.
No, that
Troy Murphy
might as well be the same guy.
Troy Murphy sat out the 82nd game of a season.
Yeah.
To protect his double-double average. He averaged a double-double after 81 games and sat out number 82. Oh, but he's a tough, gritty one. And Dunleavy, you guys got Dunleavy.
He couldn't go get 10 and 10 one more time.
Listen, I don't. Dunleavy gets an unfair rap around here. And wait till you know what? Wait till he leads phase 2 of this thing. All right? Well, wait till he leads phase 2.
I think there's a lot of Warrior fans out there that think, oh my God, Dunleavy being the GM is like, it's just bad mojo. like whether he can do the job or not, which is totally unfair.
James Jones on the line.
I'm going to acknowledge that. Like I feel like Warrior fans would rather have Matt Barnes be the GM than Mike Dunleavy, just on perception of what they brought to the franchise. Even though Matt Barnes brought nothing to the franchise.
James Jones went to 8 straight finals, Steiny.
Okay, all right. All right, let's get off that.
Yeah, please.
But you know what? That's one of those where y'all know I'm right, and I'm going to have to end it that way. Y'all know I'm right. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
Oh, my God. You guys got it all wrong. I'm going to clean all this mess up.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Save
you know
us.
what? Go ahead. All you, buddy.
The problem with the Warriors is the reason why the Warriors went as far as they did last year is because they had Mike Brown as a second coach. I think the Warriors' problem is coaching. They're just not responding to Steve Kerr. They have the talent. They can win. They can play with the best of the best. That's not a doubt. And they have the players, but they're just not responding to Steve Kerr. And I just think that the problem is coaching. And what they did with Mike Brown and what he's doing in Sacramento is proof in the pudding. What do you guys think about that?
Here's what I'll say.
He's doing an incredible job in Sacramento. They stink on defense.
But
they stink.
Here's my thing about Kerr, honestly. He is who he is. Like, we know exactly who he is. And who he is someone who's going to play veterans over young players. He's a player who is all about the championship core. Like, if the Warriors are at a crossroads, you know what? Then maybe he shouldn't be the coach. I mean, honestly, if you're ready to turn down the volume on championship desires and we got to continue the dynasty, it probably is time to move off Steve Kerr. Seriously.
Well, and look, there's going to have to be a decision made on that this coming offseason because I think he has 1 year left on his deal after this year, which is always, you don't let a guy be a lame duck. So he either is gone or he's extended at the end of this year. I've got some thoughts on the Mike Brown thing and a couple of numbers on the defense and that part of it as well.
Sounds good. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Jump into the conversation. JD and I having some fun today. Mike Dunleavy Jr. If Patrick Baldwin Jr. turns into Mike Dunleavy Jr., it will be a hell of a pick. Come back and talk to us on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God.
unbelievable. Memphis averages 11 made threes a night. They hit 8 in the first quarter, and many of them were open threes. I mean, guys not even close, and Golden State is they're just not ready to play, Jim, and I don't know what to tell you about. They haven't been ready to play in the first quarter of any of these games on the road. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Timmy Roy hitting the nail with the hammer right there. John Dickinson and Matt Steinmetz today. Guru will be back Monday, taking care of some things. And I'm a firm believer in that over the course of a season, things happen for a reason. You know, there's a reason the Warriors' opponents make threes. And it's not because, man, the other team always has a career night against us. No, it's because your three-point defense is not good. Why do the Warriors foul so much? Why do they lead the league in fouls? The refs no. That's what happens when you get older and you're smaller.
Or why do you don't get to the free throw line? Well, because you shoot threes more than any other team in the league, and you attack the rim.
By the way, the Warriors shot more free throws last night than the Grizz.
Keeping them in the game.
True.
Through different points where it looked like they were in the game. Yeah, how many times do the Warriors help off of a three-point shooter in a way that makes for an easy pass to a wide-open three-point shot?
A lot. And you know why? You know why, JD?
Yeah, because they're bad at the point of attack.
Because they overhelp too. Well, you know why they overhelp? Because their guy gets beat more than he ever has.
So you
in the
have
past.
to help more because the guy at the top's getting beat.
Or you have to make the decision of whether to help or not to help. If the guy at the point of attack is keeping that guy out of the lane, guess what? You don't have to help. You don't have to help. You don't even have to think about, all you're thinking about is, I'm going to peek. I'm going to peek to see if I need to help, if I think my guy's going to get beat. But guys are getting beat so frequently, they're making the other four guys make those kind of decisions. Let's go to D in Walnut Creek. What's up, D?
Hey, Johnny, how's it going?
Going well, man.
This is my take. The defense was definitely laughable. But let's go back inside the church and point out the sinners. They had so many unforced turnovers by the big three. I mean, this is dumbass mistakes that they make. Why did they have 4 turnovers in a row? They didn't get to that mid-court. Those are the sinners right now.
Thanks, D. Appreciate the call. That stretch at the end of the first half was unbelievable. I mean, it was, wow. They looked so discombobulated. It was incredible. Draymond with 5 turnovers yesterday.
Yeah, it was ugly.
Steph had 4.
How about
Poole had 4?
How about the 4 consecutive turnovers when you're in the game? How about Clay? How about Clay not going for a ball that clearly wasn't going to go out of bounds, that he thought was going to go out of bounds, and then Dylan Brooks, who, public enemy number 1 and needs to stop. You got your ass kicked on that play by Dylan Brooks, Clay. Own it. Like that was a joke. That was gutless.
Really?
Yes,
you think
that was lazy. That was gutless. That was thinking I don't have to go get this ball.
But if he thought it was going out of bounds and he didn't sense,
no,
I think that's a little harsh.
That's gutless. That's lack of hustle. That's like that. I thought that was the worst play of the night.
First of all, I'm going to tell you, I'm watching that game on TV and I thought, that's going out of bounds. I'm
thinking Clay gave.
I didn't think Dylan Brooks had enough.
Play,
I didn't think he had enough room to get it and tiptoe up the sideline.
I'm sorry, if you're going to give up on that play, it better go out of bounds.
Well, you're right on that. You're right on that.
Or Brooks better catch it and go out of bounds himself.
You're right. You're right about that.
And I'm sorry, you like that. Like again, it goes back to perception. Like that is a I'm not playing hard kind of a play.
Right.
I mean, hello? And why is Klay Thompson immune to that? Because he hit 12 threes and helped them win a couple of home games and snarled at everybody and told the world he was back or didn't care about being back or whatever. The haters motivated him. Hustle! Price of admission! Hustle!
City boy.
Joke.
What's going on, City?
Oh, man, I'm really enjoying the conversation today. You guys are great. And, you can't blame Dunleavy for being overpicked. You got to blame the GM. Dunleavy was fine. But, Matt, don't ever tell me that you like Eric Dampier or Bimbo Coles, then we'll have a problem.
No, okay, I got you. No, I won't. I like Eric Dampier as a person. Right. Definitely. He was actually a really nice guy.
You better be careful.
Go ahead.
Hey, listen, so, I just wanted to say what a juxtaposition it was watching that Kings game after the Warriors last night. It's just crazy to see the flip-flop, and these teams are never good at the same time. It's like it's befuddling, man. It drives me crazy. I'd love to see those two teams be really good at the same time. But it's funny how they trade. They have a pick in the James Wiseman draft. They parlay that pick into Sabonis, and the guy's been phenomenal. And the Warriors' run started by trading, a small guard for a big. It's just kind of an interesting contrast there. I think the Kings are onto something. Love Mike Brown. I know their defense has been atrocious, but that guy just brings an effusive.
You know what? You're right. You're right on that, man. You're right, City Boy. And thanks for the call. Mike Brown's he's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
Positive energy.
And
Positive
he's won.
energy.
Like, that was
That's
the thing.
true.
Like, I think we all forgot. Like, I think he's had one losing season. Maybe two.
Well, and I guess
it was
his
no
bad
more than
experience
two.
with Kobe, right?
Yeah, it was no more than two. They won the year, I think the first year after Phil Jackson left, they won like 48 games.
Well, the other thing is
and
he
then,
put together a great record, I think, in Cleveland.
And then they went and got Dwight Howard and Nash, and the whole thing fell apart, and he got fired, I think, 5 games into that year. But, yeah, he won every year in Cleveland, I think, except for 1 year. And
the Warriors were going to hire Mike Brown, but Mike Brown took the L.A. job, and that's when the Warriors hired Mark Jackson.
Interesting.
Because they had interviewed Mike Brown, and they had scheduled a second interview with Mike Brown, and he called him and canceled the interview because he had accepted the Lakers job.
Yeah, he it's good vibes, and I hear you on the juxtaposition of watching the one versus the other, because and this is it's gonna sound corny, but I'm gonna say it. The Kings do play with joy. Like, they play like they like each other.
Right.
Like, they have a common goal, which is make the playoffs. They're probably overachieving a little bit, but you can tell they've got that vibe of everybody knows they're doing something for them really special. And the city's behind it. And, like, the players, like, it's a well-put-together roster. Like, it is. And you can quibble about, should they have not given up Halliburton? Well, going and getting Sabonis allowed De'Aaron Fox to become an all-star because Fox wasn't the best player on the team anymore. And now he can be a guy that dominates fourth quarters because he doesn't have to do it the right. And Herter was handed to them on a silver platter by Atlanta, who isn't the better for the moves that they've made. They're a disgraceful franchise at this point right now. And so, they go and sign Malik Monk. Why did they sign Malik Monk? Do you know? Do you know the secret story behind that? It's not really a secret. But why would Malik Monk come to Sacramento?
Tell me.
He's De'Aaron Fox's best friend. Okay. So but he's helped them. Like, he's been a good player for them. They don't get Malik Monk if, Trae Young is Malik Monk's best friend. Or, or some. So it's working, it's clicking, it's fun. It is a little Nelly Warriors in that they don't play any defense. And like I said, their 2 seed is in a lot of years what would be a 6 or a 7 seed. Irrelevant, but there's just an energy to them that is reminiscent of 10 years ago, before anybody knew the Warriors were championship level. That they just, this is a well put together team that likes each other and they compete hard every night, and it's new, so they're not jaded by we got to play hard every night. No, they want to play hard every night because Mike Brown demands it, and it's the only way they're going to make the playoffs.
Right.
And so will they do that next year? We'll see. But I guarantee you they probably won't do it for more than 2 years, because then they'll get jaded like every other team does, and they won't work hard half the time, and their fans will start to slowly hate them.
So they're like Atlanta a couple years ago.
I think
3 years ago.
Yeah, or Atlanta's a decent comp. Minnesota last year, I think, is a comp. Like, they went big off of they went big off a team that, all right, that's a 45 to 46, 47 win team. They went big and kind of screwed it up, I think, and so they're still trying to get it back. But next year will determine whether it's real or not. I mean, we'll see. whether they went around or not. But they got, that's like they're a watchable NBA team in a league that has about 6 watchable teams. So good for them. Like I mean it. Good for them. I've given them a lot of flack over the years. They've deserved every bit of it. But good for them.
Let's go to Robin. Robin's in the city. Hey, Robin.
Hey, you guys, how you doing? Hi, JD. So a couple of things you guys kind of covered everything while I was on hold. JD, you know how I feel about the shift blaming. I cannot stand the shift blaming. But here's the deal too, Simon. They have talent, but sometimes the talent ain't good enough. And even the 1 through 3 talent might not just be good enough. And, talent doesn't always equate to winning talent. And I, quite frankly, don't think they have the talent. But I want, that's good enough. I want to speak to the Warriors audience who calls in with dumb stuff. They select or where they are because of money, luxury tax. That comes with winning these championships and building. I mean, my God, how often does the radio people have to tell you that? How many times, if you're really diligent, paying attention, that should be obvious to you? It's money in that area, okay? The second thing I want to say is, Sacramento fans, I guess you've been waiting a long time to see the Warriors get down so you can call in and shine. I love Mike Brown to death, okay? But Sacramento, they're not exactly where the Warriors are. The Warriors are, I think, to some degree, you guys, a victim of their own success. And I'd like to hear what you think about that.
Thanks, Robin. Yeah, they are.
No doubt.
Because
they won 4 titles. So how can you,
Right. There's nothing good enough this year except a title.
And at the end of the day, once we get removed from it, I mean, we're going to be like, oh my God, they won 4 in 8 years, or they won 5 in 10 years, or whatever it ends up being. Like whatever. I'm not necessarily counting them out, but for the purposes of the day-to-day surrounding this team, it's championship or bust.
No doubt.
Now, does that mean they were a joke or failure or anything if they don't get it? No. I mean, like we'll have that conversation if they don't win it when the season ends, and then we'll move on. And all right, how do they get better? Is Myers back? Is Kerr back? Is Draymond back? Like, we'll get into all the normal day-to-day stuff, but the reality is we get caught up in it, and people are passionate about it, and I love it, and the lines have been lit, and the lines were lit last night when I'm doing Warriors wrap-up after the game, and people are excited, and that's great, but at the end of the day, if this team doesn't win a championship, well, you know what? They're going to be one of 29 teams that don't win a championship this year.
Exactly.
And they've accomplished more than any of them over the last decade.
We got some open phone lines at 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. I'll set it up like I set it up a couple hours ago. You watch a game like last night, you get beat 131-110, you give up 48 in the first quarter. You're 67 games now through an 82-game season. Are there true believers still out there? I mean, are there Warrior fans? Listen, obviously, Warrior fans hope they can do it and maybe even think they got a shot at doing it. But I'm wondering if there are people out there that have looked at this first 67 games and still saying, no, we will do it. We will do it, and here's why. And we tried to, if you told me right now, hey, Steiny, 3 months from now, 4 months from now, Warriors are going to be standing with that trophy again. Okay, well, how will that have had happened? Well, clearly Wiggins comes back.
I think Peyton comes back.
Too. I think Peyton must come back.
And I'll tell you another one. They get a good draw.
Well, see, I don't think that's. I want to get into that because I don't think that's a big deal, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why is because there might be a better team they'll face in the first round but they're not. I don't think they get what would be the easiest route for them? Sacramento.
Yep. Well,
then who? Memphis?
Well, what if it's
just because they beat Memphis?
What if it's Sacramento?
Okay.
And then Dallas upsets Memphis. And then you're playing maybe Dallas again.
Well, I think if Dallas gets that far, I think it'll mean they're better than last year, even though they got to the Western Conference Finals.
And that's fine. They weren't nearly good enough last year, and I don't necessarily think they're better.
I'm not saying they are. I'm saying if Dallas gets to the postseason, wins around.
Here's the thing.
I think then they're going to be dangerous.
I think the Kings, for the inexperience and the travel and all that, the Warriors would love that. And they would love that in the first round. I think there's two things that Dallas and the Kings would have that make them more beatable to a team like the Warriors, in my opinion, and it's the fact that you can beat them in a way without having to play a lot of defense.
I don't know. I mean, okay, without playing a lot of defense. I hear what you're saying.
But without, and look, you're still going to have to play much better defense than you've played, but you can. It's a few stops here and there. It's a more games. Like, to me, I'm sorry. Me,
then who do they beat in the Western Conference Finals?
And then you're going to have to probably beat somebody good.
Well, then you're going to have to win the last two series.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like at that point, push comes to shove.
Exactly.
But that's so yeah, you're going to have to beat Milwaukee or Boston. Fine, okay,
right?
Like
that's
it's not
like
gonna,
the Super Bowl.
It's not going to devalue it. Like I get like the fact that
I know what you're
the
saying.
fact that they have an easier path doesn't devalue anything because they're going to have to beat two really good teams, I think, at the end. But, you never know. Maybe Denver gets upset and Phoenix plays somebody and then Durant gets hurt and then that kind of thing. I'm just saying. It's not like, to me, they will need a fortunate draw.
I don't think
even more than they've needed it if you think they've had it in the other four times they've
And
won.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, I don't think that can even say.
You're not beating the Lakers and then Phoenix and then Denver.
Well, and I don't think you're going to be.
You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Well, and I think it's going to be hard to win a West. Like, okay, so you win 2 rounds, and now you have to beat a Western Conference finalist and then a Boston or Milwaukee. Like, that's hard. Like, the way I see it is, if the Golden State Warriors make it to the NBA Finals and lose on a buzzer beater in Game 7, like, I'll be like, oh, my God, what a year. I get it. I'm not a fan, so I won't feel that disappointment. But I'll be like, holy hell, was that unbelievable. I can't believe they got that close. This year in and of itself was remarkable. Like, but that still will be disappointing. Like, that, not even that's enough.
Well, yeah,
in a way.
In a way. I mean, it wouldn't be the ultimate goal, but I think there is.
For example,
I think there's a very plausible scenario. Again, they're going to have to be healthy, and I've crushed them, as we've talked about for 2 hours here. But there is a plausible scenario still where, they get the right matchup in the first 2 rounds, they win, they take Phoenix to 7 and lose, and everybody goes, wow, they were a lot closer than we thought. But they just weren't quite good enough. Whatever. Like, I think at the end of the day, that's not going to be that disappointing considering how low it's been.
I don't think it's going to be disappointing down the line.
Because they would have offset completely. Like, you win 2 rounds. At that point, it doesn't matter that you won 43 games or 41
No, I agree.
games.
I agree.
Like, at that point, you might as well have won 52.
Well, and I don't think, and this is where to me, it's not championship or bust. Because if the Golden State Warriors, let's say they get to the Western Conference Finals and lose, okay, well, that means in 2021-22, they won it. And in 2022-23, they got back to the Western Conference Finals. Like, that's not a total fall off. Like, that'll be part of, we'll talk about the 10-year run. And yeah, they won it in 22, but they had a chance in 23. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I always go back to it. Celtics won their last title in 86. They were in the finals in 87, and they were in the Eastern Conference Finals in 88. So, like, you kind of lump that in as, well, those were 2 years they still had a shot.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give the Warriors right now. I'm just going to say good or bad, acceptable or unacceptable, however you want to say. If you lose to Phoenix with Durant, Denver, Milwaukee, or Boston, no problem. You lose to anybody else, horrible season.
I wouldn't. Like,
you lose in the first round
to the
or
Lakers?
the play-in tournament
Lose to the
or
Lakers?
whatever. Yeah, bad season. No. Bad season. You want to throw the Lakers in as the 5th team? Or you disagree, like, you lose to the
I think you lose to the Clippers, you're hurting. If you lose to the Lakers, you're hurting. I think if you lose to Memphis.
Well, yeah, it would feel bad, but my point is you lose to Memphis.
Okay.
That's like, okay, your season was kind of a joke. Like, because you've laughed at that. Like, that's what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is you lose to Phoenix with Durant, you lose to Denver, who's been the best team in the West all year. You lose to Milwaukee or Boston, you got to the finals, lost to either a team that took you to 6 or a team that won the title before you did in 21.
I got you.
Like, if you lose to any of those teams, tip your cap, head held high, you feel good about the season. You lose to anybody else, you're feeling like this stinks. Lost to the Lakers, who tricked off 3/4 of the year themselves. You lost to the Clippers, who were gutless most of the year. You lost to Memphis after you told the world that they're beneath you at every turn because they wouldn't stop running their mouth. You lose to Mike Brown in Sacramento in their first go in a playoff in the social media era. Like, I mean, come on. To me, you're feeling a certain way if you go out in the play-in tournament. You're feeling different about that than if you lose to one of those big boys. I would be.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but this is the part that's like again, I keep coming back to if the Warriors got the NBA Finals and they play Boston and Tatum hits a half-court shot in Game 7.
That stings.
No, forget stings. Of course it's going to sting, but that's a hell of a year.
Yeah.
That's an unbelievable year.
No doubt.
I don't care if they got in at 43 and 39.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's I think we agree on that. What I'm saying is you lose to Memphis in the first round, or you lose in the play-in tournament to the Lakers or the Clippers, and you get knocked out completely, then you know what? If you want to look at this season and say this season was a joke and they underachieved and they didn't bring it hard enough and there was too much dysfunction, then have at it.
I guess what I'm saying is
they can still save the season, salvage the perception of the season without winning a championship, I guess is what I'm saying.
All right, and what I'm saying is if the Golden State Warriors finish 42-40 this year, all right, you know what? Try to win a series like we believe.
Yeah.
But I would never look back on we believe and say they're going to win a title. They got into the playoffs. They're 42-4. And why? Well, because this team won 4 titles, and that team didn't win anything. Yeah. That's fine. So what I'm saying is if you take all the superfluous stuff kind of out of the equation, they're going into the playoffs as a 42-40 team. Like, that's who they are.
Yeah. And that's, yes, but it's also and again, you could make the argument both ways. It's a much more mediocre, like the other teams that they're going to be battling with are just as mediocre. And like I don't know. In a way I feel like the 42-40 part matters less, but you can also make the case that it matters more because everybody's so
I used 42-40 just because that was the we believe year. All right, hey, you want 2 tickets to the Warriors Spurs game March 31st? All you have to do is this: download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You're going to get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win up to 8 entries per day. Download the Odyssey app. Tickets courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. I see a lot of phone lines lit. We're going to get to your calls on the other side.
That was an oddity.
don't let us win a championship.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
That was a long time ago. Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you. Daryl the Guru Johnson will be back on Monday when you can give him all the grief you want about taking a day. We like to have fun with Guru. 888-957-9570 is the number. Real bad effort last night by the Warriors, 34-33 now. And I'm just kind of wondering how many people out there still believe, but more than believe, still really have faith that this team is going to make a run and win it all. And it seems crazy to say that. Here's the one guy we haven't talked about today, but I thought it was kind of telling. I think Iguodala's. I want to be respectful, and I'm dead serious. But I can't imagine. After watching, I know he's just coming back. I don't see the scenario where he helps them consistently in the playoffs if they get there. I don't think I don't think he can make a three anymore. Now, I don't mean he's going to go 0 for 40, but he just doesn't. He looks a little off balance. He looks a little heavy. He looks he's not like you got to remember when he was a Finals MVP
8 years ago.
Exactly. Whether you think he should have or not, he was a great defender. So, 707. That's just your opinion. Okay, no, you're right. Andre's in his prime. He looks great.
But here's the thing with Andre. They are getting exactly what they asked for. Like if the Warrior, in the long line of, because the fans are kind of going crazy about when's he playing? How come he's not playing more? He should be more of a factor. They need him. They signed him, and he's not playing. Almost like he doesn't want to play. I think he's been more physically incapable of playing. Although he didn't take the minimum to play 50 games. He took the minimum to probably play 20. And I think he even was on record saying, 10 to 15 at the end of the year. And then it's go time. So, but what I'm getting at is, Steiny, the Warriors knew they were getting essentially nothing out of Iguodala until March.
I agree.
They knew. So don't that was a conscious decision that they thought the rest of this team was good enough to carry that. And so, it's along the lines of they thought that this team was good enough to have Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody at the beginning of the year, all three be in the rotation, and all three of them got pulled from the rotation 10 games in. They add that, and I don't know whether it's Bob Myers, I don't know whether it's everyone working with him or the owner or a combination of all of it. I'm sure it's a combination of all of it, but the plan hasn't worked as far as how this roster was built. And it has led them down a path where I think in some ways they've been more dependent than ever when they thought they were going to be less dependent than ever on the big three.
Right.
And, even Wiggins hasn't been what he was and obviously unavailable lately. Even Poole has not been what he was and even worse lately. But the miscalculations have essentially put the big three in a position that they can't overcome, at least in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean they're running out of time. 15 games left. Let's go to Dwayne. Start off this segment, Dwayne. Dwayne's in Livermore. What's up?
Hey guys, I just want to get your opinion on something. Back a few years ago when they tanked, they got high picks. They picked a bunch of these young guys. And didn't that kind of force their hand to go with that kind of a plan versus maybe going with some veterans? I mean, someone earlier called about victim of circumstances. It seems to me like getting those high picks in a kind of a weird year where you're a championship one year and you tank the next. It kind of made a plan that was a gamble to go with these young guys.
What do you guys think?
Well, I do think let's go through it. I don't mind going through it. So you lose in 18-19 to the Raptors.
And Durant leaves.
Right. Durant leaves. And then, Clay is going to be missing the entire season.
And then Curry gets hurt.
Correct.
So you've got D'Lo and Glenn Robinson III and Eric Paschall.
And you go 15. You go 15 and 50.
Marquise Chris. Marquise Chris could help this Warriors team right now. No, he can't.
You go
I'm sure there's 20 fans out there.
So circumstances put him at 15 and 50.
Stinks.
15 and 50 and get the second pick. Right? Okay, so they have the second pick, but it's just because of a fluke. They're still a really good team. Okay, so what are you going to tell me?
And then the day that
that's right,
you're going to make the pick, Klay Thompson gets hurt and is going to miss the next season. Look, to me, it's an easy answer. They thought their days of winning a championship were over.
I kind of think so.
They were more comfortable going into a developmental mode with young players around Steph, Clay, and Draymond because they didn't know, is Clay ever going to be the same? Well, now we know he is pretty close to the same, close enough to the same, I guess. Steph, still an MVP level all-time great. Like, he has not declined at the level that I think they thought
maybe
2.5 years ago he maybe would have. Draymond, I think, too, hasn't declined at the level. Like, if you had said to me that 3 years ago, 3-4 years ago, that Steph would still be as good as he is and Draymond would still be as good as he is and Clay would still be as good as he is off of 2 injuries, I wouldn't have believed it. So I think they thought the championship days were over, and then they made the picks, and then all of those guys came back with a pretty good veteran core around them, plus Jordan Poole, the Wiggins piece, and it was like, oh my God, they can still win a championship. And now you had all these other young players that you picked when you thought your championship days were over, and then that's where you come up with the whole 2 timeline thing.
Well, your championship days could have been over if you played Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody more last year.
Yeah. Well, it's not, but it's also not crazy. I say the Warriors, my opinion is that the Warriors believe their championship days were over, but that's not that's not harsh to, if they thought that, to me, that's not a crazy take on their part. So it's harder for me to hold them accountable for, let's say, missing on players that could have, or not picking players that could have helped them better in the short term. Because,
well, the alternative is this thing. Well, the alternative is no, we do believe in them. They will come back better than ever, and we will trade the number 2 pick for somebody who will support them.
For Tyrese Halliburton and Wendell Carter Jr.
Okay.
Well, that would have been, in hindsight, that would have been a great move.
Exactly.
But, it just, could you imagine? Maybe Jordan Poole doesn't become Jordan, but here's the other thing. The Warriors owed nothing to Jordan Poole on the night of that draft in 2020. They owed nothing to Jordan Poole. Everybody thought Jordan Poole stunk, man.
Right.
He didn't even become a capable bench player until the spring of 2021. It was this time 2 years ago when Jordan Poole was like, oh God, this guy doesn't look like he could play in the league on November 18th, 2020, when James Wiseman was picked the night they played that. So at that point, all right, yeah, you get Halliburton. Maybe you don't have Jordan Poole. Okay, well, you got Halliburton, who I think could have really helped you. Especially last year. So, there are different things they could have done. They could have taken Franz Wagner instead of Kuminga. There are a lot of different things they could have done. And, some people may say, hey, Kuminga's high end. He's going to be Kawhi or Giannis. And that will all look good in the end because he'll be close to a franchise player. The reality is Franz Wagner would have helped them more last year, and Franz Wagner sure as hell would help them more this year.
Right. Let's go to Richard. Richard's in Kentucky. Hey, Richard, what's going on, man?
Hey, how are y'all doing, man?
Good.
That's good. Anyways, something you guys have been taking into account is that all the Western Conference teams from the 4th to the 13th seed, they've been struggling to put it together like a long win streak. So I think once Wiggins and GB2 come back, we'll be able to put together a consistent run.
Thanks, Richard. Appreciate the call. I think
How many games left are they going to have to put together a consistent run? They're just going to do it in the playoffs? Maybe.
I mean,
that's
to me, it's like you're lumping 8. Like that's the other thing I don't subscribe to is, well, the Warriors are just like 8 other teams, but the Warriors get the benefit of the Warriors are just going to, of the 8 teams, the Warriors, and nobody wants to play the Warriors, so they will be the team to emerge. We don't know that. And they won't emerge just because they won it last year.
Right, but it is fair to give them more of the benefit of the doubt than you would give the Clippers or Dallas or Minnesota.
Well, it's just for kicks. He said number 4 through 13. What depends where they end up.
Exactly. No, I think for sure.
I don't like this is the I get it. The Warriors made their run last year from the 3rd spot. They were the number 3 seed.
Mm-hmm.
I think people are kind of not disrespecting, but I think people are glossing over how hard it will be from the 6 or the 7 spot. That's every season. It's not just
but easier than it has been in a lot of years.
I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see how it shakes out.
Because, for example, everybody who thinks the Warriors are better than their record, well, then there's a couple of those teams in the mix who are better than their record. You know what I'm saying?
I think the Clippers could make that case. I think the Lakers with the team that they have now could make that case because there's a different. But I also think even Phoenix could make that case because now they are, and they're a little bit ahead of the Warriors. But I think they're a different team now with Durant. They also Phoenix is the complete outlier. Like Phoenix didn't have their 4 best players for like a month. Like none of them.
Right.
And they're still better than the Warriors. Like think if the Warriors didn't have Steph, Clay, Draymond, or Wiggins.
They'd be 500.
None of them. Think of the Warriors think if the Warriors didn't have Steph, Clay, Draymond, or Poole, because like they did have Mikal Bridges still. Think if the Warriors had to play a month with only Wiggins among their top, like Wiggins and Looney among their top 7. Wembayama, that's what the Suns went through, and they're still better than the Warriors are, and now they have Durant, so they got a better record. Not to ramble.
No, that's right. Mars is in Berkeley. What's going on, Mars?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
I just want to go off on Draymond and beef with Brooks, and they're going back and forth. I think they're both what's the name says they're both idiots. But where did you think the Memphis learned that from? They learned it from the Warriors, their antics, and the Warriors, they shouldn't be doing that. There are 4 chips on them. They should act like they're world champions. They don't have to say that they're world champions. They are world champions, but they don't have to act that way. Especially like Curry last night. You seen the way his mannerisms were. He doesn't have to do that.
Right.
You see Walter Payton doing that, or Michael Jordan acting like that. It's just you know how he was when he was doing like he was spazzing out, Curry and all. He doesn't have to do that.
Oh, I know what you're talking
about. Just like he's unprofessional. That's my opinion. I don't know.
Thanks, Mars. Appreciate the call. Let's differentiate Draymond from Steph.
If you feel that way, fine. But
I thought that was a little weird, but whatever.
To me, it's like, who cares? Like, you can do whatever you want. You win the chips, you can say whatever the hell you want.
But I will say this. The Warriors are a 500 team, and Draymond and Dylan, it's just, it doesn't land like it landed when the Warriors are 60-20. I'm sorry, Draymond. It just doesn't. And the reality is, you're a 500 team right now, and that's.
Yeah, to me, look, we all know the Grizzlies have talked a lot, and they do have a fixation on the Warriors, and they have probably run their mouth a lot more than they should have for a team that essentially has won very little to this point. But that being said, I'm not going to give Draymond the time of day for responding the way that he did last night when you lay that gutless performance out as the Warriors did, giving up 48 in the first quarter and getting blown out with the Grizzlies having a bunch of their starters out. Like last night, I'm choosing to ignore the back and forth last night.
That was meaningless.
Because you guys were a joke last night. The Grizzlies may be the bigger joke that may never win squat, and you may be right, and but But for last night, who cares? You guys were freaking gutless. Like, that's all that matters last night. Like, I don't care that you had a better line than Brooks did postgame. I don't care about that. Now, if you had won last night, all right, I'm talking about it. And you got a little something on the Grizzlies. You give up 48 in the first quarter. I don't give a damn what you say after the game. It's a snooze.
Yeah.
Miss me with all of that. Day.
Well, and to JD's point, it seems like Draymond has always hung his hat on the fact that he wins. Like, no matter what his stat line is, he's a winner at the end of the day. And so if you're talking about trash talking, who gets the best of who, even if Dylan Brooks shot 5 for 16, still won the game.
Well, he's going to take that to the limit, though.
And there wasn't some great win for Dylan Brooks last night either. Like, whatever. Yeah. Like, yeah, you won. Like, okay, great. Like, you still run your mouth as a collective.
Right.
But Draymond doesn't get a win last night either for taking a loss. Of course, the way that they did.
Austin's in San Jose. Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey,
listen, great to talk to you guys. Really, I mean, the Dylan and Draymond thing's just entertainment, man. I wouldn't take anything.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Other than that, it's entertainment. The other thing is, I disagree with what I think JD said earlier. Sorry, JD, it may not have been you, but talking about going back to the 2020 draft, you guys heard me before. I think that was a massive mistake. I don't buy the theory that they didn't believe that the core was going to last. I mean, to me, that strikes me crazy when you're paying the kind of money they're paying these guys. I mean, if you thought they were declining, why would you pay that kind of money? So that's sort of, I don't think Joe Lacob got stupid overnight. So that doesn't strike me right. I just think they made the wrong pick. They didn't foresee how the team would develop over time, right? It's fair to say that. You guys mentioned Wagner and some of these other guys that probably would have blended better with the Warriors. You talk about the Kings, and JD, I know you kind of laugh at the Kings a little bit in what you say, but they've done a good job over the last couple of years in terms of who they developed and brought in. So the Warriors missed, man. Let's be honest. I mean, their chance last year, but they missed in terms of bringing in new guys. That's the way I see it. So.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. And yeah, the Kings have improved. Like, why are the Kings much better than they've been? Well, because they went and got an all-star in Sabonis that wasn't on their team. They drafted Keegan Murray, who wasn't on their team last year. They went and got Herter in a real sweetheart deal with Atlanta looking to get off of him. They didn't have to give up much to get him, a protected first down the line that may turn into a couple of seconds. He's a player like 40% of their team's different.
Right.
Like, that's why they're better. Like, and yeah, they get credit for that. Absolutely. They turned Halliburton into an all-star, and then Halliburton became an all. Like, that is kind of the quintessential work for both teams, because Sabonis allowed Fox to play at a much higher level. No, I give them all they're a very well put together team, but they are also a very different, like, they went out and it isn't like they've been mapping this out the last 4 years and building it. Like, they're actually not a young team to the tune that, like, they're young, but they're young with experienced players. Like, Sabonis has been in the league. Fox even's been in the league. Harrison Barnes been in the league. Herter been in the league, even though he's a young-ish type of a player. Monk been in the league. Like, they've got some guys that, even though they're younger, they're a little bit more proven on a night-in, night-out basis. I mean, the Warriors would love to have any number of 3 or 4 of the role players that Sac has, and unfortunately for the Warriors, they had an opportunity to pick a couple of those guys and chose to go in another direction.
Clarence and Hercules. What's up, Clarence? They still got life.
How you guys doing?
Doing well. You think they still have life, huh?
Yeah, I believe they still have a chance. Yeah, because once we get back Gary Payton and we get back
Wiggins,
Andrew Wiggins. You know, we get them back in time. You know, just before the playoffs. You know, give them like 5 games or so for Wiggins to get back in game shape and be the same Wiggins that he's usually we know him to be. And then you have Gary Payton coming back at least somewhere in there too. They'll have a better defense, and then the other players would probably. I mean, it's like you start a new season when you come to the playoffs. You know, your record is just everybody's 0-0.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's 0-0. You know, and every time the Warriors get in the playoffs, they play together. They play with more chemistry, more confidence, everybody's clicking better, defense is better. I don't count them out yet until I see how they look once they get in the playoffs and in first round. I'll be able to really say exactly. I mean, then I'll know for sure. But until then, all they have to do is make the playoffs. Make the playoffs. Be at least 6th seed or whatever seed. Make the playoffs and then go from there. I think.
All right, Clarence.
There you go.
All right. Here's what I'm. See,
make at least the 6th seed. He said. Well, they might not be able to.
And don't answer me right away here.
Okay.
But do you believe that? I think that you can it's not karma, but when I look at the Warriors this year, it's it's just not their year.
Yeah.
And but the reasons are myriad. There's a myriad reasons. I think part of it's Myers-Lacob. Part of it's Draymond opt-out. Some of it's the punch. Some of it's age. Some of it's their role players aren't as good. To me, it's a million different things, and it's all going to add up to them not winning it all. As far as I'm looking at it now. Now, could it all change? Yeah, but here's the other thing: Wiggins. If Wiggins comes back and he's the same Wiggins, he's not going to be. And you know what else? It's not only Wiggins isn't going to be the same Wiggins. The dynamic now has changed. He's been gone for 10 games because of a personal/family matter. We don't even know what it is. When he comes back, I guess they can rally around him if that's something you can rally around. But I think, then you look at Peyton. Gary Payton's played how many games this year? 15? Maybe not even.
Yeah, I think it's around there.
15.
Yeah.
He's played 15 games this year, but he's going to be the Peyton of last year? How?
Well, and he didn't. I mean, it wasn't necessarily his fault, but he didn't play every playoff game last year either.
Right.
He played about half of them.
So, I'm playing both sides in a way. Yeah, I allow for the fact that Peyton could come back and be himself and kind of change the defensive demeanor of this team. But I can't sit here and say I think it's going to happen because I don't. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got one more segment. We'll take the rest of your calls on the other side. Hey, enjoy craft beer and live music at the St. Patty's Beer Stroll Friday, March 17th, sponsored by Hyperspace Los Altos, State of Mind Public House and Pizzeria, and Star One Credit Union. Tickets are limited. Visit downtownlosaltos.org for tickets and information.
I was day drinking.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All
Take
right,
it away, Steiny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kavon. Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson today. Guru will be back Monday. Talking about the Warriors. Lost last night, 34-33.
Big NFL news.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fan.
Go ahead, JD.
Yeah, just the Bears, who have the number one pick in the draft, no longer have the number one pick in the draft. The Chicago Bears have traded the number one pick in the draft to the Carolina Panthers. So the Carolina Panthers are going to pick first in the NFL draft coming up at the end of April. Multiple first-round picks. It looks like the Bears receive the number 9 pick in this draft, a second, a first-round pick in 2024 as well.
Is the second next year?
It says the Bears receive it. This is per rap sheet, and let me just get it out here. The Bears receive the number 9 pick and a second, I think, this year.
Gotcha.
A first in 2024, a second in 2025, and DJ Moore. Carolina gets the number 1 pick in this year's draft.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud.
So
I do like him.
The Panthers are on the clock, and the Panthers are obviously going to take a quarterback. They have their guy.
Gotcha. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. And, of course, Brock Purdy. We didn't even mention this. Brock Purdy underwent surgery today, and all indications are they found what they were hoping to find in that elbow, which is less serious than the ultimate Tommy John. So apparently he 3 months without throwing, and then he'll have 3 months to build the arm up. And in 6 months exactly is the San Francisco 49ers regular season opener.
We've heard a lot about that 6 month timeline as far as everything is full go and he should be 100% back. Like not only back, but like can start throwing months away from that.
Right.
Like you could start throwing in about 3 months. And so you look at that, that's in the summer. He's working his way back through training camp, but full go, all systems, 6 months day to day. And that, 6 months from today, September 10th, which is the first NFL Sunday for the 2023 season. So Niners might play Monday. They're not obviously going to play Thursday because they don't play the Chiefs next year, and the Chiefs would be in the Thursday night game. But 6 months basically to the day.
All right. Let's wrap up some calls here. Joe's in San Jose. I may have to push back on Joe, but I'll listen, buddy. What do you got?
Hey guys, just a couple of comments. I made the point to watch Wiseman, the last 5 games, since he went to Detroit.
All right.
And 3 double-doubles, and that's plus-minus on a bad team. That means something. And I think if you ask Detroit, they for sure think Wiseman, after 5 games, is playing like a second pick. So, I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that, Wiseman could play in the league. So that's not what Steve Kerr told us. And I'm thinking, I'm looking at this, and God help the Warriors if this turns into another Robert Parrish situation. And as for JD's comment in terms of if they got Wagner or like Halliburton, how do you know, JD? How do you know that Kerr would not have jerked them around like he did Wiseman, still doing Kuminga? Kerr's the issue here.
Thanks, Joe.
It's a fair question.
Definitely fair.
Those guys are much more playable more quickly. Like it's
just like Lamb and Ty Jerome.
Exactly.
Were. I agree. Like I think it's fair to say, like, I guess if you want to hold it against Steve Kerr for him knowing get rid of him then if you want to develop players.
But this also isn't Steve Kerr told us Wiseman couldn't play, and now Wiseman can play because he can put up numbers on a team that's tanking. Like they are intentional. Like part of the reason they're playing Wiseman is because they don't want to win. Like that's
sure.
So like he gets the free. Like you can't say that what Wiseman's doing with the Pistons he would have been doing with the Warriors. Maybe in 2026.
But of course not.
Maybe in 2025. But not on this team. But that's what this is going to turn into, and it already kind of has. Which is nasty. It's like, Wiseman had 18 and 8 last night. Well, he wasn't doing that here.
Right.
And that's not Steve Kerr's fault.
Right. But This is one where I definitely see both sides. It's like James Wiseman was not going to be the difference between the Warriors winning it this year and next or next or not. I'm sorry, or next year.
Does anybody think James Wiseman playing more this year would have helped the Warriors have a better record?
That I don't know. But what I am saying is it can also be very true that this move is going to really bite him down the line.
They gave up a guy that look at what they got back.
They had the number 2 pick in the draft.
And they gave him up for an injured bench player.
Right.
And then knew the guy was injured and still took him when they had a chance to nix the deal. They basically made the deal twice. To me, and I said this at the time, so it's not revisionist history. To me, that singular move should be one of the most scrutinized. And again, not even necessarily the decision to move off of Wiseman, but to move off of Wiseman for Peyton II.
Right.
Older guy, injury prone, making a lot of money, bench player. To me, that is that. And all I'm saying is it should be scrutinized. If that doesn't work.
But here's they're out. They're out.
That's a bigger joke than maybe anything they've done in the Myers-Lacob era if it goes a certain way. Now, we don't know that now, though. That's the one thing I'll say. We don't know that because Wiseman could put up 18 and 8 for a team that wants to lose every game.
But it'll never change the fact that they didn't get anything out of that number 2 pick. At this point, to me, I don't if Wiseman averages 25, 12, and 6, it almost means nothing. Just like if he doesn't get a second contract. The bottom line is the Warriors had the number 2 pick in the draft, and they got virtually nothing out of it. 0.
Interesting.
I don't care what Detroit may get out of it.
Sure.
And this is where I want to go from point A to point B. And maybe I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. You can't tell me the Warriors didn't trade / give up on Wiseman in part because of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. They had to be. Now, and I'm not saying they went in and said, get rid of this guy. But their championship pedigree and their championship hopes and the fact that they've been champions, that cost them Wiseman. It cost them James Wiseman. Leo in Kensington. What's up, Leo? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So here's my take. I never understood why the Warriors organization wanted to go young. I always figured Wiseman would be traded during the draft night for a veteran player. Same thing goes with Kuminga. If you're going to commit to go young, you commit. You let them play and not trade them.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it just made sense to draft veterans that can support Curry, Dre, and Klay. Can you imagine the players they could have received by trading the lottery pick on that draft night? And Young felt like we were rebuilding when we have the core players that can play. I don't know about you. I'm okay winning as much championship while we can with Curry. And when Curry leaves, I'm okay for Warriors to suck again. The Sprewell era, the Antoine Jameson, Larry Hughes, Monta Ellis era. I really felt like the Warriors should have had 5 championships already if we just traded those lottery picks. That's just my take. What do you think?
I'm not here saying
I have a hard time saying they have
news.
5 already.
Because
that means they would have won the last 2 years.
Right, but the point clearly is, and can you argue this? Of course you can. Trade the number 2 pick for what was the best deal out there at the time? What, Wendell Carter and Halliburton?
Halliburton and Wendell Carter.
Okay.
They're giving you a big who's skilled and a guy that would have been better than Jordan Poole pretty quickly.
But I do think see, I got to do this.
Now,
again.
I loved Halliburton. I know I said this. I'm a little different in the sense that Halliburton went 10, 11. I think when it was all said and done, a lot of teams passed on Halliburton. But for me, Halliburton was the 4th pick. I had Halliburton as the 4th guy on my board, basically. You go back through. And why am I forgetting who all the top picks were? It was Edwards, right?
It was Ball after, and then Patterson.
Yeah, Edwards, Ball,
Patterson. No, not Patterson. The guy who went to Chicago. I get him mixed up.
Peterson.
It's oh God,
Patrick Williams. God,
yeah.
Patrick
Williams.
So yeah, no, it was Edwards who they weren't going to get. It was Wiseman. It was Ball. Easy, and you could quibble between Ball or Wiseman. I understood picking Wiseman over Ball, considering that the Warriors had just taken Poole and had Clay and Steph as the two franchise players at that point. Halliburton was the next guy on my board.
Gotcha.
Fourth. So that it would have made sense.
And the thing that I maintain now, the more I think about it, is what really bothers the veterans, and the championship players, I think, is you drafted Wiseman. You drafted Kuminga. You drafted Moody. Then you drafted Patrick Baldwin Jr. You signed Ryan Rollins to a contract. Then you got young two-way players, Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, who are only playing because the younger guys haven't been able to play. And that's where I think the veterans have a gripe. They have a gripe. And even if, as they look at Poole, they're like, we got half a roster here that's kind of unplayable. Like, we have young players that are not yet NBA players. That's what I think. And it's not that
they thought they had that too. The front office did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think the big three has respect for Lamb and Ty Jerome. And they're the best of those 7 or 8 guys. But I think Iguodala and Draymond say, and they want us to win with Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb.
You bring up a great point, because I think there's a world where if Steph and Clay and Draymond would rather have the Warriors playing Moses Moody and Wiseman and Kuminga when they had them, all three of them, I think it would be done. Like, I think they carry enough weight to where, like, part of the reason Lamb and Jerome were playing,
right,
is because the veterans signed off on that.
Oh,
like,
no doubt.
Like, if Draymond Green, for example, was like, Anthony Lamb stinks, play Moody, which is what, like,
right.
I feel like it would, or if Steph felt that way and wouldn't make it known in maybe an uncomfortable way, but in a moment he could get in Steve Kerr's ear and say, to me, if that was the case, it would be happening.
No doubt. And here's the other thing. I'll take it the other way, or a step further. I think the veterans have so much clout that even if they are the ones deciding, those guys aren't ready yet. We can't, like, Curry and Draymond and Clay are saying, we can't reward Moody. Now, this is a hypothetical. We can't reward Moody. He still doesn't know how to help on the Red Series. He's still coming late to practice once every 3 weeks. But whatever it is, it's something. And I'm with you there. Like, there's no way. Like, I almost think the Warriors veterans may have convinced management Wiseman will never be any good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wiseman just couldn't set the screen. He couldn't time the screen right on elevator doors.
And then that's the other thing I take one step further, and it's I should have laughed at that. And it's not a slight, but Steph, Draymond, and Clay are not easy to play with because they're so great. Like, there is an intimidation factor for any young player who's conscientious. You're a young rookie, okay? You're coming into the league. You mean well, and all of a sudden you look out and you're playing with 3 Hall of Famers and Iguodala and Looney. I mean, that's not easy.
And you know what? There's another part of this too. Like, and I allowed the caller to go down this road. He said, "Hey, who are you to say that Halliburton, that Kerr wouldn't have not played Halliburton?" Well, you know what? I think that's disrespectful to Halliburton.
Maybe a little.
Like, Halliburton's better than Moses Moody, and he walked onto an NBA court better than Moses Moody, and better than Kuminga. And Franz Wagner's a better player than Kuminga is, and has been a better player than Kuminga is from the moment he walked on an NBA floor. Will Kuminga eventually be better? Maybe. But you know what? He's not right. Like, that's Forget that. That's disrespectful to those players who have actually done something in their young NBA careers.
That's fair for you to use that rebuttal, but it's also fair for me to say, yeah, we don't know.
True. Agree.
Scott in Concord. What's up, Scott? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Really enjoying this conversation.
Thank you.
I wonder if Peyton and the Wiseman trade, all this is still salvageable. I look at last year, and I could make the case that they don't win the championship without Peyton, even though he was gone for more than half the playoffs. And I'm just wondering if it's still salvageable now, and what the rotation will look like. We haven't really seen the rotation.
That's correct.
We're very good. Maybe the best rotation in the front rotation, at least the first five of the whole league. And I just don't know if we've seen that. And my question is, what do you guys see? And you've alluded to Jerome and Lamb and all this. What do you see the rotation looking like? Because I'm sure it's going to get shrunk. And I think that's part of the problem, that we're trying to kind of play too many guys.
I think
got to kind of find our.
I think you're right, and they have to play too many guys because guys have been in and out. Listen,
they're playing with the team right now that won't be the team if they're
no doubt
if they have.
And that's why. What was the caller's name? Remember I'm sorry. Shoot, I should remember that. But no, I think he makes a good point, and that's to me they're down to their last. They're down to their last drop. And what's their last drop? Their last drop is Wiggins and Peyton come back. And then they have Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney. Poole is now the sixth man. DiVincenzo is now the seventh man.
Peyton's probably eighth.
Peyton's the eighth man.
And then Kuminga.
Maybe, yeah. Kuminga / JaMychal Green.
/ Lamb.
Exactly.
So, and I think Kuminga's probably ahead of those other two, but he's not even a full-blown member of the road. He's he's the next guy, but not every game will he play a lot if he doesn't play well. Lamb may not play at all, or depending on the matchup, JaMychal Green as well. And yeah, so to me, that's the 8 for sure are the starters with Looney, Poole, DiVincenzo, and GP. Kuminga's I hate to use this term. This used to drive me crazy. Eric Musselman used to do this. 8.5. Your 8.5 is Kuminga. No, your 9's Kuminga.
You know what? I don't even care if it's Kuminga's 8 or 9.
Right.
At this point.
It's irrelevant.
But
you're right.
That is the one thing.
But Peyton, I know, is playing every game if he's healthy.
Right.
Kuminga, I don't.
But that's the one thing where if I were rooting against the Warriors, I'd be like, if those guys do come back and that's their 8-9 men, and they're all clicking,
and they get a good matchup.
You know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, that's their only hope.
Exactly.
The callers.
That's what I mean. They're down to their last thing. They have to get these two guys healthy.
The caller said, is it salvageable? The caller asked the question, is it salvageable? Well, maybe if those 9, including Kuminga, are all healthy and available and ready to roll. And I still think they need to get a couple favorable matchups if it's going to be a deep run.
Charles in South City. What's going on, Charles?
Hey, Sonny, JD, how you guys doing today?
Doing well.
I called in earlier this week with you and Guru, Sonny, about the defense of the Warriors, and I just don't know what it is about playing on the road. Is it that they feel some type of pressure or something? Sometimes I have to cover my eyes every time I play on the road because I just don't know how the game's going to go. And to be honest, we look like big, fat, professional choke artists out there last night. You give up 48 points in the first quarter to Memphis, who are pretty much in the same position as us right now, even though we have our face of organization. But it was either Memphis or the Warriors that needed to win last night. And it was also about who wanted it more. And the Warriors, they pretty much showed who wanted it more, and they didn't want it enough. Thanks for taking my call.
All right.
Gutless. You don't like that term, even though you use that term, do you? You don't.
Well, I don't usually mean it. I usually say
I mean it.
For effect.
Yeah, I mean it. They were gutless last night.
He's gutless.
I think that's probably the first time in 10 years you could say that.
I know what I wanted to say. Everybody, they're good at home, they're bad on the road. Why? That's a question that I don't ask myself. Because, you'll never really know but you know. And what is it?
What do you
Well, I'll tell you what it is.
do you mean?
I'll tell you exactly what it is. You come out at the Chase Center for warm-ups, and the place goes crazy. And you come out for introductions, and the place goes crazy. And Curry's last introduced, and they do their dance, and then they come out, and they've got the crowd behind them. And you know what happens then? The little things don't bother you as much because you've got 18,000 people on your side. You go on the road,
Very
guess
literal
what?
answer.
Guess what? You got 18,000 people that don't like you. The minute something goes wrong, you have no support. You don't have a track record of being able to lean on these guys because this isn't the championship team anymore. This is not the championship team anymore that can go into another building and just feel like they're going to win. And that goes for Steph, Clay, and Dre right now.
I think the other part of it, Steiny, is the fact it creates more margin for error, number one. But I think when the Warriors go on the road and other teams' buildings, they still get the premium effort because it's the champs coming in, and the Warriors just can't match that. Whereas when they're home, a team that gives them that shot early, they know that it's unlikely that the opponent will be able to keep it up for 48 minutes without them making their run.
All righty, that's going to do it. Alan Stiles, Whitey Gleason, next.
If they weren't as old as they were and hadn't done as much as they had.
don't know if I can do the show with you today. because you're a big, let's trade Bosa for Lamar Jackson guy.
Why are you going to put my business out on the streets like that?
Well, it's our business, and I know it's eventually where we'd be going, and the more we talk about it, it's a hot topic before we came on the air. We got a big trade to talk about on the Warriors, and just as I tried to figure out how do I, deal with that, how do we discuss that, and I'll do my best, but I don't know if I can do the show with you.
Context is
Lamar
everything.
Jackson.
Context is everything, and that is what you are leaving out. There was a lot of context in that conversation.
Wow.
But yeah, you know what? I would pick up the phone. That's it. All I said was I would pick up the phone. I would pick up the phone.
I'll give you this. Now, it is okay. You said some things off the air, and here I brought it on the air. So maybe that's not fair entirely. I thought you'd be okay with that, but I understand. I didn't mean to ambush you, but you did say more than I pick up the phone.
I did a little bit.
You did say more than that.
Somewhere in the middle. Yeah. Somewhere in the middle. I would pick up the phone and I would listen for a good 5-10 minutes.
Fair enough.
If everything made sense, nothing is off the table in this world, Whitey. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. You're a little bit too far to one side. I'm probably a little bit too far on the other.
That belongs nowhere near the table. But it'll probably come up at some point because I know for 2 days now, I had the good fortune of being with you on Wednesday. You wanted to talk about Lamar Jackson Wednesday. Mm-hmm. So we'll probably get to that today on top of everything else with the Warriors. They're not playing real well right now, Alan. I don't know how closely you're following that.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's not great.
No.
It's not great at all. And look, you've already ambushed me with this. So the fans and the listeners.
I'm just being honest with you.
They're probably not already thrilled, so I'm going to keep it going right now. Draymond Green and that press conference, and I said it before, Whitey, and I'll say it again. Last night was not the day, or last night was not the evening to talk about who has and who doesn't have a championship. Not in my opinion. I get it. You have what's going on with Dillon Brooks, and we love the rivalry, but you just got smacked. You got embarrassed after you went on your pod and you did a lot of talking about Dillon Brooks. Now, I know people, he didn't even play well. Dillon Brooks didn't do this, didn't do that. I don't care. You lost. You lost. You had to empty the bench. You didn't even get to finish the game. So I was at every parade. I loved every parade. Yeah. All 4 of them. I loved them. But in this specific situation, I don't want to hear it. We're living in the here and now, and right now, you're not a good team. So Draymond Green got asked a question. I know you're about to play the sound. So I just didn't love it.
You have to, one team has to win, and then another team has to win. That's what creates a rivalry. Not because one team gets up for you and talk like they can beat you and then not. That doesn't create a rivalry. Rivalries are created by you win, I win. And clearly, we won 4 times, and I think their organization has 0 championships. So I can't consider that a rivalry.
It's just like so many other things with the Warriors right now. It's like, nope, that doesn't quite fit. Right after they kicked your ass last night, I think, Draymond, the best thing to say last night would have been nothing.
Just say
shut your mouth.
Yes.
And be determined to prove what you think and how you feel about it next time you play them. But last night, after the way the Warriors played and the way Memphis kicked their asses, even without Ja, for you to come out and say that, it's just like, it was embarrassing.
So we talked about, or Draymond talked about how
the only thing more embarrassing would have been if he'd have said, I think I'd trade Bosa for Lamar Jackson.
Okay, enough now. Can we get through the Warriors segment first?
Yes,
we got time for that.
Yeah.
We got time for that.
Yeah.
So Draymond talked about how he's not somebody that can get baited. I get a tech when I want a tech, which I don't know is completely true, but he's just saying Dillon Brooks doesn't have that self-control when Dillon Brooks and Draymond were going back at it. But I also think that question right there from the reporter, Whitey, I think that was also bait, and Draymond took that bait. I think I would have licked my wounds, and I would have said, look, they got us today. Whether it's a rivalry or not, they had our number. Obviously, there's some bad blood. We'll see him again when we see him. Because they got to go back. They're going back to Memphis.
Yes.
But to go, I'm just tired of, that makes us feel like if we want to say, they just come out and say, hey, we don't know if we're going to win another one, but we got our 4.
Can I tell you a story,
got our 4.
Alan, from long ago?
Mm-hmm.
1984, the 49ers, fabulous team, one of the best teams in pro football history. And they played the Dolphins in the Super Bowl that year, and the Super Bowl was just down the road, Stanford Stadium. So during the Super Bowl build-up, Ronnie Lott was, there on a media day, And one of the Dolphin receivers, I forget if it was Clayton or Duper, they had Mark Clayton, Mark Duper. One of the Dolphin receivers said, the 49ers secondary, they are overrated. They're really not that good. So, me being a genius reporter, I went up to Ronnie Lott. Hey, Ronnie, Clayton and Duper say you guys are overrated. What do you think? And I'll never forget the look he gave me. He was like, you know what? They may be right.
Yeah.
They're really, boy, that's a great team, and we got our work cut out for us and all the touchdowns Marino threw, and yeah, we got to be really careful. And then what happened? They played the game, and the 49ers destroyed them.
Right?
I'll never forget that.
Yeah. It's the same idea. And I got fried earlier this season when the Warriors got into it with the Suns, and Devin Booker and Klay Thompson got into it. Klay got ejected immediately, right? And there was everybody was throwing up the fours. And look, I could have given it a little bit more grace because it was so soon after the championship. It was really early in the season. The Warriors are still, they had the shortest offseason because of it. Then they went overseas. So I got all that. But I still sat there and said, guys, this is a new season. And you're sitting there and we got four while you're losing. It's not that they're not good comebacks, right? Because I know a lot of fans would say, it's true. And everything Draymond said was also true. Timing is everything. And to me, it's just, look, walk back with your tail between your legs because you just got beat, you just got embarrassed, and figure out how to do this versus, it's not a rivalry because we got 4. It just to me, Whitey, it just felt like a cop-out. You know what it felt like? I know you are, but what am I? When nobody has anything to say, when you get into it with somebody, I know you are, but what am I?
And then he made it worse by adding this.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
That's loser talk after you get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
That's really bad. Someone on the text line here, Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Thanks for listening. We appreciate it. You radio hosts are such hypocrites. You say Draymond shouldn't have said anything, but yet you use what he said for content for the show. You should be thanking him instead of criticizing him. There's something to that, actually.
Sure.
You're right. At the same time, Draymond, what are you doing? You're making the team look bad. That's
hey,
what
how about this, Whitey? Yeah. Thanks, Draymond. Thanks for the content.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are we good now?
Yes, we're good.
Can we keep going now?
Yes. Now, please explain why it offends you so much.
What Draymond, like I said, nothing that he said wasn't true. It's just about the timing of it, and it's just about sometimes, and I get it, it's a rivalry, and I'm not even saying if I was in that specific situation, I would even do what I'm saying Draymond should have done. It just feels like when you say things like that in this specific situation, you're living in the past a little bit. And I know it's a very recent past, but you are in the middle of another season, and when you're still trying to figure out what's going on there. Draymond, this was just a couple games ago where you gave up on a play. It's just not good right now. And you put your team, I get it, there's back and forth. Dillon Brooks is who he is. And Dillon Brooks is never going to be, I don't think he's ever going to be a Hall of Famer. I don't think he's ever going to be a guy that's
basketball.
Not in basketball. Maybe for trash talking.
Maybe.
And that's all fine and good. Draymond, if you are saying you are a champion, I get all that. But we are talking about what happened in this game. And it's just so obvious to me that it's a rivalry. And maybe Draymond just wasn't in the mood to give them that satisfaction. But we all know it is. You talk about content, right? We talking about Draymond. Well, Draymond, he used Dillon Brooks for content on his podcast.
Yes.
But it's not a rivalry?
Yeah. The whole we're above the fray thing is wearing a little thin this year. It's a game in March. Who cares? When you got your asses kicked last night, like they did by Memphis, a team that they wanted to beat. And obviously Memphis brought a lot of juice to that game. And the Warriors got shoved around. They were out hustled. They looked confused. So when that happens to you, just, we don't really care. It just rings false and actually makes things look worse.
Yeah.
Rather than, you know what? I don't have anything to say about that. They won tonight. We'll see them again when we see them again.
Draymond. Anybody can win a game in March. Yeah, anybody besides the Warriors on the road.
Yep.
Anybody besides the Warriors on the road
can win a game. Or February for that matter.
Yeah. Look, there's still time because of the West is just a complete mess. The Midwest or the mid-mess, whatever you want to call it. So there's still time. But at some point, it's just not going to get any easier. And now you got to come back home. You got to go up against the Bucks and then the Suns. Even without Durant, I don't think it's a walk in the park. I know they play much better at home, but the more you lose these games, like to me, losing to the Grizzlies, I think a lot of members of Dub Nation have sold their stock a little too low on the Grizzlies. I know there's a lot going on. There's actually another report out on Ja Morant. We're trying to confirm that right now from last fall, I believe. We might get into that as well. I understand why everyone feels like the Grizzlies are the Warriors' little brother. But at the same time, let's think about it like this. Were you really surprised that the Warriors lost? Maybe the way that they lost. My point is that the Grizzlies are a good team. This all stems from the Lakers. All right, maybe you should have had that one. The Grizzlies, okay, they're really good at home. They only have 5 losses at home. That Thunder game to me is still bugging me. The Thunder game is still bugging me. You cannot, going 0-3 is awful when you have them on the schedule. And I love schedule watching. 1-2.
I didn't know that, but okay.
I love it. 1-2 against the Lakers, who AD had a really good game. The Warriors can struggle in LA sometimes, and then you lose to the Grizzlies, who can be really good at home. Their backs are up against the wall. I get it. But you're losing to the Thunder. It's just tough, man.
Yeah, the Warriors sleepwalk through the first 6 minutes, and then they go on a run, and you look up, it's like, wow, they're only down 10 because they get so far behind, right?
Yeah.
And they knock down some threes, like, wow, here they go. Oh, they're losing by 8 now. And then they can never get even and maintain a lead. Tell you why the Warriors are right now, what they're like is old milk. That's coming up next year. Alan Stiles, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and we are sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Do you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game? That's March 31st. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. And you see the way it works here. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get 1 entry for every hour you listen. Every hour you listen is another chance to win, up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles with you the day after the Memphis Grizzlies spanked the Dubs, but good, 131-110. And as we went to break, Alan, we were talking about the Warriors digging these big holes and then not being able to climb out of them. And Steve Kerr talked last night about the problems of overcoming these early deficits.
Yeah, turnovers and some fouls, too. I think they shot 16 free throws in the first half. A lot of those came, in the second quarter. But the turnovers, just in a rush, trying too hard to make plays, and instead of just getting organized and trusting each other, trusting the offense.
I know that they missed Kuminga last night, late scratch, and then you don't have Anthony Lamb. And I know Anthony Lamb, what's so good about him? But they were just very short-handed. And to me right now, what?
Very short-handed.
Well, they were last night. You don't have Wiggins. Lamb couldn't play. You didn't have Kuminga, and you're out at GP2 right now. So they're short-handed. They are.
So were the Grizzlies.
I know. I'm just trying to say I understand what's going on here before I say something that may be viewed as rather critical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you enjoy cereal?
I do.
Yeah. Okay.
I do. I go Cocoa Puffs, Frosted Flakes, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Those are my top 3 in any order.
Yeah. Cocoa Puffs, very good, very strong. I like Cocoa Krispies as well.
Okay.
You know how it is sometimes you pour the cereal, right? And then you go to the fridge and you get the milk. And then, you realize I'm not sure how old the milk is. And you check the date. It's a little iffy. And then what do you do with the milk?
You smell it.
Yes. Right now, I think the Warriors, we're not sure what the expiration date is on this dynasty, whatever you want to call it. It's like, because they were supposed to get freshened up by the young players. That didn't work out. We all know that. So now after last night, I'm thinking, this is a team that I'm like, I think this.
You think it's bad?
We
already?
may need to pour this out. As far as a championship team, I think we're past the expiration.
You can't pour it out yet. I'm to the point where I'm asking somebody else, my little sister or somebody, can you smell this? Does this smell bad to you? I'm asking multiple people. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm not saying get rid of everybody, but I mean the hopes of this team, boy, they can. Playoffs come, they make a run. It doesn't smell like it to me right now because that smelled bad.
Now here's the thing. Most of the time, if you got to ask somebody else, it's bad.
You're right.
Most of the time, if you got to ask somebody else, it's just confirmation.
And me personally, if someone else goes, then they make a face and they go, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, no, it's not. No.
You know what? It's not that serious.
Yeah. But the play last night where Clay, and we all know the Clay, we all saw it, where Clay's didn't want to bend down, pick up the ball. It's going out of bounds. I'd rather let it go out of bounds.
Bad.
Brooks picks it up, scores. It's like, you can't let that happen. How many times did we see Desmond Bane get the ball and then realizes Jordan Poole's guarding me? Well, see you later, and just take it right to the basket.
You talking about smelling food, Whitey? Talking about smelling milk?
Yeah.
You know what Desmond Bane smelled last night with Jordan Poole? Barbecue chicken.
Yeah.
Barbecue chicken. And he did the same thing. Ty Jerome.
Yes, he did.
It was just
absolutely right.
Because if we're going to get on Jordan Poole, I mean, Ty Jerome, the help didn't come. There was one. He needed help. That was number one. He got beat. Then no help came. It was a layup line at one point.
You're right.
Layup line. And if you missed the 3, they were undersized. Everybody that has listened to me knows I play basketball, YMCA, and Barcadero.
Yeah,
There are people.
Hey, Sizzle
all day. There are players in my YMCA chat right now that are taller than members of the starting lineup for the NBA defending champion Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. First of all, to your point about Ty Jerome, totally agree. Was it Reggie Miller doing the game? And he said, come on, you got to make a better effort than that.
Yeah.
As far as the size, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but you tell me, why does that matter when last year they weren't very big? They had Wiseman, but he didn't play all year, and they won a championship. Bielitsa's big and they had an Otto Porter, but why should it matter if they won last year without a big? Why is it such a big deal this year?
Because, and I believe somebody else had said this as well. The past is the past. You got to look forward, right? You cannot say, well, this worked last year. I mean, Whitey, if we lived like that, we'd still all have flip phones. And I love the Razor. I got in trouble at Dale South because I'm texting on the Razor on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
But I sure do like the iPhone.
Yeah.
You got to look forward.
This is a sizzle.
It took too long.
Right?
It took too long to type that out on the T9, so I wouldn't bother with that.
Did you hear Steve Kerr said after the game? He said, and we may have it here. Let's see if he mentions it here. He started 4 guards last night. Coach, how'd that work out?
We've gotten off to bad starts, 6, 7 straight games. So we were looking for a little daylight, early in the game. Memphis is a good defensive team, so we wanted to spread them out and hopefully get some good shots early. We didn't do that. We were impatient early and we took some really tough, quick shots. I didn't think we got organized well enough. So I think in hindsight, probably got a little too cute with that. But we are where we are. We're searching a little bit on the road and took a gamble with that, and it didn't pay off.
I appreciate that. That's the coach basically saying, yeah, I tried this and it didn't work and I shouldn't have. But they were too cute last night. If you're going to play like that, where you're smaller and you're scrambling on defense and trying some different looks defensively, which we didn't see a lot of last night, but if you're gonna try to win that way, you got to be very scrappy. The way DiVincenzo plays, he went great last night, but he plays hard. You can't be too cute. You can't be, I don't know if I'm going to get the ball. You have no chance if that's the way you're going to play when you're a smallish team.
When they were coming back from a timeout or a commercial and they did the mic'd up for the huddles, right, during the timeout, you had Steve Kerr and you could hear him saying, guys, the whole point of this is to spread them out. So that to me said a lot about this plan, because I am curious what was said beforehand and because they don't have a lot of time to plan this stuff out. And who knows when they decided that they were going to go super small, because it almost sounded like, guys, you not remember what we talked about. That's what it sounded like. So I don't know if clearly it was an experiment gone wrong. But when I heard that in the mic'd up and he's saying, guys, the whole point of this is to spread them out. Steve, what did you talk? Did you guys talk before the game? What was the game plan? I guess just run the same offense, but clearly they were not all on the same page.
Nope. 888-957-9570. Coach talked again about we're disconnected, and it's getting to the point where it's really alarming how disconnected they are. Brian on the text line says, hey, milk is good for up to a week after its expiration. Look it up. I guess that's good news. From the 415, I quit on the game because of that Clay play. He should have at least protected the ball with his body on that play. And that's the thing. It's Klay Thompson. He knows that. Mm-hmm. So how does that happen?
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling.
That is the scary part with this, with having the vets, as we've talked about before. How do you get through to somebody when they all know, everybody in the room knows that is not acceptable?
Yeah.
So how do you remind? You don't have to remind them. So what do you say? It's not as if it's not the Houston Rockets. Hey, Jalen Green or whoever, you shouldn't do stuff like that. These guys have been through the fire. They know. So Steve Kerr's just looking at them. What are we doing, guys? Mm-hmm. What are we doing?
Yeah, here's a play last night. Tim Roy with the call on 95.7 The Game. And it's funny because it's interesting because he mentions how upset Steve Kerr appeared to be.
Jaren Jackson Jr. off the screen gets a layup. Out of the side, out of bounds. Steve Kerr is so mad right now. He's calling timeout.
You got to beat him to that side and stay between him and the ball.
59-53. That's inexcusable. Timeout.
Yeah, how many times? How is this happening? We all know it. Tim Roy knows it. Jim Barnett knows it. The players that are doing it know it.
Yeah.
And it's still happening. 888-957-9570. Gene the Machine in Oakland, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Gene? Good to talk with you.
Yeah, same here. Thanks for taking my call. So I think that smell that you're detecting is dysfunction of the team. Sure, they got problems with height and age and all that, but I don't know. I'm just feeling as though, starting from the beginning of the season where because of that incident, there was really a double standard set between the vets and the young guys, and all the mistakes, frankly. Steve Kerr is a future Hall of Fame coach, but he's having a bad year, maybe the worst of the entire team, because he's not really handled the young people well. He's constantly experimenting with rotations. There just seems to be so much confusion and chaos. And I'm afraid he's actually losing the locker room because they don't seem to be learning anything. They don't seem to be listening to him. So, I mean, I'm not ready to give up on this team as far as maybe winning another championship, but they got to figure this out. They got to deal with this dysfunction and bring this team together somehow. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Thank you, Gene. Appreciate that. I'm a big Kerr fan, but you go back to, was it 2017 or so? And he'd coached them through 73 wins and championships. And do you remember this, Alan? He actually at one point said, "You know what? I let them choose the lineups because they're not even listening to me." This was years ago. He said that. Obviously a motivational ploy, but it does look like now, like whatever he's telling them, either it's not getting through or they're just not physically capable of executing the things he wants them to execute. It is alarming.
It is alarming. And very similar to that, I saw a lot of things on, just Dub Nation social media saying, all right, it's time to have a players-only meeting. I don't know where you're at with the players-only meetings. Do we actually have any proof that players-only meetings work? I don't know. I know that they happen, and I know that sometimes, hey, we feel better about this. You know who just had a players-only, and I know it's completely different. You know who had a players-only meeting?
Who?
The Grizzlies did, led by Steven Adams.
That's right, they
did.
The
night that Ja Morant went out, and the rest is history. And I know that the Warriors are not the Grizzlies. I don't know if a players meeting helps because we're so far in the season. Whitey, it's hard for me to believe that they haven't already had one. Mm-hmm. That's my question. Do you need to have another? I have no clue.
By the way, you know what the key to a successful players-only meeting is?
What is it?
Going to baseball. Boach, I think, was, and probably still is, a master of this. And actually, well, it's a team meeting because a players-only meeting, the manager doesn't call it. But when he would call a team meeting, they would do it before a game that you're almost certainly going to win. Like you're playing, you're having a rough stretch, and then you're playing somebody that's down, and maybe they have a starter that you're like, we know we can destroy this guy. That's when you have the team meeting. Players-only meeting is a little different, but that's one of the keys to a successful team meeting because, like, hey, we got to turn this thing around, but you got to make sure that you're doing it right before a game that you're probably going to win.
Right.
Coach is really good at that.
You got the Bucks and the Suns, so you might want to table that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So remember early in the season when they spoke with Clay, there was a conversation with Clay about some of the shots he was taking.
I think it was after the Phoenix game that you already cited.
Would that count? Was that a players-only meeting, or was that a Clay-specific thing?
Yeah, it sounds like it was. I don't know. Sounds like it was maybe a players-only meeting. That's a great question. We have to look into that. I think part of the problem now would be who would call it, and I mean everybody would be pointing at everybody, right?
Right now,
yeah. That was kind of like an intervention, like, "Hey, Clay, this is how we all feel." If you had one now, it'd be like everybody. No, it's his fault. It's your fault. Oh, what do we do? We don't know what we're doing. You don't know what you're. No, you don't know what you're doing. All right, look out, and it could actually get turn into a physical altercation, which would not be beneficial.
Well, yes, and that's because there is a track record that Dylan Brooks. And by the way, Dylan Brooks, he got at Draymond last night, and he said, "Well, I'm not out here assaulting my own team. Look, if the low blows are going to go, they're going to go, and there was nothing that anybody could do. There's nothing anybody could say. We already discussed, the Draymond piece of it.
Oh, we're just getting started on all of it.
But I do think, going back to your point and to give the counter on that, because it's everybody, it could get chippy. But if there's any team, and I know there was a Draymond situation, but you have three guys on that team that have the longest tenures on the same team in Steph, Clay, and Draymond. If they can't have a successful team meeting that by themselves, then nobody should anymore, because I think this is a good opportunity because everybody has some culpability to say, we all have to be better. So we got to figure this thing out. So it's less about pointing fingers at one another or, hey, it's a Clay thing or it's a whoever thing. Draymond last game, he had his issue.
Yeah.
Clay this game, he had that issue. Jordan Poole just is allergic to playing defense. Everybody has a piece of this terrible tasting pie, so maybe it could work. I don't know.
I would like to know if Draymond did address the team at all. I know we talked to Coach Kerr a couple days ago about the play 2 games ago, where Draymond gave up. And Coach Kerr said he knows he can't do that, and we spoke about it.
Mm-hmm.
Did he address the team? I mean, because he should, right? If you're a team leader and you give up on the team, that has to be acknowledged. Like, you know what, everybody, I know we stink right now, but what I did can't happen.
Yeah.
That's on me.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, until a guy like that does that, how could you even have a team meeting? If your team leader's not going to acknowledge that, yes, I gave up on us on a play.
The Bucks game, that has to be the ABC National, right?
Yes.
So I think it is I know what Bochy said, but you don't have an opportunity for that. I think this is a good situation to say, look, I know we're not trying to get embarrassed at home on national television against a team that if we do get our act together, we could face in the finals.
Who calls it, Alan? I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I understand it's an interesting idea. Who calls it and what do they say?
It would be Steph, I think, because if you remember last year, he kicked the chair and they had the winning streak after he kicked the chair. So when Steph gets upset, they go on runs. I think it would have to be Steph because he's the only one that has the least culpability because he hasn't been playing. So he comes back and now they're 0-3 with his return. Look, Steph hasn't been perfect either, but I do think it would have to be Steph. I just think Draymond is that guy, and I know because I'm a talker. Draymond talks too much. So when you hear from Draymond, it's easy to drown out everything because he never stops talking. But somebody like Steph who doesn't talk all the time, and look, Steph 4 turnovers. So everybody has something to say or has a piece of this. But I would say it would have to be, and we know Draymond's the emotional leader. No, it's got to come from the real deal leader, and that's Steph Curry.
Yeah, when you give up on your team, that's definitely a lack of leading, emotional or otherwise. 888-957-9570. RJ in Napa joins us. RJ, what is the reason for the Warriors' struggles of late?
Okay, so it's 2 things, guys. Thanks for taking the call. The first thing is they're just getting old. I think the play in particular with Clay, that was just a business decision, not to get on the floor and get the ball. I mean, that's another tweak on the knee, another tweak on the Achilles, and he figured the ball was going out of bounds, so why worry about it? The second thing, which is kind of the bigger issue, I'm sorry, but I've been saying this for about a year and a half, and sounds like people are starting to agree with me, but I've never seen a player praised more for doing less than Jordan Poole, and the double standard that the Warriors let him get away with versus shipping a guy like James Wiseman out of town. The rap on James Wiseman was, well, he can score, but he can't do a lot else other than that. Okay, what do you think Jordan Poole's doing? And I think the veterans see that, and it creates a real divide. So thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, RJ, and good luck. It sounded like the giant boulder from Indiana Jones was like rolling towards him or something there towards the end of the call.
Yeah, I hope. Stay safe.
Yeah, get out of the way. Jordan Poole, I think, has a lot to do with some of these issues. I'm not saying it's his fault, but he seems to be the fulcrum of a lot of the feelings of disconnectedness, if I may. That's even a word.
From the jump in Xfinity Mobile text line 415, is it possible Poole just had a fluke good year last year?
I think Jordan Poole's being asked to do more than he's capable of doing on the Warriors. He's asked to step in and be Steph when Steph's not there and provide instant offense, and I think he's very inconsistent, and I think he's still developing. But the fact that he doesn't play defense, you're right. I mean, he's a terrible defender. And so he's not a good fit for the way they play, in my opinion. He's got a lot of talent. He can score. Last night his numbers were pretty decent. But as I said a couple days ago, I don't think Jordan Poole's a good fit for the way the Warriors want to play. So does that mean, well, we got to move them? Does that mean they're going to change the way they play? They got some big questions they're going to have to address in the offseason.
Yeah, and
unless they win it all.
And you paid a guy who, when the team is at full strength, he plays the worst. That, to me, is logistically a problem. Right? If you're getting more value, more ROI for all you techies out there and sales guys, if you are getting a better ROI when your best player is out from another guy that you just paid, that's not a great business model. You need somebody that's going to give you at least a similar ROI regardless of the situation. And Jordan Poole is just wildly different. And last season, I had more grace for him. And I do get that he's being asked to do a lot of different things. But but I'm looking towards the future. This season, I have no clue what's going to happen. But just assuming, Okay, well, Steph's back, so it's going to take Jordan Poole 7 games to figure it out. That's a problem. And it's also a problem because either way, during those 7 games, when he's trash on offense, he's still trash on defense. That's an issue. So I know they're going to take a look at that because there are some guys. I mean, I don't know if it's an apples to oranges comparison, but I mean, or if it's closer than what people think. But I look at a Desmond Bane, and I think last year, and Desmond Bane had a great season last year.
He's a really good player.
But I do think that there would be some conversations last year. It would be more of an argument, well, who would you want on your squad? Jordan Poole or Desmond Bane? I don't know. Jordan Poole and that upside, he can do this, he can do that. This year, I don't even think it's a question. I don't think it's a question that you would rather have Desmond Bane. I don't think it's a question. So that's not great because we are paying you to go up, not the plateau.
Why they paid him when they felt they needed to pay him. They thought they were going to save money. We want to keep him. We pay him now. If he's on the open market, we can match it, but someone's going to pay him more. I know Joe Lacob addressed that. Said we had good reason to think someone else was going to pay him a lot of money. I would not have paid him. They did, and now they've got what appears to be as much of a problem as a solution to their problems.
I think that and we spoke about this a little bit on Wednesday, I do believe, I wasn't mad at them paying him, but it was a gamble. And as of right now, the gamble isn't really paying off. That's just what it is.
888-957-9570. Robert joins us from Texas. Robert, what's going on in the great state of Texas today?
It's good. It's good out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for taking my call.
What's up?
What I was gonna say is basically the Wiseman trade was not a good idea due to the numbers that he is putting up right now. Those are not bust numbers, and also Draymond's passing, it's getting to him. His age is getting to him. It's inaccurate. He's not a good passer at all. All of these factors, the stuff that's playing into the morale after Wiseman was traded, it's not helping out.
All right, thanks for the call. I know Alan wanted to get to Wiseman eventually, didn't you?
I did not.
Thank you, Robert. We will glance at that as we look at 2 questions the Warriors have to answer. Two questions they've got to address right now. Coming up next here, Alan Stiles, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. Here's what's coming up. Well, that's what's coming up, actually. And it is presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
You know, we're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. See what's going on inside the studio. Thanks to whoever it was on the text line that commented on my San Diego sales t-shirt. Old ABA t-shirt, Alan. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Do you like my t-shirt?
I like it.
Yeah?
I like it.
It's way back when. You know, Eric Musselman?
Mm-hmm.
His dad, I think, coached this team.
Really?
I think so.
Because he is Arkansas?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was Warriors. He was Kings. He was Nevada, Reno, working some miracles there. So, yeah. Anyway, check us out on the YouTube. It's Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles today. And, of course, Monday, we'll have Mark Willard, Dan Dibley will be moving into the slot.
That's right. Right. Good for them. Well, Whitey, if you're going to shout out your shirt on the text line, then I'm going to shout out my shirt on the YouTube chat, which is a Goofy movie. I don't know if you ever saw a Goofy movie. That's right. One of my favorite movies growing up. Eye to Eye. Outstanding soundtrack. Don't get it twisted. So thank you on the YouTube chat for shouting me out as well.
Did you just challenge me to a T-shirt off?
Pretty much.
On the text line?
I was going to let it. I was just going to let it scroll away. But if, you're going to shout yourself out.
I don't think I have. Well, someone mentioned it. Someone did mention it on the text line.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, we appreciate your being with us today. 888-957-9570. I think the Warriors, who got embarrassed last night, I think there's two things right now you got to look at. If you're the Warriors, one is, all right, what do we do now? How do we fix this now? And I think the powers that be, Alan, wouldn't you agree that they're already looking at this and going, hopefully this works out, but we got to think about what we're going to do in the offseason.
Yeah, and you don't even know who your GM's going to be, because you're still dealing with that situation with Bob Myers. So there's a lot of question marks for the Warriors. And to me, that makes this season have even more pressure. And we've had so many conversations about the last dance this and the last dance that. Unfortunately, Whitey, sometimes you don't get the Disney movie ending. You don't. And I have no clue if the Warriors are going to get that ending. I have no clue when it's going to end. But it still doesn't seem like Bob Myers is coming back. I think people are starting to believe that he's not.
You'd have to think by now that they would have something done.
You would think, because you don't want to go into the summer. You got to start thinking about these things. You have the Draymond situation, who people forget. Draymond asked for the max, right? He still has that opt-in, but he also asked for the max. Has Draymond played enough or played well enough to garner attention from another team that would give him the max? I don't know. Maybe. I think everybody will always give it a look. I think because,
excuse me for interrupting. I think more likely, he's got 27.5 he could get here. He could opt into that, or he can get a multi-year, more money than that over multi-years from somebody else, theoretically. I don't think anyone's going to give him the max. Maybe somebody, I don't even want to say a team name, because who knows, but he's got some friends around the league. Maybe somebody says, look, we'll give you X amount, which is more than you'd get there for 1 year. We'll spread it over 3 years. And maybe he'd say, yeah, because I want out of there. So that type of thing could happen.
The first thing everybody always says is he's going to L.A. with LeBron. Doesn't LeBron typically, I know LeBron's getting older, so maybe he wouldn't want to do a lot of the hybrid point guard stuff, but doesn't LeBron need shooters?
Yep.
Would he really? I guess if you're playing with, when LeBron's not on the floor, but I don't know how much LeBron, and maybe I'm underselling Draymond here, but just when I think of LeBron leading the point and I guess having Draymond, I don't know.
No, I agree with you 100%. It's a great point, especially given the way the Lakers of late, and I know everything in the West right now is up and down, but they seem to be trending upward right now. The group that they went out and got, it's working. That's a pretty good team right now.
It is. And look,
I don't look at that team and say, wow, if they had Draymond, boy, he'd make the difference.
No, you have guys that are Draymond by committee. And how much of Draymond is Draymond the same Draymond from 2014, 2015, 2016? No, nobody's the same person. Of course, you have national media now who's just thirsting for the Lakers to be good, right? And thirsting for the Lakers to be relevant. They're saying Lakers are the sleeper pick in the playoffs once LeBron gets back. I don't know about all that, but I do think that they look pretty darn good in this new version of them.
Yeah, so as you probably know, you look at the West right now, you got in the 6th slot, the Warriors at 34 and 33, half a game out of 5th, but then Minnesota actually has the same record and they're technically 7th with the tiebreakers, but they have the same record. Dallas is 8th. They have the same record. The Lakers are 9th at 32-34. They've won 2 in a row. And then the Pelicans are 10th at 32-34. And the Warriors are 34-33. So you're on the edge of that abyss that is the play-in, which you desperately want to avoid. But I also think, looking big picture, which the players of Steve Kerr can't afford to look at right now, but you're also potentially on the edge of some cataclysmic changes going forward next year. If Bob Myers is gone, I mean, to me, that's like, whoa, that's a big domino.
I wouldn't say that the quote-unquote last dance has started if you lose Bob Myers, because I just look at it from the players, but it would be the first piece of it. And again, we have no clue now if Draymond's not going to be on the team or whatever. And Clay, I know they got to deal with Clay's situation, or would you move things around? It's a tough time, and I continue to say I'm just really glad that the Warriors got this done last season, because you never know what's going to happen. You really don't. You really don't. It's that simple.
Yeah, I think I may have mentioned this to you before, but I think in the future, people will look back on last year and say, wow, what an incredible championship for the Warriors.
Yes.
Not like, oh, that was just another one of their 4 titles. It'd be like, whoa, how did they do that?
It would be, how did they pull that off?
Yeah.
It's getting to that point. It's not there yet, but it's getting to their point a little bit.
So if Joe Lacob came to you, which he very well may, Alan, say, Alan, I listen to you all the time. You know what you're talking about. How do we turn this around now? What do we need to do now? Given what we can do, the parameters here of what's available to us, how do we turn this thing around now? Alan, I want you to talk to Steve. I want you to talk to the team and get this headed in the right direction. What do you do?
Man, well, I think first of all, you have who you have now. So I think you just got to get back to your roots. I feel that at this point, Dante DiVincenzo has to take that Andrew Wiggins spot in the starting lineup, and you just go Looney, the normal guys, and you go Dante DiVincenzo and just ride it from there. Besides that, Whitey, I don't have very much for you.
Yeah.
I know it's hard to, and I know Steiny spoke a little bit about it. We have no information on the Andrew Wiggins thing. Still no speculation here. That's just not our place to do. But I think it would be at least nice to know if we should just, at this point, I'm just assuming he's done.
Yeah.
To be completely honest with you.
I hope not. But yeah, I'd said back in November that they were going to have to add somebody to have a shot at a championship. They were going to have to add somebody, something, and they really haven't. So to that point, you have to have Wiggins back, I think, to have a shot. And it's not a good shot right now. You have to get Wiggins back, and I'm not saying he should join them right now. I don't have any idea what he's dealing with, but just from a basketball standpoint, to have a shot, you need him back, and you need GP2 to come back and have an impact similar to what he had last year. I don't even know if that's medically feasible. To the Wiggins point, I know today Kevin Harlan, when he was on with Steiny and JD, he said his understanding is that it looks like it's sooner rather than later with Wiggins, but I don't know how solid that is.
Well, and Anthony Slater was on the Morning Roast, and he said this conversation is about getting him back in the facility for basketball, activities.
Yeah.
It's not as if he's been working out on the side. So this is going to be a slow burn, unfortunately. And every time we talk, all I do is just think about the loss against the Oklahoma City Thunder, because these are the types of games.
You're having a hard time with that one.
I really am, because these are the types of games where you gotta, now you're staring at the Bucks, you're staring at the Suns. It's not going to they don't have very many layups left, and they've been smoking the layups anyway, so it doesn't matter. But it's only going to get tougher if you're staring the play-in in the face. Then you have to start thinking about what went wrong and how did we get here.
I just look at the fact that Detroit 15-52, and they swept the series from you. Detroit. And that's done now,
bad.
Obviously.
Now, one was the last-second three-pointer by Sadiq Bey.
Yeah, but still,
you shouldn't even be in that situation.
Yeah, and then when you were there in October, I think it was the day before Halloween, Detroit ran them out of the gym.
Yeah.
So games like that lead me to believe, yeah, if you get those two guys, if they're back and they're playing well, maybe, but it's probably not going to be this year.
It's not that realistic.
Yeah.
And that's the last time. I know it was a shorter offseason for the Warriors, But that is the last time, and we sat here at the beginning of the season, and everybody has their takes, whether you are a listener, and shout out to our listeners, or if you're a host, everybody has their takes on it's early or the Warriors got to get going. Whether it's Bonte or whoever it is, I don't ever want to hear anybody, or you can say it, but I'm not going to listen to you. I don't ever want to hear anybody say it's early again. Because we did that for the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, and the next thing you know, it was the All-Star break. So the whole, it's early, they have time. You have time until you don't.
I don't know.
And the Warriors ran out of time very quickly this season.
Alan, Draymond says it's still in a way kind of early.
Oh, man, anybody can win in March. Anybody can win in March. What that mean? I have a hard time getting out of my bed in March. What's the game in March mean?
What's a game in March mean?
What's a game in March mean? Apparently not much, because you couldn't get up for it after you talked all that trash on the pod.
Uh-huh.
And it's not, it's a team game, right? Some people showed up, some people didn't, but ultimately, it's not about the podcast. It's about the fact that Draymond, you had 5 turnovers. You had 16 points, but you had 5 turnovers. Steph, 4 turnovers. Jordan Poole, 4 turnovers. You can just bake these in.
That's a lot of turnovers.
When
How many turnovers did they end up with last night?
Was it in they had just came back, they had just made a run, and there was a stint. Was it it was either at the end of the second or in the third when they had, 4 turnovers in a row?
I think it was a third, but I'm not certain.
They didn't get up a shot for 4 straight possessions. That is CYO status. And not the team that you're afraid of.
Yeah.
And I went to St. Francis and Concord. I was worried about Good Shepherd, right? St. Ignatius. No, that was not even that.
No, you're
Whitey.
right. When you don't even get an attempt at
That's
the
bad.
goal. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 in San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles with you today. And Alan, I wanted to see what you thought of it. Maybe you saw this too on Twitter. A listener by the name of Bosa6868 says, watching Wiseman's 16 points and 13 rebounds last night, Kerr may have just forced out the next Embiid. A lot of people feel that way.
All right.
The Warriors aren't playing well. The young players didn't develop. And last night, James Wiseman, 16 and 13. So a lot of people feel that way.
Did they win finally?
Detroit?
Yeah.
No, they succumbed last night. They have lost 10 in a row.
Have they won? Okay, so they have not won since they got James Wiseman.
They've lost 10 in a row. But all the numbers he's putting up.
All right. Cool. Good for him.
I'm with you, by the way. But it is interesting. A lot of people, and I understand it, because I haven't been a big Wiseman guy ever, really. But I totally understand how fans, said, wow, we've got the second pick, and we don't normally get that, right? And they drafted this guy that, wow, people are comparing him to David Robinson. And this is what the 15 and 50 year. It was worth it because you get this guy, and he's been injured. So I understand, because a lot of people bought into all the Wiseman hype and felt like, yeah, this is our guy. And then the team, it seems like, well, I thought they loved the guy, and why'd they turn their back on him? So I could see how, from a fan standpoint, it's very confusing and disappointing.
A lot of people did say that was Joe Lacob's guy. Joe Lacob really liked Wiseman. Look, I don't think Wiseman's going to be the next Joel Embiid. I don't. Or David Robinson or anybody like that. I also have no clue, but I don't think so. But that also doesn't necessarily mean that I loved trading Wiseman for ultimately a GP2 that can't play. Now, obviously, when they made the trade, they thought GP2 could play. I'm not sure I really loved it, but we know it was as much about the financials as it was about James Wiseman's play. And I think that's a big piece of this, too. Will you look back and say, okay, we pinched some pennies, or not pennies, to be fair. We saved some money, but we lost a guy who could have eventually helped us. Even if he's a rotational piece, it's just the timelines didn't match up. But to get GP2 back, look, I'm be honest with you. When I saw James Wiseman for Sadiq Bey, I was a little bit more excited than when I found out it was for GP2, me personally. And somebody is probably saying right now, you don't know ball. Maybe I don't, but I know Sadiq Bey.
A lot of people feel that way.
I know Sadiq Bey's 24. I know he can shoot the 3-ball. I know he's got some size on him. So I was not necessarily that upset with that. Not that I was upset with Wiseman for GP2, but I just thought, oh, all right. And these guys get paid a lot of money to do these jobs. So most of the time I sit there and think they must know something I don't. But clearly there was something that they didn't know because GP2 can't play.
The Warriors swung for the fences with Kuminga and with Wiseman, and they felt like this is our chance because we've got the core and they're getting older. So we got guys we can draft here, and we're going to gamble on guys with tremendous upside. So it was high risk, high reward. And Kuminga's played well. Unfortunately, got hurt last night. He's been a modest success this year. But Wiseman is just like, you rolled the dice and you came up snake eyes on him.
Yeah.
That's just part of it.
You came up snake eyes on when you hoped he would be ready to go.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll see about that. Because I still think even though he's putting up numbers right now, I don't think he's playing much better than he was when he was playing here early in the year. He's putting up better numbers.
Right.
And I know people, they get mad about that, but, the basketball ops people know a little bit about this. 888-957-9570. Jonathan in San Francisco joins us, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Happy Friday.
Thank
I
you.
just want to say I agree with Draymond Green. Still playing the time. If you look at the standing, from seeds 3 and on, they're pretty much clumped together. 2 or
That's
3
true.
winning streak is a huge difference. So, in the next 5 games, I do want them to go maybe 500 or better just to keep things afloat, just to be in the middle of, the thick of things. And then hopefully the last 10 games, get GP2 back, get Wiggins back. Hopefully Wiggins is not playing but staying in shape. So incorporate those 2 back in the last 10 games and keep working at it. Those 2 are going to make a huge difference, especially defensively. And then when they get them back the last 10 games, go maybe 6-4 or better, ideally 8-2 down the stretch, and go in the playoffs nice and hot.
I hope you're right, Jonathan.
That was the most optimistic take I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, it was pretty solid. He's right about everything he said. The thing that was discouraging to me was when they won the 5 straight at home, the defense was so much better, and then they went out on the road, and it was like, where'd it go? What happened, right?
It
just
left.
Disappeared like that again.
And then you have that stench on you, and you're not coming back to face a Rockets or a Magic. You're coming back to face the Bucks. And the Bucks don't care.
Are they very good this year?
Yeah, they're not bad. The Bucks don't care that you've been struggling. And I just think the one thing that Jonathan said that I'm not doing anymore, and I know that there is some talk about Wiggins is sooner rather than later, I'm just not assuming that Andrew Wiggins is coming back. I'm just not going to do it. So I'm not going to have conversations in a world where Andrew Wiggins comes back until I hear something. I just don't think there's any point.
I'm still hopeful based on what Bob Myers told Guru and I think it was JD, and I'm just on some level assuming that he wants to get back, but who knows, because we don't know what's going on.
We know nothing.
Doug in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, you're on with Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. I just got back in town from Salt Lake City.
Wow.
And I have a question for you guys, and I have a comment. My question is, because you guys have been following sports forever, you know a lot about it. You know no team wins every year.
Yeah. Did we lose Doug? I think we lost Doug with that great setup.
Yeah.
I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Or if you can hit us up on the get better service, or hit us up on the Xfinity Mobile text line, Doug. Just put Doug at the end. We'll know it's you.
Yeah, thank you. We weren't able to hear your question there. The Bucks, by the way, coming to Chase tomorrow. The Bucks are, see what their road record is? The Bucks on the road this year are 20-12. That's a road record.
Wow. I mean, last season, to be completely honest with you, not that this is a hot take or anything, but I was more worried about the Bucks just because of their size when we were looking at the playoffs, and obviously Middleton gets hurt. But the Bucks, I was more worried about the Bucks and the Celtics because of how they can defend. Obviously, Giannis is Giannis.
He is.
I don't know what's going to, who's going to attempt to stop that freight train. And then you have Drew Holiday, who he's a lockdown defender on the perimeter. They got size, they got length, they got Middleton. They got Middleton as their closer. You got guys like Bobby Portis could be on a different team.
He's a really good player.
He would be the guy that would give the Warriors fits by himself with this defense right now.
Is that just the biggest part of the problem right now, Alan? As you look at the roster, there just aren't enough good players on the roster for the Warriors compared to the other best teams in the league.
Yeah. It's one way to look at it. And
is it true?
I saw a lot of talk about that last night when everybody, NBA or Warriors Twitter was just having a meltdown. And if you do look at the roster construction, you're getting great value out of Dante DiVincenzo, and Giants season is right around the corner. They do the same thing where, hey, we're trying to get value. So you hit with DiVincenzo,
who'll be gone next year, but
you hit with for this year specifically.
Yes.
You hit on DiVincenzo, who JaMychal Green I would consider a miss. I would consider. I would combine Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome and say, you know what, for a two-way package, I would say
Anthony Jerome. Yeah,
I would call that a hit.
Yeah,
to be honest, I wouldn't call that a miss. And then you have the GP2 trade, which to me is a miss. You signed, I would say, Jordan Poole, just this year in general, has been a miss. And Andrew Wiggins, who you also signed, has been a miss. So when you miss more than you hit, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And Steph Curry has been injured as well. So it's not really a surprise when you put everything in the correct context. But when you say defending champions, their awful record on the road, and they're now a 6 seed or whatever it is, when you just say it like that, it doesn't make sense. But when you actually look at how everything shapes up, it shouldn't be that surprising, to be completely honest with you.
Do you want to talk to Doug again?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
No Doug.
You don't want to go back to Doug?
No
All
Doug.
right. Let's go to Brett on the Bay Bridge here real quick. Brett, you're on with Alan Stiles, Whitey Gleason. What's up?
Good. I just want to, it's funny to me what a difference a week makes. Like last week, we were ready to, have a parade. And then it's like within a week, we watched them go to L.A. without LeBron and get mollywopped. We watched them OKC and basically look big. OKC look like a playoff team. And then no John Morant, and they give up almost a 50-burner in the first quarter. To me, I don't know what I'm watching. And as far as the eye test goes, I don't see it turning around. And I'm the biggest Warriors fan. Trust me, I love them. And Draymond, I don't even know why he's even paying attention to Dylan Brooks. The guy has done absolutely nothing. And it's like, when you're at the pinnacle and you're at a 4-time champion, why do you even deal with lower men guys? It's like focus on basketball. To sit there and say that you don't have time to get up for a game in March. Well, what are you getting paid millions of dollars for? What are we trying to do here?
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Yeah, appreciate that. Good use of the term mollywop, by the way, which is actually a Detroit-based funk genre of music. Anyway, whatever it is. Thank you for that. Yeah, we were going to have a parade a week ago. Now we're ready to have some kind of funeral. Getting back to what Draymond said, just not great timing. Draymond usually has pretty good timing about what he says, why he says it, and he just seems like everything else with the Warriors, just like a little out of step with what's actually going on right now.
Right, and ultimately, it seems out of touch. But when you just got the the championship last season, that is what it is. Look, I see you on the YouTube chat. Doug put his text on the Infinity Mobile text line, and we're going to answer it there.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
By the way, Mollywop is a band, a genre-defying band that plays hard-hitting, original, and classic funk, reggae, rock, hip-hop, and more. They're based in Detroit. Mollywop. So thank you for the use of the term Mollywop. Coming up also, in addition to that, could Shaq be right about the Warriors? Because Shaq says, if this happens, they're still going to win it all. So that's coming up next. Alan Stiles and Whitey Gleason, and we are sponsored by AC Transit.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
So can these disconnected Warriors, is there a way they could still win a championship this year? Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles with you today. Shaq says they can. Shaq said last night, he said the Warriors play good at home, right? Bad on the road. So he said if they finish 4th or higher, they will have, obviously, home court at least in the first round. And Shaq says if they finish 4th or better, they will win a championship this year. How about that? Shaquille O'Neal. That's what he says.
Well, that's fine. Number one, Shaq is an honorary member of Dub Nation because he's said multiple times that Steph Curry is his favorite player. That's number one. And number two, what are the chances the Warriors get the 4th seed?
Well, right now they're 6th. They're, 3.5 behind the 4th spot with the Clippers in between them and the Suns. But the Suns, of course, now they've got an interesting stretch ahead of them. They've won 4 in a row, but they have no Kevin Durant. So,
yeah.
Well, I'm with you. It doesn't seem likely, but I couldn't say, no, there's no way that's happening.
Sure, but from what we've seen, it hasn't been great lately.
I know.
They got a couple home games.
You got a chance to pick up a game on the Suns Monday.
And then I would say you got to go to L.A., and typically I would say, well, the Clippers, they're going to want to get their get back, but the Clippers have no soul, so I'm not really worried about that.
And yet they have a better record than you do right now.
I'm
not disagreeing with you.
I'm not saying that the Warriors will win, but I'm saying the Warriors are going to show up in LA and the Clippers saying, we got to get them back, guys. We got to get them back. That's just not in their DNA.
The Clippers are 17-15 at home and 18-18 on the road.
Wow.
You just kind of know they're there. Let's talk to Filmo Mike in Oakland, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Filmo? How you doing, Mikey?
Hey, man, y'all a little bit too nice, man. I need my mean people back now. I'm joking. Anyway, I need the mean ones back, baby. Nah, y'all hella nice. Anyway, on some real ish, Draymond, he has a point about the March thing, but sometimes I wish he would kind of like save that rhetoric because I really don't care about what I had. I care about what y'all finna do. So in the past, you can kind of say the Warriors, right? You can say, okay, well, they're not focused, but you can go through steps within the season to say, you see, when they played such and such, they blew them out the water. We not getting them same results this year. And basketball is the type of sport that you got to kind of like, it's repetition. It's like mathematics equation. Like the more you do it, the easier it is. So they kind of got to get back to their roots, which is defense started by Mark Jackson, developing the Steve Kerr. Ron Adams needs to be at every game. He ain't at no games no more. I know he getting up there, but come on, Ron, we need you.
Filmo, I think Ron Adams looks at what's going on defensively and says, I don't want to watch any more of that.
Yeah.
I don't want to subject myself to that.
No, it doesn't look like anybody wants to play. I mean, because the thing is, we're going to zero in, and we've zeroed in on Jordan Poole. And as soon as we stop talking about Jordan Poole, the text line, call line says, well, keep talking bad about Jordan Poole. We can only do it so much. But everybody.
Some people say you're too mean to Jordan Poole. You don't treat him as harshly as you treat Wiseman. So, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of you being too mean to Jordan Poole.
No,
I'm being completely
We're
honest
split on that, right? You're more of a Jordan Poole guy, and I have
a pool party shirt.
Okay.
I got a pool party shirt, and I'm of the mindset that Jordan Poole did help you win a championship last year. And he did.
If I had a pool party shirt, I might use it to clean my barbecue grill.
Yeah, I don't doubt
about
that.
it.
And or you would use it to wipe your window as you're driving him to the airport after the trade. As you're chauffeuring him to the airport for the trade.
Yeah.
But I do think Jordan Poole did very well last season, and he had a breakout year. This year's a little different. It's just a timing thing. When you say they shouldn't have paid him, his stock was really high, and you just assumed or you hoped, let's keep that moving in this direction. And I don't know. Do you think he's plateaued, or do you think he's gotten worse? I don't think he's gotten worse. I think he's the same.
His shooting has gotten worse this year, but that happens sometimes to a young player.
I think he's the same, but also there's a bit of a book out on him, right? He's not sneaking up on anybody. So I think that is what the difference is. At the same time, you have to, if you are the Warriors, I just felt like you had to do it. You had to do it. You had to take a chance on Jordan Poole. I don't know. I know you feel
you mean by paying him?
Yes.
Well, why did you have to though? Why did you have to pay him? And they felt their thinking was, according to Joe Lacob, if we didn't, then someone was going to offer him more money than we would have been comfortable matching. But to me, and it's done now, so what does it matter? But to me, Jordan Poole has been so inconsistent. I wanted to see in a prove-it year, what do you got? What do you got? And if someone offers you a ton of money, that means you had a great year, and okay, we're all right with paying you. And I know it's easy for me to say when they're into the luxury tax, but what if they couldn't? I want to see what he would have done when he needed to prove that he could do it.
But what if you couldn't have? I mean, we already know where the Warriors are with the. You're saying, yeah, going to the luxury tax. They've already said that there are limits to this. What if Jordan Poole balls out, and then you got to say goodbye, and now Dub Nation is all over saying, hey.
Yeah, if it came to that, I would have had to figure something out where, all right, we'll have to do something that's painful, let somebody go. But if he was that vital to us, we would have found a way. And, he probably wasn't going to get that much more than they paid him, right? I mean, how much more was he going to get? But anyway, They did what they did. And then, some people think the punch had something to do with it. That they felt like, well, we got to show
I
him.
think that too. I
hate to think that, but maybe so.
Just because of the timing of it all just wasn't great. And I think they were probably already thinking, okay, what should we do? What should we do? And then this happens, and all right, now we gotta worry about this. Maybe we can just kind of silence things. Meanwhile, you have Draymond sitting and saying he wants the max. So they had to make some choices. Whitey, sometimes you make the right one, sometimes you don't.
888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line. Also, you want to give us a call, that's the number. Vince in San Jose, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Vince? How do we turn this thing around? How do the Warriors turn this thing around?
Well, we could start by turning it, and how you fellas doing? It's great to talk to you guys, but we could start by turning it around by kind of laying off of Jordan Poole a little bit. And here's the other thing. All the Jordan Poole haters, all the guys that aren't fans of Jordan Poole, let's look up and down the Warriors roster. We don't got much going right now, maybe besides DiVincenzo, Curry, obviously, something else. And as far as the Draymond max contract, hey, Draymond, guess what? I got a couple words for you. Bye-bye. Draymond, go bye-bye. Yes, we're going to save money. Draymond's out. We're going to get some other guys in there. It was like that last scene of Sopranos when, Uncle Paulie, he's talking to the babies in the back. Hey, Uncle Paulie goes bye-bye. That's what we got to do to Draymond because he's a big baby.
Thank you, Vince. Yeah, I appreciate the call. I know you're kind of a regular caller. The thing is, Draymond it's up to him. You can say bye-bye, and he can say, no, I'm staying right here. Give me my bag of money. That's up to Draymond.
Well, sure, but
give me my bag of money.
But I don't think that the Warriors are where that was. I don't think the Warriors are where that was. I think the Warriors are probably somewhere in between, and they look, another year Draymond is not a bad thing. And it's Draymond during a contract year where he's going to want to be on his best behavior, you would assume.
When I watch the Warriors, I just feel like there's a guy that's supposed to be there that's not there. And I don't mean Wiggins. I just feel like by now they were supposed to have had a more impactful player join them either through free agency, or Wiggins was supposed to become that, or one of the young players was supposed to become that, and then that guy would also become a part of the core. And Poole has his moments. I'll give you that. He definitely has his moments. And Kuminga has tremendous promise, but I just feel like they need another guy, and they can't match the talent that they're seeing from some of these other teams in the West. And the plan was to have that guy by now, but it just hasn't come to fruition.
And I'm not saying that Sadiq Bey was that guy.
I'll say he wasn't, but
he
go
wasn't.
ahead.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
But we're sitting there. I don't know about you, Whitey. I got the ESPN going. There's a clock running, and it's okay. How much time to make a move? How much time to make a move? And it's literally that gif of just the stick figure hitting something, saying do something. And the Warriors, they did something, but it wasn't exactly what they needed. There's a collection, right? And I think it is fair to say that maybe what they needed, they probably couldn't have got everything that they needed at the trade deadline. realistic.
It sounds like, not to put words in your mouth, but I know JD is he's one of these people, and I'm not sure. I don't think I am, but it sounds like you would have really been willing to give up a lot to get OG Anunoby. Because from what we think we know, that was one of the reasons that they did what they did at the deadline last minute, because they were engaged with the Toronto Raptors about OG Anunoby, but they would have had to give up something like Kuminga, Moody, and maybe another player and some draft picks, some high draft picks. And they said, too rich for our blood.
Yeah, and nobody really knew what the Raptors were doing, because the Raptors they're kind of stuck. They're not having a great year, but they didn't want to, okay, everybody, a lot of people want OG Anunoby. All right, well, we're just going to raise the price, and if we don't get what we want, we still feel like we can build something. I think it probably helps being in the Eastern Conference, but the Western Conference, you got a chance too, either way. But we don't need to, there's no reason, if you're the Raptors, they felt there's no reason for us to sell low and get back out. We're not trying to build this thing from the ground up.
Mm-hmm. From the text line, why do you just say it? You wish the Warriors got Jakob Poeltl. Jakob Poeltl's a pretty good player. I mean, I didn't think they were ever going to get Jakob Poeltl, because they wanted to get Poeltl for Wiseman, and the Spurs said, no, we're not doing that. So, no, yeah. I don't think they ever had a decent shot at Jakob Poeltl. People, they make fun of me for some of the players I like, but the players are good. Alan, Poeltl's a pretty good player. Franz Wagner's a pretty good player. I don't know why people come after me on that. It's like, what are you talking about? These are good players.
Well, you just got pipe dreams. That's the problem.
Is it?
Based on what the Warriors had to give. Mm-hmm. Yes, unfortunately. But everybody talked about it. Mm-hmm. Everybody talked about him.
As far as last night goes, one of the most embarrassing things, of course, was the whole back and forth with Draymond and Dillon Brooks. And here's what just as a warning, because I know not everyone can stomach this, I'm going to play what Dillon Brooks had to say post-game, his post-game message to Draymond. All right, going to play that here in 3, 2, 1.
Told me before the game you were going to talk a lot. We saw you talking to a lot of different people tonight. What was the message that you had to Draymond?
That's what I do. I talk. And, I told him that, keep that mic. He's better at the mic than hooping. You know what I'm saying? So keep doing this podcast, keep blogging, keep doing this thing off the court. It's cute. It's fun for him.
The audio courtesy of TNT. So last night, I don't like saying it, Alan, but last night, Dillon Brooks got the win over Draymond.
He did.
I mean, clearly.
He did. He roasted him in multiple different ways. And I didn't watch the post game after that. But then he went on to say, I don't assault my own teammates.
Right.
He felt that. He also said that Draymond went low when Draymond said the dynasty starts without you, this, that, and the third. So I think Dillon Brooks said, all right, well, if the gloves are off, even though Dillon Brooks started it, but I think that Dillon Brooks felt like, well, if you went there, well, I'm going to go there. And there's no love lost. But according to Draymond, it's not a rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
Just another walk in the park. It's like playing the Pistons or the Magic or the Pacers.
The Pistons beat them twice. The Magic beat them twice.
Yeah.
And remember, the Pacers came in here. Maybe I'm getting my games confused. Wasn't that Nembhard when he went off?
Without Halliburton. I can't remember if the Warriors won or not, but I know Nembhard went off.
Yeah. It's like, my goodness, who's that guy? So those teams you mentioned, they kicked the Warriors' asses.
Yep.
That said, I don't know how exactly, but if you are somehow able to beat the Bucks tomorrow, things are looking up. That's a fact. I don't know how you do it, but it is true. With the standings as compacted as they are, if you somehow, some way find a way to beat the Bucks, all of a sudden things are definitely looking up for the Warriors. Right?
But they're different people. They're different people. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So they're looking up until they have to go on the road again. That's it. So it is looking up until you got to get on that plane and play somewhere else that's not Chase Center.
Yeah. Do you think Steve Kerr is maybe just kind of worn out with all this right now? He's saying all the right things, but he looks frustrated and tired, and his voice it sounds like he's trying to find the energy to say the right thing, but he sounds just flat worn out by this team right now, especially how poorly they're defending.
Well, tonight I thought there were plays right away where we didn't get into the ball. We were really soft on the ball and not being the aggressor. And a couple of miscommunications that led to wide open layups. So it's disappointing that we just weren't connected. And that's been the story on the road all year. We're for whatever reason, our defense is really good at home, and it's struggled on the road. So I didn't like the aggressiveness or the connection right out of the gates. And happy that the guys battled back 2 different times and got us back in the game. But it's tough to play uphill, from down 20, after the first quarter. It's tough to, especially on an opponent's home floor.
Every game now they fall behind. Remember when Coach Kerr was on? We asked him, "You're surprised that that's continued when Steph came back?" And he said, "Yeah, that once Steph's back, we'd get off to some better starts." But my goodness, every game, it's like they look like they didn't know what time the game was.
Right. And again, in that timeout, guys, we're doing this so we can spread everyone out. Who didn't get the memo? Did the team not get the memo? Hey, we're going to go small here, and this is what we need to do. So it was just a weird situation because
bad road trip
and
weird vibes.
Well, remember early on in the season, everybody, and I completely remember this, the Warriors would get up for the big games, for the national games. Everybody would get up for that, right? Oh, well, all right, well, the Warriors can still turn it on. I was at that game when they played the Grizzlies and Steph threw the mouthpiece. Oh, well, the Warriors can still pick it up when they need to. And there are a couple other games. The Warriors can still pick it up when they need to. Not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Not anymore. And then you had, then it just kept going, Whitey. It was like it just kept getting worse and worse. It went from that. Then you had Warriors Celtics. Oh, they beat the Celtics at home. Then, okay, the Warriors can still get up for the big games. Then in the middle, right, they're losing games that they shouldn't. Then you had the Warriors go on the road and they were beating the Celtics, and then they blew it in the very end. They had to go to overtime and the Celtics win. Then it turned into, well, look, the Warriors played good for 3.5 quarters, all right, against the best team in the East. They still got it, and it just continues to slip, and now we're not even at that anymore.
Mm-hmm. Poor Patrick Baldwin. He's getting a chance now, and he can't buy a shot. He's a good shooter.
He's getting he made a couple last night.
He did. He took 8. He did make a couple.
Oh, he's in there to shoot.
Yeah.
He is in there to shoot.
At least he's getting chances. And if you want to, the bridge to the future, whatever, he's going to get chances now. But all of a sudden, it's like clunk, clunk, clunk.
Unfortunately.
Shoot or shoot, though, right?
Shoot or shoot. Yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And look, that is a team where that's what they do. And they say it on other teams, too. You're going to get paid, or you're getting paid to shoot. And I think when everybody asks, why isn't Patrick Baldwin Jr. getting more time? There are other pieces of it. I know Anthony Slater spoke about his size, and defensively, Steve Kerr is just waiting to see.
He's the tallest guy on the team.
But that's what's funny is because defensively, he might be a problem. Sounds like he fits right in. Sounds like he fits right in with everybody else, to me.
All right. By the way, let's just take for a moment, just a quick break from the Warriors, 888-957-9570, just to cleanse the palate. Wanted to see, Ellen, what you thought of the big NFL news that came down just before our show started today. By now, you've probably heard about it. Of Panthers moving up with the Bears, acquiring the first overall pick in the NFL draft. So the Bears getting the number 9 overall pick, number 61 overall pick in this year's draft from Carolina, as well as DJ Moore, the Panthers' 2024 first-round pick, and the Panthers' 2025 first-round pick. This, by the way, is one thing. If I ran an NFL team, I would forbid if I owned a team, I'd say my front office, I'd never overpay for a quarterback because it's like a toss of the coin. But what do you think of this major deal today between the Panthers and the Bears?
Well, the Panthers want their guy. They want their next guy. And
Bryce Young?
I don't know. I think you know me. I'm very big against heightism, okay, as I call it, and sizeism. But I don't know if because of the Kyler Murrays of the world and the Baker Mayfields, I do think that things kind of go back and forth. I'm going to be let's take it there, right?
I know who you like.
Who do I like?
You like C.J. Stroud.
Well, it's not that. I just think that it's going to go to C.J. Stroud. But what I was going to say was, all of these things, life in general, they have waves, right? It's very rare, even politically, when you have somebody, if you've gone blue for a long time, even look at our presidents. You go blue, then it's red. Then it's blue, then it's red. Because you just get, all right, it's time to try something new. I do think that a couple of the short kings that have gotten drafted here haven't necessarily panned out as well as a lot of people would have liked, a la Baker Mayfield. And even though Kyler Murray got paid, we don't know about Kyler Murray. So I think, Sean Payton was on Colin Cowherd, and he said, if I had a top pick, you have to go with the projections. You have to go with guys that are going to project. You can't take chances anymore. And I'm forgetting Tua, too. Tua is another guy. Those concussions, he's a smaller guy.
I think they just picked up his option today.
They did.
But that's neither here nor there.
They did, but, the way his head whips on the ground. So I think we're seeing another wave of where teams are a little bit scared of the smaller QB. You had a stint where it was, we'll just roll them out and they're fine. But now some of these guys have been injured. Kyler Murray, Tua. So I would not be surprised if Bryce Young slips a little bit more than you
CJ Stroud is probably there's no safe pick, but he thinks it's a safer pick because of his classic quarterback size.
I would say so.
Yeah, I think the Bears, there's a chance they ended up doing really well in this trade. Right?
They need to build. As far as I remember, I know the wide receivers were much more wide open. But as far as I remember, Justin Fields could throw in college. And I get it. Ohio State's turning into wide receiver U. But he can throw the football a little bit. So
That's one of the things people say about C.J. Stroud, by the way. Is that, but his numbers were good, but look at the guys.
And it's fair. It's fair. So you have now DJ Moore, right? You got Chase Claypool. So if you can just, and I know this is a game where everybody mirrors everything, right? So even though Justin Fields was more of a Lamar Jackson-esque this season, I think everybody's
Lamar Jackson.
Well, now what's everybody going to want to do? Yeah. Everybody's going to want to follow the Jalen Hurts model. So it's let's run the football and then take deep shots. So I think that's what the Bears are going to try to build.
I have a question. Alan, I know you're big on the Combine. What about the star of the Combine, Anthony Richardson? That's kind of the Jalen Hurts mold, isn't it?
From Florida. Kind of, but I mean, Jalen Hurts could. The problem with Anthony Richardson is literally just his ability to throw in the SEC, and we know how tough the SEC is tough. But what was his percentage? 55% or something like that in college? It's a little rough.
Right.
Wasn't that the knock on Jalen Hurts, him coming out of school as well?
Not like that, though. I think Anthony Richardson is the Lamar Jackson model. I think Anthony Richardson is the Lamar Jackson model because of, and I think Lamar Jackson is slightly underrated as a thrower.
If you're saying that there's no way you would give up that much to get a player with as many question marks as Anthony Richardson has around him right now, I totally agree with you. He may be a fine player, but maybe you don't give up that much.
No, not for that.
A guy who's that.
I think Anthony Richardson, I see it on the text line right now from the 925, the Xfinity Mobile text line. Who do you think the Raiders are going to draft? I mean, that's a guy that might slip to the Raiders. I don't know if, Josh McDaniels would want somebody like that, but I could see him slipping there. But again, the whole thing is a gamble, but you want more of a educated guess. And Anthony Richardson, it could be boom. I don't know what to do with his vertical leap unless he's just going to hurdle people every other play.
At least the news on Brock Purdy was about as good as it could be from his surgery.
That's right.
So he's supposed to be throwing again in 3 months?
3 months.
You never know how someone's going to recover from something like that. But if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm not, it's like, what kind of a sigh of relief, right? Like, I don't need to do one of those ridiculous trades like Allen wants me to do. I'm set. I'm good. I don't have to go get Lamar Jackson.
Okay, well, and you know what? And I'm glad we'll get into it a little bit.
We will.
We will.
Not right now, but we will. Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying.
Good news on Brock Purdy.
Great news on Brock Purdy.
Yeah. Coming up next, we'll get back to the phones, 888-957-9570. The Warriors are saying things that, I hate to say it, but they're saying things these days that bad teams say. That's coming up next, and we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, big basketball fans, big Laker fans, often at the game. This is Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles, 95.7 The Game. If you would like to win a couple tickets to see the Warriors versus the Spurs March 31st, here's what you do. You download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. Longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get one entry for every hour you listen. Every hour you listen, another chance to win, up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app now. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. On the text line, 888-957-9570. Gil says, Clay, Dre, Steph can say all the right things. Their unshakable confidence on the team, but their actions on the floor clearly show they are just not hungry anymore. Seem to be satisfied with their 4th ring. The fire and the focus just not there. That's according to Gil.
And again, that's what happened. That is what I felt early on with the Suns debacle when Klay Thompson got kicked out, but it was still early. You know, you could probably still smell champagne in Chase Center. There was probably still confetti on the ground. So fine, let it go. And I just think that you ever do something, Whitey, and it just feels like, wow, I don't even really, the whole thing felt like a blur. I think the Warriors probably went from, honestly, the championship to the parade and the summer and enjoying it to overseas, the trip to Japan. And I think they woke up probably 30 games in thinking, what the heck just happened, to be completely honest.
Is that an excuse?
No, but I just think that's what happened. And sometimes excuses make sense. Doesn't change anything, but it makes sense.
There are reasons for things.
There's reasons for
excuse.
things. Exactly.
Yeah. Let's talk to Troy in San Jose on 95.7 The Game. Troy, what's the deal with the Warriors? What are they missing this year?
Wow. Okay. Happy Friday, everyone. So we see the defense, or the lack thereof, lack of intensity. We see the turnovers. And we also see Sacramento. We noticed that Mike Brown is there. His team's playing well. What impact do you think he had on our team at practice and on the sideline and just, in the coaching staff?
It's a great question, Troy. Sacramento, of course, is they were on last night after the Warrior game. Maybe you saw it. They're the feel-good story of the league right now. And Mike Brown's probably going to win Coach of the Year. It's kind of curious because he went there with a reputation as a defensive coach, and their defense is, at times, fourth quarter defense is better, but they're not a very good defensive team. But he's got the buy-in, and he just one of those guys that went to a team at just the right time, and he's got the pedigree, and everything's working there. How much the Warriors miss him is harder to answer. I know JD has said that it seemed like when Mike Brown was here, the Warriors had some more opponent-specific schemes they'd run defensively, which they went back to some during the winning streak. But I don't know how much even Mike Brown would be making this better right now, the way the team's playing.
No, we used the analogy on Wednesday. You can only your dinner, if you're, hey, we're not eating out today. We have to cook what's in our fridge. If
Alan is a chef. And
I'm not. If there's nothing good in your fridge.
Yeah.
I should have never told you that. If there's nothing good in your fridge, it's going to be really hard to make a gourmet.
Because you don't have the ingredients.
Right. You have some good things with the Warriors, right? You have 3 really good ingredients, but you have some ingredients, like you said, the milk. What is it from Dave Chappelle? The milk's gone bad, Charlie Murphy. And then you have situations like that. So, I mean, I do think a lot of this is personnel. I do. And I don't know if Mike Brown would be helping. It would probably be better. But you know what else would be better? Having Andrew Wiggins.
The other thing is, and again, Mike Brown he's probably going to be Coach of the Year, doing a phenomenal job. But I don't know that all Warrior fans are aware of how good of a coach Kenny Atkinson has been.
Yeah.
He's been a head coach. He could have been the head coach last year in Charlotte. And he decided, I don't want to do that. But, I mean, he was offered the job. So he's a very accomplished. It's not like that guy, who are you? We'll have you do it. He's a very accomplished coach.
He is. And I think people get, like you said, if you looked at the Sacramento Kings defensive metrics, you might feel differently. But you see, our defensive coordinator's gone. Our defense has suffered. Well, there's also a couple other pieces of it. Now, I said earlier that I wasn't super thrilled when I saw Wiseman for GP2, but GP2 would be helping a lot. And you really, I gotta look up how many games Andrew Wiggins has actually played.
Mm-hmm.
He has not played, and then when he did come back for that stint before he went out again, he still looked a bit off. So those are two of your top defenders right there, and you have it's Draymond and the crew. And we saw, Jordan Poole gets all the flack, but you have Jordan Poole who gets all the flack, Steph Curry who's been out, and we know he's gotten to an average defender. Clay, I think you'd call average, and with these rotations,
Not what he was
not what he was.
Stretch,
I would say average though. So then you have all of that going on, and then you have the bigger guys. I mean, JaMychal Green, I don't really know where to put him. He doesn't really play that much anyway. Should we even count that? You have Ty Jerome, who it might be sliding under the radar as a not great defender either, or maybe he just had a bad game.
He's a really good player, and I think he's done a fine job this year for what he is, but he's not a good. You saw it last night.
He might be better than Jordan Poole. But if
they played one-on-one, nobody would miss a shot. Let's put it that way.
Right. That's the thing. Jordan Poole, if I throw the ball much harder than a bunch of first graders, does that mean I should be an MLB pitcher?
No, it doesn't.
It does not.
No.
So you do with that what you will.
Yeah. Speaking of Wiggins and a potential return, and again, I don't mean to be disrespectful at all, but from a basketball standpoint, do the Warriors expect him back? This was Anthony Slater answering that question today on the Morning Roast.
I reach out to people, pretty periodically on it, and, is there even a timeline? It is obviously a family thing. They're being very protective of it. Wiggins himself has always been and remains a very private person. It's clearly of his wishes that none of this is in the public, and they just continue to, I'd say they're still remains confident like you will see him at some point this season. But anytime I ask, and when I ask timetable, I'm not saying, hey, when's Andrew Wiggins playing again? It's like, when is Andrew Wiggins maybe going to be back in the facility? Because my assumption is he hasn't touched the basketball court in 3.5 weeks either. So it's like he's going to need some time to get in the facility, do some Rick Celebrini workouts, and eventually probably several days before he gets cleared to actually get back in a game. So I'm just wondering when he's back in San Francisco in the facility, and I'm just still being told no clarity.
So a mixed message. Yeah, we expect him back, but when is he going to be able to play? So hopefully he's able to take care of whatever he needs to take care of.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like the Warriors cannot rely on him the rest of the way for anything from a basketball standpoint. They just can't.
No, and we have optimistic callers chiming in on the Xfinity Mobile text line, on the YouTube chat.
There we go.
Once we get GP2 back, and once we get Andrew Wiggins back, we don't have timelines on either one. So I can't do that. I'd love to, but I can't.
888-957-9570. Sam in the city he thinks he knows what's missing. Hey, Sam, you're on with Alan and Whitey. What's up?
Whitey and Styles, Whitey Gleason.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think the biggest thing the Warriors are missing this season, I watch a lot of the games. It's the transition runs. We can talk about how that all starts on defense, but they're such a rhythm team. Like, they're letting a lot of baskets happen. They're letting a lot of balls get into the hoop. And so that means they have to rely on a half-court offense. And believe me, they're really good. They have the best player ever to play in the half-court, in my opinion, with Steph. But Steph is at another level, exponentially at another level, when he's in transition because of just the threat and all of the movement they have. And right now they just seem like they're playing some of that cool West Coast jazz, which, is great, but it only can go so far. They need some Jimi Hendrix in the mix. They need some burst. They need some wild cards, some unpredictability, and that all happens in transition. And, yeah, people are saying GP2, Wiggins can manifest that, and I totally agree. But I think, in general, they're kind of waiting to just bring the ball up in a larger sense and kind of figure it out in the half court, where they are a full court team, and we just have not seen that at an extended level this season at any rate. Kind of reminds me of 21 season when they had D'Angelo Russell, who is a pretty good half court player, but that just wasn't the Warriors system. So they're missing kind of what their whole ethos is, and I think that kind of percolates down to all the role players who come into the Warriors team and kind of expect this run and gun thing, which they do exceptionally well, and we just have not seen that. And I think, come playoff time, maybe they'll get back to that. Maybe their players will be ready, but we can never know. But I think that once they kind of change their mode of play at a fundamental level to running, conditioning, it's going to be a lot different, and that's my hope.
Thanks,
guys.
Sam. Yeah, thank you. That's, I think, a great call, but I think you touched on it. You said we can talk about transition defense, but I think that's where it all starts, and I think that's why some of us were so encouraged with the winning streak, because they were defending, and they went on some of those old school Warrior third quarter runs where they would score a lot and the other team wouldn't score any because they were stopping people. And then when they're not stopping people, you're right. And then you get in the half court, your offense is in the half court, and you're just ineffective. But I do think it starts with defense, and the defense at times this year has been absolutely terrible.
Yeah. Well, in part because you're chucking up threes. I mean, you're shooting about 50 threes a game, and we know they have this offense. And my question is this:
only 45 last night.
Oh, only 45. So they saved some for tomorrow. I would say this, Whitey, and I know it all starts from the defensive end, but they've always been 3-point reliant. But this year specifically, it's been otherworldly. And you ever have those friends that might say a joke, and the joke is really funny, and they say it again, and it's really funny, but a week's gone by and they're still saying the joke, and you're half laughing, and now a month has gone by and he's still bringing up that inside joke, and you're thinking, all right, it's good.
Does
now.
He work here?
It's good now.
Sure
no, it doesn't work here.
Okay.
I guess my point is, when you look at the Warriors and what they've done and what they've built, even though they just won last year, is the shtick old? Is it starting to get a little stale?
How about just going small? Remember when you go back to the death lineup, 2015, the lineup of death, it's like, oh, they went small, and teams are like, wow, what do we do? Now they have no other option. They're going small all the time. They're doubling down on that and going smaller, and teams are not having a hard time adjusting to it at all. Last night, you had Tillman and Santi Aldama, who are two of the Grizzlies bigs. They were incredible last night, because the Warriors, that they don't surprise teams by going small. I think that, to your point, I think that's one of the tricks now that's like everyone's caught on to it.
You know, and I'll take it a step further. When we speak about Steph Curry and how he changed the game, right? We talk about that, but at the same time, these guys, the big three, they've been in the league for a very long time. And it's possible, I've never really thought about it like that until right now, but it's possible that they're now going up against guys that grew up watching them.
Yeah.
And you're going up against guys who the small ball thing worked because the big guys can't shoot like them. Nobody can shoot like Steph or Clay per se, but now they're guys that are bigger than you, faster than you, stronger than you, and we can shoot the three ball, and they're stuck saying, well, we can't go small because we're not just spinning around bigs all the time. These are power forwards that can shoot the three.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. He's Alan Stiles, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. I think that's a great point, Alan, because I think you hear it in some of the things that the Warriors are saying when they talk about, well, Ty Jerome said, we just weren't ready to play, or we weren't connected. Sometimes in the past, I've heard bad teams say that. And what they're really saying is, they don't want to say it, maybe they don't even know ththey're saying it, is the other teams are bigger, stronger, and faster than us.
Yeah. We just don't have the horses, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, we weren't connected. Oh, we got a lot of times you hear, oh, we don't communicate on defense. And it's like, doesn't matter. All the communication would be, hey, that guy's dunking on you. It just doesn't help. And I think to a degree, that's where they are physically right now. Again, when they're, not to make excuses, but when they don't have their full complement of players.
Yeah. The Warriors have created a monster in this new generation of player, and now they have to go up against them. That's what it is. These guys that you can't guard them in, you can't guard them out, and guys are learning. You know, there are not as many Steven Adams out there anymore. There's not as many. DeAndre Ayton, I would call a pretty old school center as well.
Got
right?
him coming to town Monday.
Got him coming to town too.
Yeah.
Now he works because you have Kevin Durant, but even before, you're not asking him to do those things. Jokic and Embiid, they're unicorns. We don't even really need to count them. But I guess we can, because the game has changed. Steph Curry has changed the game to a level to now they're going up against guys that are products of watching them.
Yeah, bigs are definitely doing things they never used to do. 888-957-9570. David in San Jose joins us, 95.7 The Game. What's up, David?
Hey, fellas, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
We can. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to let you in on a little insight, at least what I'm thinking.
Uh-huh.
So I want to get your take on this. I think it's more of the coaching, unfortunately, and I don't want to, I'm not a doctor by any means, but I'm wondering if Steve Kerr's back has anything to do with him being able to coach and actually physically get up and address some of the issues. And I'm going to bring a couple things in here just based on last night's game. 4 turnovers in a row. You don't call timeout. You don't get up out of your chair. You let that go. And then in the third, there's a substitution. I don't know if you guys caught it, but Clay and Curry come back into the game. Okay. Baldwin walks out right away, but then there's 6 men on the floor for a second. Nobody instructs JP to go out. It's almost like Curry was like, hey, man, I didn't make the call, but you're out. And so I'm wondering if the coach, when Coach Brown was here, he was ready to get up the instant Steve Kerr moved. And so I don't think the Warriors there's a disconnect. I think they're disconnected. And, Kerr could go on for 5 years of losing season and still be the greatest Warriors coach in history for forever probably. But I'm just wondering, man, I don't think it's the players so much. I think it's the coaching, unfortunately. So that's my 2 cents, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
Fair enough, David. I don't agree with you. You're entitled to your opinion. We have no reason to think that Steve Kerr's back issues have anything to do with how he's coaching, but we don't really know that. There's no reason to think that. I will say this. We talked about Mike Brown earlier. Mike Brown has the Kings playing with a lot of juice. Yes. And he's up and he's coaching.
They're also
with
younger.
A lot of juice.
They're also a younger team.
I do think we maybe miss some of that juice that Coach Brown brought to the sideline sometimes.
Well, and I was going to say, did you see when Draymond and Dylan Brooks got into it and they panned to Steve Kerr? He was looking off into space. He just couldn't be bothered.
He's having a hard time with this.
I didn't take that as anything with his health. What I took that as, we got bigger fish to fry. This is what Draymond does. I already knew this was going to happen. I don't care. I'm not focused on that.
Don't you think Steve Kerr at this point with this team is kind of running out of ideas? It's like, I've got limited resources. Last night he went to let's go small to start the game because Kuminga's hurt. And he admitted, he said, we've got cute. But he just doesn't. And I think that's part of why the players look so disconnected sometimes. They don't know what to do because what they've always done is like, this isn't working. It gets confusing.
I love my high school sports and those coaches that have those heavy senior teams, right, who have been through the fires already. And they say, guys, look, there's nothing I can tell you that's going to surprise you or make you want to have that fire. You got to go out and play. This is your legacy. This is it. And I feel like that's similar to where Steve Kerr is. You guys have been through everything. We've been through everything together. Clay, you not going after that ball for whatever reason, I thought it was fair what one of the callers said, that maybe, he dives for it. I thought that the only reason I didn't think that in the moment is because I didn't even think Clay thought anybody was near him. I think Clay would have went for it. I didn't see that as Clay not wanting to dive. I think Clay thought it was just going to go out. But there's nothing that anybody's going to tell you at this point, and that's going to fire you up. You got to do it from within. So going back to that players meeting that may or may not happen, and I think the other thing about the players meeting is now it's a thing. And now it's a thing because you lost 3 straight. But now we're going to get reports, or Anthony Slater or whoever's going to find out. So the Warriors held a team meeting, and now there's going to be an even bigger microscope on you before a national game against the Bucks. Well, how are they going to react? They just had this team meeting, and then what if they get blasted again?
Yeah, I do think it's fair to wonder about Coach Kerr's future with the team if Bob Myers leaves. And I'm not saying that, they're going to get rid of him, but I mean, if Bob Myers leaves, I think there are going to be a lot of people that are going to look at, do I want to stay here? Maybe if this year ends poorly, maybe management says, all right, we got as far as we got with what we're doing. I hope not. But again, these are some of the questions that that Joe Lacob is going to have to explore if this thing doesn't turn around, if he's not looking at that already. 888-957-9570. Mitch in Maryland, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mitch, Warriors too small in your view, huh?
Yeah, if I was the Warriors GM, they would have had Jarrett Vanderbilt and Nerlens Noel for a bag of potato chips, and they'd be coasting towards their 5th championship. At this point in their career, Clay and Curry, particularly, are finesse players. You can't expect them to grind 82 games a season, playing small ball. Dre and Looney are worn out. They have nobody, to back them up, especially poor Looney. Last year in the playoffs, we caught fire. Wiggins and Peyton, they were everything for the Warriors defense. But that's not a recipe for long-term success. You have to fortify, the back end of this team, and they're just worn out. They're too small. It's so obvious. I know Kerr has a soft spot for Lamb and for Ty Jerome, the tryhards, but they don't add as much value to the team that Nerlens Noel or Jared Vanderbilt would have added. And I think Myers probably needed to step in and overrule Kerr and bring in some reinforcements. I think it's still possible for the Warriors to catch, lightning in the bottom of the playoffs when they have their full complement, but they just don't have the energy to, sustain, a dominant defensive stance for 82 games, and this is the result.
Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, appreciate that. Nerlens Noel, he just signed with somebody last week. I don't know that he would have been the answer. I think the Warriors could have. They had a shot at him. He was available for a long time. I don't know that he was the answer. Vanderbilt's phenomenal, and I don't know if they were ever in on him. I agree with you on him. Nerlens Noel, I don't think would have made any difference.
Nerlens Noel is a net, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think it was just last Saturday that he signed with them. And I don't agree that it's Kerr doing one thing and Bob Myers doing another. I mean, I think they work pretty closely together. And I think Steve Kerr, I think historically he's liked having bigs on the roster. Not necessarily, I'm not saying, superstars or anything, but that Wiseman was supposed to be that guy this year.
Well, look, to be fair, during the buyout period,
yes,
Bob Myers did say on an interview, and I know
where you're going.
I'm a tinfoil hat guy, and I'm very open about that. I love my conspiracies. And Bob Myers did say something where he said, hey, we can go out and get these guys, but if they're not gonna, and it was right after moving Wiseman, we can go out and get these guys, but if, basically if the coach's not going to play,
yeah, what's the point?
So there might be something to the handshaking not necessarily making the most sense.
It's funny you say that, and I took that totally the other way. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I took that just as the GM explaining, we have to work together with the coaches. And, we have to see what fits with what we're doing. And I understand
but that would imply to me that we haven't been.
Yeah, I suppose so. I didn't hear it that way, but I understand what you're saying. 888-957-9570. Steve in San Francisco, 95.7 The Game. Steve, happy Friday. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. Thanks so much for taking my call. I just wanted to kind of bring up, and I know it's been slightly mentioned, but I think it's important. These guys didn't light the league on fire last year. They didn't come in first. They worked hard. They struggled hard. And, they pulled it together once they got into the playoffs. Everyone got healthy, and they made it happen.
Yeah, they did, Steve. You're right. I didn't think they would. I think they surprised themselves a little bit. But it just seems like last year everything came together and they had a full complement of players and everyone was playing well. And right now it just looks like it's in disarray.
Mm-hmm. It does. It does. And
not to say it can't happen, but it's hard to see it from here.
Well, all right. If we need to do it, Whitey, I do. I'll go schedule watch. You got Bucks Suns, you got to get one, right? If you went 2-0, I know you're at home, but that's still a tall order to go 2-0. I'd say you
want back on the wagon if they go 2-0, right?
No. If they go 2-0.
If they go 2-0?
After what just happened, I can't look at home wins. It's completely separate to me. Completely separate. And if you don't get that 4 seed that Shaq so wants the Warriors to get because he loves Steph Curry, if you don't get that 4 seed, you're going to have to start every playoff series on the road. And if you haven't won, you would have to win. Let me do the math here. So if you stay at 7, right?
Well, then you're in the play-in.
Well, I'm saying, if you stay at 7 road games.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
7 road wins. Yeah. 7 road wins. I'm trying to do the math. So what? Round 1, round 2. You might get close to having to tie your total of wins if you want to take this thing home. Tie or exceed your total of wins on the season in the playoffs.
But they always win games in the playoffs on the road. That's what Warrior fans are saying right now. Some are, the gentleman just called. The Warriors always win on the road in the playoffs.
Well, have they ever been in the dumpster going into the playoffs with their road record?
No, they haven't. But that's why you can't overlook this team, Alan. It's like Richard Jefferson recently when he said, if they played Denver, I wouldn't bet on the Warriors, but I wouldn't bet against them. There's still that sense that maybe that Warrior mystique
I hear
bubbling
you.
to the surface.
And it's if they go 2-0, it will be bubbling again. And I saw on the Xfinity Mobile text line someone say Allen's disbelief in the Warriors is alarming. It's not disbelief. It's not disbelief, though.
It's shocking, frankly.
It's just what I'm seeing. It's just what I'm seeing. I don't know. If we want to live in this just optimistic world, then we can do that, right? But I can't right now.
Why not?
Because of what I'm watching. I'm living in reality. And the reality is you just got smacked by the Grizzlies. The reality is you lost to the Thunder. You borderline got smacked by the Thunder. I wouldn't say you did. And the reality is you lost to the Lakers as well.
The reality is, with all those things going on, if the playoffs started today,
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
You would be in the playoffs and you would be playing, you're playing the 1, 8, 2, 7. You'd be playing the Memphis Grizzlies in a first-round series.
And
you'd watch those games, wouldn't you?
I would. It's too bad it's not a rivalry. But, I would love to watch the games, and everybody in Dub Nation would say, we got this. And maybe the Warriors do. Look, and again, a lot of fun. Let me preface this by all saying, I hope I'm wrong. But we have no timetable on two very important pieces. And I said earlier, Whitey, and I'm going to say I didn't mean to downplay Kuminga being out. I just meant to say, well, the Grizzlies were missing people too. That's it. Because Kuminga being out does definitely matter. I haven't seen any reports in terms of how long Kuminga's going to be out. They're probably still trying to figure it out. Yeah, but that is another blow. Because it's a blow because you already don't have GP2.
Exactly.
And he's turned into that Darrell Revis type corner Kuminga has, and now you don't have him. So now it's DiVincenzo. And DiVincenzo, I know GP2 was able to overcome. And again, if GP2 was going up against full-blown 6'8" power forwards, it would be pretty tough. But he can do some things. GP2 is a complete weapon on the defensive end. You have Kuminga, who does have that length. That's why everybody's so excited about what he does defensively. But DiVincenzo, he can't do that. DiVincenzo is a really good defender, but I'm also thinking at the same time, does he look really good because the rest of the team isn't really good?
He looks good to me because, A, he's been making shots, although he didn't shoot well last night, and B, he plays hard, which is concerning because it's noticeable when a guy plays hard, you're like, hey, look at that guy. He stands out. Because so many of the rest of them don't look like they're playing hard.
Right, and he'll pick you up full court, and I don't think any of that's planned. I'm just going to pick you up full court. So you have that. Is that enough? DiVincenzo, Draymond Green. Who else defensively? Without Kuminga, who else do you trust defensively?
I don't know that I trust anybody, but Kevon Looney certainly.
Kevon Looney.
Yeah, here I know a lot of people don't like Lamb for a lot of reasons. But just looking at it from a basketball standpoint, when you don't have Wiggins, and then you don't have Kuminga, and then you miss Lamb. They could have used Lamb last night. I'm not saying, they were one if they had him. But you've got the situation with him as well, where I think he's got one more game he can play before he's used up his eligibility, if you will. So you've got that situation too. And doesn't that say a lot that you're really hurting because one of your two-way guys wasn't available last night? My goodness, this is the world champion.
Well, and my question is, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for in terms of if you're going to sign?
I think the answer is you save money the longer you wait. I'm not saying,
And I'm not trying to count pockets. My parents told me don't count other people's money, but I also know that you want to win. And as much as Anthony Lamb has turned into a bit of the Chiozza of this season, I think he gets a lot more grief. A lot of people say get rid of Anthony Lamb, and I get it that jump shot ain't pretty, and I get it he misses defensive assignments as well.
The guide hand comes off earlier than any NBA player I've ever seen on it.
They say it's supposed to be a one-handed shot. So maybe.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's just why when I first started watching him, she was like, "Whoa, I've never seen anyone do that like that."
Let me go through this tweet that I put out yesterday,
please.
And I promise after this, I will do my best.
At A Sizzle.
No,
if you want to follow him on Twitter,
it's not at A Sizzle.
Isn't it, Mark Randy? Isn't it?
No,
at
it's
A
not.
Sizzle? Yeah. Okay. What is?
I think it is.
No, it's not. It's at Styles Files.
That's right. That's right. You're right.
So And after this, I promise to try to be optimistic. I will. I really will.
I don't even know if we want you in the optimistic.
This is
camp.
what I see. No inside scoring presence. All 3-point shots.
I saw this tweet.
No inside defensive presence if the team has somebody over 6'9". That's no disrespect to Looney, but that's just what it is. No bench scoring. Jordan Poole. No perimeter defense besides, I guess you want to put DiVincenzo, but one guy is not enough. Turnover prone, and you can't rebound. You can have two of the best shooters in the world, but if that's what else you have, Whitey, again, maybe we need to just look at this and say, all this makes kind of sense.
Where's the guy who just said he was going to try to be optimistic?
I said after I read that. I said after I read that.
What did you do to him?
I said after I read that.
888-957-9570. Kevin's in Pleasanton. Kevin, I'm sorry you had to hear that from Alan Stiles. What do you make of this Warrior situation right now?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yes. What's up?
Great. Hey, listen. So let me ask you guys a question. You know when you have a good thing and you drive it, either you evolve or people are going to catch up. Kerr invented something really cool, right? The system. And other teams have caught up to it, and we haven't evolved. And I said this at the beginning of the year, and one of the guys laughed me off, but I'm not talking as a fan. I'm talking as a coach. At some point, you got to evolve and bring in athletes. Kerr doesn't want athletes. Kerr has not brought in an athlete and kept them at all. It's always glue pieces. 90% of the players, if they left the Warriors right now, they're not going to play for another team. And I forgot which one of you guys was just naming, we can't do this, can't do that. You're talking about the athletes that we have. Kerr has a system, man, and he's riding it as long as he can. He's got pedigree. One of you guys said he'll be here for 5 years longer. He will. But you don't want, if your son could play for the Warriors right now, not right now, but at this type of program, it's not going to help your son be good. Because the Warriors are scrambling, doing the best they can, but they don't have the talent, and they haven't evolved to be competitive with the rest of the league. They're just only depending on Clay. It used to be Draymond, but now it's just Clay and Steph.
All right, Kev.
Sometimes on the court, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Coach. Appreciate that. I just have a hard time believing that Steve Kerr does not want athletes. I don't want any athletes on my team. I want guys like Brian Cardinal. I don't think that's true. I understand. I'm with you. You look at the roster, and then you don't have a lot of athleticism popping off that roster right now compared to other teams. But I don't think Steve Kerr's in there dictating that, no, I don't want any of those guys.
But
that doesn't make any sense.
But I didn't really – but did I hear it like that, or did I hear it –
I don't know how you heard it.
I heard it like you just don't have them, not that you weren't seeking them out.
I thought he said that Kerr doesn't want them. But either way.
Yeah, either way, I don't – here's the thing. You have sunken your money into 3 Hall of Famers that deserve the money, right?
And Clay was very athletic before his series of catastrophic injuries.
Clay, Steph, Jordan Poole is newer, right? Andrew Wiggins. And you've done deals with Draymond before. That puts you in a tough situation. You won championships because of it. Now you are simply limited in who you are able to bring in. It's that simple. It's not
the luxury tax is working.
Yes, it's not that Steve Kerr doesn't want these guys. It's that they can't afford them. And I look at Dante DiVincenzo. If Dante DiVincenzo wasn't injured in Sacramento and he was doing this, he wouldn't be with the Warriors. I used to call the Warriors Last Chance U. You ever watch Last Chance U on Netflix? Love that show. Because GP2, he was Last Chance U. He was almost out the league. You reinvigorated his career.
Wiggins, too, to a degree.
Otto Porter Jr. to a degree. And now Dante DiVincenzo is going to be, hey, thank you. Hey, I got my scholarship. I'm out of here. I'm going Pac-12, baby. I'm going Big Ten, baby. We're Power 5. Yeah. And that's what the Warriors have done. But the same way we get on Farhan with the Giants, they're not all going to hit. And I'd even say they kind of hit with Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. So, again, I don't think that is that Steve Kerr doesn't want these guys. Where's the money coming from? Steve Kerr is not the accountant.
Right. When they were able to get, I think Kevin Durant is, maybe he's not a classic NBA high-flying athlete. I think when he was here, he's a great athlete. I don't think Steve Kerr had a problem with him. It's hard to get those guys, A, through free agency. As you just pointed out, you don't have the money. B, through the draft when you're successful. But when they did struggle and they got second pick, they just missed on him. And Kuminga, still an open book. He's very athletic. He's contributed this year. I don't think we can say he's a bust. Far from it. We just don't know if he's going to be as good as he could be. Maybe. But they missed. It was very rare for them to have a shot at a guy like that with a second pick, and they whiffed.
Mm-hmm. I know.
It happens.
It happens. It happens, and it's unfortunate how things happen that way. And look, we can't leave Moses Moody. Moses Moody is probably a good example. So let's talk about that. Because would you call Moses Moody I guess, somebody in that athletic category? I mean, when you saw what he did in Santa Cruz with that one-handed putback jam, that was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But
at the NBA level, he doesn't seem to be an overly athletic. All those guys are phenomenal athletes.
I would agree. What does Moses Moody go? 6'5", 6'6"?
Yeah.
So he's a guard that he's not even a combo guard. He's a small forward. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that there are enough examples of Steve Kerr saying, no, get that athletic guy away from me.
He's listed at 6'5".
Yeah, get that athletic guy away from me. I just don't think they have had the opportunities to get them. And when they've taken swings on a Kuminga was openly a project. Now you could question it. People love Kuminga, and I don't want people on, the YouTube chat, Xfinity mobile text line to get on me and call in, but he was a project. So did that make the most sense? I don't know. Maybe they loved his upside, but there were multiple teams in front of them that could have gotten Kuminga, but they wanted guys that could impact now. So I think it does come back to James Wiseman and James Wiseman's athleticism, because when you draft somebody in that spot, you are thinking you're pretty much ready to go. Now, would you think they're ready to go after he just didn't play a whole season of basketball? Maybe they felt, it's NCAA basketball. The only reason I know he's in the AAC because that's where Temple is. Mm-hmm. He missed a year of AAC basketball. How much different of a player would he have been? And honestly, I don't know. But the idea that Steve Kerr doesn't want athletic players, I wouldn't.
That doesn't make a lick of sense. Mark Randy has a question for us.
Yeah, you guys talking about kind of the roster limitations that Steve Kerr is dealing with. You remember shoot around the day before the game against Oklahoma City, he was asked about Anthony Lamb because he had just reached the 50-game marker, meaning he's ineligible unless they guarantee his contract, and he'd be ineligible for the postseason as well. Made it seem like he wanted Anthony Lamb to be on the roster and be available. Obviously, they can't right now because Lester Quinones is taking up that final roster spot. But given Wiggins' injury, what was the logic for the Warriors in the first place, giving that 10-day to Quinones? Why wouldn't they have just created Anthony Lamb's, give him the last roster spot? It seems like Steve Kerr and the Warriors need him without a wing and Andrew Wiggins. They could have been a help throughout this road trip.
Yeah, I'm sure you know, Mark, that by bringing in Quinones, that allowed them, gave him a little more leeway with the other two because of the confusing rules. By bringing in Quinones, you delayed the deadline for making the decision on Lamb and Jerome. And then last night, my understanding is that, he was inactive, but Kuminga got hurt during warmups, right? So that's why it's like, why wasn't Lamb there? Well, they didn't know Kuminga was
right.
Yeah. That happened right before game time.
I'm sure if they knew that, they would have done things differently.
Is Lamb's at his limit now? I thought he had one more game to go.
No, he's at the limit.
All right,
he's at the limit, and Steve Kerr was very open. He connects a lot of things. That's what Steve Kerr said verbatim. And again, I'm going back to you, Whitey. Now, this isn't. Is that Bob Myers
optimistic, Alan, or the real
but
Alan's
I'm saying for Steve Kerr to say that, and they're in this tailspin. Now, at the time when they had said that, I think they were in the midst of the winning streak. But for Steve Kerr to say that, and then maybe it's not Bob Myers. I mean, Bob Myers is probably at this point, hey, if you want him, that's not on me. It's Joe Lacob's money. But so whether it's Joe Lacob down to Steve Kerr or Joe Lacob to Bob Myers to Steve Kerr is saying, I want this guy on my team. We have an open roster spot. And you just said a little bit earlier, it could be a money thing. So that to me sounds like a disconnect.
Maybe so. Does anyone else remember also, and I'm agreeing with you on that, right around the deadline, I remember Steve Kerr saying, we need more size because Kevon and Draymond, they're being asked to do too much. And I don't think anyone paid any attention to that. But that was the coach basically saying, we need some more size here, but they didn't do anything about it. You mentioned also earlier, what Bob Myers said when asked about landing a big, and you and I heard it differently.
Yeah.
Mark Randy found the cut. So here was Bob Myers asked if they would add a big in the buyout market, which, by the way, now you can't get someone in the buyout market and have them eligible for the playoffs, so that ship has sailed. But Bob Myers asked if they'd get land a big in the buyout market.
We hope that we have enough, but we'll look and see. It's also determinative of how the coaches will use that player. For us to say, here's a big guy, and the coaching staff to say, well, we're not playing that guy. Doesn't matter if he's 7 feet tall or 8 feet tall. Any buyout conversation has to be done in collaboration with the coaching staff, because why bring a player in if they're not going to use him? But if there's a player that the coaching staff and the front office thinks can be helpful, absolutely, we'll go target that guy. But there's a good John Wooden quote, don't confuse activity for achievement. I don't just want to say, we scoured the buyout market, here's so-and-so, and the guy's sitting on the end of the bench. Because for us, it's $4 million, I don't know, it's $3 million or something like that, which Joe has done and would do. But that's the conversation with the coaching staff as far as who would play and who's available.
Yeah, I don't hear that the way you hear it.
Why?
Maybe I'm just wrong.
He's saying, look,
we got to work together.
I'm a tone guy. There were tones there.
Him and Steve are tight.
There were tones there. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reaching.
Yeah, I could be totally wrong, but that was my honest reaction, was him explaining, look, I could go out and get DeMarcus Cousins, but if he doesn't play, what's the point of doing that?
It was he went to it a couple times, Whitey. He said, if they're not going to play him, if they're at the end of the bench, I don't know. That sounds like I don't know. Sounds like a James Wiseman-ish type deal.
You think Steve Kerr said, Wiseman's out of here?
No, I'm just saying, I don't think it's as innocent. Maybe it's in the middle between us somewhere.
Judy's in Moraga. I don't know what's in between us, but I know Judy's in Moraga. She joins us 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Judy? Help us figure this out.
Hey, guys. Thank you so much, because I said I called in 10 days ago and on the morning roast and was just wild, like so fired up. 5 in a row. We're going big. We're going all the way.
What'll do that to you?
Everybody was hyped, and Stephen A. was like pegging us for the finals. Everybody was so hopeful. Then Steph returns, and I swear to God, I am a superstitious person. But I think the guys that were playing when Steph was injured kind of got their mojo going, and I knew it would be an integration, thing. But then no Wiggins, no GP2, Kuminga gets hurt, 3 in a row. We look deflated. So I hope you won't think I'm crazy, but I really think we got to get our mojo working. I mean, these guys have got to find their groove, and I think maybe Kerr's strategy of rotating too many players in and out, I just couldn't see them get into their rhythm, and half the time they looked like they were standing there watching the ball go out of bounds, like nobody was defending. It was crazy.
No, you're right. And for this team to look that disconnected and disinterested, they're not disinterested, but that's what's so interesting to me is it's like, what? Everyone's kind of like, what are we doing now? What are we doing? Right? They they're not connected like a championship team was last year.
Not connected.
Yeah.
There's a player that Steve Kerr said connects them. Anthony Lamb.
Did he really say that?
He said Anthony Lamb connects a lot of our lineups.
Okay. But to Judy's point about Steve Kerr with all the different lineups, and again, Steve Kerr admitted last night, he said, yeah, I got a little too cute with that. I again just think that he looks around and he's like, I don't know what else to try. Let's try this. Let's try this. That's not working. And he's looking for some level of defense, which I think one of the reasons he's so discouraged right now is because during that winning streak, he thought he found it. Something was clicking. Even Ron Adams, we talked about Ron Adams today. He went on with Bonte and Mully, and he was saying, the schemes are working, but they're just playing with more juice. If you're Steve Kerr, you had to feel like, yes, finally. And then they go on the road and whoosh, it went away.
Well, you know what happens is you ever, making a You could even be making a bubbly water. I like fruit with my bubbly water.
Wait, what am I doing
and
now?
You ever cut the lime or a lemon to squeeze in your bubbly water?
Yeah.
And then you go to bed and you leave the lime out. And now the lime.
I've never done that, but I'll play along.
And now the lime. I do it all the time. First of all, you get fruit flies, so I hate doing it. But now the lime or the lemon's got no more juice. That's exactly what happens to the Warriors.
Okay.
When they're at home, you cut the lime.
Yeah.
It's nice. You squirt it into whatever bubbly water you have. Then when they leave, it gets left out and it's dried up. There's no more juice, Whitey. Zero.
All right.
Zero.
Thank you. Grant, you ever do that, Grant? Did it ever happen to you with the lime and the leave
Absolutely
it out?
not.
Yeah,
Come on. I'm not alone here. And you're so mad because there's still a good bit of the lime left. Grandy, let's go to that sound about Anthony Lamb and Steve Kerr, how he connects the lineups.
He plays an important role for us because he connects a lot of lineups with his ability to space the floor and shoot the three. And then he just plays the way we've always played with, 0.5 basketball, make a quick decision, drive it, pass it, shoot it. And then he's big and versatile enough to guard multiple spots. So he connects a lot of our lineups. When we play two bigs, we can have him at the 3 or you can play him at the 4. So he's been really helpful for us this year, and we'd love to get him on the roster, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he wants him on the roster.
I'm telling
He's
you.
not on the roster.
So that was a week ago after the Pelicans when they beat the Pelicans 108-99.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
No. What are you telling me again, just so I'm clear? You put the lime in the coconut?
Well, I'm just saying you don't want to do that, but I'm also saying I think there is some type of disconnect between Steve Kerr and I don't. The thing is, when you might not be with the team, I don't know where Bob Myers' head is at, right? If you're not making any more moves for this season, what is it? What exactly is it that you do here? If they're not making any more moves, assuming they're not, and he doesn't have another contract, what could he be doing? Or where does he feel like he lives? I don't know.
What did you want him to do? Are you implying that he should have done something that he didn't do?
No,
It's fine
because
if you are.
No,
We're just
because he can only
talking
do
his fans here. I'm not coming down your road.
No, he can only do whatever he gets the green light to do, right? With a certain level of trust. I don't know if it's on Bob Myers to get that quote unquote. There's no deal to be done with Anthony Lamb. It's not like he has other suitors. It's just you're going to bring him on or not. And if Joe Lacob or whoever is saying we don't want to spend that cash, I don't know why they would wait.
Yeah. You think on some level, perhaps, he'd never admit this, but maybe Joe Lacob looking at this going, I ain't paying any more money than I have to for this.
Yeah.
I hope not. He's proven in the past if he thinks there's a chance to win, he's going to spend as much money as he can. Mark in San Francisco, 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Mark?
Hey, guys.
Yeah. Hello.
It's a great show. Whitey, I respect you, and I'll always, kind of like, live here listening to you, but this Wiseman thing you got going on, I don't understand it. Since he got traded, have you guys watched him in Detroit? The guys had like double-doubles, like 3 out of 5 games, and most importantly, he had great plus minuses on a very bad team. So you can't tell me that he can't contribute on a team you guys are just talking about that needs a big. All right. Alan's absolutely right. There's a disconnect. I think I haven't heard that Myers audio before today, and absolutely. He's talking about Wiseman, and then Steve Kerr, that clip he played. He won't play big, athletic bigs. This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm just hoping. Just watch the game he played last night. Warriors better pray to God he doesn't turn into another Joel Embiid.
All right, Mark, I just think right now, thank you for the call. Obviously with this lineup right now, this roster, there's no big for Steve Kerr to play. He doesn't have any.
No.
Baldwin's the biggest big on the team, but I don't buy the narrative that the front office wanted Kerr to play Wiseman and he refused to play him, so they had to trade him. We talked about this Wednesday. You look it up. Steve Kerr played Wiseman early in the year. The plan was for Wiseman to play a lot. He did, right? We looked it up.
Here we go.
Yeah, he just didn't play very well. And I know he's putting up numbers in Detroit, and I hope he ends up being a great player. I'll tell you this, every bad team has somebody who scores 20 points.
Sure. And the whole plus or minus thing if your team loses, there's going to be a bunch of minuses, specifically if they lose by a lot most of the time. And
Plus
if your
minus
team wins,
for one game, I think, is really
so
wildly,
I'm just saying,
drastically
look,
overused,
it's here,
but-
it's Friday.
Yeah.
We're all having a good time, Whitey. It's been a good time with you so far, and we still got time. But I'm just look, let's just spitball here.
Yeah.
I'm here on the Santa Cruz Warriors roster.
Uh-huh.
What do we know about Jace Johnson? He's 7 foot. What do we know about the guy out of Marquette? What do we know about EJ Onu from Shawnee State? He's 6'11".
Whatever you read about it, you know that much more than I do. But last year they didn't have much size on the Santa Cruz roster, so
I'm just
pleased that
saying
they at least have some.
Maybe. You never know.
Mm-hmm. How about John in Oakland? By the way, I'm not sure you and I seem to be disagreeing, or I don't even know what we're disagreeing. Are we disagreeing over the disconnect between?
I think we're
Kerr and
I guess
Bob Myers.
We're disagreeing
Okay.
over the
All right.
disconnect. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Hey, John, what's going on in Oakland?
How's it going, fellas?
Good.
Hey, so what I'm seeing, me personally, is a team that's just not highly motivated. And I'm talking about the star players. I mean, I think they accomplished what they were looking to accomplish. They were out to prove that they could win a championship without Kevin Durant, because where everybody thinks, oh, they only won because of Kevin Durant, you know, even though they won their first championship without him. Well, they accomplished that. They went out, as you saw last year, when the season started, and they were playing with a lot of intensity. I can't get the word out.
Yeah.
And they got out to that start, and then they kind of shut it down. We're like, okay, we're good. And then they went out, and they rolled right through the playoffs and got that championship. They accomplished what they were looking to accomplish. You ask yourself right now, what are those guys looking to accomplish right now? What is their motivation? They won that championship. That's what it was about. Draymond Green said to Kevin, we don't need you. We've been winning before you got here. And you know what? Don't tell me they weren't out to prove that. You heard Steph after they won that championship. What do they got to say now? You heard Klay Thompson calling guys bums on the podium. I mean, they were highly motivated last year to get that chip. And if they wouldn't have got it, you would see a totally different team this year. But they won that championship. So where is the motivation? You know, I mean, as fans, we always want you to win. But I'm talking about as a player. Where is that motivation? What are they playing for? Because right now they're playing for nothing. They're playing with house money. That's all I got, fellas.
I think that's a great call. Thank you, John. By the way, this update from Anthony Slater on Twitter: Jonathan Kuminga out against the Bucks tomorrow night after that right ankle sprain in warm-ups yesterday. Andre Iguodala, Klay Thompson probable. Again, this is for the Bucks tomorrow. Andrew Wiggins remains out. Giannis is questionable for Milwaukee. That's the latest from Anthony Slater. It's Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles. What do you think, Alan? Two D words that are deeply disturbing when it comes to the Dubs. Want to dive into those?
Let's do it.
Or do you want to get into your topic that you
we're going to get into it.
That we're going to have to
We're
do it
gonna have
next.
to, yes.
Yeah. And what is it that you want the 49ers to do?
Just kick the tires. Kick the tires on
Okay.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson. That's next. We are sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Woo! Almost quitting time on a Friday, Alan. How about that? You could spend the weekend with your bubbly water and your limes. And
The text line is getting on me a little bit about, come on, you never had a LaCroix. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Someone questioned your legitimacy as a sports fan or sports
Yeah,
talk
they
host.
said no sports fan
that crosses
would
the
have
line.
bubbly water with lime. I
that
enjoy
probably
all my
crosses the
sports watching bubbly water with lime. Thank you very much.
What sports you watching this weekend?
This weekend, well, the Warriors, obviously, whatever they got going. World Baseball Classic.
How about that?
I like the World Baseball Classic. Mom's from Panama, so they might be gone by then. They're 1-2. They got smacked by Cuba, who was winless. So hopefully Panama figures it out. Giants beating Team USA a couple days ago, so that was pretty big.
I heard you say earlier, not to bring something off air on air again, but
here we go.
You think the Giants may surprise people. If that is in fact true, I agree with you.
I do think the Giants are going to surprise people. Now, what that means, I feel like those classic Giants can make some noise. We don't know what noise is, but we know that they can make it.
Noise is being a legitimate contender for a postseason spot all the way through.
Yes,
or some late run, but I don't think that's out of the question.
The Giants will surprise some people. I'm not going to say that they're going to be in the World Series or anything like that, but I'm feeling fairly confident that they could make the playoffs.
They made some noise last year, but the noise was
so they can make some noise.
Yeah.
Dark horse.
Yeah. And selection Sunday.
I was going to say, speaking of dark horses, about that time, and every year this happens. I've only won 1 year. I think I came in second in the Yahoo thing, but I filled out a bracket that didn't matter because I was in college and I had no money. But I filled out a bracket. It was the Cardiac Kemba year. I probably wasn't alone, but I did.
had them that year too, win it all.
So maybe
I wasn't in a pool, but I picked him.
Maybe I'm not as unique because of what he did in Madison Square Garden, but I did pick right that year, and then I got on the Shabazz Napier hype. So both times UConn won, I picked them. That's the only time I picked the winner. I'm normally do you have any teams? Whitey, here's my question. Do you have any teams, college teams specifically, or pro as well? Do you have any teams that you just like for no apparent reason, just no connection? Maybe you just like their colors. Who knows? But it's not even that you're a full-blown fan, but if they're on, you find yourself rooting for them.
Oklahoma City's one of them. And I'm not saying that they're my favorite team or anything, but I like, there's something about Oklahoma City right now that I like.
And there's just no connection. Zero.
Just something about, I like the young, scrappy underdogs.
Okay.
I do. I find myself gravitating. When I was a kid watching wrestling, I always rooted my favorites to be the guys that got their asses kicked every week. I was so stupid. I didn't realize that guy's not going to win.
That guy's not going to win.
This is his week.
No. No.
Jerry Monty lost again.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean,
How about you?
For me, it's colleges, and it kind of gets me because I have no connection. I watch some college basketball. Nobody watches enough to, we're not Joe Lunardi here, but I got, for some reason, I was telling Grandy in the green room, Tennessee. I've always liked Tennessee. I've never been to Tennessee. I have no connection to Tennessee, but I like Tennessee. I like Auburn. I guess I liked orange as a kid growing up.
Okay.
And
you told me earlier you had some orange golf pants.
I did.
Yeah.
They were more Auburn-ish Auburn, a little darker there.
Okay.
And then I like Ohio State for no reason. I just find myself rooting for them. No connection to any of those. And I've never been in any of those states either. Well, maybe Ohio, but nowhere
You don't
else.
even know if you've been to Ohio?
Well, it's because when we're doing the baseball travel thing.
I know, yeah.
But
traveling all over.
I don't think I went to Ohio.
Would you like to get into Lamar Jackson at all, or would you like to get back to some fine Warrior fans on the phone here?
Let's let the Warrior fans out.
All right, let's talk to Rich in Daly City. Rich, thanks for hanging. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Rich?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Happy Friday.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was listening to you. A couple points regarding the D. I think Kerr's inability or lack of desire to add like length and a big are the issues with their defense, because the guards are having to cheat to rebound or cut off drives, and as a result, they're out of position to get back to the three, and that's probably why you're seeing so many open threes. The other thing with the youth, they were good enough last year to win a chip. I think where the mistake was is they should have been playing him earlier in the year to help develop him. I mean, I don't buy into your, the discussion about the foot speed, with Moody and everything else, because he was coming out of a program where it was a former NBA coach, and he was supposed to be a 3-and-D guy. So I think people are just waiting for their roles to change and get the opportunity, but it seems like the youth are being relegated to the bench, and all this wasted time was going to the two-way guys, and I don't understand that. And with regard to the change in momentum or the 5-game winning streak, they should have left the starters alone and kind of phased in Curry back, and maybe as he got back into health. But they threw off the groove, in my opinion, by inserting him immediately into the starting lineup and throwing off any momentum that they had gotten. So I don't know what you guys think about that.
Thank you very much. By the way, someone on the text line accuses me of being a huge fan of the Washington Generals, and that's really not entirely true. I learned my lesson. Steve Kerr played the younger guys early in the year. Look it up. They played. They didn't play well. Then, these guys aren't playing well. Do we continue to play them? The team is losing. We're trying to win games. So he made the decision to play them less because they weren't playing well. I don't buy the notion that he didn't play these guys. No, what they were losing anyway. He did play them, and they weren't playing well. That's why he didn't play them as much. That's what happened.
That is what happened. And I don't know if it's selective memory or whatever it is, and we're all guilty of it. I'm certainly guilty of it, but we went through this on Wednesday. Wiseman was getting minutes. Now, Kuminga, I think you have more of an argument for, because we were clamoring for Kuminga. And the Moses Moody thing, I'm just to the point where I'm just assuming there's something not working.
I like him, but I don't think he has played very well. He's playing well in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, and look, it's tough when you get in the game, and
I'd like to see him play more.
It's really hard to get playing. It's really hard to earn playing time. You have to have that mentality. And I think from some of the things he did last season, when I remember specifically that Mavs game when he really carried the Warriors. I think they might have ended up. I think they still ended up losing, but he kept
some big time.
He kept them in it, and he just can't get time. So I think fans in general are just stuck between trusting the coaching staff, trusting what the Warriors have done there to defending champs, versus what we're seeing and what just doesn't seem to make a ton of sense.
Yeah, and someone on the text line is pointing out that no one played well, Whitey. Well, that starting lineup was playing well, and there was a drop-off when they went to the bench. And you're right, no one was playing well, so it just didn't seem in the coach's mind like a good time to, let's play the younger guys more. Because they were trying to win. Alan, thank you so much. The last couple of days have been a ton of fun.
Yes.
I always appreciate the opportunity to work with you. I truly do.
Love working with you too, Whitey. I hope you have a great weekend. I hope everybody has a great weekend.
Yeah, and of course, Monday, we've got the new schedule here, and at this time Monday, they'll be wrapping up their first afternoon show, Willard and Dibs, so don't miss that. Have a great weekend. Thanks for listening. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Best of the Game, an hour of 95.7, the game's best content from the day, hosted by Mark Grandy? Can it be the best of the game if it's hosted by Mark Grant? I'll be listening.
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you,
Mark. Thank you, John. Thanks for listening to 95.7 The Game.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Weekend.